Chapter 626. The Unyielding Bones. Wandao, the Taoist priest, was indeed correct. There must be someone in the hospital skilled in controlling corpses. I stood behind the door, my gaze fixed intently on the corridor outside. After I had dispatched that monstrous creature, two more ethereal figures had swiftly descended to the third underground level. Fortunately, I had not lingered, or I would have found myself trapped below. The incessant sound of dripping water echoed in my ears. These newly emerged monsters appeared to have just crawled out of a water tank, their bodies drenched, leaving long trails of moisture on the ground as they moved. This place was truly terrifying. I dared not recklessly step out from my hiding spot. Leaning against the door, I retrieved my phone and located the photographs I had taken earlier. The monstrous figures were taller than an average human, as if their bones had undergone a second growth. Were they not skinned, but rather their bones had grown to such an extent that they forcibly stretched their skin? A chill ran down my spine, and I found it peculiar that such horrifying thoughts had crossed my mind. Turning to the live stream, I voiced my perplexity to Wandao. "You're overthinking it," he replied succinctly, then began to flood the screen with messages. It seemed necessary for me to enlighten you on the fundamental knowledge of corpse refinement. The conditions for a body to undergo transformation are stringent. Practitioners often need to first inspect the corpse to find a suitable one. The body is buried 3 feet beneath the earth to absorb the earth's aura and energy. After 49 days, on a full moon night, the coffin is opened. If the corpse shows no signs of decay, it is deemed a good specimen for further refinement. I marveled at the speed of the Taoist's typing while my curiosity about the intricacies of corpse refinement grew. However, I wondered, what did this have to do with skinning? "Do not rush. We are now getting to the crux of the matter," Wandao continued. The methods of corpse refinement known to the world can be categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The superior method involves observing the earth's aura to locate dragon veins and phoenix nests for burial, allowing the corpse to absorb the essence of heaven and earth over millennia, becoming indistinguishable from the living. The middle method involves interring the corpse within temples, where the thoughts of living beings nourish it, transforming it into a free and enlightened being, a technique I have merely heard of in Buddhist teachings. The lower method resembles what you encountered today. It begins with skinning the corpse, removing all nails, and shaving the hair, followed by sprinkling lime on the body to deter insects and placing it in a cool, dry location to air out. The corpse is then buried 10 feet deep in a designated area for corpse nurturing, and before sealing the earth, the walls of the grave must be smeared with the blood of 99 deceased evildoers. Each day, the coffin must be sealed with earth during the day, and at night, the soil is removed to allow the corpse to absorb the lunar and stellar energies. Every 7 days, the blood of living livestock must be poured over the coffin. After 49 days, the corpse can be wrapped in a burial cloth and incantations performed. If the body develops new skin, nails, and hair, a talisman can be inserted into its head for future control. Once completed, the corpse is returned to the nurturing ground, where it is fed with the practitioner's fresh blood for 10 days, then transition to being nourished by the living. After 100 days, the corpse will inevitably break free, becoming a malevolent entity. After Wandao's thorough elucidation, I finally grasped that skinning was an indispensable part of the lower-tier corpse refinement method. This long-standing mystery had finally found resolution. If skinning is indeed related to corpse refinement, could the recent skinning case in Xinhu also have been intended for this purpose? Was the dual-faced Buddha seeking a suitable corpse? What connection could he possibly have with the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital? Understanding the relationship between the dual-faced Buddha and the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital is of paramount importance, as Chunjyoga is a disciple of the dual-faced Buddha, and he may very well be one of the participants in tonight's live stream. From the inception of the broadcast until now, I have yet to encounter Chunjyoga. If this is indeed the territory of the dual-faced Buddha, could the puppet master behind the scenes be none other than him? After all, among all the streamers, only he shares a close bond with the dual-faced Buddha. Suddenly, the deeper significance of this live performance becomes clearer to me. It appears to aim at uniting several streamers to eliminate Chunjyoga, while simultaneously dismantling the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital and thwarting the plans of the dual-faced Buddha. Upon reflection, it seems that the Underworld Showcase has always been at odds with the dual-faced Buddha. From my very first live stream, the showcase has targeted the dual-faced Buddha, and I remain oblivious to the reasons behind the enmity between these two factions. However, I find myself leaning towards the showcase. The dual-faced Buddha employs unscrupulous methods, He has committed numerous heinous and bloody acts that transcend the boundaries of human morality, while the showcase operates with far more subtlety. All clues gradually interweave. Yet several aspects remain shrouded in mystery, such as the identity of the writer. According to my conjecture, the puppet master behind the scenes is Chunjioga. But who is the writer? Why did he masquerade as Wang Shi to visit the cancer research hospital in the dead of night? What was his purpose? The puppet master could indeed be Chunjioga, while the writer is likely a gatekeeper left behind by the dual-faced Buddha at the hospital. In the absence of further evidence, this remains the most reasonable hypothesis. After pondering for a moment, I turn my gaze back to the live stream. Taoist. The creatures I encountered in the hospital do not entirely align with the lower-tier corpse refining methods you described. Their bodies have not desiccated but appear to have been submerged in a tank, seemingly utilizing some form of liquid concoction. I presented the photographs I captured on my phone to the camera for close examination of the monsters. The viewers began to voice their critiques, but at that moment, I could scarcely pay attention to them. Taoist. I divulged only the fundamental 3 categories. It is not surprising that the vast expanse of Huaxia conceals numerous extraordinary individuals who have developed new methods of corpse refinement. Nonetheless, the essence of the practice remains unchanged. Ultimately, corpse refinement is a minor pathway unworthy of the limelight. Whether it be a white, fierce, or earthly corpse, they require the energy of the earth and the essence of the deceased to function normally. Thus, these monsters possess a critical vulnerability. Should their feet leave the ground, their capabilities would greatly diminish. There is one more point I must convey to you. Previously, you inquired about how to break the deadlock, and I shall now share with you that this method is exceedingly perilous. Please contemplate carefully before proceeding. I eagerly await the details. I fixated on the screen, my eyes unwavering, fearful of missing any of Taoist's messages. Taoist, the terrain of this abandoned hospital, known as the Broken Face Wenchang, is a postnatal formation resembling a pit of myriad corpses, accumulating the grievances of countless beings, entombing their remains, and saturating the ground with deathly energy and corpse essence. As long as the deathly energy lingers and the terrain remains unchanged, the essence of the corpses will not dissipate, and the fierce corpses will not perish. To fundamentally alter the situation, one must delve underground and disperse the core essence of the corpses and the deathly energy. Enter underground? The third ward is completely sealed off, and I am unaware of how many layers lie beneath. According to Taoist, I may need to descend to the very lowest level to have a chance at breaking the deadlock. Taoist, the most inscrutable aspect of the world is the human heart. You must proceed with great caution. The terrain here is a postnatal formation of fierce corpses, tightly controlled and vigilantly guarded to prevent your entry into the depths. From this, it is evident that their ambitions are vast. The mere white fierce is certainly not their ultimate goal. I now suspect they intend to use the pit of myriad corpses to cultivate a corpse king that cannot dissolve. A corpse king that cannot dissolve? Amidst the myriad of comments, I encountered a novel term, undying bones, referring to a cadaver that does not decay or reincarnate, defying the laws of fate, drawing upon the grievances of heaven and earth, and thus remaining ageless, immortal, and indestructible. As I gazed at the barrage of comments from the Taoist master Wani, my brow furrowed. The concepts of evading reincarnation and disregarding fate bore a striking resemblance to those of the fate usurpers. Was the dual-faced Buddha preparing to forge these undying bones for himself? A peculiar thought flitted through my mind, but with too few clues at hand. I could only pause my contemplation and continue to observe the screen of my phone. If the opponent truly sought to forge undying bones, the Corpse King would undoubtedly be concealed in the densest atmosphere of corpse energy and earth energy, which would be the lowest level of this building. At that juncture, one would merely need to obliterate the corpse to unravel the predicament. I nodded, inquiring, Taoist master, how may I destroy these undying bones? As per your description, that entity should be exceedingly difficult to annihilate completely. Taoist master Wani replied, the procedure is intricate, so listen carefully. First, hold strong liquor in your mouth and spray it upon the cadaver to dispel the foul stench. Then, under an oiled paper umbrella, use talismans to meticulously wipe away the rotting flesh adhering to the corpse's limbs. Finally, place the cleansed bones into a millennium-old peachwood box, starting with the hip bone, followed by the coccyx, and then sequentially arrange the sacrum, lumbar, and thoracic vertebrae upright. Next, thread all the vertebrae together using the wick of an oil lamp to prevent disarray. Subsequently, Add the toe bones, tibia, femur, along with the finger bones, radius, and ulna, concluding with the skull atop. By adhering to this method, the entire skeleton will be neatly assembled within the modest peachwood box. Chapter 6:27. In the water, the internal organs of the corpse must be shattered, and a fire should be kindled to incinerate the entrails, clothing, and unclean papers. Once the bones are secured in the wooden box, seal it with a coffin-shaking talisman and deliver it to a temple or Taoist monastery, suppressing it with vital energy to gradually dissipate the deathly aura and the resentment clinging to the bones. Ultimately, it must be thoroughly destroyed with the flames of 3 fires. Observing the comments from Taoist Master Wandao, I marveled at the complexity of the task. Liquor, oiled paper umbrellas, lamp wicks to seal the bones. Must all these items truly be utilized? You are tasked with destroying the undying bones. Caution is paramount. Should you struggle to procure these items at once, it is acceptable, but the container for the undying bones must be a peachwood box. Remember, do not touch it with your hands. In this desolate wilderness, where could I possibly obtain a peachwood box? Mid-sentence, I abruptly halted. Of course. The box containing Gu Beifang's promise was indeed a peachwood box. Regrettably, I had forgotten to take it when I hurriedly departed from the second morgue. Having slain a creature within the second morgue, that location would now be under close scrutiny by those controlling the corpses. Attempting to stealthily infiltrate again to retrieve the peachwood box would be exceedingly arduous. In this world, misfortunes abound, and if I wished to resolve this predicament, it seemed I would need to venture once more into the morgue. Taoist Master Wandao, I can assist you only to this extent. Whether you can survive depends entirely on your own fortitude. Thank you, Taoist Master. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. He had aided me on more than one occasion through life and death crises. When you have the opportunity, do visit Jiangcheng. I shall treat you to a drink. Let us speak of that once you have endured tonight, he replied. A short while later, Taoist Master Wandao sent another comment. You are the most industrious person I have ever encountered, reminiscent of my younger self. Should the opportunity arise, I will seek you out. It is a promise. A smile crept across my lips. If I could establish a connection with Taoist Master Wandao, those sects wishing to act against me would likely find it far from easy. In the city of Jiangcheng, an experienced individual rewards a spine-chilling live broadcast with a donation of 99 ghost coins. Is this the prelude to a face-to-face meeting? Perhaps the host will include me in the gathering. The sordid dealings and the sinister demise of the Teletubbies are intertwined with this eerie live stream. Together, what if we were to unite? A charming yet perplexed mature woman, caught in a haze of confusion. The Kunlun Changi building's upper levels, with its captivating ID, exudes a poetic allure. In a bewildering tableau, Sirio-chan finds herself perplexed amidst the trees, where you and I converge beneath the foliage. Unbeknownst to me, my words struck a chord with the viewers, causing the barrage of comments in the live chat to surge at an astonishing pace. I noted that the viewer count had eclipsed 10,000, hovering around 13,000. While this figure appears substantial in the grand tapestry of Huaxia, it is but a trifling number, a mere fraction compared to the legions of followers amassed by prominent online personalities. With one hand clutching my streaming device, I adjusted the camera on my brooch, shifting my gaze to seek an opportunity to depart. The hospital comprises 3 interconnected buildings, and I had previously discovered a hidden passage on the basement level. Coupled with Gu Bei's assertion that he entered through such a route, it stands to reason that there must be pathways leading to the outside world. Gu Bei and Zhang Heng ventured deep into the underbelly of the structure, where the risks escalate with each descending floor. Their chances of survival seem grim. From the outset, the notion of rescuing anyone was far from my mind. Merely escaping this intricate environment alive felt like an insurmountable feat. As for the tasks related to the live stream, I shall leave them to other hosts. This evening, I am not the sole host navigating the hospital's enigmatic corridors. However, my fellow broadcasters had ample time to prepare and concoct plausible identities. In contrast, I, in my haste to evade detection by the sect, only managed to escape from Shaji Xinyuan shortly after 10, further delaying my preparation. Among all the hosts, I am the most susceptible to exposure. With numerous adversaries lurking, caution is paramount. My hand brushed against the pocket containing Gu Tongtong's death certificate. I must secure that peachwood box. It belonged to Gu Tongtong, who perished 2 decades ago. Gu Bei has promised to retrieve it, and I must act swiftly before it is in his possession. The runes inscribed on the box are potent against malevolent forces, making it exceedingly difficult for evil entities to breach it. I am a decisive individual, and once an idea sparks, I promptly execute it. The newly emerged monstrosity has just crawled from the water tank, its form still dripping with residual liquid. With heightened vigilance, I should be able to detect their presence through the sound of water droplets. The corridor has regained its eerie stillness as I crouch behind the door, straining to catch any hint of movement. Just as I prepare to step out, I suddenly hear the splashing of water, seemingly emanating from behind me. Is someone there? I turn to face the edge of the pool, where a pallid visage lay, its cold gaze fixated on my back from within the shadows. A gasp escaped my lips as I stood frozen for several seconds, grappling with the realization. Lee, Isn't Gubei's wife already deceased? I personally examined her lifeless body, drained of blood and unmistakably beyond the veil of death. In matters of retribution, there exists a reckoning. I have come here to rescue your daughter. Even if you harbor resentment, do not unleash it upon me. A corpse's spirit may retain a fragment of awareness, and invoking the name of her dearest could perhaps stave off calamity. Having spoken, I cautiously approached the edge of the pool. The face of the female corpse remained unaltered, her chin pressed against the tiles. I was perplexed as to how she had emerged from the water basin. Had she truly come back to life? As I approached the side of the vehicle, I shifted my perspective, and to my horror, the corpse's face seemed to follow my movement. A chill ran down my spine, and I hastily took out my phone to seek assistance. Master Dao, the situation with this corpse differs significantly from what you described. No one responded in the live chat. Gathering my courage, I grasped the corpse's hair and turned her head to face another direction. However, as soon as I released my grip, her face began to move ever so slightly, as if she were preparing to bite me. Something was amiss. Her condition was unlike that of the other monsters. It appeared that only her head was capable of movement, indicating she had not transformed into a white fiend. The simplest method to detect a white fiend is to lift their robe and check for the presence of white hair. However, given the distinction between genders, the deceased deserved dignity. She was in a state of unconsciousness, her body marred with wounds but not flayed or animated, merely soaked in the liquid of the basin. Could this liquid be the catalyst for her resurrection? I retrieved several talismans from my pocket and affixed them to the corpse's forehead, chanting incantations. Before long, her head began to tremble faintly, and then, from her 7 orifices, delicate white worms emerged. What on earth were these? When I had previously decapitated a monster, similar white worms had crawled from its body. The silken creatures shrank and became nearly invisible to the naked eye as they departed the corpse. They scurried into the basin, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Had it not been for the head, adorned with talismans, resting beside the basin, I might have thought I was hallucinating. The worms vanished into the murky water, and an unprovoked sweat broke out on my brow. I recalled climbing atop the water tank's lid when the author had suddenly appeared, nearly causing me to fall inside. I had not anticipated that the water would be teeming with worms. A shiver coursed through me, prompting me to distance myself from the basin. When I first encountered Gubei, his lower body was wet, as if he had jumped into the trough. Had those worms already burrowed into him? I would need to be cautious when I saw Gubei again. He might have already succumbed to control by the dead. These worms bore a resemblance to the thread silk goo, yet with subtle differences. My thoughts drifted back to the live broadcast at Jiangxing Medical College, further affirming that this place might be connected to the dual-faced Buddha. What was the purpose behind the burial site and the pit of corpses? After tossing the corpse of Che Chili back into the basin, I pushed open the storeroom door and descended into the underground. I was well acquainted with the layout of these lower levels, navigating them without encountering any monsters. The ground still bore traces of water. At least 3 monsters had passed through recently. Soon, I returned to the entrance of the second morgue. This time, instead of entering directly, I employed my discerning eye to scrutinize every corner. The placement of the gurney had changed since my departure. It appeared that someone was inside. Chapter 628, Collaborating with the Tiger. The water stains had not vanished at the entrance of the second morgue, indicating that the monsters should have departed. Who, then, could be hiding within the room? After the encounter with the white fiend, I ceased to regard these terrifying and grotesque creatures as mere beasts of inferior intellect. Under the manipulation of their unseen master, they have become cunning and insidious. A moment's inattention could lead to falling into their traps. The talismans possess little efficacy against the malevolent energies of the undead, proving less useful than a sharp butcher's knife. My eyes narrowed, and my mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps I could lure the sect members here to let them engage in a ferocious battle against the dual-faced hound. Dispelling the thoughts swirling in my mind, I stepped cautiously into the second morgue. Outside, the iron bed used for washing and disinfecting corpses remained unchanged, but upon entering the inner room, I observed a different scene. The drawers had all been pulled out, seemingly examined one by one. Some of the internal axles were jammed, and the accompanying freezer had toppled over, indicating the immense strength of those monsters, strength that even I, having undergone multiple bodily enhancements, could not rival. The morgue lay in disarray, yet the monsters were nowhere to be seen. This was peculiar. Given the character of the unseen master, they would not easily concede defeat. Scattered across the floor were mottled water stains, suggesting that several creatures had been in this room before hastily departing. Observing the direction in which the stains faded, it became evident that all these monsters had fled deeper underground. What transpired in the depths below? Could it be that one among Zhang Hong, Gu Bei, and Chen Mo was masquerading as a live-streaming host? Had he engaged the monsters down there? The situation in the hospital was shrouded in mystery, and my thoughts were greatly restricted within this intricate web. Regardless of their motives, they were all competitors. Aside from the infant, the rest had damnable reasons to be here. Assured that no monsters lurked within the room, I relaxed my taut nerves and approached the innermost drawer of the morgue. Remarkably, I encountered no monsters along the way. It was almost too surreal to contemplate. Just as I finished my thought, an unusual sound echoed through the morgue, soft rustling, reminiscent of an infant's cries. No way. I wanted to slap myself. Why did I have to voice my concerns? Frozen in place, I infused my true energy into the acupoint behind my ear, carefully discerning the cries that seemed to emanate from all directions, eluding pinpoint localization. In the depths of the third ward, there existed two types of monsters: the white fiend, with which I had clashed, and a malevolent spirit that manipulated Chun Shirley's consciousness, leading her to self-destruction. The white fiend, born of corpse transformation, does not weep. Hence, the one lying in ambush for me must be the latter type of creature. While the white fiend is immensely powerful and exceedingly difficult to slay, the spirit is a different matter altogether. Having mastered the yin yang ghost technique to the realm of commanding spirits, I hardly regarded ordinary ghosts or vengeful spirits as threats. The crying was indeed pitiful, but to think that mere sounds could frighten me away was far from sufficient. Undeterred, I advanced towards the freezer against the wall. As the cries grew louder, closing in as if the entity were whispering directly in my ear, feigning supernatural abilities, I seized the last row of drawers and yanked with force, a nauseating stench assailing my senses. My gaze swept across the pile of tattered clothing, revealing a corpse of an infant the size of a soccer ball. Good heavens! I stumbled back, swiftly tossing out two talismans to seal the freezer's exit. My eyes fixed and my expression tense. When did this thing crawl in here? Amidst the tattered garments lay the skeletal remains of an infant, a stark contrast to the specimens found in hospitals. This diminutive corpse, emaciated and curled into a ball, was all the more terrifying for the inch-long white hair that adorned its surface. A creature of nightmares. The white fur on the monstrous being I had slain measured merely a third of that length. Yet this infant's hair was significantly longer. While the length of the hair may not directly correlate to strength, it serves as an indicator of the duration of its decay. This infant had succumbed to decomposition many years prior. My countenance grew grave, apprehensive that it might suddenly spring to life or launch an attack. Its small stature suggested a swift speed. We remained locked in a silent standoff for several heartbeats, with the corpse remaining motionless, save for the increasingly loud cries reverberating in the morgue. The dried corpse lay atop a peachwood box, and to retrieve the box, I would need to remove this ghastly entity. With an unexpected surge of courage, I grasped the foul-smelling, ragged clothing, intent on dislodging the infant's remains. Upon my hand's contact with the fabric, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. The curled-up infant began to extend its frail, bony fingers, its grotesque little head lifting towards me. Its features were contorted like withered blossoms, two disproportionately large eye sockets fixated upon me. It was so diminutive that even if it strained to raise its neck, my face remained obscured. If I was unperturbed by beings many times my size, why would I fear you? Resolutely, I gripped the tattered clothing and pulled with all my might, just as an ear-piercing shriek pierced the air behind me. Startled, I instinctively released my hold and rolled towards the wall. What was that? My heart racing, I turned to behold a gaunt little girl, appearing by the freezer. as if she had materialized from thin air. Her sparse, dry hair bore an unhealthy pale yellow hue, reminiscent of autumn leaves. She was no taller than my knees. Her complexion ghostly pale, with sunken eye sockets. Due to her tender age, the hospital had no appropriate attire for her, so she wore an ill-fitting white coat. Her legs resembling gnarled branches, marred and exposed, struggling to support her frail form. The girl appeared to be no more than 3 or 4 years old. Yet there was an absence of childhood innocence or charm. Instead, she exuded sorrow, pain, and a profound numbness. A wave of compassion washed over me at the sight of her. The infant's cries in the morgue had ceased, and the girl, with faltering steps, approached me. She moved slowly, stumbling after just 2 steps and collapsing onto the floor. "Are you human or ghost?" I pondered. Such a frail girl, even if she were a specter, posed little threat. However, experience had taught me to remain vigilant, as absolutes are rare. Just as I was about to move forward, I witnessed her hands pressing against the ground, and suddenly, she accelerated, her limbs propelling her swiftly towards me, seemingly intent on climbing onto my body. A malevolent spirit. In this close proximity, I had no time to react further. My fingertips brushed against the ghostly ring, summoning forth the weakened spirit. This spirit assisted in dispelling the talismans hidden within the peach pit, although it had yet to fully regain its strength. Nonetheless, it was no ordinary ghost. Its ferocity was palpable. Without my command, it lunged at the girl. Such a frightening little specter. The girl's ghost moved with astonishing swiftness, matching the malevolent spirit's speed, even utilizing the terrain to inflict additional wounds upon it. As I observed the malevolent spirit becoming increasingly insubstantial, my gaze shifted to the lifeless infant corpse on the shelf. Just as I was poised to act upon the infant's remains, the girl materialized, indicating that this infant corpse held great significance for her, possibly even being her true essence. I summoned the clumsy spirit to defend myself and swiftly advanced towards the last row of shelves. Realizing my intent, the girl screamed and charged towards me, but was thwarted by the malevolent and clumsy spirits, forced to watch as I lifted the tattered garment, grasped the lifeless neck of the corpse, and kicked away the head, rendering it unable to revive. It appeared that the head and spine were its vulnerabilities. I tightened my grip on the infant corpse's delicate neck, threatening to twist off its head, and the once fierce girl immediately became submissive. She lay on the ground, her oversized hospital gown cloaking her emaciated form, exuding an aura of helplessness and vulnerability. "This must be your true essence, is it not?" The infant corpse lay upon the peachwood box, and it dawned on me that the last shelf was indeed the transaction point between Gu Bei and the kidnapper. With this realization, many questions began to find their answers. Narrowing my eyes, I regarded the girl on the ground, pondering whether to call her Gu Tong Tong or the kidnapper. The cursed paper and the abduction case were undoubtedly orchestrated by her behind the scenes, correct? In response to my inquiry, the girl displayed a look of confusion, evidently not fully comprehending my words. Chapter 629. Trust. The girl's ghostly demeanor perplexed me. Logically, someone capable of devising a kidnapping scheme and cursed papers should possess a level of intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary person. How could she fail to engage in even the most fundamental exchange? Upon further observation, it became clear that the girl was not feigning ignorance. She genuinely did not grasp my words. Her compliance in lying on the ground stemmed solely from my grasp on her essence. Should her true form be destroyed, she would likely face annihilation. Under such a threat, her instinct was to yield. Perhaps I was overthinking. Situations akin to Wang Shi's were exceedingly rare. I instructed the malevolent and clumsy spirits to position themselves on either side of me as I maintained my grip on the corpse's neck, retrieving the peachwood box and slowly approaching the girl. I crouched down, opened the box, and placed the promised note before her, patiently pointing at the section designated for the donor. "You are Gu Tong Tong, are you not?" The girl remained unresponsive, merely expressing an intense yearning for the promised note. She stared at it, extending her frail hand, yearning to touch it yet hesitating, her nails digging into her flesh. Spirits lingering in the mortal realm often do so due to unresolved obsessions, and Gu Tong Tong's fixation appeared to revolve around this very promised note. She ought to have lived until the age of 10, but due to Gu Bei's mother's inconsistency, she underwent relentless chemotherapy, ultimately succumbing to pain and despair. Her simple life was saturated with suffering, enduring torment from birth without ever experiencing a moment of happiness or warmth. Observing the frail girl sprawled on the ground, Her ghostly form retained the appearance of her living self, gaunt and pitiful, evoking a sense of sorrow. The heavens have never been fair, and thus I have never placed my faith in them. Rather than pocketing the promise note, I retrieved Gu Tongtong's death certificate from my pocket, 2 yellowed sheets placed side by side. This time, the girl seemed to grasp my meaning. She trembled as she reached out, touching the death certificate and then pointing to herself. Indeed, it appears that you are Gu Tongtong. My anxious heart has finally settled as tonight's live broadcast has led me to seize a moment of agency, identifying the key figure responsible for distributing the cursed notes. Yet, her consciousness remains dormant, making communication exceedingly challenging. I refrained from touching the commitment letter on the ground, taking a few steps back to maintain a safe distance before retrieving my phone for the live stream. Is Master One here? I relayed the girl's situation within the broadcast, and the audience's opinions varied widely. Some urged me to eliminate her, deeming her a potential threat, while others expressed sympathy, suggesting I assist her in fulfilling her desires and guide her towards reincarnation. After a minute or two of deliberation, I finally spotted Master Wan's comment. This is a wandering spirit. Whether to kill or spare her is your decision. Wandering spirit? Master, could you elaborate? I cautiously stepped back further, keeping a watchful eye on the girl lying on the ground. You must have heard the term to act as a vassal for the tiger, right? Those consumed by tigers transform into wandering spirits, becoming the malevolent servants of the tiger, luring passers-by and loved ones to feed the beast. Such spirits are particularly insidious, as their actions betray a profound malice. Unlike a tiger, which refrains from consuming its own offspring, a wandering spirit can deceive its own children and parents into feeding the tiger. Having read Master Wan's commentary and gazing once more at the girl on the ground, I found myself hesitating. Master, this girl's significance is paramount. To kill her outright seems rather regrettable. Are you certain she is a wandering spirit? There are no tigers in this hospital, only pale corpses and earthly remains. Rest assured, I do not err. Wandering spirits are cultivated from the corpses of the deceased, requiring the blood of the living for their creation. In such desolate wilderness, where can one find the living? Thus, they rely on wandering spirits to lure unsuspecting individuals into their grasp. Upon reflection, Master Wan's reasoning held merit. Gu Tongtong's circumstances indeed mirrored this phenomenon. Had it not been for her, the couple, Gu Bei and his wife, would never have ventured into this haunted locale. Wandering spirits typically harbor deep-seated grievances. This hospital is home to many who did not meet their end by natural causes. Some were afflicted by ailments, struggling in their final moments, while others, upon learning of their terminal conditions, lost all hope, becoming mere shells awaiting death. It is only when faced with imminent demise that individuals cling desperately to the world, yearning for what they cannot attain, even though the outcome is predetermined. All obsessions transform into bitterness and resentment, buried deep within the earth. Such places easily breed wandering spirits, their nature altered to the point where they may even harm their closest kin. The cold glow of my phone screen illuminated my grip on the girl's physical form, my hand slowly tightening. Those who cultivate corpses here are cunning, well aware of the various traits of wandering spirits, which is why they nurture them in preparation for their grim work. After absorbing the commentary, I nodded, my gaze icy as my fingers tightened around the girl's emaciated neck. It was fragile, devoid of flesh, save for the jagged spine and the haunting white hair. Hesitation is futile. Wretched saint, if you do not slay her, I will unfollow and withdraw my support. Have some decency upstairs. If you cannot act decisively today, I shall never watch your broadcasts again. She is so pitiful. The live chat was a cacophony of perspectives, each individual perceiving the issue through their own lens, leading to inevitable discord and analysis. The true decision-maker lies within my desires. The malevolent spirit and the wicked ghost, who tightly control the girl's life and death at my whim. To speak candidly, after listening to the words of the Taoist priest, I once harbored thoughts of taking her life. However, upon reflection, I realized that Gu Tongtong's situation bears some distinctions from that of a wandering spirit. Her malevolence towards Gu Bei's family stemmed from resentment. Gu Bei's mother failed to uphold her promise, leading to Gu Tongtong being afflicted by illness and perishing in the hospital at the tender age of 3. This is the cause. Now, Gu Bei's daughter has also reached the age of 3, and Gu Tongtong has taken possession of her, using this opportunity to lure her family to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. This is the effect. With a cause and effect in mind, I shall not lean towards Gu Bei merely because he is alive, nor shall I harbor disdain for Gu Tongtong simply because she appears to be a spirit. Only through impartial contemplation can I arrive at a decision that does not betray my conscience. I gazed through the mask at the girl sprawled on the ground. She likely had never experienced joy. As the strength in my fingertips waned, I approached her and knelt down. I will not kill you, but you must assist me. I slipped the death certificate and the letter of commitment into the pocket of her tattered, foul-smelling garment, yet I did not loosen my grip on her neck. I can provide you with what you desire. I only ask that you help me find the one who compelled you to do these things. I repeated these words 4 or 5 times before she seemed to understand, nodding her head with a simplicity akin to that of a normal child. Her sunken eyes moved for a moment before she turned and walked toward the morgue exit. Have we reached an agreement? Are you certain you wish to collaborate with the spirit? In the live stream, the Taoist priest expressed his confusion through the comments. This is not in line with your previous demeanor. I am gaining a new perspective on you. I smiled faintly, offering no further explanation as I followed the girl. Instead of leading me towards the safety corridor, the girl guided me into an inconspicuous storeroom where a rusted lock hung from the door. I had visited this place before and left upon seeing the lock. The girl pointed at it, and I understood her intent. With a shake of the lock and a firm tug, the seemingly sturdy iron lock was easily pried open. The door swung open, and together with the girl, I entered the room. This storeroom was cluttered with debris, and compared to other rooms, there was merely a wooden board on the floor. Without needing her to prompt me, I lifted the board, revealing a hidden passage. The dark tunnel likely led down to the 4th underground level. I was uncertain if peril awaited below, and even with my phone's light, visibility remained poor. Let us take a gamble. I instructed the malevolent spirit and the girl to descend first, and after a brief moment, I followed suit. The wooden ladder was narrow and reeked of decay. Halfway down, I heard a gurgling sound. Does the passage connect to a water tank? Could Gu Tongtong intend to lead me directly to a monster's lair? As I continued, unease began to creep into my mind. Chapter 630, No Evil in Yongji. The ghostly arts communicated with the malevolent spirit, which detected no danger. Gritting my teeth, I quickened my pace, descending into the profound darkness along the dilapidated wooden ladder. After several seconds, my feet finally touched the ground, and I scanned my surroundings. It was an abandoned storeroom. The walls were painted white, and against one wall stood a massive iron water tank. In the basement, one would typically apply mold-resistant and moisture-proof coatings. However, here the walls were painted a stark white. As I gazed upon the pallid walls, they resembled the visage of a malevolent specter. Grasping the neck of the infant's lifeless form, I turned to the girl and inquired, "Do you know why the hospital is suffused with white? Why are the walls and floors entirely coated in this hue?" The girl's ghost, tilting her head and curling her frail body, remained silent for an interminable moment. Communication proved to be a formidable challenge. As I passed by the water tank, its lid sealed with a layer of iron, I heard the incessant gurgling within, akin to the sound of a starving belly. My curiosity beckoned me to ascend the iron box to inspect the water tank, a place that had long intrigued me. Yet, as I approached, the girl's ghost frantically waved her hands, positioning herself between me and the tank, her expression contorted in an unsettling manner, uttering incoherent sounds. Was the water tank perilous? The tank was sealed with iron. To enter, one would need to pry off that layer. Noticing the girl's resolute demeanor, I retracted my hand, opting to distance myself from the tank. Upon witnessing my retreat, the girl's expression softened, and she turned to lead the way ahead. Was she fearful for my safety? Not all humans are benevolent, and not all spirits are malevolent. Despite my instinctive belief that she was a wraith, an inexplicable sensation lingered, perhaps due to my training in the art of Enyang ghostcraft, granting me an unusual intuition regarding the supernatural. Her disheveled, withered hair cascaded behind her as she moved, her physique emaciated. She seemed unaccustomed to walking, her gait reminiscent of an infant just learning to take its first steps. Suffering from congenital leukemia, she had been undergoing treatment since birth, likely deprived of the opportunity to learn to walk. I placed my hand, imbued with a chill, gently upon her shoulder. She felt frail, as if beneath the loose hospital gown, there were only bones. Sensing the touch, the girl turned to glance at me, her eyes vacant. A mixture of confusion and fear etched upon her face. She immediately halted, frozen in place. The living and the dead are inherently distinct. I withdrew my hand, refraining from further contemplation, and continued to grasp the neck of her corporeal form. Together, we approached the storeroom's entrance. Peering outside, I discerned that the corridor bore no signage, leaving me uncertain of how many levels below ground we were. The wooden stairs were decayed, the entrance to the hidden passageway unadorned with tiles, rough and crude, suggesting it had been excavated later. The passage's terminus was the water tank, leading me to surmise that these secret tunnels had been dug within the hospital for the purpose of housing corpses. Lost in thought, I failed to notice until I neared the doorway that the girl's ghost had already halted in the corridor, shaking her head vigorously at me. What could this signify? I paused, concealing myself in the shadows, clutching the lifeless body tightly, stifling my presence. Before long, a faint white apparition darted down the corridor. It was an exceptionally tall, menacing figure. Its form was haphazardly wrapped in bandages, with cracked skin exposed, and a grotesque mane of white fur protruded from its body. Unlike the creatures that had crawled from the water tank, this one appeared stronger and more fearsome. Its demeanor towards the girl's ghost was equally perplexing, as a spectral aura enveloped it, and with a wave of its hand, it dismissed her, hastily departing. After the girl's ghost stood up, having waited for the white specter to depart, it seemed she was accustomed to such encounters. As I observed her babbling away to me, I finally emerged from the storeroom. Had this girl just saved me? She had forewarned me of the white specter's approach. Without her intervention, I might have found myself grappling with the specter deep underground. It would have been quite disadvantageous for me to engage without having found the puppeteer. Was her act of salvation merely a means of self-preservation, fearing that I might destroy her essence in a desperate struggle? Regardless of the reasoning, it remains an undeniable truth that the girl saved my life, and my trust in her was duly rewarded. The architectural complexity of the Third Ward's underground was bewildering. The deeper I ventured, the more the layout seemed to resemble an intricate formation. Every so often, peculiar characters, reminiscent of some lost talisman, adorned the stark white walls. With the girl's ghost leading the way, my confidence began to swell. In the darkness, I retrieved my phone, capturing the shapes of the characters on camera. Master Dao, are you still with me? Do you recognize these symbols on the wall? I inquired, hoping for a response. To my surprise, a reply came forth. These are archaic characters. My young friend, it is understandable if you cannot recognize them, given your lack of knowledge in the basics of feng shui. Your words are becoming increasingly sharp, I chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the trivialities as I moved a few steps further and snapped a picture of the next character. What does this one signify? I asked, having spotted numerous similar ancient characters, all pure white and subtly printed against the wall. You do not recognize such a simple character? It is the ancient form of the character for person, he replied. Is that so? I was merely uncertain, I mused, examining the character closely, which bore a striking resemblance to the modern version. Indeed, this area is a pit of countless corpses, fraught with peril. Without someone performing rites to seal it, it will affect the surroundings for miles. These characters likely form part of an ancient formation. As for their white hue, it might be due to the practitioner having used glutinous rice to grind the ink, he elucidated. Ah, I see. When the hospital relocated, they must have employed a skilled individual to perform rites here, leaving behind these characters, which have gradually lost their potency over the years, I reflected. Your breadth of knowledge is impressive, Master Dao. Could you assist me in deciphering the meanings of the remaining characters? I shamelessly requested, and he obliged, providing explanations as we traversed several meters. However, after examining the last character in the corridor, Master Dao unexpectedly vanished from the live stream. Master Dao, where are you? What has happened? The chat was filled with viewers' remarks, and despite my keen observation, I could not locate his commentary. I stood still as the girl's ghost gazed up at me vacantly. It was a couple of minutes before Master Dao reappeared in the live stream. Young man, you have encountered a malevolent force, he exclaimed. Encountered a malevolent force? I was taken aback. Master Dao, unlike Lu Banxian, rarely used exclamation points and typically maintained a calm demeanor. His unusual urgency piqued my interest. Master Dao, do you know what those characters form when read together? I pressed, my eyes glued to the phone screen. All living beings are ghosts. The law of burial lies within, eternally cycling and bringing peace without misfortune. The seemingly ordinary arrangement of Chinese characters unexpectedly generates a unique aura. I inhaled deeply. Could this sentence bear some special significance? Indeed, this phrase encapsulates the essence of the Zongjing, the classic of burial. The Taoist priest Wandao, undeterred by the barrage of comments from fellow viewers, continued to share his insights. A century ago, the first extraordinary book on feng shui, the Zongjing, was lost, leaving the world of feng shui incomplete. Many comprehend the principles of yin and yang, astronomy, the five elements, and divination, yet few grasp the intricacies of burial practices. Even I have only perused a fragmented copy in my early years. This text holds great importance, since fate has brought you to it. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Ignore the notion of uncremated bones and promptly return to transcribe every character along the way. The 9 scrolls of the green bag can ensure 3 lifetimes of burial. I never expected the Zongjing would be concealed in such a location. Remember, upon receiving news of the Zongjing, do not disclose it, lest you attract prying eyes. I gazed at Wan's comments with a wry smile. Realizing I could no longer keep this a secret, he had blurted it out before thousands of viewers. Upon my remark, Wan ceased his fervent commentary, leaving behind a single line. Young friend, do you reside in Jiang City? I shall visit in 3 days. Observing Wan's commanding message, I couldn't help but grimace. He had just broadcast my address to the world. Although the Zongjing is invaluable, I must survive the night to safeguard it. Under Wan's insistence, I captured the characters from the corridor's opposite side on camera. In burial, the left side represents the azure dragon, the right the white tiger, the front the vermilion bird, and the back the black tortoise. The black tortoise bows low while the vermilion bird soars, the azure dragon coils, and the white tiger submits. Inverting this formation leads to demise. Wan was engrossed in his study of the Zongjing, while I, gazing at the characters on the wall, felt a strange sense of familiarity. This sensation was not new. Where had I seen this before? Beneath bridge number 3, the crematorium bore similar inscriptions. Later, I learned from Yuan that the malevolent entities beneath the crematorium were sealed by their Qingtaguan. My eyes widened as I suddenly shoved my phone into my pocket, retreating to a corner to retrieve an ancient scripture from my inner pocket. This was the secret doctrine of the Qingtaguan, reputed to contain the locations of sealed malevolent entities throughout generations of the corpse-driving lineage. Was this truly the case? As I opened the first page, several familiar ancient characters met my gaze. All living beings are ghosts. The law of burial encompasses cycles of return, ensuring eternal peace without calamity. Comparing it to the subsequent characters, I grew increasingly astonished, my hands trembling as I held the book. It dawned on me that this book was indeed the Zongjing. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. I finally understood why Taoist Xianqing entrusted this scripture to me, a complete stranger to ancient characters, for safekeeping. Chapter 631, Emerging from the Zongjing. The text within the Zongjing differs from ancient Chinese characters, belonging to a special script circulated within a limited circle. Had I not encountered Wan, I would have likely remained oblivious to this secret for my entire life. Perhaps Taoist Xianqing recognized this potential and wished for me to guard it. In his final moments, he saw through the illusions of the world and relinquished his insistence on the lineage of corpse driving, hoping only that his sole disciple could lead a good life. Perhaps in his twilight, he regarded Yuan as his own child. The Zongjing is slender, weighing less than half a tael, yet it embodies the responsibilities of the corpse-driving lineage spanning countless generations. To possess it signifies shouldering the hopes of an entire sect. Master Xianqing, reluctant for Yuan to endure the burdens he himself bore, entrusted the burial scriptures to me, an outsider, without uttering a word. Wishing to bury everything within the depths of his heart, I still recall his words when I first visited the Qingta temple. He remarked that in the past, guiding the dead was to assist the impoverished in finding their way home. Yet in this modern era, such practices have lost their relevance. He spoke with a smile, perhaps hinting that the seed of this thought had taken root long ago. The foremost tome of geomancy has unexpectedly fallen into my hands. Master Wandao was indeed correct. This book bears tremendous significance, and it must remain a secret known only to me. Even as I retrieved the ancient text, I discreetly tucked my phone into my pocket, ensuring that the viewers in the live stream remained oblivious to my possession of this manuscript. Replacing the burial scriptures carefully, my thoughts began to race. Although I could not decipher the ancient characters, with Master Wandao's translation, I had no cause for concern. When he arrives in Jiangcheng in a few days, I could claim that the characters I observed were merely transcribed from the walls, thus seeking his guidance on the matter. The contents of the burial scriptures required utmost caution. My interactions with Master Wandao had been limited to the live stream. Prudence is never excessive. Should Master Wandao prove to be different from those sectarians, I might gradually share some of the insights from the burial scriptures. However, if he were akin to those sect practitioners, scheming to seize it from me, then not a whisper of this manuscript's existence could be divulged. Who could have anticipated that a tome, long lost for a century, would be concealed within the dilapidated Qingta temple? The unpredictability of fate astounds me. I muttered to myself, securing the ancient text, for it may yet prove invaluable. As I retrieved my phone once more, the live stream was abuzz with inquiries from viewers, including Master Wandao, about the earlier happenings. I offered vague reassurances and continued onward, following the girl's ghost, while also seeking Master Wandao's assistance in deciphering more ancient characters along the way. With each incantation spoken, Master Wandao grew increasingly animated, reflecting the exceptional nature of this text. The girl's ghost led the way, providing timely warnings, which allowed us to navigate perilously without incident, narrowly avoiding encounters with the white specters several times. After a brief interval, the sounds of fierce combat erupted ahead, accompanied by the chanting of spells and feral roars. Somewhat familiar, could it be Gu Bei and Zhang Heng? Given the time, they must have encountered the monsters since they had descended into the underground together. Since my entry, white specters had continuously raced in that direction. Could one of them truly be unable to handle Zhang Heng and Gu Bei? I stroked my chin, pondering the possibility that one among them might be a concealed live streamer, compelled by danger to reveal their true capabilities. The power that could summon an entire building's worth of white specters to aid this elder is indeed formidable. The thought of having once been in the presence of such a terrifying individual sent shivers down my spine. This person was adept at feigning weakness. Had they not been cornered by the white specters, they might have continued their charade until the live stream concluded. Who could it be? Gu Bei? Chinemo? Or perhaps Zhang Heng? Recalling Zhang Heng, who was incessantly filming with his DV camera, I found it peculiar. Whether or not he was a streamer, he warranted attention. Ahead, a fierce scuffle unfolded, and the girl's ghost hesitated in fear. Were there alternative paths? I gestured to her for quite some time before she comprehended, leading me into a storeroom where a colossal water tank stood. What have you brought me here for? I inquired, glancing at the spot where she stood, noting a wooden plank coated in white paint. As I approached and lifted the plank, I discovered yet another wooden ladder beneath it. How many layers lay beneath the third infirmary? As I squeezed into the dark passage, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, indicating someone was sprinting. The white specter moved soundlessly. It must be a living person. I allowed the ghostly girl to enter the passage first, then replaced the wooden plank, leaving a narrow gap. Perched on the ladder, I observed stealthily until the owner of the footsteps appeared. It was Zhang Heng. He dashed past the doorway, a DV hanging around his neck. Indeed, he was the one confronting the white specter. Before I could utter another word, another figure emerged from the corridor. Clad in a black suit, it was Gu Bei. This man had evidently forged some sort of alliance with Zhang Heng, as they were in cahoots. Yet, in the face of danger, Zhang Heng showed no inclination to assist him, racing ahead and leaving Gu Bei behind. Having lost his shoes, Gu Bei appeared injured. His chest heaved violently, and his steps grew increasingly labored. In a panic, he stumbled into the storeroom, turning sharply. As the door slammed shut, he braced himself against it, his face marred by what seemed to be tears or perhaps a sticky concoction, rendering him quite disheveled. When two selfish individuals unite, they must always be prepared for abandonment. In his frenzy, Gu Bei failed to notice the existence of the passage. At that moment, his efforts to hold the door were merely a futile delay against death. Concealed within the passage, I bore witness to the unfolding chaos. To speak up might invite peril, yet remaining silent would surely lead to his demise. Once, when I had placed a letter of promise in the No. 2 morgue, he had told me not to touch him with hands that had felt human skin. I had retorted, stating that even in the face of life and death, I would not extend my hand to assist him. At the time, it had been mere words, but I never anticipated it would soon become reality. In the fleeting seconds of my contemplation, an astonishing change transpired within the room. The once silent water tank began to gurgle ominously, the sound escalating until it rattled the rust from the iron casing above. What is happening? Both Gu Bei and I diverted our gazes to the water tank. Moments later, a violent thud emanated from within, akin to several large fish thrashing about. Thud, thud. The noise sent unease rippling through me, even as I remained hidden in the passage, let alone Gu Bei, who stood by the door, his calves trembling yet unwilling to flee. Suddenly, the crashing intensified, a tremendous force lifting the iron sheet atop the tank. Something was emerging. My eyes were glued to the tank. It was my first encounter with such a transformation. With a splash, wet, dark hair, reminiscent of murky water weeds, surged forth from the tank's opening, clinging to the face and obscuring the features, revealing only a pair of sunken eyes peering through the strands. The waterlogged, pallid visage, juxtaposed with black hair, created a stark contrast. That face slowly emerged from the liquid, revealing a forehead, a bridge of the nose, and a gaping mouth, with hair clinging grotesquely to the flesh. The most terrifying aspect was that this monstrous face bore no human skin. I held my breath, my pupils constricting, while Gubei, standing at the door, was utterly paralyzed by fear. Viscous liquid and droplets cascaded from that face as a pair of disproportionately large hands gripped the edge of the tank. The creature's arm gradually exerted force, dragging its hideous, grotesque body from the water. It possessed a humanoid shape, yet it resembled a beast, supported by elongated limbs. From my vantage point, it appeared as a colossal, shell-less human spider. My heart trembled, and the air entering my lungs felt frigid. Was this the white fiend? As the creature descended from the tank, its limbs were significantly thinner than a human's, yet long and robust. The distance of a few meters vanished in an instant. Without a sound, fear spread silently as the face obscured by black hair contorted into a bizarre angle, pressing towards Gubei. Was this the end? The scene before me exceeded my imagination, but the more terrifying events were only just beginning. Within the tank, the liquid splashed against the exposed metal, revealing a series of drenched heads emerging. Simultaneously, through the glass of the warehouse door, I could see figures wrapped in bandages and clad in patient gowns blocking the corridor outside, their faces pressed against the small glass window, distorted and grotesque. And soon the glass shattered, hands reaching in. Gubei, hiding at the door, had all strength sapped by fear, his face ashen until he was seized by the creature, at which point he began to thrash about in desperation. He screamed, roared, and pleaded, expending the last vestiges of strength in his blood, but the outcome was already sealed. The spider-like monster ensnared him effortlessly, leaping back into the tank with him. All cries and screams were drowned in the liquid, and before long, the warehouse was left with only the sound of bubbling. This sound was both familiar and terrifying, akin to the growl of a hungry stomach or the desperate cries of a drowning person. The monsters in the corridor did not enter. They hurried away, seemingly intent on pursuing Zhang Hong. The warehouse door stood ajar, glass shattered across the floor, and the noises emanating from the tank gradually subsided after a few minutes. The room fell into a profound silence. Who could have foreseen such horrific events had transpired here just moments ago? I took a deep breath, moving my stiff body, unwilling to linger in this place. Chapter 632. The soul innocent. As I closed the wooden board, I descended the wooden ladder, feeling a wave of faintness wash over me as my feet met solid ground, my mind flooded with images of those spider-like creatures. If I failed to find the girl's spirit, I might be the next to be cornered into despair. Recalling Gubei's helplessness and terror as he was dragged into the tank sent a shiver down my spine. Even if I were in his place, there would be no hope of escape. Once submerged in that tank, I had no idea whether Gubei would become a monster or mere sustenance. The method of corpse nurturing in the hospital diverges significantly from the one introduced by the Taoist priest, as they do not inter the coffin within the earth to harness the energies of the ground and the corpse. Instead, they place it in a sealed water tank, employing an unknown liquid for its care. Speaking of the liquid, I reached into my pocket, where I had retained 3 syringes extracted from the plastic doll of the writer, carrying them with me all along, albeit without comprehending their purpose. If the liquid within the hospital's tank were to pose a threat, the writer, as the guardian, would undoubtedly take precautions. The scent and hue of these 3 vials differ from that of the tank's contents, suggesting they may not be poison, but rather an antidote. Of course, this remains merely a hypothesis. Further clues are required for substantiation. Standing upright, I scanned my surroundings. The ceiling loomed at a height of 2.5 meters, while the wooden ladder exceeded 4 meters in length. Having traversed the secret passage twice, I deduced that I must be on the 6th or 7th underground level. This area appeared to be unfinished, with no tiles on the ground, merely compacted earth, and the walls were rather rudimentary. This level was likely unearthed by those who practice corpse nurturing. However, I found it peculiar that the walls, bleached in hue, were not coated with white paint, yet still bore a pale shade. As I approached to touch the earthen wall, the ghostly girl suddenly positioned herself between me and the surface, shaking her head in disapproval. Her obstruction only fueled my curiosity. Why was the hospital predominantly white? The hint provided by the showcase indeed resonated throughout my experience, though it remained exceedingly challenging to decipher. The girl's actions undoubtedly stemmed from her own motives. And for the moment, I wished to avoid conflict. Retracting my hand and averting my gaze, I discreetly picked up a stone and tossed it against the wall. The stone struck the surface, producing a soft sound, and to my astonishment, the pale wall began to release fine strands, reminiscent of a loosened skein from deep within its structure. I watched intently as these filaments emerged. I had previously encountered them on the corpse of Che Chili. When I applied a talisman to her forehead, these white, hair-like creatures crawled out from her orifices, subsequently disappearing into the water basin. The pale wall and the white worms. Suddenly, I turned to observe the extending corridor. It was entirely bathed in a pale hue, and more alarmingly, the predominant color I had witnessed since entering the hospital was white. Everything was painted white, the tiles, the porcelain, all in this singular shade. Perhaps I was overthinking. It was unlikely that everything was infested with worms. The moment the stone fell, those delicate threads seemed to vanish, retreating into the wall. After witnessing this, I regarded the walls flanking me, inexplicably covered in goosebumps, compelling me to tread carefully. After a prolonged passage of over 10 minutes, I finally emerged into the first room. It resembled a space abandoned mid-construction. The door was narrow, not akin to those of a warehouse for goods, but rather reminiscent of a solitary duty room. I cautiously attempted to push the door open, and the girl made no effort to impede me, emboldening my resolve. The sign on the door read dispatch room, though the lettering was somewhat obscured, allowing me to discern only fragments. Upon entering, I found simple tables, chairs, and a bookshelf within. To my astonishment, the items in this room were not white. The craftsmanship was crude, as if the furniture had been fashioned from locally sourced materials. What is this? Approaching the table, I discovered blueprints and a compass laid upon it. The drawing was brought in by someone. If it were something from years past, it would likely have long since decayed. I refrained from touching it directly, using my clothing to gently unfold it. The paper depicted an immense formation. 3 towering mountains pressed against the 3 talents positioned like snarling fangs, intricately illustrated with numerous details, including the courses of rivers and landscapes, as well as the celestial paths of the sun, moon, and the Big Dipper. In short, it left me feeling lightheaded. What purpose does this room serve? The girl's spirit dared not enter, lingering outside, instinctively fearful of the space. What was she afraid of? Dismissing my thoughts, I aimed my phone at the drawing on the table. Master Dao, this paper is filled with sketches. Do you understand what it signifies? Due to the emergence of the burial scriptures, Master Dao had been attentively watching me in the live stream. Isn't there a compass beside me? The drawing is a dragon-seeking chart crafted by a geomancer, determining the feng shui arrangement through the positioning of mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, and constellations. Be cautious. A geomancer who can create a dragon-seeking chart is not to be trifled with. A dragon-seeking chart? Does this place conceal treasures? I stared at the drawing for quite some time, but discerned nothing. Master Dao remarked, an uncarvable piece of wood cannot be sculpted. What treasure here could surpass the burial scriptures or the incorruptible bones? The purpose of the dragon-seeking chart is to pinpoint the location of the incorruptible bones while continuously augmenting the corpse energy, earth energy, and resentment to stabilize the feng shui arrangement. Explaining this to you would be akin to playing music to a cow. Upon noticing my bewildered expression, Master Dao decisively fell silent. The compass is an instrument utilized by geomancers for measurement. I recognized this. Thus, this room must have once been occupied by the unseen puppeteer. I touched the compass with the back of my hand. It was icy and sent shivers through me. It appeared ordinary, yet it felt heavy, heavier than the Chu Palace compass I had seized from Lu Jin. This item must be considered a treasure, right? I mused, thinking that I shouldn't leave empty-handed from my enemy's domain. However, before I could tuck the compass into my clothing, Master Dao's message appeared. It's best not to recklessly handle a geomancer's belongings. Taking their items entwines your fate with theirs. It would be all too easy for them to bring harm upon you. Before I could finish reading the message, I sensed something amiss in my hand. Looking down, I noticed a half-finger-tall paper figure emerging from beneath the dark compass. Perhaps my guilty conscience was playing tricks on me. but I distinctly saw the paper figure smile at me before it slipped directly into my clothing. What on earth? I removed my outer garment and searched my entire body, finding no trace of the paper figure. I could only seek help from the live stream. Did anyone just see a paper figure crawl out from beneath the compass? Geomancers' belongings are not easily taken. Their methods are as varied as they are peculiar. The paper figure was likely a contingency left by them. Perhaps when I reach Jiangxing in a few days, I can assist you in deciphering it, Master Dao suggested, seemingly at a loss. Holding the heavy compass, I felt it was akin to a hot potato. The presence of the paper figure hidden beneath it was truly sinister. Mentioning the paper figure reminded me of the mysterious Mr. Paper from Zenhoshi. He is a geomancer under the dual-faced Buddha, and everything here could very well be his design. With the paper figure having vanished into my body, I thought it best to embrace the chaos, grasping the compass in my hand. Although I lacked knowledge of its use, its weight made it a formidable tool in a critical moment. My gaze returned to the detailed map of the dragon-seeking chart, which delineated a total of 9 layers. The inscription at the very bottom read Ming Kai Jiu Chong, along with the phrase not dead, not decayed. Does this imply that the remains lie buried 9 layers beneath? I found it hard to believe that I had only reached the 7th layer, while this building boasts a full 9 levels underground. The construction of subterranean structures is notoriously complex. I was already astonished upon reaching the 4th layer, yet little did I know that we hadn't even approached the halfway mark. Folding the map and tucking it into my pocket, I felt indecisive. To be honest, after witnessing Gu Bei's demise, my resolve had begun to wane. In this live broadcast, I had neither taken a life nor saved one, and my accrued points would likely be minimal. Nevertheless, survival remained paramount. I cast my gaze towards the girl's ghost outside the door. For some reason, I felt a surge of pity for her. She could easily escape, yet she seemed trapped. Stepping out of the room, I raised my ghostly ring and said, "Shall we leave together?" The girl tilted her head, not comprehending my intent, and pointed ahead as if indicating the location I sought was close at hand. I resolved to search only this layer. If I found nothing, I would withdraw immediately. No longer hesitating, I followed the girl's ghost through the pitch-black corridor. After a short distance, my ears detected a faint sound, reminiscent of a child's voice. Glancing down at the girl, I noticed she remained silent. What could this mean? I followed her closely, sensing that something was amiss. Had the girl's spirit misinterpreted my intentions due to her lack of awareness? As the voices grew clearer, my unease intensified. Upon rounding a corner, I spotted a faint beam of light emanating from a room. Light? Could there be a living person? The girl halted at the doorway, beckoning me with her hand. Unsure of her meaning, I cautiously pushed the door open. Inside, a lamp similar to the one previously used by the writer rested on the table. Could this be the dwelling of the mastermind? Before I could gather my thoughts, an unusual noise erupted from beneath the table, as if someone's head had inadvertently bumped against the tabletop. Who's there? Come out. I retreated a step, fixing my gaze on that direction. In a moment, a small girl, around 2 or 3 years of age, crawled out from beneath the table. She wore a princess dress smeared with dirt, her small, cat-scratched hands gently gripping the table as she peeked out, her large, expressive eyes brimming with tears. What? At the sight of this girl, my mind flashed back to the missing person notice I had seen in Gu Bei's car. The porcelain-like child before me was none other than Gu Bei's daughter. Chapter 633, Stealing a Bone, Part 1, Gu Tongtong? I stared in astonishment at the little girl hiding beneath the table. I had sensed something was amiss. Why had the ghost led me here? My quest was to uncover the true culprit behind the scenes, not to rescue a defenseless 3-year-old. The reward for saving an innocent was 10 points, but had I known the dangers lurking in the hospital, I would have felt elated to meet the girl. However, after witnessing the horrors within, I was barely able to ensure my own safety, let alone escort a burden to freedom. A bitter smile graced my face as I recalled the description of Gu Tongtong in the missing persons notice. This child, merely 3 years old, was just beginning to run. The most pressing concern, however, was not the inconvenience of bringing her along, but rather the dread of what might occur if danger arose and silence was paramount. What if she began to wail incessantly? Would I abandon her to the white beast? As I gazed into her large, innocent eyes and observed her timid grip on the table leg, my heart softened. I resolved to act as if I had not seen her. Yet, after taking a few steps, I found myself inexplicably turning back for one last glance. The little girl's lips trembled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Resembling a forsaken kitten, The minions of the dual-faced demon were all twisted murderers like Luxing. Leaving her here would be akin to pushing her into the flames. My mind flashed with images of skinned monstrosities, and I recalled the tragic fates of her parents. In a single night, she had become an orphan, the world's misfortunes converging upon her, while she remained utterly blameless. As I hesitated, the ghost of a girl approached Gu Tongtong, her frail hand brushing away the tears from the child's eyes. It seemed Gu Tongtong was already aware of the ghost's presence. Upon seeing her, the child visibly relaxed. I could hardly believe the scene unfolding before me. This bond between the living and the spectral was not as I had envisioned. The ghost grasped Gu Tongtong's arm with one hand and pointed at me with the other, as if persuading her. After several seconds of the ghost's encouragement, astonishingly, Gu Tongtong stepped out from behind the table. "Can you see ghosts?" I gasped in disbelief. This child had evidently developed a third eye, likely due to her frequent encounters with spirits. Children possess the ability to perceive what adults cannot, a gift that typically fades by the age of 3. Soon, the ghost and Gu Tongtong walked side by side towards me. At this juncture, I found myself devoid of excuses to retreat. The little girl tilted her head back, reaching only to my knee, appearing diminutive. We exchanged wide-eyed stares, creating an awkward atmosphere in the room. Moments later, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to my unapproachable appearance or some other factor, tears began to well up in her eyes once more. "Don't cry. If you do, I shall leave you here," I warned, fully aware that threats were ineffective against a child who understood nothing. I crouched down, intending to comfort her, but soon realized I had no idea how to soothe the child. Clumsy and uncertain, I ultimately relied on the ghost to provide the necessary comfort. It seemed the girl was more afraid of the living than the dead. I felt exasperated, unsure of where I had gone wrong. I contemplated abandoning her, yet my conscience struggled against the idea. "I can take you away, but you must promise to be good and not cry, all right?" Gu Tongtong blinked at me. Ignoring the terrifying environment surrounding us, she appeared quite endearing. I reached out, attempting to pat her head in a manner similar to the ghost, but she recoiled, evading my touch. Eventually, recognizing that escape was futile, she resigned herself, closing her beautiful eyes and standing as tall as she could. Seeing the disdainful expression fleetingly across her face elicited a chuckle from me, and I scooped her up, tucking her under my arm. How light she was! I shook the little one gently, and the sensation was akin to cradling a small pet. Just as I was about to speak, a sudden sharp pain pierced my fingertip. Looking down, I discovered that the young girl seemed displeased with her treatment and had bitten my ring finger. Her spirited nature was commendable. I preferred a character that would resist rather than one that cowered in fear. After extricating my finger from Gu Tongtong's mouth, I shook my hand to regain my composure. She was undoubtedly the innocent party, and as long as I could escort her out and endure until the live broadcast concluded, I would be rewarded with 10 points, equivalent to having eliminated a show host. With her in tow, I realized that continuing to take risks was no longer prudent. Preserving my current achievements was paramount, for a life was at stake. Given my unique circumstances, I pondered how to ensure her safety once we escaped. The Orthodox sect had me in their sights, and if I wished to remain inconspicuous, I would have to return to the Century New Garden, which meant entrusting this girl to someone else's care. I needed to find an individual I could absolutely rely on for assistance. Casting a glance at the girl I held by the hand, I felt a wave of trepidation. In Jiangcheng, my circle of trustworthy individuals was limited, yet Uncle Xie, with his down-to-earth disposition, could be one. Initially, I had considered Tai Ningxiang, but a disquieting vision from the dream world left me uneasy. I resolved to escape first and contemplate these matters later. As I reached the doorway and turned back, I was startled to find the girl's ghostly form trailing behind me, evoking a sense of confusion. Was she worried? Could humans and spirits forge a friendship? The girl's ghostly intellect seemed undeveloped, acting solely on instinct. Perhaps she was inherently a benevolent spirit. "I will ensure your escape," I assured her. "If you fear for your safety, I can take you with me. Following me is far preferable to remaining here as a pawn, continuing to harm others." As I contemplated persuading the girl, a detail struck me. Before entering the room, I had heard Gu Tongtong's voice, as if she were conversing with someone. Furthermore, the girl, who appeared timid and nearly cried upon seeing me, had no traces of tears on her face despite being alone in such a terrifying place. This was exceedingly abnormal. There must be others still inside the room. My arms stiffened slightly as I covertly glanced at Gu Tongtong, who was staring at a particular corner of the room, where there seemed to be nothing. The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre, and to ensure I overlooked nothing, I summoned my true energy and employed my discerning eye to scrutinize the corner. A hint of crimson flickered in my gaze, dispelling illusions, and the scene before me shifted dramatically. Bang! I abruptly turned, my back against the door, as if facing an impending threat. I was not being overly dramatic. The interior was overwhelmingly horrifying. Before utilizing my discerning eye, I had not anticipated that the room was teeming with people. With the command of yin and yang, I swiftly invoked a spell, exuding an aura that commanded the spirits of the 5 directions. My eyes glowed a terrifying red. "Do not move," I ordered. Inside the small wooden house stood over a dozen incomplete phantoms. Their forms were less substantial than that of the girl's ghost. Yet there was no doubt that these entities were all spirits. Clad in blue and white hospital gowns intended for the gravely ill, their faces were pale, emaciated, and bore the countenance of death. Were they all revenants? I raised my brows and scrutinized these spirits, who appeared to be patients that had perished in the hospital many years ago. Their lingering resentment, intertwined with a profound yearning for life and an overwhelming fear of death, had manifested into an unresolvable obsession. After their demise, this fixation ultimately transformed them into earthbound spirits, entities tethered to a specific location. I had never encountered a zhangguo, a type of ghost, and was uncertain of its true form. However, based on the Taoist description, such a spirit was said to be cunning and malevolent. Yet, the earthbound spirits before me bore no resemblance to such treachery. Instead, they emanated an overwhelming sense of despair and numbness. Their current state resembled that of individuals undergoing late-stage cancer treatment. Observing their emaciated arms and the hair lost to countless chemotherapy sessions, I could see that the disease had ravaged their bodies, leaving only dry skin to barely envelop their pitiable souls. After a few moments of confrontation with the spirits within the room, the earthbound spirits gradually parted, revealing a young woman who emerged in the direction that Gu Tongtong had been observing. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, yet she was distinctly different from the other spirits. Clad in a patient-esque gown, her figure was voluptuous, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. In both complexion and demeanor, she bore no resemblance to a cancer patient. Rather, she seemed scarcely like a remnant soul. I formed a hand seal and silently recited an incantation. Perhaps sensing a threat, the woman halted 2 meters away from me, gesturing with her hand and slowly crouching down. Before I could comprehend the situation, I felt a sharp bite on my arm. Frowning, I glanced at Gu Tongtong, who resembled a little tiger attempting to wriggle free from my embrace. She was not her mother. Noticing the woman bore no malice towards Gu Tongtong, I relaxed my grip. The little one swiftly darted to the woman's side, standing unafraid amidst the throng of earthbound spirits. Had this foolish girl spent too much time among the ghostly figures, to the point of believing herself one of them? The middle-aged woman affectionately stroked Gu Tongtong's head, and the surrounding gaunt spirits seemed to experience a flicker of relief, their numbness and despair momentarily dissipating. They encircled Gu Tongtong, obstructing my view. Before long, when Gu Tongtong emerged once more, she clutched a yellowed medical record. "Is this what they gave you?" The earthbound spirits gradually receded, leaving only myself, Gu Tongtong, and the girl's spirit in the room. I took the medical record from Gu Tongtong's hand, and upon reading the first line, cold sweat began to trickle down my back. Wang Wunan, stage 3 lung cancer. Beside the Chinese characters was a black and white photograph of a man who was unmistakably the writer. Chapter 634, Stealing a Bone, Part 2. It turned out the writer's true name was Wang Wu. I scrutinized the photograph, noting that the man's appearance bore little change compared to the writer of today. This medical record was dated 20 years ago. How could the black and white photograph be an exact likeness of the current writer? After 2 decades, he should have aged significantly. There exists no magic to preserve eternal youth. The fact that the writer's appearance had remained unchanged over 20 years suggested he was no longer an ordinary living being. I recalled my earlier attempts to probe him, using negative energy that pierced his meridians, yet he had shown no response. This individual may very well be a corpse. At first glance, the writer appears no different from an ordinary person. However, he possesses the uncanny ability to navigate in darkness and tread silently, traits strikingly reminiscent of a specter. It is no wonder he regards a plastic doll as his wife. In essence, he is merely a puppet cloaked in human skin. The writer was the first to discover me. and his purpose in remaining at the hospital seems to be that of a sentinel, guarding the sordid truths orchestrated by the puppeteer behind the scenes. Through the medical records, I gleaned numerous clues. Given the medical standards of the time, late-stage lung cancer was deemed untreatable, thus prompting contemplation on the reasons for the writer's continued existence. He must have forged some sinister pact with the two-faced Buddha, for he is undoubtedly the true accomplice in this malevolence. As I tucked away the medical records, I cast a glance at the desolate room, where the lingering spirits had long since dissipated. Why did they choose to assist me? Was it merely out of regard for this little one? With one hand, I hoisted Gu Tong Tong, her form coated in dust and dirt, yet her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly vitality. An entity of her caliber transcended my abilities, and I was acutely aware of my limitations. A sense of retreat began to settle in. I was not only concerned for my own life, but also for Gu Tong Tong's well-being. I placed the girl's ghostly essence upon the table. To be frank, I had never intended to harm her. Upon exiting the room, I quickened my pace, intending to retrace my steps. However, as I entered the storeroom connected to the secret passage, I was suddenly startled by a series of ominous thuds. Thud, thud, thud. It was as though a vengeful spirit had come knocking at the door. Upon closer inspection, the death knell of that insistent knocking emanated from the water tank. Was a creature within attempting to break free? The thought of those spider-like monstrosities sent chills down my spine, rendering me frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Rust flaked off as dust swirled around the water tank, and the iron lid began to rattle violently. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I hastily retreated from the storeroom. Just as I stepped out, the iron lid of the water tank was forcefully lifted, splattering a strange, odorous liquid everywhere. Could it not remain still for but a moment? As I stumbled back, the girl's ghost had not left. She remained vigilant, watching me and Gu Tong Tong, and when she saw us retreat, she beckoned from the corridor. I wiped the liquid from my arm, inadvertently splattered, and hurried after her. Were there other exits besides this secret passage? The girl's spirit disregarded my inquiries, leading me into another storeroom. The water tank and wooden ladder within bore an almost identical arrangement to the previous storeroom. The only distinction was the water tank here emitted only a faint bubbling sound, suggesting the slumbering beast within had yet to awaken fully. Was this the way out? As I reached the center of the room and lifted the wooden planks from the floor, I was utterly taken aback. This passage led deeper underground, not upwards. You have misunderstood my intent. I do not seek the true culprit behind the scenes. Do you know the way back to the surface? I flailed my arms in a panic, attempting to communicate with the girl's spirit, but she remained unfazed. Her emaciated finger pointed resolutely towards the entrance of the passage, nodding insistently at me. The sounds emanating from the water tank nearby gradually intensified, the metal shell rattling violently. Just as misfortune would have it, a sudden downpour began, and the corridor was filled with the frantic sound of dripping water. It seemed that the creature from the storeroom had emerged, racing through the hallway. I was truly ensnared by your folly. My only recourse was to retreat into the dark passage and evade the impending calamity. Engaging the creature directly was not an option. Facing one or two might be manageable, but I dreaded the thought of encountering a horde, akin to what Gu Bei had experienced, overwhelming me from all sides with no escape in sight. Come here, I instructed, grasping the collar of Gu Tong Tong's garment. The little one, frightened, clung to my arm like a koala, and I whispered, "Do not make a sound, understood?" I lifted the wooden plank, allowing the ghostly girl to enter first before I followed suit. A narrow gap remained, and I pressed my body against the ladder, keenly observing the situation outside with discernment. In my estimation, the creature in the water tank was still in a state of development, not fully matured. Yet, the puppeteer behind it was forcing them out, indicating that he too was in dire straits and needed to muster greater strength. I could bide my time until those monsters vacated the premises, then retrace my steps to the surface. Their conflicts were of no concern to me. Preserving my own life was paramount. Moreover, having rescued Gu Tong Tong, I felt a degree of satisfaction with my conscience. This place was treacherous, and should I manage to escape, I could lure the sect members here to engage in a deadly struggle. However, the unfolding events were diverging from my expectations. Through the narrow crack in the wood, I distinctly observed a partially formed creature crawling from the storeroom door, sending chills down my spine. A multitude of grotesque, injured hands and feet emerged from outside the door, a number so vast that it was utterly despairing. How much longer would this continue? I was curious about the adversary that had forced the puppeteer to summon such a horde. Who among the living dead possessed such formidable prowess? In truth, I surmised that it must be another broadcaster from this live-streaming event who had stirred this chaos. The dual-faced demon was indeed unfortunate. A single broadcaster was already enough to pose a threat. This particular showcase had even released a multi-participant task, indicating that beyond myself and Shinjioga, at least one other broadcaster was present. Yet, to summon so many monsters and for the white fiends to surround him without his demise was an impressive feat indeed. As I marveled at this, a sense of dread washed over me. Such a terrifying individual could have once been hiding in my midst. However, it was fortuitous that he attracted the puppeteer's attention. I could seize this opportunity to escape. After an extended period, the sound of dripping water continued to echo in the corridor. I dared not act impulsively, choosing instead to remain in waiting. More than a minute later, a transformation occurred in the water tank within the storeroom. With a thunderous crash, the top of the tank was flung off, crashing heavily onto the ground not far from the dark passage, startling me. As I regained my composure and began to observe, an unforgettable and terrifying scene unfolded before my eyes. One by one, molting humanoid creatures emerged from the 2-meter-high tank, their bodies devoid of excess muscle or fat, resembling skeletons yet akin to arthropods. The pungent medicinal liquid clung to my body as I crawled along the ground like a beast, my limbs straining against the weight. Their sparse hair mostly revealed grotesque scars. It was difficult to fathom that such a multitude of monsters could be concealed within a single water tank. As I watched these terrifying figures scuttle past me, I suddenly understood why the first monster I encountered had draped me in a patient-esque garb and bound my body in bandages. The true visage of these creatures must remain concealed. Even a mere glimpse of their existence would incite a tremendous uproar. The pit of corpses was indeed aptly named. Having held Gu Tong Tong for an extended period with one hand, my arm began to numb, prompting a desire to switch hands. As my body shifted, the creaking of the dilapidated wooden ladder emitted a barely perceptible sound. Creak. The noise was faint, drowned amidst the splashes of the medicinal liquid, largely unnoticed by the monsters, save for one lurking near the dark passage, which seemed to sense something amiss. Uncertain if I had been detected, I froze on the ladder, my gaze fixed intently ahead. Due to my vantage point, I could only discern the lower half of the creature and its limbs. A sense of dread washed over me as the grotesquely deformed hand of the monster approached the entrance to the dark passage, each rise and fall of its palm drawing nearer. Its damp palm left dark imprints upon the ground, resembling a sinister and bizarre grin. When its hand paused within mere centimeters of the wooden planks, it lifted once more. 1 second, 2 seconds, my heartbeat seemed to halt, and I instinctively clenched my jaw. My eyes strained to their limits, peering through the gaps in the planks, but my view was severely restricted. From my position, it appeared that the number of monsters in the storeroom was dwindling. They seemed to have departed. Had they left? My anxious heart began to settle as I reassured myself that they were mere puppets, devoid of any intelligence. Just as I was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, a drop of murky medicinal liquid suddenly fell from the edge of the plank, landing squarely on my nose, sending a chill through my body and causing my heart to race. Medicinal liquid? This was bad. In an instant, I lowered my head. Bang! The wooden plank above me was abruptly yanked away, revealing a horrifying visage, completely deformed and devoid of skin, hovering directly above me. The dripping medicinal liquid cascaded into the dark passage as I tensed, decisively releasing my grip on the ladder. I cradled Gu Tong Tong against my chest and leaped into the vertical dark passage, glancing upwards. I was nearly a second too late. The monster's half-body had already penetrated the passage, its claws outstretched, fierce and menacing. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift. The dark passage in the hospital was likely a contingency plan devised by the corpse controllers to prevent the white fiends from spiraling out of control. Once reanimated, the corpses were significantly larger than normal and could not navigate the passage, forced instead to traverse the corridors. Chapter 635, Stealing a Bone, Part 2. Bang. The dark passage dropped nearly 3 meters straight down, and upon landing, my feet tingled and my leg bones ached. I bent my body to absorb the impact as I descended, using my form to shield Gu Tong Tong, preventing her from colliding with the walls, resulting in multiple abrasions upon my own body. I tossed her aside and began to inspect my injuries. They were not severe, merely superficial scrapes. With an expression of innocence, Gu Tong Tong scrambled to her feet. Hearing the eerie sounds emanating from above the secret passage, she edged closer to me, revealing a hint of fear. That was a close call. I utilized my discerning gaze to look up, and the monster remained, its front half wedged stubbornly at the entrance of the passage, desperately attempting to squeeze itself inside, its bones contorted from the pressure. The exit was now blocked. What should I do? Bracing myself against the wall, I rose and glanced at the ghostly girl. It could be said that my current predicament was her doing, and I found myself regretting having returned her corporeal form. Was she leading me and Gu Tong Tong to our doom? The most exasperating aspect of the ghostly girl was her lack of comprehension and inability to read the room. Despite my hostile gaze, she continued to saunter forward nonchalantly. My silence felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, frustratingly ineffective. Come here and stay close to me. Turning back, I saw Gu Tong Tong still standing in place. I grasped the back of her collar and lifted her effortlessly. Don't move around. The further down we go, the more treacherous it becomes. The newly accessed layer resembled an abandoned mine, foreboding and dimly lit, with the only illumination coming from my phone screen. The walls were a pale white, and at times, getting too close created the illusion that the entire surface might shift. Why did it feel as if I had entered the body of some colossal creature? Retreat was no longer an option. I could only follow the ghostly girl down the path of darkness. The air was thick with a peculiar scent, not pungent, but rather tinged with a slight sweetness, reminiscent of blood fermented into wine, distinctly different from the previous medicinal odors. The girl led the way, her intentions inscrutable, and I could only cling to the last vestiges of hope as we ventured deeper underground. The passage slanted downward, and the underground of Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital had been hollowed out into a complex maze. Such a monumental undertaking could be completed so quietly. The dual-faced Buddha truly demonstrated grand ambition. The challenges of subterranean construction were immense, likely achievable only by the tireless and formidable Bai Xiong and the vengeful spirits, who had labored for 20 years to build this underground palace. Such extraordinary methods, in ancient times, would have been reserved for constructing royal tombs, wouldn't they? In a moment of respite, I glanced at the live stream, discovering no valuable comments. The audience had gone silent for an unusually long time. Dodging the pale walls, I hunched down to prevent my hair from brushing against the shallow ceiling, making progress arduous. Something felt amiss. The further I walked, the more uneasy I became. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed the walls were changing color. What began as pale white transformed into a ghastly shade after only several meters, resembling poorly applied white paint. This could not be mere paint. No kind of decorative coating would emit the scent of flesh. Utilizing my discerning vision, I observed numerous tiny particles on the walls, particles I had encountered upon entering the hospital. With no avenue for retreat, I steeled myself, picked up a stone from the ground, and gingerly scraped at those particles. As I grasped a pebble and extended my hand towards the flat wall, a subtle bulge emerged, as if the surface were alive. A multitude of slender white threads seemed to sense the presence of the living, burrowing forth from the depths of the wall, entangled together, creating a bizarre spectacle. Had the wall come to life? After gently brushing against the surface with the stone, I quickly withdrew my hand and retreated from that spot. It was only after a considerable interval that the wall returned to its original state. What could have caused such an occurrence? I looked down at the edge of the pebble, where it had touched the wall, and noticed tiny white particles scattered about. These remnants must have been scraped from the surface of the wall. I selected the largest piece and held it up to my eyes for examination. It was finely ground, a mixture of white and brown, with a moderate hardness. Could this be debris from human bones? The thought startled me. If my suspicion were true, then the wall might be coated with remnants of corpses. A chill ran down my spine, coupled with the slender white threads emerging from the wall. My conjecture began to solidify. These thread-like entities appeared to thrive on decay, reliant on corpses for sustenance, akin to fertilizer. If that were the case, it was entirely plausible that the wall was indeed constructed from such material. The mere notion brought a wave of discomfort, as though something had burrowed beneath my clothing. Continuing to follow the ghostly figure of the girl deeper into the passage, we soon reached a fork in the path. To the left, a faint stench of decay wafted forth, while the other remained unremarkable. Without glancing back, the girl's spirit proceeded down the unchanged path, yet I hesitated. Life is singular. I had to exercise caution. Were I still in possession of the girl's corporeal form, controlling her very essence, I would have ventured forth without pause. However, I had relinquished the corpse back to her. At that moment, The balance of power lay unevenly between us, with her holding the advantage while I remained in a precarious position. "Wait," I called out to the girl-esque ghost, gesturing towards the foul-smelling path. "What lies at the end of this corridor?" The girl halted, seemingly unresponsive. "May I enter to investigate?" Cradling Gu Tong Tong, I turned to move in the opposite direction from the girl-esque spirit. After taking a few steps, I reached the bend, casting a sidelong glance at her. She stood motionless in the passage. What did this mean? Was she not going to impede my progress? The curiosity regarding where that path might lead intensified within me. As I ventured further, my nostrils flared as I followed the rancid scent, seeking its source. After groping my way through the darkness for several meters, I discerned the sound of air flowing. Was there an exit ahead? No, if it were an exit, the airflow would dissipate the foul odor rather than intensify it as I approached. Raising my phone for illumination, I discovered an opening just a few steps ahead, my first encounter with a room on this level. What could be inside? Adjusting the brightness of my phone to its maximum, I peered into the cavity, yet the horrifying scenes I had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, the interior revealed a heap of refuse. Countless moldy and odorous garments and household items piled together. These items bore no resemblance to what one might find in a hospital. I lingered at the entrance, refraining from stepping inside, and casually picked up a foul-smelling garment. With a gentle shake, a decayed wallet tumbled out, revealing banknotes stained with blood and grime. New currency? The garments recently issued cannot possibly belong to patients within a hospital. It is likely that the unfortunate soul was deceived into this place in recent years. As I gazed upon the mountain of robes and miscellaneous items, an inexplicable chill enveloped me. Each year, the number of missing persons in the metropolis far exceeds the death toll by 100-fold. How many of those lost souls may have been interred here? I was reminded of the new Shanghai skinning case, and the corpses of students found in a local high school, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement from the world. If the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital truly embodies the duality of a deity, regardless of its motives, such beings are utterly unforgivable. I began to comprehend why Lu the Blind and those of the sect would classify soul usurpers as taboo and targets to be eliminated. If all soul usurpers were akin to this dual-faced being, it would indeed be terrifying. Must one truly exchange the lives of others for their own? I merely possess the potential to become a soul usurper. Truth be told, I have yet to cross the threshold into that realm. Discarding the fetid, decaying garments, I retreated slowly. This was a path to nowhere. The ghostly girl lingered in place, and upon my return, she said nothing, continuing to lead the way. The haunting images from earlier lingered in my mind as I followed her, my head bowed, devoid of further thoughts. The walls on either side were pale, and the remnants of human skeletal remains became increasingly clear and intact, cruelly embedded within the walls, serving as fertilizer for white worms. The bones appeared youthful, yet ribs and humeri bore fractures and breaks, suggesting they had endured unspeakable torment in life. The manner of the perpetrator was hysterical, aligning disturbingly well with the style of the dual-faced deity. I was unclear why this being would nurture so many white worms and take so many lives. The scope of their plot was too vast for my current understanding. At the end of the passage, 9 openings presented themselves, and under the ghost girl's guidance, Gu Tong Tong and I entered the rightmost one. Upon entering, my internal chi began to operate autonomously, the yin and yang harmonizing as if simultaneously sensing a threat and repelling something ominous. Something was amiss. The hairs on my skin stood on end, and only by employing my discerning sight could I perceive the dense miasma of corpse energy swirling within this cavern, now surging towards me. This miasma, distinct from yin and malevolent energies, poses a dire threat to the human body and is rarely of natural origin, often intertwined with vile curses. Gazing ahead, I spotted a suspended coffin at the deepest point of the cave. All the miasma emanated from there. Could the untransformed bones be hidden within? I recalled the methods taught to me by my master for dealing with untransformed bones and retrieved a peachwood box. Yet it seemed woefully inadequate compared to the 2-meter-long coffin, capable of containing only a few small bones at best. Little one, remain outside and do not move. I instructed Gu Tong Tong, placing her at the entrance while I took the peachwood box into the cave. Chapter 636, White Worms. The walls were embedded with skeletal remains as I bent low, traversing the center, my mind swirling with distractions. Normally, a pile of corpses would rot and emit a foul, nauseating stench, yet within this cave, a faint, strange aroma wafted towards my nostrils. It was an odd fragrance, difficult to describe, reminiscent of a concoction brewed from living beings. It emanated from the corpses, yet bore a breath of life. As I inhaled, a sense of exhilaration surged through my brain, and the veins in my arms became pronounced. My mental state wavering precariously. With utmost caution, I engaged in the intricate practices of the Miao Zhan Xinfa and Yin Yang ghost arts to fend off the ominous corpse energy, each step proving to be a formidable challenge. Taoist, what transpires if the corpse energy infiltrates the human body? I pondered anxiously, fearing that any lapse in my defenses could allow the malevolent energy to seize its opportunity. I sought guidance in the live stream, yet alas, the Taoist remained elusive, his absence rendering me unable to view his commentary. In such a critical moment, I was left to rely solely on my own resolve. At the end of the passage lay 9 pits. The purpose of the other 8 remained a mystery, as did the secrets they concealed. My conjecture was that these pits housed suspended coffins, though 8 of them were likely decoys, with only one being genuine. The interplay of falsehood and reality rendered the situation inscrutable. Yet, this remained mere speculation, as I lacked both the capacity and time to validate it. The ghostly girl had led me here with a purpose, and my foremost task was to uncover that reason. The passage we traversed was narrow at the entrance but widened within, its surfaces, floor, walls, and ceiling, coated in white hair, exuding an unsettling aura. After advancing several meters, the ghostly girl halted, gesturing towards a coffin and mimicking a ghostly visage before pointing towards the exit. Her abstract manner of communication eluded my comprehension despite repeated attempts to decipher her intent. Was there a spirit within the coffin? Did she wish for me to release it? The girl offered no clarification, merely reiterating her gestures, which left me exasperated. The gravity of human life demanded meticulous attention. I implored, please do not lead me astray. From her actions, I discerned 2 critical points. She directed me towards the suspended coffin, where clues to my escape were hidden. As I stepped forward and glanced back, I found the ghostly girl rooted in place, her gaze averted, presenting only her back to me. Did she seem frightened? The ethereal form of the girl appeared unstable, her essence wavering under the corrosive influence of the corpse energy. If you cannot endure, you may leave, I called out to her, and this time, she comprehended my words, departing without a backward glance. I was now alone in the pit, the corpse energy coiling around me like serpents of dark venom. The deeper I ventured, the heavier the energy became, enveloping me in discomfort. My hair, neglected by the flow of vital energy, grew dry and lackluster. To my disquiet, the oppressive energy coalesced into droplets of black liquid at the roots of my hair, seeking to permeate my body through the acupoints atop my head. A peculiar sensation tingled across my scalp, and with no better recourse available, I quickened my pace. Simultaneously cultivating 2 forms of mental discipline drained my spirit immensely, compounded by a night of trepidation. I felt myself nearing my limits, as if a taut string within my mind was on the verge of snapping. While I walked, I frequently glanced at my phone, anxiously awaiting a response from the Taoist, whose extensive knowledge should unveil the mysteries of the suspended coffin. The cave walls, once merely adorned with white, now harbored writhing filaments, resembling a layer of animated white hair, unsettling to behold. I wondered if contact with this strange substance might spell disaster for my body. I shielded my exposed skin with my clothing, readjusted my mask, and cautiously ventured into the depths of the cave. The white tendrils grew increasingly dense, obscuring my vision. They were unlike what I had imagined, coiling around my body, yet failing to impede my progress. It seemed they held little interest for the living, appearing to serve only the dead. As I traversed several meters through the white strands, I felt a sudden lightness as I took my final step, opening my eyes in astonishment to find that the white tendrils on the wall had vanished entirely. Looking back, I noticed a stark division in the wall, with my position as the midpoint. Behind me, the white tendrils surged like a tidal wave, while in front lay an eerie tranquility. What was happening? Why had the white tendrils disappeared so abruptly? I took a few steps forward, turning to gaze at the wall, which was quite a spectacle. Within 3 meters of the suspended coffin, no white tendrils appeared. Instead, the surrounding soil was quite ordinary, albeit a dark bluish hue, likely due to the intense miasma of death. I attempted to excavate the ground with a stone, but it yielded no results. The entire expanse seemed to be interconnected as a singular entity. Standing there, I was utterly perplexed. At the end of the tunnel lay the resting place of the suspended coffin, 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high, elevated by several dragon beams. Untouched by heaven or earth, suspended in the center of all directions. Astonishingly, there were no white tendrils in the immediate vicinity of the coffin. Something felt amiss. These white tendrils did not appear to be birthed from the coffin, but rather seemed deliberately cultivated around it. The scene before me diverged significantly from my initial expectations. According to my earlier conjecture, the bone-vanishing entity was crafted by the unseen puppeteer, and the white, thread-like creatures within the walls were a subsidiary product of this creation. If this were true, then the white tendrils should thrive increasingly closer to the coffin. Yet, the reality I observed was that within 3 meters of the suspended coffin, not a single tendril dared to approach. Earlier, as I passed through the passage, I noted that the white tendrils showed little interest in the living, suggesting they were primarily designed to target corpses. Why then had the puppeteer filled the area surrounding the suspended coffin with these white tendrils? Did they intend to use the tendrils restrained on the dead to confront whatever lay within the coffin? My thoughts shifted rapidly as I stood beside the coffin, indecisive, unconsciously glancing at my phone screen. My eyes brightened as I noticed Taoist Master Wandao reappearing in the live stream. Taoist Master Wandao, how peculiar. I just had a feeling, gazing at the stars, that the ominous star in the northern constellation was shining brightly, an ill omen indeed. I was puzzled as to why Wandao had not appeared earlier, only to discover he had been stargazing. Taoist Master, the flames are licking at my heels. And you still have time for celestial observations? Listen here, young one. Do not mistake my good intentions for folly. I intended to assist you with a divination to avert misfortune, yet your fate proved too nebulous to decipher. In my helplessness, I turned to the shifting stars in hopes of indirectly aiding you. Then, Taoist Master, what have you divined? Jiao, Kong, Kuei, Lu, Niu, and Gui. When these stars converge, cries will be heard for 3 years. The bone-vanishing entity portends great calamity. This evil shall surely manifest with the ominous stars shining bright. As one star rises, another wanes. Your fate, my friend, needs no further elaboration. Despite the inaccuracy of his predictions, Taoist Master Wandao brought me yet another disheartening message, wearing a bitter smile. I found myself admiring my own resilience. Taoist Master, I am not one to believe in fate. You need not continue your stargazing. Come, see what this is. I directed my phone's camera towards a wall, one side covered in white fuzz while the other exhibited normal dirt. Time was of the essence. So I succinctly articulated my hypothesis in the live stream. The white fuzz serves to combat corpses. This insinuates a delicate relationship between the uncorrupted bones and the unseen puppeteer. It is conceivable that the unique feng shui of this location naturally nurtured an uncorrupted bone, which was subsequently discovered by the puppeteer who sought to exert control over it, thus laying a complex web within the hospital. Alternatively, the uncorrupted bone may have indeed been crafted by the puppeteer, only to later escape their grasp, prompting the need to plant the white fuzz to restrain it. Upon hearing my theory, many viewers in the live stream found it reasonable. After a considerable interval, I noticed a single line from a user named Wandao, inquiring, "Do you know what the white fuzz you speak of is?" The gravity in Wandao's words prompted a thoughtful response from me. I recalled having encountered similar creatures during my time at medical school, where a doctor referred to them as threading silkworms. Threading silkworms? Wandao mused, finding it a fitting description, though he clarified that this was not their true name. This creature is one of the 3 corpses and 9 worms, known as the white insect, which resides within the human body, thriving in hidden recesses, unnoticed. White insect? I questioned, finding the name rather trivial. This time, I felt compelled to challenge Wandao's assertion. Please do not underestimate the 3 corpses and 9 worms based solely on nomenclature. Each of these creatures harbors calamity and disease, deemed a significant threat by practitioners. The 9 worms consist of the calamity worm, the returning worm, the white insect, the flesh worm, the lung worm, the stomach worm, the gall worm, the red worm, and the dung beetle. Among these, the white insect is also referred to as the pregnancy foretelling worm, capable of coexisting with corpses, sharing vital essence and energy. If it coexists with a living being, it can cause them to lose their righteous faith, fostering malevolence. If it coexists with a corpse, it may transform, possessing claws and bristles, drawn to the essence of flesh and blood, wreaking havoc upon the world. After Wandao's elucidation, I gazed at the wall densely coated with white fuzz, suddenly feeling a chill run down my spine, realizing that I had just emerged from the embrace of such creatures. What was even more terrifying was that I would soon have to return. Yet, I pondered, if this insect could affect humans, why had it not attacked me? My question left Wandao momentarily perplexed, and he vaguely suggested, perhaps the white insects fear what resides within you, which is why they dare not approach. Fearful of something? I stood frozen for a moment as a thought struck me like lightning. They fear the plum blossom goo. My eyes sparkled with the realization of a crucial point. The live streaming platform was aware of the plum blossom goo within me, and the examiner had specifically emphasized the pervasive whiteness throughout the hospital. Combining these two insights, I began to grasp the answer to the hint. Why was the hospital entirely white? Because every wall within the hospital was likely inhabited by white insects, and the key to unraveling this mystery lay within these creatures. Chapter 637. Opening the coffin. The white insect exerts a restraining influence on both the living and the dead, with only the live-streaming host being able to disregard it due to the presence of the plum blossom goo within. The white worms serve as a pivotal element in breaking the deadlock. However, I have yet to discern how to leverage them to turn the situation in my favor. These creatures are likely raised by the shadowy figures behind the scenes. They would not heed my commands. Employing them against the masterminds is surely futile. Is the showcase urging me to drive the wolves away and face the tigers, using white worms to confront the unyielding bones? The more I ponder, the more plausible it seems. My gaze falls upon the suspended coffin, and the ghostly girl has revealed to me that the clues for escape lie within the casket. It appears I must indeed investigate. Opening a coffin is considered an ill omen, and to do so recklessly without knowledge of its contents is a grave taboo. Even professional tomb raiders hesitate to act without adequate preparation. With a sigh, I point my phone towards the central hanging coffin and address the Taoist. I possess numerous clues concerning this coffin. Could you discern whether opening it would present any dangers? No sooner had I finished speaking than the Taoist's message appeared. Tonight, the ominous star shines brightly, and it may well be upon you. I would surmise that the coffin likely conceals great peril. To open it would be to seek your own demise. Is it truly that grave? My throat tightened as I focused intently on the screen. Shortly thereafter, the Taoist's second message arrived. Even if the malevolent entity within does not slay you, as the harbinger of calamity, you will inevitably be ensnared by fate, leading to the dissipation of your merits and a life fraught with obstacles. I have endured enough hardships, so I am not particularly fearful of this. Adjusting my mindset, I took a deep breath. What is fated cannot be escaped. I have no other options. Rather than evade, I shall seize this chance to fight for survival. Holding my phone aloft, I approached the suspended coffin. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of decay, almost tangible, as if myriad needles sought to pierce my flesh and transform me into a living corpse. Qi connects yin and yang. I recited the fundamental principles, steeling myself as I finally stepped within a meter of the coffin. The camera captured every intricate detail of the suspended casket. Its surface gleamed a deep ink color, seamlessly adorned with a myriad of complex patterns, resembling a piece of exquisite artistry. Taoist, can you discern any insights? The proximity to the coffin made speech laborious. With each utterance, the heavy air threatened to penetrate my throat. The coffin measures 5 feet 2.5 inches, a standard size for a coffin. Yet the materials are peculiar. I cannot ascertain their nature at a glance. As I pan the camera, the Taoist messages began to flood the screen. The nether opens ninefold, neither dying nor decaying. There are 9 openings outside, with an internal space of 3 meters in length, width, and height, aligning with the number 9. The coffin's base is secured by 9 dragon beams. Those proficient in feng shui would undoubtedly recognize that the principles of heaven and earth begin with 1 and culminate in 9. 9 is the greatest yang number. Yet it also signifies the limits of life, whether manifest or hidden. It embodies the obstacles of existence, and one must avoid the age of 9. Their utilization of the number 9 in their layout clearly targets the unyielding bones, suggesting a discordant relationship between the two. The architectural design alone reveals much, and I hold the Taoist in high esteem. Taoist, do you have further discoveries? The unyielding bones fall under the category of earth corpses, yet they are suspended within the coffin, unreachable by heaven, unable to draw upon the essence of earth and sky, resulting in exceedingly slow growth. This is not merely the crafting of a corpse, it resembles the slow brewing of one. Brew a corpse? I inquired, intrigued. utilizing the terrain here and various reserved methods to diminish the malevolence within the unyielding bones, thereby facilitating control. Please step a little closer so that I may examine the intricate carvings upon the coffin. To fulfill the requirements set forth by the Taoist priest Wandao, I simultaneously opened the 18 yin orifices, allowing the yin energy to surge forth, enveloping my entire being. The innate true energy within my lower dantian brimmed, providing a dual-layered protection for my internal organs. Only then did I dare to approach further. With a decisive step, I grasped the dragon handle and ascended. Taoist, be swift in your observation, I urged, as I adjusted my phone to capture a panoramic view of the coffin. As I had anticipated, the carvings upon the coffin's lid depicted Shoshan and Fuhai, with cranes and deer adorning the sides, and the yellow dragon encircling them. Additionally, talismans illustrated the weapons wielded by the 8 immortals, establishing a protective formation intended to confine any malevolent entities within the coffin. If what you say is true, then upon opening the coffin, would I not release the untransformed bones? Such an unparalleled malevolence would surely devour me first upon escaping. Battling the oppressive corpse energy, I crouched upon the dragon handle, struggling to maintain my balance. You, a mere novice, do not command my respect. The 8 immortals coffin is beyond your current capabilities. In terms of feng shui expertise, I am your equal. You are a Taoist, not a feng shui master. How could you claim such superiority? At this juncture, I found myself with no alternative. Resolutely, I placed my feet upon the 2 dragon handles, grasping the coffin lid with both hands. With every ounce of strength, my arms bulged with veins, yet the lid remained immovable, as though it were one with the earth itself. A mountain need not be high to be renowned for its immortals. A river need not be deep to be sacred for its dragons. Even an ordinary coffin, if it harbors untransformed bones, could collapse the 9 layers of the underworld. How could a mere mortal like you ever hope to open it? Observing Wandao's comments, I ceased my attempts. The sensation I had while attempting to lift the coffin was akin to it being anchored to the earth with a weight of 1,000 pounds. Human strength alone was insufficient to budge it. Taoist, is there a method to open the coffin? You still do not comprehend. I have made myself abundantly clear. Even an ordinary coffin, if it contains untransformed bones, cannot be opened. I can assist you in breaking the 8 immortals coffin seal. Yet even without those talismans and divine inscriptions, brute force will not suffice. Should calamity arise, it will attract divine retribution. An unseen force will thwart your efforts. As long as you are within the 5 elements, unexpected obstacles will arise to impede you. That is the will of heaven. Wandao's explanation was profoundly enigmatic. My attention was drawn primarily to the mention of divine will. Does heaven conspire against me? My brow furrowed, and instinctively, I raised my gaze, only to be met with the impenetrable darkness of the earth. This was the 9th level underground, where even the heavens could not see. I beseech you, Taoist, teach me how to unravel the 8 immortal seal. Should misfortune befall me, I shall bear the consequences alone. Your obsession has grown profound. Today, I shall assist you in temporarily confining the 8 immortals coffin diagram. Whether you can escape by opening it depends on your fortune. After uttering these words, Wandao vanished from the livestream for a few moments, only to return with a message. In your past dream of peril, you acquired the Tonglin talisman. This talisman possesses boundless utility and is one of the most unique among superior talismans. I wonder if you still carry it with you? This talisman can temporarily bind the 8 immortals coffin diagram. I pondered, intrigued. If this talisman could indeed confine other talismans and methods, its value would be immeasurable. I began to grasp why, 5 years ago, the San'in sect dispatched numerous cultivators to Xinhu High School to seal the Yuan Shun divine calamity, and why, 5 years later, Lu Jin would stop at nothing to obtain the Tonglin talisman. Dreaming is merely one function of this talisman. It is indeed peculiar. Despite your apparent misfortune, you are blessed with extraordinary fortune, constantly acquiring various treasures that remain elusive to others. The Taoist priest, with a sigh, quickly recited a mantra. Place the talisman at the point where the 2 dragon heads converge. Envision the 8 immortals and silently chant, tracing back to the vast calamities of the celestial realm. Immortals remain ageless, relying solely on a fragment of the human heart. Observe the bustling world below, where wealth is but a fleeting dream. Is it truly that simple? Are you certain it will be effective? I rummaged through my pocket, producing a crumpled talisman. The Taoist priest, seeing this scene, appeared somewhat speechless. I have never uttered a falsehood. You need not worry. Alas, such a remarkable talisman in your possession is akin to casting a pearl before swine. What a pity. Remembering the incantation imparted by the Taoist priest, I positioned the talisman correctly and then immersed my consciousness within it, envisioning the 8 immortals. Having utilized the talisman numerous times, I quickly fell into a familiar state. Amidst the celestial sea of divine patterns, 8 stars suddenly blazed forth, as if manifesting their sanctity, while the depiction of the 8 immortals on the suspended coffin dimmed unexpectedly. Now is the moment. I chanted the incantation, my will departing from the talisman. Suddenly, my vision darkened, and I realized, to my shock, that the corpse aura within the cave had intensified tenfold. Did I succeed? I glanced at my phone, my expression turning grim. The time displayed indicated that what I had perceived as a fleeting moment had actually consumed half an hour in reality. This talisman should not be used lightly. The mysteries of dreams are not to be trifled with. Half an hour spent here leaves me uncertain whether the one controlling the corpses and the other performer have determined a victor. Regardless of who wins or loses, it is not favorable news for me. The balance is on the verge of collapse. I must hasten my actions to seek a glimmer of hope in this narrow crevice. 9 dragon rods span the air on either side of the suspended coffin, the twin dragons drooping their heads in despondency, while the weapons of the 8 immortals appeared dim and indistinct. I grasped the coffin lid once more, biting down so hard that I drew blood. Yet the lid remained immovable. The Taoist priestess' assertion that brute force would not suffice rang true. Moreover, even if I could force it open, unseen destinies would intervene, leading to unforeseen complications. Relying solely on my own strength is indeed challenging. My gaze darkened as I revealed a hint of resolve. Taoist priest, do you dare to wager with me? Wager what? How shall we bet? The Taoist priest seemed intrigued. If I can open the coffin, then 3 days hence, when you arrive in Jiangxing, you must do all within your power to save my life. Agreed. But what if you cannot open it? A smile curved my lips. Then I shall divulge to you the remnants of the burial scriptures. Very well, I accept your wager. Putting away my phone, I stood atop the suspended coffin, concealing my innate vital energy within my dantian while activating the 18 orifices. Yin and Yang, heed my command. I know not the full strength of this ghostly art, but today I shall give it my all. Command of the Eastern Green Plague Ghost, essence of rotten wood. Southern Red Plague Ghost, essence of flame. Western Blood Plague Ghost, essence of malevolent metal. Northern Black Plague Ghost, essence of murky pools. Central Yellow Plague Ghost, essence of imperial earth. Spirits of the 5 plagues, heed my command. Turn the tides and move mountains. Chapter 638. The theft of bones. The plague ghosts, embodiments of calamity and disease, manifested within the subterranean chamber. 5 colossal figures towering as if they were the mighty warriors of ancient battlefields. Open the coffin. The dark energy emanating from my own being surged into the bodies of the 5 specters, their ghastly hands reaching forth from the void, firmly grasping the lid of the suspended coffin. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of resounding impacts, the 5 colossal phantoms exerted their strength simultaneously. The cavern trembled as 9 dragon beams appeared to awaken from slumber, gripping the stone walls to stabilize the suspended coffin. The miasma of death swirled around the 5 ghosts, forming 5 black vortices, as if intent on consuming them whole. The oppressive atmosphere within the cavern thickened. My senses were acutely attuned to the changes within the cave. My ears perked up as I suddenly heard a faint sound. Looking down, I was astonished to see a narrow crack opening in the dark green coffin lid. It was about to be unveiled. The dense, black water-like miasma poured forth from the fissure as the lid slowly lifted. The Taoist priest seemed to suggest that victory was within my grasp. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I was startled by the sound of footsteps. I quickly looked up. At the cave's entrance, the white-haired girl, stimulated by the miasma, was growing wildly, causing the exit to shrink, leaving only a passage narrow enough for an adult to bend down to enter. And at the center of the entrance, the ghostly girl stumbled in, shielding Gu Tong Tong. What madness? What are you doing here? The depths of the tomb housed the undead, a harbinger of doom about to be unleashed. I could barely protect myself. How could I allow this child to rush in and meet her demise? Get out, I shouted. However, the little girl stood at the entrance, seemingly transfixed by my appearance. Oh no, I had forgotten that she could see the spirits. She must be terrified by the 5 pestilential ghosts. But why did she come in? Was she worried about me? Impossible. How could the ghostly girl have come in as well? My thoughts raced, and my expression changed abruptly. Something had gone awry outside. The unknown figures behind the suspended coffin must have noticed. Releasing the unyielding bones defied the will of heaven, just as the Taoist priest had warned. Unforeseen events were unfolding. An unseen force was obstructing my efforts. I could not drive them away. The most prudent course was to hasten the opening of the coffin to uncover the secrets it concealed. In the blink of an eye, the coffin lid rose a few more millimeters, the miasma pouring forth like a torrent of black sand, engulfing the entire cavern. I cast a worried glance at Gutong Tong. Although she was protected by the ghostly girl, she was still a living being. Her delicate skin was being invaded by the miasma, her vitality waning, and she began to develop dark brown scars. Would she rather become a living corpse than leave? What had they seen outside? I focused intently on manipulating the 5 pestilential ghosts, guiding the coffin lid higher. The surging miasma seemed poised to displace the lid, when suddenly, the white-haired girl surged inward as if receiving some command. The scene was terrifying, especially knowing they were all white worms. It was impossible to count the waves of white worms colliding with the miasma pouring from the coffin. It was evident that this was not their first encounter, and the battle between black and white was fiercely brutal. The white worms were attacking with a fervor that seemed to drain their very lives. Under normal circumstances, the miasma would not withstand for long before dissipating, but this time was different. The coffin had opened. They were not an endless sea. A continuous flow of miasma surged forth from within. The two forces clashed without yielding. The number of white worms falling to the ground increased, yet they seemed inexhaustible. As the front ranks of white worms were extinguished by the miasma, more continued to crawl forth from behind. The entire hospital is suffused with a pallid hue. Were they all to be infested with white worms, the numbers would likely reach staggering proportions. The mastermind behind the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital has operated for 2 decades, possessing profound knowledge of the untransformed bones, and would not commit any glaring errors. It could even be said that they have likely prepared measures to prevent the untransformed bones from escaping from the suspended coffin. To entice the living into the act of corpse refinement is a barbaric deed, more vile than beasts. If heaven turns a blind eye to discern loyalty from treachery, then I shall act as heaven's agent of justice. As I watch the white-haired figure gradually suppress the corpse energy, slowly pressing inward, it is but a moment before it reaches Gu Tong Tong, who stands at the cave's entrance. I recite the yin yang ghost technique and point towards my heart. My nails pierce the flesh, drawing forth a drop of blood from my heart, which I cast into the body of the 5 ghosts. Stimulating the ghostly entities with my own essence is a forbidden art, fraught with peril and the risk of backlash. Yet, I can afford no hesitation. I desperately command the 5 ghosts to raise the coffin. Come here. I instruct Gu Tong Tong and the ghostly girl to take refuge behind the suspended coffin. The white-haired figure and the corpse energy continue their fierce struggle, with no clear victor, yet other sounds emerge from outside the cave. It is the sound of dripping water, approaching as if an army marches through the rain. Upon hearing this familiar sound, a sense of foreboding washes over me. In the fleeting moment of realization, an unsightly face emerges from the cave. White fiend, and that creature from the water tank. The skinned head squeezes into the cave's entrance, and this is merely the beginning. As though summoned by some unseen command, a horde of grotesque monsters blocks the passage, sealing the only escape. How can we possibly flee? Flesh and bone form an impenetrable wall. Not even a fly could escape. Anxiety gnaws at my mind, and to exacerbate matters, the scent of blood I detected upon entering the cave now mingles with the corpse energy, seemingly imbued with a toxic essence. I feel pain coursing through my body, as if ants are gnawing at my bones. A glance at Gu Tong Tong reveals a similar plight. She sits beneath the suspended coffin, her small face contorted in crimson anguish, unable to even cry out. The puppeteer behind this horror has already sensed the anomaly here, and soon, more white fiends will swarm in to encircle us. If this continues, we shall surely perish. Summoning the 5 pestilential ghosts is immensely taxing. At this juncture, the coffin lid remains closed, and the yin energy within has diminished by 1/3. I find myself cornered. To leave the coffin unopened is to invite certain death. Only by unsealing the suspended coffin do I stand a chance. Moreover, I have made a wager with Taoist Wandao. Should I emerge victorious, he will come to Jiang City in 3 days. And then I can settle matters with the sex practitioners. I am resolved. I extract the blood from my heart, the wound tearing open. Crimson fluid staining the blood fox tattoo upon my chest, as I summon my fierce and frenzied spirit. Untransformed bone. Today, I open the coffin to rescue you from the underground palace. If you can hear me, lend me your strength. The untransformed bone seems to be in a state of slumber, for no matter how loudly I call, there is no response from within the coffin. Outside, the white-haired figure continues to encroach inward. With one hand forming a seal, I brace the edge of the coffin lid with the other. As the white hair expands inward, the monsters draw ever closer to my position. The cave is already confined, and some of the white fiends, detecting the scent of a living being, become frenzied. Eager to plunge into the corpse energy, they extend their slender arms, yet to my astonishment, despite being corpses themselves, these creatures cannot withstand even half a second in the face of this verdant, inky corpse energy. As the arm delved into the miasma of corpses, it was gradually consumed by the dark, greenish-black essence until all that remained was a severed bone. Behind, the white fiends surged forward, continuously pushing out monsters from the protective sphere of white fur. Once these creatures fell into the miasma, they were instantly devoured, leaving only bones behind, thereby augmenting the potency of the miasma. The mastermind behind the white fiends evidently recognized this dilemma and adjusted the strategy, encircling the corpses without engaging. Instead, mobilizing the white insects to assault the suspended coffin. He was recklessly sacrificing the lives of the white insects to advance a legion of corpse insects, resembling a layer of fallen snow. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The monstrous visage loomed before me, and I could not halt. I staked everything, channeling all my energy into the 5 ghosts. This was a desperate gamble. Failure meant death. The bodies of the 5 ghosts were tainted with the blood of my heart, nearly manifesting in substance. Rise. At that moment, with a tremendous effort, the coffin lid was suddenly elevated by an inch. An overwhelming wave of miasma surged forth from beneath the coffin lid, the oppressive force emanating from the heavens gradually diminishing. Awaken swiftly, as the lid rose to 9 inches. An immense sound erupted from within the suspended coffin, and intricate fissures appeared across its surface. When the lid reached a foot in height, an unforeseen event transpired. The girl-esque ghost, who had been feigning ignorance beside Gu Tong Tong, suddenly exhibited a remarkably human-like expression in her eyes. She bit down on Gu Tong Tong's nape, her face smeared with Gu Tong Tong's blood, before leaping onto the dragon beam and vaulting into the suspended coffin. She went in. This sudden twist left me unable to manage the 5 ghosts, and I found the courage to extend my head into the coffin. All the secrets lay buried within. I yearned to uncover the true form of the unmelting bone. The miasma was as dark as ink, and through my discerning eyes, I beheld a scene that left me astounded. Within the suspended coffin, there lay another coffin. The endless miasma emanated from this inner coffin. A coffin within a coffin? Impossible. Where did the girl-esque ghost go? I had distinctly seen her jump inside. At this juncture, even I, despite my naivety, understood that I might have been manipulated by her. This girl must possess knowledge of the true location of the unmelting bone, inherently tied to it in myriad ways. It was even possible that she was the unmelting bone itself. On the surface, this live broadcast appeared to be a contest between the showcase and the dual-faced Buddha. Yet hidden within was a third-party force, the unmelting bone itself. Why was the hospital filled with white? Damn, I should have realized it sooner. These white insects were meant to combat it. My eyes reddened. It sought to sever my path to survival. I could not allow this to stand. I sidled into the suspended coffin, my entire body pressing upon the inner coffin. My discerning eyes scanned and quickly revealed that the lid of the inner coffin was not yet fully closed. Come out. Channeling the energy in my palm, I used the hand once afflicted by the venomous disease to reach into the inner coffin. An excruciating pain surged through me as I extended my hand, and it seemed I had touched something. At the moment the inner coffin closed, I withdrew my hand. What is this? In my grasp lay a bone, pristine as jade, starkly contrasting with the dark miasma. Its shape resembled that of a human vertebra. Chapter 639. The exit of the secret passage. I gazed at the skeletal remains resting in my palm, momentarily taken aback by the discovery that I had inadvertently retrieved a bone from within the inner coffin. Could this be a fragment of the indestructible body? Before I could scrutinize it further, a surge of corpse energy erupted from the inner coffin, casting me down from the suspended coffin. Caught off guard, my ghostly technique faltered, causing the form of the 5 directions plague ghost to waver and and begin to dissipate. This was dire. It was about to go berserk. The corpse energy surged forth like an ocean from the inner coffin, instantly repelling the white-furred creatures that had ventured inside the cave, leaving not a single one of the earth corpses unconsumed, all transformed into nourishment for the malevolent energy. The indestructible bone exuded an overwhelming malice even before its seal was broken. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated from the perimeter of the suspended coffin, as a gentle force dislodged the Tonglin talisman. Then, the dual dragons playing with a pearl encircled the suspended coffin, their weapons vividly animated, forming an exquisite array. The 8 immortals sealed the coffin. I swiftly pocketed the Tonglin talisman, barely pausing to gather my breath before diving into the base of the coffin, cradling Gu Tong Tong in my arms. Her small face was flushed, tiny droplets of blood seeping from a bite mark on the nape of her neck, alarming in its swelling and the surrounding darkened hue, resembling signs of poisoning. "Wake up," I urged, pinching her acupoint, but she remained unresponsive, her consciousness fading. Why would the girl's ghost wish her harm? Could it be that they were of the same essence, requiring her blood to break the seal of the suspended coffin? I had seen Gu Bei's messages and knew that both siblings possessed the exceedingly rare P-type blood. Might such blood imply a unique constitution? Was it only those of this constitution who could nourish the indestructible bone? The turn of events unfolded too suddenly for me to ponder deeply. Having pilfered a fragment from the inner coffin, the indestructible bone went into a frenzy, revealing the significance of this vertebra to its very existence. Without this piece, it could not break free from its confines, and it was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with the 8 immortals array, howling and roaring amidst the tumultuous clouds. While within the small cavern, flickers of wind and thunder appeared. The white-furred creatures were temporarily repelled, leaving a litter of insect corpses and white bones scattered in the cave. I emerged from beneath the suspended coffin, distancing myself from the chaos. The girl's ghost sought to exploit me to open the coffin. Remaining in the cavern was perilous. Thus I had to seek an alternative escape. Outside lay the white-furred beasts, while within, the indestructible bone threatened to break free. I was caught between a wolf and a tiger. I clutched Gu Tong Tong tightly, observing the worsening condition of her wound, the small body succumbing to the encroaching corpse energy, vitality draining away. It seemed she could not endure much longer. "Little one, wake up." Regret washed over me. If only I had perceived the ghost scheme earlier, I would not have found myself in such a passive position. With no retreat left, I treaded upon the ground littered with insect corpses toward the only exit. The white-furred beasts were repelled by the corpse energy. Any that ventured into its realm were reduced to withered bones. Within 10 meters of the suspended coffin, not a single white-furred creature dared to approach. They clustered at the cave's entrance, instinctively fearful of the corpse energy emanating from the coffin. Had it not been for the controller of the corpses forcibly commanding them, they would have undoubtedly scattered in terror. The bone I held was pilfered from the suspended coffin. If it truly was a part of the indestructible body, it should still retain its aura. I hoped this artifact could momentarily deter the white-furred beasts. The number of monsters outside the cave is overwhelming. Their distorted heads are huddled together like a towering wall of human skulls. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would surely be haunted by nightmares for an extended period. In the depths of the cave, as the battle between the unyielding bones and the 8 immortals reaches a critical juncture, there is no time for anyone to make a move against me. Seizing a moment of opportunity, I clutch the vertebra bone, shielding Gu Tong Tong to my chest, and cautiously make my way towards the cave's exit. With one hand guiding my path, illuminated by the eerie glow of bones, I proceed slowly, tentatively approaching the white fiends. As I extend my jade-like bone towards them, the monsters display expressions of terror, shoving one another and retreating in fear. Hope ignites within me as the reactions of the white fiends and the earth corpses inspire a flicker of optimism. Drawing Gu Tong Tong tightly to me, I raise the bone to my chest, bellowing for them to clear the way. Harnessing the essence of the unyielding bones, I wedge myself into the throng of corpses. Their distorted faces twist in agony as they struggle, seemingly compelled by an unseen force in their minds, urging them to attack me. As I navigate through the mass of bodies, I feel the brush of limbs colliding, and my heart races to my throat. At that moment, any slight misstep could see me torn apart by the countless white fiends and earth corpses, my fate far worse than Gu Bei's. My throat tightens. Beads of cold sweat cascade down my face as I forcefully move forward, holding my breath. The sheer number of monsters is staggering. Even as I exit the cave, I can still see more monsters converging from the outside. Over the span of 20 years, this hospital has buried too many lives. And now they rise once more from the depths, taking on a different form. Cautiously, I raise the bone and finally locate the storeroom I had come from. With a resounding thud, I slam the door shut, leaning against the wall as I sink to the ground. My clothes are drenched in sweat, and I gasp for air. Escaping was no easy feat. The girl in my arms is in a precarious state, and I have no time to rest. I approach the dark passage and look up. The white fiend that had been caught at the entrance is now nowhere to be seen. Something feels amiss. After being outsmarted by the girl's spirit, I have grown increasingly cautious, scrutinizing my surroundings until I finally discern subtle clues. The entrance of the dark passage bears signs of scraping, along with broken bone fragments scattered about. The creature's upper body had been wedged into the passage and had subsequently died, unable to escape on its own. It must have been pulled out by someone or something from the outside. Why would someone want to drag this monster away? Are they also planning to use the dark passage? Given that the monster could not pass through, it implies that another human being exists down in this underground realm. Someone lurks in the shadows, observing everything. Who could this individual be? Shinjoga? Impossible. He should be preoccupied with controlling the horde of corpses, attempting to surround and eliminate the show host, while also suppressing the unyielding bones. Could it be that another show host has entered? Staring into the darkened exit, a torrent of questions floods my mind. Regardless, I must escape first. This place is far too perilous. I shed my outer coat, binding Gutong Tong to me, grasping the jade bone in one hand while the other clutches the wooden ladder. Halfway up, I hear a strange sound from below. Looking down, I see the white fiend and the earth corpses pushing open the storeroom door, crowding in. I cannot ascertain whether the puppeteer behind the scenes has discovered me and is intentionally targeting me, or if there is another underlying reason. Does it still hold significance for them to pursue me now? Clutching the bone, I ascended with a heightened sense of awareness, maintaining a vigilant stance, attuned to every sound around me. Just as I was 2 meters from the exit, I discerned an unsettling noise, the rustle of fabric against the wooden planks. Was someone above? I kept my pace steady, but as I was about to emerge, I abruptly accelerated, leaping forth with a spring-like motion. My arms bracing against the floor as my head peeked out into the dim passage. My gaze swept left and froze in an instant. There lay a grotesque yet familiar face, pressed against the opening, wielding a rusty pickaxe. The rider? I gasped, my legs propelling me off the ground as I sprang from the dark tunnel, crouching to the side, my eyes fixated on him with wariness. The rider, who had been waiting for my emergence, was taken aback by my sudden burst of speed. His expression shifted to one of awkwardness. What are you doing here? I inquired, my stare icy as I scrutinized the menacing tool in his grasp. The pickaxe as sharp and gleamed ominously, had he swung it down as I crawled out. It could have easily pierced my skull. I'm here because I've been waiting for you, he chuckled, his repugnant face quivering slightly. Of course, I'm here to kill you. Just with you? My eyes flared with rage. This was not the moment for mercy. If it came to a confrontation, I would employ every means to fight him. No. The rider hastily gestured. I merely wish to propose a transaction concerning you and your companions. Such nonsense. Do you think I would believe you? I retorted, recalling how I had been deceived by him once before. I would not repeat that mistake. The rider cast aside the pickaxe, raising his hands and turning in a circle to indicate he bore no concealed weapons. This is my sincerity. If you still doubt me, I can reveal some secrets of the hospital. Chapter 640. Secrets? You should first clarify why you are here. I remained skeptical of his words. I had perused his medical records. This man should have perished over 20 years ago. Relax. I am certainly not your enemy, he assured, taking a few steps closer. I eyed his grotesque visage as it drew near and quickly interjected, "Stay right there." My thoughts were in disarray. The rider's sudden appearance was an unforeseen complication. I was uncertain of his intentions and dared not collaborate with him, as I lacked the time and capacity to validate his claims. In essence, even if he were lying, I would be unable to discern the truth. To ally with him under such circumstances would be akin to courting disaster. A single misstep could leave me utterly devoured, with naught but remnants. Fine, I shall remain here while you explain yourself, I conceded, standing firm. The rider raised his hands in a gesture of sincerity, yet his sinister and unsightly appearance made it difficult to trust him. I know you are here because someone ordered me to find you. instructing me to eliminate you and specifically requesting that your corpse be delivered to him. My corpse? Who is that person? I queried, my brows furrowing. The writer produced a black token from his pocket, and upon sighting it, I recognized the truth in his words. The octagonal black token bore the character 4 on one side and on the reverse, the dual-sided token of the fate-altering master. The individual in question was surnamed Chun, who had previously visited this place with Mr. Ji. This token served as his insignia. The writer brandished the token before my eyes and patiently elucidated that Mr. Chun is a practitioner, seemingly an acquaintance of Mr. Ji. I must mention that Mr. Ji is truly remarkable. He orchestrated the entire formation of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, akin to the ancient Earth Immortals, capable of summoning winds and rain and conjuring soldiers from mere beings. The writer's words were laced with profound reverence for Mr. Ji. Upon hearing this, I compared it to the clues I possessed, finding little disparity. Summoning winds and rain, conjuring soldiers from beings? Do you truly regard him as a deity? Spare me the frivolities. How could that token belong to you? What is your true name? If you wish to collaborate with me, speak candidly. Having seen the token of the usurper, I was already half convinced, yet out of caution, I refrained from immediately retracting my words. The writer's expression soured at my inquiry. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally spoke. You surely won't believe it, but for these years, I have been uncertain whether I can truly consider myself alive. He paused momentarily, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. My name is Wang Wu. 20 years ago, I was admitted to Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital due to cancer. At that time, the medical environment was abysmal, and late-stage cancer patients were essentially awaiting death. From the writer, I learned his tale. Wang Wu was a successful businessman, and his life was quite fulfilling, at least for the first half. However, fate is capricious. At the pinnacle of his life, he received a cancer diagnosis, which in that era was tantamount to a death sentence for stage 3 cancer. Unlike other cancer patients, who succumbed to numb despair or adopted a fatalistic attitude, Wang Wu, at the height of his life, possessed a fervent desire to survive. Even when the hospital had relinquished hope, he actively sought treatment. Perhaps moved by his tenacity, a doctor at the hospital recommended him for a trial of a new medication. After paying exorbitant medical fees and signing a confidentiality agreement, he was admitted to the entirely enclosed third ward. The subsequent treatment process was arduous and torturous. He felt his physical condition deteriorating daily, with the medications constantly changing. Gradually, he lost his mobility, his body ravaged by the disease, and even communication became a challenge. Under these circumstances, the hospital relocated his treatment to an underground facility, where he began receiving daily injections of a special medication devoid of labels. The effects of this new drug were astonishing. After just a few cycles, he felt a significant improvement in his health. Fueled by hope, Wang Wu began to actively cooperate with the treatment, yet the hospital expressed bewilderment at his recovery. In truth, by that time, cancer cells had already metastasized throughout his body. Under normal circumstances, his physiological systems should have collapsed long ago. The hospital attributed all progress to the medication and thus initiated a second round of clinical trials. Chaos and fear began with this second trial, wherein all participating patients bore the surname Liu. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, after several cycles, inexplicably, some patients suffered sudden deaths under bizarre and unprecedented circumstances. At first, the hospital remained obstinately dismissive of these occurrences. Yet, within weeks, the institution began to witness an array of strange phenomena. In the corridor of midnight, phantoms flit about, and surveillance cameras invariably capture humanoid figures crawling in the shadows. The underground laboratory has inexplicably collapsed, and the attending doctors and nurses frequently hear cries and murmurs. Yet, more horrifying events are yet to unfold. One night, locked within his ward, Wang Wu witnessed certain patients conversing with the air, as if those around them had succumbed to madness. A week later, the blood of the innocent began to flow, with the first victim being a doctor who took his own life in his office. Following this initial death, it seemed as though an uncontrollable plague was spreading relentlessly from the depths below to the surface, expanding from the third ward to engulf the entire Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. The situation spiraled beyond control, prompting higher authorities to decide on the immediate relocation of the hospital. The experiments were halted, and Wang Wu and others were transferred out of the third ward. Their treatment, once underway, was abruptly terminated, and without medication, Wang Wu's health deteriorated rapidly. He sensed death beckoning him, aware that his time was running short. Previously asserting his fierce will to survive, he, driven by this intense desire, clandestinely infiltrated the underground in search of the elusive medication. Strange occurrences filled the hospital, instilling fear among its inhabitants. No one anticipated that someone would breach the third ward in the dead of night. Neither the doctors nor the nurses foresaw the machinations of Mr. Paper, who was plotting below ground. Wang Wu stumbled upon Mr. Paper's scheme and learned through him that the medication he had been receiving daily was merely a diluted substance extracted from the incorruptible bones. To save his life, he agreed to serve as the dual-faced guardian of this forsaken hospital, resolved to survive regardless of what the future held. As he delved deeper into this underworld, he gradually uncovered that the dual-faced guardian had long been scheming to exploit the incorruptible bones, shrouded in obscurity, utilizing the hospital to sustain the corpse, a grand ambition beyond imagination. It could be said that the dual-faced guardian's plan was already succeeding, yet an unseen force seemed to interfere. As the dual-faced guardian prepared to unearth the incorruptible bones, a girl's wandering spirit happened to drift into the underground. Upon the coffin's lid being lifted, the incorruptible bones first beheld the girl. Subsequent events intertwined with the clues at my disposal. The dual-faced guardian sought to refine the essence of the girl's will within the incorruptible bones, while the girl fiercely resisted, a struggle that endured for 2 decades until recent times, nearing fruition. Over these 20 years, much had transformed, including Wang Wu's perception of life. Cursed by Mr. Paper, he could not step beyond the confines of the hospital, spending his days hiding in vacant wards and his nights as a harbinger of death, aiding the White Spectre in hunting the living lured into the hospital. Day after day, until one day, he suddenly found this existence unbearable and grew weary of life itself. At this juncture, it is essential to mention that Wang Wu assumed the identity of Wang Shi primarily out of necessity. He required a persona, and the pseudonym Corpse Face aptly fulfilled his needs. Many in the online realm recognized Corpse Face as a master of suspense, yet few understood the essence of the individual behind the name. Moreover, Wang Wu harbored a profound admiration for Wang Shi's novels, yearning to embody such a figure himself. With newfound aspirations, Wang Wu grew dissatisfied with merely being the guardian of the dual-faced entity. He longed for true freedom to pursue authentic life. Several years ago, he proactively sought out the enigmatic merchant of unyielding bones, his innate talent deeply ingrained within him. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the present. He yearned to broker a deal with the merchant. He intended to extricate the merchant from his predicaments, and in return, the merchant would accompany him in departure. A pact forged between a man and a corpse, King Wu meticulously orchestrated an intricate kidnapping scheme to fulfill the merchant's demands. He sought to procure blood that shared the same origin as the merchant and to exact vengeance upon the merchant's envious brother. Chapter 641. A life for a life. From the outset, this entire affair was a conspiracy. The dual-faced Buddha and the show host were mere pawns in this game. The true protagonists of the night were the merchant and King Wu. Upon hearing his tale, I was enveloped in confusion. The plan between King Wu and the merchant progressed smoothly, even securing Gu Tongtong's blood ahead of schedule with my assistance. Logically, they held the upper hand. Under such circumstances, why would King Wu bow to me and propose a transaction? Reveal your true intentions. This is the prerequisite for our collaboration. I cradled Gu Tongtong with one arm, while grasping the bone I had pilfered from the coffin with the other. The rider hesitated, his gaze furtively darting toward my palm, seemingly fixated on the piece of jade-like bone. I astutely noted this and raised my hand, exposing my palm. Is it related to this? The icy, jade-like bone, initially thought to be merely a figurative description, manifested its truth upon witnessing the merchant's corporeal form. In my hand, it emanated a chilling aura, akin to grasping the scythe of death itself. Once I made this observation, King Wu lowered his elevated hands. You are a clever individual. Leave the bone with me, and I shall ensure your safe exit from here. Patience, I replied, eyeing him warily. Why did you choose today to abduct Gu Tongtong? Have you gleaned some intelligence? He kicked the shovel aside, assuming a different posture. The Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital has consistently been under the watchful eye of Mr. Ji. He seems to have sensed my potential betrayal and has spent several nights vigilantly guarding the merchant. The map you previously beheld was meticulously crafted by his own hand. With the merchant's assistance, I could momentarily unravel Mr. Ji's toxic curse and briefly escape the hospital. However, due to the blood of the merchant coursing through my veins. I could not linger beneath the sun for long. Various factors led to our plan being postponed. As time elapsed, distressing news emerged from the merchant's side. He felt he could not endure much longer and was on the brink of being refined. To preserve his consciousness, I resolved to act beneath Mr. Xi's very nose. At this juncture, a smile crept across King Wu's face. Coincidentally, in recent days, Mr. Xi had abruptly vacated the hospital, seemingly entangled in some troubles and knew who that required his urgent attention. Knew who? I scrutinized King Wu's expression. Be precise. Do not presume to deceive me. What transpired? I truly do not know. I am merely his subordinate. I overheard him conversing with a man while passing by the hospital's periphery, stating that the feng shui arrangement he established and knew who had been unraveled, necessitating his swift return. King Wu blinked as if a sudden thought struck him. Indeed, they mentioned a name. It seemed they spoke of someone named Gao Jian who had gone to New Hu, as they planned to capture him there. Hearing my name from the lips of an unrelated individual, my immediate reaction was to question whether King Wu was attempting to deceive me. However, his tone and demeanor were entirely incongruous with the possibility that this was merely a coincidence. The timing of Mr. Xi's departure coincided precisely with the moment I sought assistance from the king of mediocre clips to eliminate those live-streamed snippets from the internet. On that day, I aided Wu Yud in deciphering the layout of his ancestral home, vanquishing the malevolent spirit concealed within the statue. It was undoubtedly these actions that drew the attention of the dual-faced Buddha. The concept of feng shui? This was the first I had ever heard of such a thing, and I mentally noted it to inquire about it later from Taoist Wandao upon my departure from this place. Do not inquire about feng shui. I am utterly ignorant of it, having lived a life sequestered within the confines of a hospital for these many years. Spare me the superfluous chatter and get to the crux of the matter, I interrupted Wang Wu, urging him to concentrate. What ensued was indeed intriguing. In my 2 decades within the hospital, I had never encountered anything so captivating. Wang Wu chuckled heartily, his face contorting in a most grotesque manner. When Mr. Xi departed, he confined all the monsters within the hospital into the jars you observed, and without those entities hindering my plans, I commenced my scheme to abduct Gu Tongtong and toy with her family. His smile grew increasingly sinister, his words dripping with pride. Years prior, I had attempted to unseal a coffin to release the incorporeal bones, but that endeavor had failed, yielding only a wisp of a lingering soul, the very apparition you encountered. Though she appeared dazed, it was merely a facade. Manifesting the collective negativity of the entire hospital, she was undoubtedly the most malevolent and terrifying entity I had ever encountered. Are you referring to that girl's spirit? I too had been deceived by her, and upon hearing Wang Wu's assessment of her affliction, I furrowed my brow deeply. Indeed, do not be misled by her appearance. This fragment of a soul had just escaped from the suspended coffin and was eager to exact revenge on those who had wronged her family. Her powers were feeble, merely a remnant soul, and to avoid detection, she hid within her sister-in-law's womb, later possessing the child of her brother. No parent in the world is devoid of compassion for their child. She cunningly exploited this to manipulate Gu Tongtong, secretly orchestrating numerous horrific acts. She impaled the doll gifted to Gu Tongtong by her parents within the wardrobe, resorting to self-harm to right with her blood, and even attempted to slay Gu Bei with a knife. Wang Wu relayed this in one breath, his face alight with excitement. Is this truly her true nature? I reflected on my time spent with the girl's spirit, recalling only feelings of fragility and solitude. Squinting, I realized that I could not wholly trust Wang Wu. He might be sowing discord. With the aid of the incorporeal spirit, we imprisoned Gu Tongtong within the hospital and subsequently messaged Gu Bei, luring him step by step to come. Initially, our plan proceeded smoothly, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. At around 10 o'clock that night, Mr. Chun unexpectedly arrived at the hospital, demanding my cooperation in exterminating all living beings within its walls. Wang Wu's expression mirrored my confusion at that moment. I believed our scheme had been compromised, yet soon after, I encountered an outsider during my rounds. An outsider? Is it me? I asked casually, only to receive an unexpected revelation. It is not you. Wang Wu produced a yellowed test report. That individual, like Zhang Heng and Chen Mo, had also received such a note, prompting their visit to the hospital. A death invitation? I was taken aback, my expression one of surprise. Wasn't this something you all sent out? Is this not your method of enticing the living? Wang Wu resolutely shook his head, stating that they only targeted the vagrant population. meticulously selecting each target. How could they possibly engage in such actions? If not you, then who else could it be? A chill surged through me as I contemplated the situation. In this live broadcast, 3 factions were present. The dual-faced Buddha, represented by Chun Jiogong, the bone-immovable faction led by a writer, and the show hosts. If this death note was not disseminated by the dual-faced Buddha, it could only have been issued by another show host. But what could their motive be? Was it to issue a death invitation and draw the innocent into this chaos? Perhaps to obscure their identity? Or did they exploit a loophole in the show's regulations to create innocent participants in order to amass points? Could this truly be permissible? To conceal one's identity at the expense of human lives, transforming into a devil for the sake of the broadcast. Indeed, while the rules prohibit live streaming with outsiders, they allow for other means to inadvertently lure individuals into the broadcast venue, using their lives as stepping stones. During the real death game, I had once shared such information with Duyu, yet faced no repercussions from the show. However, I had done so with Duyu's consent. Whereas this host fabricated a fictitious horror legend, leveraging certain unique abilities to compel the innocent to engage in the broadcast willingly. In this manner, they could conceal their identity while clearly identifying the innocents, ensuring that whether they exterminated or rescued, they would maximize their points. Is this the caliber of seasoned show hosts who have endured multiple broadcasts? Compared to them, my methods and intellect seem rather juvenile. Each time I participated in a broadcast, I transitioned from a participant to a disruptor, while they strategized on how to evolve from participants to orchestrators. Such tactics had never crossed my mind. I had never envisioned conducting a broadcast in this manner. This was my first experience of co-hosting with other show hosts, and witnessing their tactics illuminated the vast chasm between us, particularly in how they approached the innocents. Chapter 642. A narrow path for enemies. Gazing at the yellowed note in my hand, I found no fault in its craftsmanship or handwriting. The locations mentioned, such as the central operating room and the 3rd hospital building, were entirely accurate, indicating that the host who forged the death invitation had undoubtedly been here beforehand. A thought struck me. Typically, show tasks are released at 8 o'clock each night, and with only 4 hours until the task commences. It is implausible to orchestrate such a complex setup unless that host had prior knowledge of the task details. Narrowing my eyes, I pondered deeply. In truth, I had yet to fully grasp the various rewards of the show. For instance, completing certain specific tasks might grant a broadcasting exemption or the privilege to select tasks, privileges I had never experienced due to my failure to complete such tasks. Given that this broadcast involved multiple participants, it was likely that the host in question lacked certainty, hence utilizing some form of broadcasting privilege to gain early insight into the task and initiate their strategy. Who could this individual be? Could it be Zhang Heng? Or perhaps Chinemo? Zhang Heng claimed that he acquired the note after stealthily infiltrating a private hospital at night, and the timing aligns perfectly. Chinemo, however, stated that he had seen the note the previous day, following the consecutive deaths of the professor and his roommate, which compelled him to come to Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. There appears to be a discrepancy in the timeline, yet he presents himself as a newcomer. More crucially, he has a broken leg. I assisted in stabilizing his fractured bone and can ascertain the authenticity of his injury. To conceal his identity by inflicting such a severe injury seems rather counterproductive. The more I ponder, the more perplexed I become. I regain my focus and turn to Wang Wu. Did you kill the intruder after discovering him? Of course. That was Mr. Chen's command. Wang Wu's eyes glimmered with a twisted excitement. Outwardly, he appeared as any ordinary person, yet internally, he had succumbed to a malignant transformation. It is inconceivable for a sane individual to reside in such a place for 2 decades. My extensive interactions with psychopathic killers have taught me that the more one probes into their murderous details, the more it incites them. Thus, I chose to bypass this topic and inquired further, what happened next? Wang Wu's gaze lingered on me for a moment. Utilizing the white beast, I eliminated 2 intruders before encountering you. A hint of amusement danced across his face. Your demeanor starkly contrasted with those intruders, exhibiting a calmness that suggested a familiarity with darkness and fear, evoking a sense of danger within me. You have successfully piqued my curiosity. Thus I wish to further test you. You are aware of the subsequent events. Having encountered both Zhang Heng and Chun Mo in succession, your collective presence now poses a threat to me. So, you took the initiative to hunt us down using the white beast? That was Mr. Chen's directive. Wang Wu grinned, adding, I merely feigned compliance. My true objective is to release the unyielding bones. At the time I expelled you from the treatment building, I assumed you would leave immediately. Yet you unexpectedly retreated to the third ward. Wang Wu repeatedly emphasized it was Chun Jioga's order, but I could detect his underlying excitement. This deranged individual harbors a demon within, reveling in the thrill of torture. Are the two individuals who accompanied me still alive? There are paths to heaven you refuse to tread, yet you insist on storming the gates of hell. Your companions possess some skill. But this place has been managed by Mr. Paper for many years, trapping them in a dead end. Death is merely a matter of time. Wang Wu paused and added, "Do you see those white hairs on the wall? Mr. Chun controls the array and can sense everyone's location through these strands. With your own strength, escape is utterly impossible." "Not necessarily," I retorted, raising the jade bone of the white beast and the corpse of the earth, fearful of the unyielding bone's aura. "As long as I wield this bone, I shall traverse unimpeded." Wang Wu's gaze fixated on the bone in my hand, a glimmer of greed surfacing deep within his eyes. "You underestimate Mr. Paper. He has anticipated such scenarios. To prevent the unyielding bones from escaping, he has transformed the entire hospital into a vast feng shui array, drawing upon the energy of Jiang City and Xinhu City. This array consumes enormous resources, yet once activated, it can suppress even the unyielding bones for 12 hours. Let alone you. Are you implying that we cannot exit temporarily?" I felt a flicker of uncertainty, unsure if he was lying. "If you doubt my words, I can take you up to sea." Wang Wu, with a shift in his tone, remarked that it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover the way out. It took me 2 decades of exploration to grasp the intricacies of this grand formation, which encompasses both the gates of life and death. To escape, one must depart through the gate of life. Only I, besides Mr. Ji, possess the knowledge of the correct path. Would you kindly lead me out? What if you were to inadvertently guide me into the gate of death? I can accompany you, but first, you must relinquish that bone to me. "That is out of the question," I firmly refused. "It is my sole bargaining chip, and if you truly desire it, you shall receive it once I am safely out. However, should you dare to seize it, I assure you, regret will be your only companion. I have no need to deceive you, but I wish to remind you of 2 critical points. First, Mr. Ji will arrive shortly. Should he take command of this feng shui formation, no one shall leave alive. Second, the girl in your arms has succumbed to corpse poison. If she does not receive treatment, she will undoubtedly perish." Wang Wu, a shrewd businessman with a piercing insight, had struck at the very heart of my concerns. Noticing the shadow darken my countenance, he appeared elated, slowly contemplating. "You have 1 minute left. If I give you the jade bone, can you cure Gu Tongtong of her poison?" Of course. Wang Wu's grotesque visage contorted into an exceedingly distasteful expression. "Having dwelled here and dealt with corpses for 2 decades, what is merely corpse poison to me? Should you agree to hand over the jade bone, I could retrieve the antidote immediately." "Retrieve the antidote? Is it not with you?" I expressed skepticism toward Wang Wu's words, recalling the 3 syringes he had concealed within the silicone doll. Could that be the antidote? I had stealthily taken the syringes. With this thought, my resolve grew stronger. "Let me out first, or our negotiation is over." I gently stroked Gu Tongtong's head, maintaining an impassive demeanor, revealing not a sliver of weakness. "This girl was brought here by you. Her life or death is of no consequence to me. Are you truly attempting to threaten me with her?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, perplexed as to where he had erred. "I do not desire this bone. I merely wish to survive and depart. Do not push me too far. Are you truly intent on forcing a deadlock?" I scoffed, sensing the initiative gradually returning to my grasp. A brief silence enveloped the storeroom, and moments later, an unsightly grin spread across Wang Wu's face. "Tonight marks the most lively evening I have experienced in over 20 years. In the past, I have only been accompanied by corpses and silicone dolls. I have grown weary of them. To be honest, I do not wish to escort you. I despise those who can freely dictate their own lives." As he concluded, Wang Wu's voice grew feeble. "Come, follow me. I shall lead you out." He wielded Chun Jioga's token of the usurper and turned to exit the storeroom. I exhaled in relief, clutching Gu Tongtong tightly as I trailed behind. The live broadcast of the night had taken a somewhat convoluted turn. My enthusiasm for unraveling mysteries led me to seize upon a hidden thread that brought me to the conclusion. While another prominent broadcaster sought to break the stalemate through sheer force, visibly restraining the dual-faced Buddha on my behalf. Rescuing Gu Tongtong promised a reward of 10 points. I anticipated this broadcast would yield considerable points. Regrettably, I had not dispatched Qinjiuge. Wang Wu led the way as we traversed the secret passage from the 9th underground level to the 6th. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but as we approached the exit of the 6th underground level, an unforeseen event transpired. Wang Wu was the first to sense something amiss. Upon noticing him halt in his tracks, I too became aware that the situation was dire. My gaze swept across the pallid walls, where slender white filaments undulated like waves, surging forth from the ground. This was alarming. The one surnamed Chun had discovered us. We must flee, Wang Wu shouted, making a dash towards the safety passage. Chapter 643. Within the array by the time I prepared to run, it was already too late. The white insects on the wall had sealed our path. The scene was eerily bizarre, as the delicate white strands coalesced, writhing upon the wall like sinister tresses. This way, Wang Wu called out, not out of concern for me, but rather from fear that the jade bone in my possession might fall into the hands of Qinjiuge. The malevolent energy within me had been entirely siphoned away by the 5 plagues ghost, leaving all 18 orifices drained. Desperate to evade the encroaching white insects, I had no choice but to activate the Miao Zhen heart method and fling out 2 suppression talismans. The talismans struck the white insects, yet their effect was minimal. Primarily due to the overwhelming number of the creatures, the 2 suppression talismans were swiftly engulfed. In that moment, I was compelled to reveal my secret of possessing the plum blossom goo. Shielding Gu Tong Tong with my hands, I charged headlong into the onslaught of white filaments. The mastermind behind this was exceedingly treacherous, concealing the white fiend and the earth corpse amidst the rampant white strands. Had it not been for the jade bone protecting me, even with immunity to the white filaments, I would have been torn apart by the monsters lurking within. With determination, I finally burst into the safety passage. Wang Wu led the way, but as we progressed, the white filaments multiplied. The walls on either side of the corridor were entirely cloaked in white, as if the entire structure had come to life. Hurry, I urged, and we pressed on, not knowing what had torn at our bodies, leaving wounds in their wake. Time was of the essence. I clung to a glimmer of hope and sprinted with all my might. Yet when I reached the 3rd underground level, that last shred of hope was dashed. The door to the safety passage was locked, and more chillingly, the doorframe was teeming with white filaments. Layer upon layer, the entire exit was obstructed. We can't escape? Are there any secret passages nearby? I shouted anxiously at Wang Wu. He hesitated, weighing the pros and cons. The locations of these secret passages were exceedingly obscure, some even unknown to Qinjiuge. This was Wang Wu's contingency plan. Stop hesitating. If I am captured by Qinjiuge, the jade bone will surely fall into his possession, and we will all be doomed. Follow me, Wang Wu finally acquiesced, reluctantly leading me into the 2nd morgue. I had been here before and found nothing amiss. After 20 arduous years, the secret passage I had excavated would, in the end, benefit a stranger. Wang Wu dashed into the depths of the morgue and pulled open the innermost drawer. Help me. Together we moved aside the ice cabinet against the wall, revealing a half-human high pit. The excavation was rudimentary, lacking any supports, and dust cascaded down, suggesting it could collapse at any moment. With the white filaments sweeping in behind us, there was no turning back once we entered the secret passage. Under duress, I had no time to ponder and followed closely behind Wang Wu into the dark tunnel. It was cold and pitch black, seemingly endless. The only comfort was that the passage inclined upwards. After groping in the darkness for several minutes, a wooden barrier appeared before us. If we could exit through this and enter another secret passage, we could escape the hospital. Wang Wu removed the barrier and peered outside, his body suddenly freezing in place. What is wrong with you? I realized that circumstances had changed, but now there was no turning back. The white-haired figure had pursued me into the dark passage, and it had already spread behind me. Get out. Without hesitation, I kicked Wang Wu out of the passage and cautiously crawled out myself. Beyond the barrier lay a grand hall, likely situated at the heart of the hospital's 3 buildings, a critical juncture of the broken terrain. Did he not leave? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Wang Wu rose from the ground, the imprint of my shoe still visible on his clothing. Yet he did not hold it against me and gestured for silence. In truth, even without his reminder, I would have refrained from making a sound. For the scene before me was utterly unexpected. The hall's walls were adorned with intricate runes and various talismans, at least dozens in total. At the center of the hall rested a sand table, upon which sat a Taoist priest, eyes tightly shut. Clad in a plain Taoist robe, his expression was somewhat grotesque. as if he were trapped in a nightmare from which he could not awaken. Do not approach that sand table, and certainly do not touch the talismans on the walls. This is the heart of the Great Formation. Passing through here allows entry into the other buildings, enabling us to depart unnoticed through the dark passage I excavated. After speaking, Wang Wu muttered to himself, questioning why he had returned after personally pursuing the intruder. As Wang Wu took a few steps forward, he suddenly noticed I remained rooted in place, prompting a frown. Hurry up. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. If you disrupt this formation, it would be tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the building. If you wish to avoid being buried alive, it is best to follow me obediently. Yet I stood still, unable to comprehend his words, my gaze like a blade fixated on the Taoist priest, a tempest of murderous intent surging within me. Chenjoga. I managed to squeeze the name through clenched teeth, my eyes aflame with crimson rage. Indeed, that Chun was the very one. The priest seated at the center of the sand table was none other than Chenjoga, who had participated in this live stream. I had previously wondered why I had not seen him upon entering Jianghu Hospital, and now it was clear. He was the puppeteer behind the scenes. Having encountered the same individual in both live streams sparked a flurry of thoughts in my mind. Chenjoga was a pawn of the two-faced Buddha, embedded within the show. Initially, only the traders and the two-faced Buddha were privy to this fact. It seemed that the show had sensed betrayal among the streamers, but could not ascertain who, thus employing the livestream tasks as a test. In retrospect, my entry into Yi Bing's dream livestream was likely orchestrated by the show, allowing them to observe my every move and that of the trader. The purpose of that livestream was ostensibly to test my loyalty, yet it unexpectedly bore fruit, revealing through Xiao A's words that Chenjoga, who entered the dream on the same day as I, was indeed the pawn of the two-faced Buddha. Once it was confirmed that Chenjoga was the pawn, the livestream at Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was initiated. Although it was framed as a collaborative effort among multiple streamers, the true intent was likely to eliminate Chenjoga. The show had been quite subtle in issuing the tasks, yet Chenjoga had detected their intentions early, denying the other streamers the opportunity to act. He directly entered the Great Formation, taking command of everything within, manipulating the White Fiend and the Earth's corpses to seize the advantage for the hunt. He resolutely chose exposure rather than placing himself in peril. My fists clenched. My stance regarding the elimination of Chenjoga was entirely aligned with that of the performance arena. This individual is terrifying, truly a pawn meticulously cultivated by the dual-faced Buddha. He has not only become a prominent broadcaster in the performance arena, but has also entered the most enigmatic sect to practice the secret art of dream weaving. Possessing the powers of a life-altering master, an esteemed lineage, and the influence of the performance arena, if Chenjoga continues to grow, he may very well become a second dual-faced Buddha. Wang Wu, noticing my troubled expression, hastily interjected that the formations here were intricately woven by Mr. Paper. Any disruption to a single point would trigger a chain reaction. Do not act impulsively. I have been here for 20 years and still have not devised a strategy. Before he could finish, I had already stepped outside. I disregarded any formations and persuasion. I solely recognized this as the prime opportunity to eliminate Chenjoga. If I did not rid myself of him before returning to the Century New Garden, he would inevitably uncover my identity as the masked figure competing with him for the dream flower in the depths of the dream realm. By then, he would be supported by the sect and the dual-faced Buddha, while I would remain isolated and powerless to confront him. Therefore, I absolutely could not let this chance slip away. Shaking off Wang Wu's restraining hand, I employed my judgmental vision to survey the hall. The seemingly ordinary hall concealed profound secrets. It was the gathering place for the energies of the broken face and the literary star. Densely packed with talismans and fortified by multiple layers of formations, creating an intricate layout of formations within formations. Although Chenjoga appeared to be merely a dozen meters away, traversing that distance was no simple task. Wang Wu had previously mentioned that Chenjoga had left the central formation to pursue the intruder, now that he had returned. Did that imply the intruder had been subdued? My judgmental vision could pierce through illusion, and as I moved along the periphery of the grand formation, I quickly discerned a man lying weakly behind the sand table. Chapter 644. Same route, same source in critical moments. One must exercise caution. I adjusted my angle, finally recognizing the man's features. Gubei? Was he not dragged into the water tank by a monster? How could he possibly be here? I had originally assumed that Chun Mo or Zhang Heng had been captured, never suspecting it would be him. His suit, drenched and tattered, was caked in mud, and I could see his body gently convulsing. He was still alive. Could he truly be the broadcaster of the performance arena? Unbelievable. As I stood in astonishment, Wang Wu's sharp intake of breath startled me. No wonder the white-haired figure and the corpse had suddenly attacked us. The revelation lay with this man. Damn it. Had I known, I would have eliminated him. Following Wang Wu's gaze, I noticed on the opposite side of the sand table an object that was utterly incongruous with the talismans and divine patterns. It was Gu Bei's mobile phone. Qinjiuge must have seen those kidnapping messages, realizing that Wang Wu had likely betrayed him to join forces with the bone dissolution. This would also elucidate why the white-haired figure had abruptly launched an assault against Wang Wu and me. Stop deceiving yourself. You have been uncovered by your own master. Your best option now is to collaborate with me. I pointed towards Qinjiuge within the Grand Formation. Together, we can eliminate him. Seated atop the sand table, Qinjiuge exhibited a peculiar state. His eyes were tightly shut, his expression contorted. Even as Wang Wu and I approached within mere meters of him, he remained completely unresponsive, as if the world within the formation and that outside were two entirely different realms. I confided my doubts to Wang Wu, the traitor, who revealed to me a wealth of crucial information. The reason this place was designed by Mr. Paper as a nested formation is that one cannot afford distractions during large-scale corpse control. Wang Wu pointed to the talismans around us, which served dual purposes, protection and early warning, hence my reluctance to let you approach recklessly. Mr. Chun's consciousness is embedded within the formation. All the white worms serve as his eyes and sensory appendages to the outside world. However, this location is an exception. To prevent the white worms from damaging the talisman array, not a single worm resides in this hall. It was only upon Wang Wu's reminder that I realized the walls of the hall appeared entirely normal. The term dark under the lamp aptly describes this situation. The core of the formation is the sole blind spot. I estimate that Qinjiuge will soon come to this realization. I must strike before he regains consciousness and eliminate him. Murder is simplistic, yet deciphering the formation is intricate. While Wang Wu and I were observing, Gu Bei, who had slumped to the ground like a mass of mud, exhibited a peculiar change. His head tilted, his body ceased to convulse. What on earth is Qinjiuge doing bringing Gu Bei into the formation? If it were merely to extract useful information, he could simply have taken his phone. A sense of unease began to creep into my mind, which soon materialized into grim reality. Gu Bei, drenched, appeared as if he had been fished out from a vat of medicinal liquid. His skin had turned pale, adorned with countless minute wounds, seemingly inflicted by fingernails. His current state resembled that of a drowning victim. Yet, more horrifying events were yet to unfold. Shortly after, Gu Bei's fingers twitched slightly, and his head, which he had been pressing to the ground, began to turn slowly, akin to a wind-up mechanical toy. I understood. Wang Wu exclaimed that the Chun family intended to transform Gu Bei into a living corpse before entering the catacomb to disrupt the unyielding bones. What do you mean? Why must Gu Bei be refined into a living corpse before entering the catacomb? I turned to see Wang Wu's expression growing increasingly grave. Do you not realize that the Chun family's descendants possess a unique constitution? I once heard Mr. Paper mention that those who flow with white blood were regarded as white ancestors in ancient times. During the era of ignorance, some even consumed their blood, believing it to be a source of vitality. White ancestors. Is it not the case that their family suffers from congenital leukemia? That is a rather unhealthy form of whiteness. Both Gu Bei and his daughter share this constitution. If it were leukemia, why do they not exhibit symptoms typical of blood cancer patients? Wang Wu insists that this is an exceptionally rare constitution. Many years ago, Mr. Paper's sealing of the unyielding bones differed from the present. He did not set up a suspended coffin, but merely sealed it within the formation, for which I was specifically responsible for providing blood offerings. I seized this opportunity to forge an agreement with the unyielding bones, to nullify the curse Mr. Paper had inscribed upon me. She expended years of accumulated power to extract a drop of her own blood from the coffin, which was of pure white hue. The unyielding bones and the white ancestor constitution share a common origin. Only those with such a constitution can approach the catacomb unscathed by the unyielding bones and unaffected by the corpse energy emanating from the coffin. The unyielding bones initially crafted by Mr. Paper lacked self-awareness. It was only due to Gu Tongtong's similar constitution that, upon the coffin's opening, it first turned its gaze toward her. By a twist of fate, her consciousness ultimately occupied its form. For 2 decades, Mr. Paper has exhausted every conceivable method to rid himself of Gu Tongtong's will, ultimately resorting to sealing her within the confines of a body that does not decay, thus preventing her from fully mastering the undying bones. I silently nodded. It appears that Chunjioga must have transformed Gu Bei into a living corpse, intending to have him contend with Gu Tongtong for dominion over the undying bones. In truth, throughout these years, Mr. Paper has also been searching for individuals akin to the Bai ancestors' constitution, yet despite 2 decades of effort in this vast sea of humanity, no suitable candidate has been found. Wang Wu continued to speak at length, but I did not catch every word. Indeed, upon uncovering that the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was being manipulated by the double-faced Buddha, I began to entertain numerous thoughts. Why does the double-faced Buddha desire the undying bones? Is it conceivable that he wishes to use them as a new vessel for himself? The original form of the undying bones, as conceived in the 9 layers of the netherworld, is devoid of self-awareness. Should a defiant fate be bestowed upon it at this juncture, it would give rise to a terrifying creature without flaw. To this day, the true intention of the double-faced Buddha eludes me, yet with each successive broadcast, I find myself ever closer to the truth. I cast a cold glance at Gu Bei, who stood by the sand table, and then at Wang Wu. Mr. Paper has searched for 20 years without success, yet you have so effortlessly located an individual. This is decidedly abnormal. Are you questioning me? Wang Wu began to retort, but I raised my hand to silence him. Indeed, I harbor doubts. I suspect you are being utilized by Mr. Paper. Your ability to connect with the undying bones and extract vital information could very well be a scheme orchestrated by him. My gaze darkened. He has intentionally allowed you to undertake all these actions to locate someone possessing the Bai ancestors' constitution, ultimately bringing them to the hospital. Wang Wu, lost in his own perspective, fails to see the situation clearly, while I maintain an objective analysis from the outside. Given Wang Wu's capabilities, it is improbable that he could deceive Mr. Paper, the master of feng shui. Thus, the answer is straightforward. This entire situation is a deliberate ploy by Mr. Paper, aimed at finding a constitution that is of the same root and origin as Gu Tongtong's, leveraging this to penetrate the earth and gain absolute control over the undying bones. In a twist of fate, Wang Wu did not anticipate that Mr. Paper had orchestrated this trap, and in his exuberance, he fell into it. Conversely, Mr. Paper did not foresee that the Underworld Showcase would intervene at a critical moment, utilizing the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital as a live broadcast venue, dispatching multiple hosts to stream from there. The disparity in information has led to the current chaotic state. Now, in this liminal space of life and death, none can confidently assert themselves as the ultimate victor. He must be stopped. While I conversed with Wang Wu, Gu Bei's body underwent a new transformation. He raised his head, resembling a humble servant, his lower body pressed to the ground while his upper body arched before Chunjioga. Within the grand formation, the talismans illuminated, and from this vantage, one could see a cross inscribed on Gu Bei's scalp, a shallow wound where his head had been cut. At this moment, he extended his head toward the edge of the sand table. Fine silver sand streamed into the incision atop his head, akin to quicksilver, peeling away his scalp. The scene was brutal and horrifying. Even I, seasoned by battle, felt a shiver run down my spine. The silver sand reacted with the medicinal liquid coursing through Gu Bei, causing his eyes to bulge and a clucking sound to emerge from his throat. Before long, delicate strands of white hair began to sprout from his wound. A corpse transformation. I hesitated no longer, stepping back to observe Wang Wu's back as I discreetly took out my phone to seek assistance from Master Wani. Chapter 645, Madness, Part 1. The existence of the Underworld Showcase must remain undiscovered. As for Wang Wu, our collaboration is one of necessity. If the opportunity arises, I would even contemplate eliminating him. This man, who has coexisted with corpses for over 2 decades, has developed a dangerously twisted character. However, the time for action has not yet arrived. Priorities must be established, and I must first deal with Chunjioga. Master, do you possess a method to decipher this intricate formation? I quietly inquired in the live stream room, taking advantage of Wang Wu's inattention. Master Wani replied, "The talismans are complex, and there are multiple formations interconnected. Without visibility of the formation's core, entering it would make not only breaking the formation impossible, but even escaping would prove arduous." He continued, "Honestly, wouldn't it be wiser for you to simply follow him out of the hospital?" I understood his frustration. If I could flee, I would have done so long ago. The camera only captured a portion of the grand formation, and due to the limitations of perspective, Master Wan-Yi had no immediate means to dismantle it. While I conversed with him, Gubei's transformation had ceased. Unlike other white fiends, he still donned human skin, as if it were a second skin. The white hair sprouted from the cracks in his skin, and his once blank eyes slowly regained focus. It seemed he retained a semblance of his consciousness. After undergoing transformation, Gubei rose from the ground. Initially, his movements were rigid, but he gradually adjusted to his new body, moving almost as if he were alive. This white fiend was indeed peculiar. I employed my discerning eye to penetrate the formation's defenses, fixating on Gubei's every motion. Sensing my gaze, he turned towards me, his icy stare transcending Wang Wu to settle upon my face, where the mask of good and evil resided. His expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. Resentment and loathing manifested vividly on his recently transformed visage. Why did he harbor such animosity towards me? If I was not mistaken, he had not even regarded Wang Wu, his attention solely fixated on me. Something felt amiss. Chen Jioge remained seated at the sand table, eyes tightly shut and utterly motionless. Yet, Gubei's actions post-transformation exceeded my expectations. The unmasked hatred on his face was not an expression one would expect from a mere corpse. Something felt gravely wrong. Step back, I called out. But before I could finish my sentence, Gubei approached the sand table. He casually manipulated the sand, akin to a child playing by the roadside. Yet the consequences of his actions were nothing short of astounding. As the sand shifted, the entire hall trembled. The talismans surrounding Wang Wu flickered erratically as portions of the formations activated. How could he command such a formation? A freshly transformed white fiend manipulating the intricate layers of the array? This was far beyond mere talent. The formation was exceedingly complex, and a white fiend with a simplistic mindset could not possibly master it in such a short span. I retreated, fixated on Gubei, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. After exerting control over the grand formation, Gubei collapsed once more, as if his consciousness had yet to fully awaken. As I exerted every effort to discern the situation, I finally made a significant discovery when Gubei collapsed. His nape and the area beneath his suit were adorned with numerous blue talismans. This particular blue talisman, unique to the Xiaozhuang Temple, I had encountered in the depths of my dreams. When Chen Jioge had sent Yi Bing away in the Despair District, he had bestowed a similar talisman upon her at the last moment, resulting in her failure to awaken from the dream, seemingly lost in its depths. Dream Path Talismans. Upon seeing the blue talismans, my first instinct was to think that Gubei had fallen under Chen Jioge's control, although a sense of unease lingered within me. The transformation he had undergone was markedly different from that of other white fiends. His gaze was imbued with malice and hatred, emotions that only the living possess. Was Gubei not dead? This thought flickered in my mind, only to be promptly dismissed. He had endured a surgical procedure and been immersed in medicinal solutions for such an extended period. There was no reason for him to still be alive. Could it be that Chen Jioge had attached his consciousness to Gubei? The more I pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Gubei's original body lay motionless with his eyes tightly shut, yet the body of the transformed Gubei exhibited increased agility and a wider array of facial expressions, completely devoid of the rigidity characteristic of a white fiend. For the time being, it was prudent to maintain my distance. Chen Jioge was preoccupied, concurrently manipulating the earthbound corpses and the white bugs while attempting to acclimate to Gubei's body. He likely had no time to spare for Wang Wu and me. The grand formation could provide early warnings and defense. As long as the talismans remained untouched, Chen Jioge should not awaken. I could not help but feel a sense of relief for not having acted impulsively against Chen Jioge earlier. Should I have made contact with the talismans, there would have been no turning back. I would have been forced to confront the situation head-on. Are you preparing to leave? Wang Wu exhaled in relief, looking at me with curiosity. Have you discerned some flaw? Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for confrontation, but now his demeanor had shifted. He led me around the sand table and the talismans to the opposite side of the grand formation, lifting a brick from the ground to reveal a hollowed-out space beneath. From here, we can enter the treatment building directly. The white fiends and the living corpses have all been gathered by Mr. Chun in the 3rd ward, so it should be relatively safe. Even before we had escaped, Wang Wu was already plotting our next steps. Once you exit the building, hand over the non-decomposed bone to me, and I will instruct you on what to do next. After speaking, he cast a glance in my direction, seemingly gauging my reaction. That is my bottom line. You should probably set aside your bottom line for now. I never said I was leaving. I stood at the exit of the secret passage, turning to observe Gu Bei and Chun Jioge within the grand formation. This night would culminate in either his demise or my survival. There is a saying, either he dies, or you perish. It seemed this was the first time Wang Wu had encountered someone as formidable as myself. His frustration simmered, yet he had no outlet. Do not be foolish. We cannot breach this grand formation. If we leave now, there is still a glimmer of hope. Once Mr. Chen awakens, escape will likely become impossible. Running now would be a slow suicide for both of us. I shall refrain from further discourse. If you desire that piece of jade bone, you must assist me. I regarded Wang Wu, unreservedly stating, collaborating with me is a prudent choice. After tonight, you will find solace in your decision. What am I to feel solace about? Do not push your luck. Do you truly believe I am your subordinate? Wang Wu's lips twitched. Are you unwell? Choosing death when a path to life is available? Let us retreat into the secret passage. Gu Bei is about to awaken. I completely disregarded Wang Wu's admonitions, beckoning him to follow me into the shadowy passage. Moments later, Gu Bei underwent a third transformation, a change unseen in other white beasts. His joints emitted a brittle crack as his contorted neck returned to its rightful angle, and the white hairs protruding from his wounds gradually receded beneath his skin. From a distance, Gu Bei appeared almost human again. This body seemed promising. The already transformed Gu Bei stirred from his slumber, moving his arms, and surprisingly, a hoarse voice emerged from his throat. Mr. Paper had long sought the elusive white blood physique, and it seemed to present itself willingly. Was this my destined opportunity? Indeed, surviving great calamity often begets fortune, once my consciousness takes residence in the immortal bone. Even the Buddha would regard me with trepidation. Gu Bei's voice grew increasingly articulate as I concealed myself, astonished by Chun Jioge's prowess. From the content of his speech, it was evident that it was Chun Jioge who now dominated Gu Bei's body, seemingly poised to implant his will into the immortal bone, claiming the dual-faced Buddha's body for himself. Their relationship appeared less than harmonious, more akin to mutual exploitation. Penetrating the corpse with one's consciousness is no trivial task. One must maintain unwavering focus throughout the process. Chun Jioge had just arrived at a critical juncture, coupled with his confidence in the Grand Formation's warnings, which explained his lack of action against Wang Wu and me. Occupying Gu Bei's body, Chun Jioge formed intricate hand seals and manipulated a sand table, revealing black stones from beneath the surface. Observing the stones within the sand, Gu Bei snorted, still resisting. No surprise for one emerging from that place. Chanting incantations, the talismans within the room shimmered, silver sand swirling. After issuing several commands, he formed seals with his hands, and the grand formation automatically opened a gap. Gu Bei exited through the main entrance, likely seeking trouble with the immortal bone. Had he truly left? Confirming that this was not a trap, I emerged from the passage, gazing at Chun Jioge's seated form within the grand formation. This was a rare opportunity. If I could breach the formation, I could sever his head, obliterate his physical form, and cut off his escape. My fingers trembled with excitement as I recalled the hand gestures he had just performed. Approaching the formation's edge, I attempted several times, but to no avail. Calculating Gu Bei's departure time, I squinted. The formation, operating autonomously without control, would certainly harbor vulnerabilities. If I forced my way in, I might have a chance to penetrate further. Breaking the formation was arduous, yet killing was simple. Even without tools, I possessed multiple methods to eliminate Chun Jioge. Why not give it a try? With my hand, which had touched the black chess piece in the earth's veins, positioned before me, I drew upon the dwindling yin energy, channeling the essence from my lower dantian into my meridians, hoping it would prove effective. Before Wang Wu, I directly invoked the authentic Miaojin talisman, the tincture's bestowed method. The 100 Resolutions talisman. 1 resolves 10 calamities. 2 resolves the 4 seasonal malevolent stars. 3 resolves all taboos. 4 resolves ailments and injuries. 5 resolves legal troubles and disputes. 6 resolves domestic unrest. 7 resolves water, fire, and theft. 8 resolves ominous celestial bodies. 9 resolves inauspicious omens. With blood from my heart, I inscribed the talisman in my palm. Upon completion, I charged into the grand formation. Chun Jioge, your soul is concealed within a corpse. Tonight, you shall undoubtedly perish. Chapter 646. The Madness, Part 2. A murderous intent toward Chunjyoga surged within me, and I could no longer suppress it. I drew upon my own essence and blood to inscribe a talisman, charging into the grand formation. Come back. Have you lost your mind? Wang Wu, standing at the entrance of the dark passage, was utterly dumbfounded. Without any warning, I plunged into the array, an act that far exceeded his imagination. His mouth agape. He inhaled sharply, the breath in his lungs not yet fully expelled, only to be drawn back in. You madman. Truly a rabid dog. At this moment, Chunjyoga's primary consciousness had seized Gu Bei's body, leaving only his corporeal shell behind. I seized the opportunity to strike. This was not recklessness but rather decisiveness, at least that was how I perceived it. With a forceful thrust into the grand formation, hundreds of talismans ignited in a radiant glow, activating various defensive mechanisms. The tranquility was shattered. The hall was awash with swirling runes and rising dust, as if the very ground trembled beneath us. The formation was intricately interconnected, a cohesive whole where a single thread pulled could affect the entirety, especially in light of my brazen assault. Open. The 100 Dissolution Talisman possessed formidable restraining power against both talismanic and malevolent arts. It was this very talisman that Lu Chun had utilized to dismantle my own talismans during the heart-piercing inquiry at Zenu High School. The outermost layers of the defensive array posed no lethal threat and were swiftly dismantled, the talismans on the walls disintegrating into ash, floating like withered autumn leaves in the air. As I ventured deeper, the resistance intensified. The internal formations were imbued with aggressive properties, posing a grave danger. Had it not been for the fact that my 100 Dissolution Talisman was crafted with my blood, embodying my spirit and unyielding will, I would have likely been overwhelmed. Come help me. After advancing a few steps, I noticed the talisman in my palm beginning to dissipate. My cheeks flushed as I turned to Wang Wu, shouting, "What are you helping with? Accompany you to death?" Wang Wu remained outside the formation, showing no inclination to assist. His gaze fixated on the jade bone eye in his other hand, which spun with an unsettling intent. With no hope of assistance from him, I steeled myself and pressed further inward. The intricacies of the formation revealed themselves as I approached within 5 meters of Chunjyoga's corporeal form. The seemingly ordinary tiles beneath my feet erupted, releasing pure, primal earth energy that formed walls around him, encasing him at the center. The manipulation of earth energy was astounding. The prowess of Mr. Paper in feng shui was truly formidable. The earth energy, which I had encountered in the texts at Lu's home, was known to sever myriad spells. Only a true master of feng shui could delve into the earth veins to extract and harness it. The energy enveloped him, resembling an inverted bowl, safeguarding Chunjyoga's body. No wonder he dared to infiltrate Gu Bei's form amidst unresolved internal strife. It was this hidden card he possessed. With the earth energy shielding him, his body seemed to be interconnected with the very ground itself. Before the energy dissipated, he was immune to most spells and malevolent arts. However, after advancing several meters with my blood-scripted 100 Dissolution Talisman, its effectiveness waned as the blood dried, significantly diminishing its resonance. To make matters worse, the original offensive formations within the array were activated. Waves of silver talismans glimmered with a faint light, hurtling toward me. The talismans, sharp as blades, could cleave through worldly foes. I brandished the 100 Dissolution Talisman in defense, yet the sheer number of talismans rendered it impossible to shield my body adequately. Barely managing to evade the initial onslaught, I emerged unscathed, though my garments were tattered and torn. How could the talismans possess such formidable power? The prowess of the dual-faced Buddha truly was remarkable. Now is not the time for lamentation. As I stepped into the 3-meter radius of the sand table, the number of talismans surged dramatically from a few to dozens. Caught off guard, all escape routes were sealed, leaving my body with no space to evade. I had long warned you, but you refused to listen. Perhaps it is for the best, after all. Retrieving my bones from this grand formation would indeed be a troublesome endeavor. Wang Wu stood outside, shaking his head, seemingly foreseeing the tragic scene of my body being torn asunder. In fact, upon my first glance at those talismans, my thoughts aligned closely with Wang Wu's. This unknown silver talisman blade wielded immense power. Even my own blood-written 100 Solutions talisman would struggle to withstand it. Faced with life and death, I immediately made the most prudent choice and began to retreat. Yet, how could a human's speed compare to that of a flying talisman blade? Just as the silver talisman was about to strike my body, an unexpected anomaly occurred. This extraordinarily sharp talisman blade sliced through my clothing, yet upon contact with my body, it lost its efficacy, drifting to the ground as mere ordinary talisman paper. What was happening? Surviving this calamity brought me unexpected joy, yet I was equally perplexed. The silver talisman had only shredded my outer garments without inflicting harm upon my body. Could it be related to my unique fate? As the fate locks continued to unlock, was my destiny finally awakening? Looking down at my bosom, I realized I had prematurely celebrated. It was not my fate that saved me, but rather the ancient tome. The funeral classic, acquired from the Qingta temple. The once tattered funeral classic now seemed to evoke the feng shui of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. I glanced around and noticed some inconspicuous ancient characters emerging on the walls. These characters resonated with the funeral classic. The robust script within the ancient text resembling silver dragons dancing across the scroll, reassembling into entirely new phrases. The living are but ghosts, the funeral is within, returning in cycles, eternally auspicious and devoid of misfortune. The burial conceals the living energy. The essence of yin and yang transforms into wind, rises as clouds, descends as rain, and moves through the earth as living energy. The characters within the scroll corresponded with those on the wall, seemingly offering instinctive protection to me. The bearer of the funeral classic, due to their shared origin. Could it be that Mr. Paper referenced the funeral classic in his layout at the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital? Or perhaps he had learned certain techniques from it. Upon first seeing those cryptic ancient characters on the wall, I sensed something amiss and speculated that this place might be connected to the funeral classic. He must possess fragments of the funeral classic. The formation, with its interlocking mechanisms, had suffered catastrophic consequences when certain functions failed. Firstly, the disruption of the Wandao terrain unleashed a massive surge of corpse energy from deep within the earth. Like an earthquake, the building below had already been hollowed out, now violently impacted by both earth energy and corpse energy, becoming a perilous structure on the verge of collapse. Secondly, the formation's vulnerabilities allowed a select few of the white specters to break free from Chun Jiugao's control. While this appeared beneficial to me in the short term, it would have dire repercussions in the long run. The commotion had grown rather significant. I could not afford to peruse the altered funeral classic, hastily placing it aside as I turned to cast a casual glance at Wang Wu. My mobile phone, hidden in my pocket, was the sole witness present. The funeral classic must remain concealed, and this provided me with yet another reason to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Wang Wu, who silently turned his gaze towards the outside of the array, I took a deep breath and shouted for assistance. This presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chun Jiuga. Wang Wu hesitated momentarily, reluctantly approaching me. The ground trembled, and the earthy energy became unstable as I raised my left hand, slowly reaching out towards Chun Jiuga. My left hand, having been tainted by poison and having traversed the three insect's earth veins, grasped the black piece that controlled the deadly gate of the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array, granting it formidable resistance against both the sinister energy and the earthly forces. Open. My palm pierced through the earthy energy and seized Chun Jiuga, who was seated upon the sand table. Come with me. With all my might, I forcibly pulled Chun Jiuga's body, yet to my astonishment, the silver sand on the sand table tightly enveloped his lower half. How could this sand be so sentient? It was not mere sand. The formation's non-aggression towards me did not imply it would refrain from attacking others. Wang Wu attempted several times to breach it, but to no avail. He tossed me a lighter, saying, I had long wanted to inform you. The center of the formation does not contain a sand table. It is a coffin for insects. And what lies within is not sand, but undeveloped white worms. It is through this connection with the mature insects that those of the Chun lineage can perceive everything within the hospital, aware of every whisper of the wind. I had long wanted to tell you. I thought disdainfully. Wang Wu harbored ulterior motives. Had he not glimpsed the hope of slaying Chun Jiuga, he would never have divulged such a secret. Holding the lighter, I was about to ignite the insect coffin when a deafening roar resounded from outside the door. Stop. Chapter 647, Madness, Part 2. I turned to see Gu Bei, possessed by Chun Jiuga's spirit, returning, his skin cracking, in rage. The lighter in my hand flickered to life as I observed Gu Bei, his gaze beneath the mask of good and evil glinting with murderous intent. Yet, even in this moment, I remained utterly composed. Wearing a mask, I assumed a different identity, recalling everything from the deep dreamscape. speaking in a voice that mirrored my previous disguise. Chinjoga, you have returned late. Hoarse and deliberate, with a unique cadence, this voice was surely unforgettable to Chinjoga. It is indeed you. Gu Bei stood frozen, his manner of speaking and pacing mirroring that of Chinjoga, though perhaps due to the drugs affecting his vocal cords. His voice was exceedingly grating. After uttering this, he attempted to manipulate the array, but alas, the formation was influenced by the ancient characters on the wall, rendering it incapable of launching an attack against me. As I observed Chinjoga floundering in futile efforts, my previously anxious heart finally found solace. Today, many have come to the building. Your hospitality has left everyone quite dissatisfied. I continued to communicate with him in a feigned voice while wearing the mask of good and evil. This individual was astute. Prior to the live broadcast, Chinjoga had deliberately tested me, indicating he had subtly marked me as a suspect. A mere imitation of my voice would not deceive him for long. It is better to kill than to leave future troubles. Upon hearing my voice, Chinjoga erupted in a furious laugh. Including you, there are 2 streamers present, one hidden and one in plain sight. It seems the infernal showcase is already aware of my secrets. The true purpose of this broadcast is to eliminate me, is it not? In the presence of a clever adversary, being indirect holds little significance. His facial skin sagged, as if glued to his flesh. In him, one could discern numerous traits typically associated with the deceased. The sole distinction between him and the dead lay in his eyes, insidious, frigid, mingling chaos and madness. Chinjoga comprehended that he had severed his retreat. Otherwise, he would not have audaciously uttered the words Underworld Showcase in Wang Wu's presence. Unbeknownst to Wang Wu, who stood outside the grand formation, he had inadvertently acquired another reason for his inevitable demise, still observing, foolishly hoping to deceive me and seize the jade bones. Chinjoga, now adept at controlling Gu Bei's corpse, found his voice flowing with increasing fluidity. I am quite curious. How did you manage to breach the grand formation meticulously crafted by Paper Master? It is said that even the Buddha would be ensnared within it for a spell. Did Paper Master reveal to you the formation's vulnerabilities? Think as you will. It bears no significance. We are of the same ilk, valuing only the outcome, while the process is of no concern. I gently raised my hand, observing the flickering flame. Today, let us conclude the enmity that has lingered in the depths of my dreams. Long ago, in the Despair District, I harbored murderous intent toward you. That most hopeless dream is indelibly etched in my memory. I shall utterly annihilate you, beginning with your corporeal form. With a relaxed grip, the lighter fell into the worm coffin, and the vivid crimson fire spread forth. The exquisitely delicate larvae, akin to silver sand, sought to flee the coffin but were restrained by the talismans. Black smoke billowed, and Chinjoga's heart must have bled. With no larvae obstructing me, I easily yanked his physical form from the coffin, my hands clasping his neck. Wait. Chinjoga, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Our animosity stems from our differing stances. I was raised by the Buddha, am a showcase host, and a true disciple of the Taoist sect. I bear many identities. Among them, the showcase host is the one I despise the most, constrained, passive, perpetually facing life and death trials, with scant rewards in the end. Had it not been for the Buddha's insistence, I might have long since chosen to extricate myself from the showcase. I pondered why Chinjoga suddenly divulged all this. Was he attempting to persuade me to betray the showcase? I possess an avenue of escape, but you do not. I can opt to withdraw, yet you cannot. Chinjoga, speaking through Gu Bei, quickened his pace. No one enjoys being bound. No one wishes to live such a life continuously. I believe you feel similarly. Now, I can offer you an opportunity. I swear by my path and fate to assist you in escaping the showcase and grant you a tremendous fortune. Whether you desire wealth and honor or the true arts of the Tao, I can procure it for you, provided you promise me one thing: return my body. Ultimately, am I not the one holding your lifeline? I retorted. Chinjoga, we shall settle our accounts gradually. This is merely the interest. I exerted more force. Chinjoga's neck gradually contorting. Additionally, I must inform you that what others provide is mere charity, hollow and insincere. I prefer to strive for my own. Veins bulging. My strength surged, and I abruptly snapped his neck, observing the dislocated vertebrae. Yet, I remained unassured. I infused a wisp of Yin energy into his lower dantian, seeking to dismantle everything from within. Chinjoga watched as the vitality of his corporeal form ebbed away, witnessing his own demise unfold before his eyes. I proceeded with utmost caution, directing most of my focus upon him. A cornered dog may leap over walls, let alone a formidable adversary with triple identities. Under ordinary circumstances, brain death occurs 5 to 10 minutes after the heart ceases to beat. At that moment, the essence of Chun-Jyoga, tethered to Gu Bei's corporeal form, should begin to dissipate. My hand rested over the location of Chun-Jyoga's heart, counting the seconds as my gaze remained fixed upon him, observing every subtle movement. Should the physical body perish, I would find another means to be reborn, and when I awaken anew, I hope you will still be alive. For I shall personally take your life. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun-Jyoga turned and sprinted toward the main entrance. Had he escaped? Standing at the periphery of the formation, Wang Wu struggled to comprehend the situation, bewildered by the abrupt slaying of Mr. Chun. Who was this person? I seem to have heard something about an infernal showcase. Did they hail from the underworld? Chun-Jyoga, commanding Gu Bei's body, moved with remarkable decisiveness. I paused, pondering that if the brain were to perish, consciousness would inevitably fade. Yet, this holds true only for the ordinary. Chun-Jyoga's mastery of dream manipulation far exceeded that of the average person, and it was highly likely he possessed some nefarious technique to borrow another's corpse for his own resurgence. This is dire. He intends to make a desperate move, seeking to seize control of the unyielding bone. If Chun-Jyoga were to succeed in the ninefold underworld, it would spell endless calamities. Writer, follow me back to the 9th underground level. His aim is the unyielding bone. I abandoned Chun-Jyoga's corporeal form and hastily pursued him. Wang Wu, seemingly still bewildered, trailed closely behind me. Within the formation, chaos erupted. The insect coffin was destroyed, and all larvae were incinerated in a single blaze. The entirety of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was thrown into disarray the moment Chun-Jyoga's heart ceased its rhythmic beating. The white worms ceased to be controlled, and the terrifying ground corpses and white fiends began to shake off their restraints and revert to their primal instincts. They had just emerged from the water tank, and as they sensed hunger, driven by the allure of blood and vitality, it was likely they would soon escape the underground. I had a foreboding that the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital would become the epicenter of a cataclysmic disaster. As I raced through the corridor, I could afford no distractions. I was intent on tracking Chun-Jyoga relentlessly. Along the way, I encountered the white fiends and ground corpses obstructing my path, yet they were uncommanded. Still adjusting to the sudden freedom, their desire to attack weak. With the jade bone clearing my path, none dared impede my progress as I pursued with all my might. Yet I still lagged a step behind Chun-Jyoga. Minutes later, I finally emerged from the labyrinthine passage, the floor tiles giving way to an unfinished dirt road. Unbeknownst to me, I had arrived at the 9th underground level. Bursting through to the end of the corridor, the white fiends and ground corpses had dispersed, and I seized the opportunity to dive into the cavern where the unyielding bone was located. The echoes of battle reverberated within the cavern, reaching a critical juncture. The coffin was riddled with cracks. 3 of the 9 dragon rods shattered, and the suspended coffin at the center exhaled a tremendous aura of death, as if it sought to engulf the entire cave in its apocalyptic embrace. The 8 immortals' weapons floated in the oppressive miasma, their colors dimmed. Chun-Jyoga, who had entered the cave ahead of me, stood at the heart of the 8 weapons. He understood the method to use the 8 immortals' coffin suppression diagram, and with his bloodline intertwined with Gu Bei's, the unyielding bone did not perceive him as a threat. Both sides maneuvered cautiously, allowing him to easily approach the side of the suspended coffin. Chun-Jyoga, I shouted, desperate to rush in. Do not rush. It will not be long before I come to find you. Chun-Jyoga manipulated Gu Bei's lifeless body, casting a profound glance in my direction before leaping into the suspended coffin. Once I become a demon, I vow to ensure your demise leaves no trace. The chilling voice reverberated in my ears. This time, it was a true matter of life and death between Chun-Jyoga and me. The stench of decay enveloped the cavern, and I gripped the jade bone, allowing me to stand amidst the oppressive atmosphere. The jade bone in my palm quivered slightly, as if the incorruptible essence was calling out to it. Despite the distance between us, a connection remained. This bone was no ordinary relic. Having painstakingly liberated it from the coffin, I could never return it. It may prove invaluable in the future. After more than 2 decades of accumulated corpse energy surged forth like a torrential flood, I, as a living being, stood amidst it all, enduring immense suffering even without direct targeting. Moments later, the bluish marks on my skin began to spread. This was akin to the corpse spots often seen on gravekeepers, referred to as blue brands or corpse brands, a form of chronic corpse poison. While not lethal, it would sap one's vitality. Gritting my teeth, I took a few steps inward, the corpse energy thickening around me, rendering me unable to approach the suspended coffin, leaving me in a state of anxious anticipation. I had destroyed Chun Jyoga's physical form, yet he decisively chose to risk everything, intending to use the incorruptible bone as his new vessel. With such audacity, it was no wonder he could navigate the treacherous waters of the showcase, sect, and dual-faced Buddha factions simultaneously. The situation became increasingly precarious. Within the coffin, Chun Jyoga and the girl's ghostly spirit were engaged in an unseen struggle. The girl's spirit held an advantage, having coexisted with the incorruptible bone for over 20 years. Had it not been for Mr. Ji's interference, she would have perfectly fused with it, occupying a position of inherent advantage. However, this did not imply that Chun Jyoga was without opportunity. He had mastered the dream path and various forms of sorcery, his willpower far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, he could manipulate the 8 Immortals coffin map, making him fully capable of contending with the girl's spirit. I gazed anxiously at the suspended coffin. Emotionally, I desired the girl's spirit to triumph. Yet rationality warned me that Chun Jyoga's audacity was likely backed by a hidden strength. Let us not forget, he was once a showcase host. Perhaps he retained a trump card for a decisive counterattack. Gu Bei has jumped into the coffin? Came Wang Wu's voice from behind. I did not turn, my focus entirely on the suspended coffin. I was a step behind, but occupying the incorruptible bone would not come easily for him. Even Mr. Ji had taken 20 years to fail, and Chun Jyoga was still lacking in timing. I tightened my grip on the jade bone, yearning to approach the suspended coffin. But my physical strength waned, and the encroaching energy and depleting vital energy rendered me unable to resist the invading corpse energy. My internal organs began to suffer varying degrees of damage. Footsteps approached from behind. Wang Wu drew near. This time, you are mistaken. I understand the incorruptible bone better than you do. It is currently quite weak. Mr. Chun has chosen an opportune moment. And you have underestimated the influence of the Bai ancestors' constitution on the incorruptible bone. Mr. Chen's manipulation of Gu Bei's body into the suspended coffin may very well garner the incorruptible bone's recognition. His formidable will might even sway it further in his favor. The atmosphere thick with corpse energy left me powerless to intervene. For now, retreat was my only viable option. Just as my words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from the direction of the suspended coffin as 2 dragon rods snapped in midair. At that moment, only 4 dragon rods remained, desperately supporting the burden within the cavern. The suspended coffin, seemingly burdened with an immense weight, continues to regain its formidable power. As it makes contact with the ground, the energies of the earth and the dead coalesce, heralding the moment when the unyielding bones shall emerge from their confinement. The remaining dragon rods, under the strain, creak ominously, with some already bending and showing signs of fracture. With a thunderous crash, the 6th dragon rod breaks, and a living corpse is ejected, revealing none other than Gu Bei. Clad in a black suit, he now resembles a mere skeleton, his flesh and blood completely drained away. The miasma within the coffin becomes increasingly potent, and I shake my head, feeling a sense of retreat. I can no longer press forward. I have done all I can and must withdraw. Escaping the clutches of this ominous energy is no simple feat. The imminent emergence of the unyielding bones threatens to consume all living beings. Had I not stolen a fragment of its bone for protection, I would likely have been ensnared within the coffin's grasp by now. Gu Bei, transformed into a desiccated husk, has caused the miasma within the cavern to swell by 30% upon the absorption of his essence. Clearly, the Gu family's bloodline holds some efficacy against the unyielding bones. Wang Wu stands outside the cavern, obscured by the miasma, making it difficult for me to discern his actions without the aid of my judgmental gaze. The unyielding bones are on the verge of emergence. If the original consciousness prevails, we may be spared. If Chun Jyogu consumes the original consciousness, neither of us will escape unscathed. We should retreat to the hospital and observe the situation from a safe distance. I remain vigilant, watching as the suspended coffin tilts backwards, its back facing the cave's entrance. The footsteps at the cave's mouth grow increasingly frantic, as if someone is hastening towards me. Retreat? No, I have a better plan. Wang Wu's voice betrays an unusual tension. My ears perk up, and beneath the shroud of miasma, I keenly detect the sound of slicing air. Without a moment's hesitation, I lurch to the side. Thud! A metallic object crashes to the ground, shattering the hard stone beneath it. You dare to ambush me? Enraged, I prop myself up with one hand, locking eyes with Wang Wu, who stands a mere meter away. He wields the iron pickaxe he had discarded earlier, a manic grin twisting his grotesque features. How is it that you remain unscathed? How did you manage to enter? The miasma consumes ordinary beings like the white fiends and the earth corpses, draining them instantly. Could it be that your prior consumption of the unyielding bone's blood grants you passage? I ponder the implications of my own possession of the unyielding spine, and question how Wang Wu has been able to breach the heart of the miasma. Regaining my composure amidst my indignation, I contemplate the situation. Wang Wu steps back, dragging the unconscious Gu Tongtong behind him, as if she were mere equipment. Under normal circumstances, I would not have been able to enter, but thanks to this young girl, who possesses the same white ancestral physique, the unyielding bones cannot harm her. Reflecting on my first descent into the cavern, I recall how the girl's spirit led Gu Tongtong to this place, where she hid beneath the suspended coffin. Had she been an ordinary child, she would have perished countless times by now. Yet, the young Gu Tongtong merely fell unconscious. The girl's spirit seeks Gu Tongtong's blood to restore itself, suggesting that Gu Tongtong harbors the purest strain of the white bloodline. Indeed, this child's bloodline is purer than that of Gu Bei or the girl from 2 decades past. Wang Wu's eyes glimmer with avarice as he grips Gu Tongtong's neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. Initially uncertain of the bloodline's effect on the unyielding bones, I now have Mr. Chun as a clear example. Since you have narrowly escaped earlier, I have no desire to strike at you again, he declares. Give me the jade bone, and I shall reveal to you the path to escape the feng shui formation, he asserted. Still coveting the jade bone? My gaze turned icy. The rider's ambition was far greater than I initially presumed. I believed he merely sought to leave the hospital and attain freedom. But I have now discerned that his true aim is to seize the unmelting bone. By utilizing Gu Tongtong's pure white blood, he could also gain entrance to the suspended coffin. If I were to provide him with that segment of spinal bone, he would possess leverage against Chunjoga and the girl's ghost. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Assist me, and once I successfully claim the unmelting bone, I shall undoubtedly reward you, far more advantageous than their attempts to possess it. Wang Wu made one promise after another, yet I remained unmoved. In truth, had I not feared the repercussions for Gu Tongtong, I would have been prepared to eliminate him. Bang! Within the cavern, another dragon beam snapped under pressure, leaving only 2 to bear the burden. Hurry up and give it to me, Wang Wu urged sharply. I glanced at the jade bone in my hand, then at the unconscious Gu Tongtong, whose face was marred by a dark crimson hue from the corpse poison. All right, I shall give you the bone, but you must first reveal the way out. Do not attempt any tricks. I warn you, he retorted, one hand gripping a pickaxe while the other clutched Gu Tongtong. His sharp fingernails poised against her tender neck, seemingly ready to draw blood at any moment. This bastard was even worse than the girl's ghost. At least the ghost did not threaten Gu Tongtong's life, whereas Wang Wu showed no concern for her well-being. How could I possibly hand over the jade bone if you do not divulge the information first? In times of peril, one must remain composed. I focused intently on Wang Wu. Wang Wu, after a moment, finally relented, stating, the entrance to the realm of the living is located directly south of the rehabilitation center where I reside, behind the building, at a water room whose window opens directly to the outside of the hospital. You're not deceiving me, are you? I took a step forward, narrowing the distance between us. Is there any necessity for me to lie? I would rather you leave quickly and cease being a nuisance. Well then, I shall trust you this once. I maintained a distance of 1 meter, neither too close nor too far, a deliberate choice on my part. I sidled into a parallel position beside him, methodically executing the plan in my mind. I can provide you with the items, but without the jade bone to shield my body, I cannot withstand the corpse energy. Thus, we must first vacate the cavern. Wang Wu furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of my argument, and we walked side by side toward the cave's exit. The entrance to the cavern was wider within and narrower outside. The further we ventured, the more constricted it became, and the distance between us subtly diminished. The corpse energy here is not as potent anymore. You can give me the items now, right? Wang Wu was exceedingly vigilant. Before he could finish his sentence, I casually tossed the jade bone towards him. My movements effortless and natural. He did not anticipate my willingness to part with the jade bone so readily, astonishment mingled with elation in his eyes. At that moment, his hands were occupied, his left clasping the pickaxe, while his right held Gu Tong Tong. Instinctively, upon seeing the jade bone soar towards him, he released his grip on Gu Tong Tong, letting her fall to the ground, and eagerly reached for the jade bone still suspended in the air. I kept my gaze fixed on him. Every action of his aligned perfectly with the scheme in my mind. Are you so eager to meet your demise? With my right leg propelling forward, debris flew as my body surged towards Wang Wu. The distance between us reduced to mere half step collapsing fist. Chapter 649. The water chamber. The force within my body coalesced into a powerful energy that surged into my right fist. Bang! My fist, imbued with dark strength, struck brutally against Wang Wu's face. His nose shattered, and his grotesque visage crumpled under the impact. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a tempest of relentless assaults, denying him even a moment to catch his breath, my fists dancing like dragons emerging from the sea, each blow landing with unyielding ferocity. Blood splattered everywhere as Wang Wu, dazed from the blows, attempted to evade. However, the narrow passage left him with no refuge, only the walls behind him, forcing him to endure my unceasing barrage. He attempted to utter something, but in such moments, I would grant him no chance to speak. A punch skewed his mouth, and I capitalized on every available body part, elbows, knees, anything at hand, to incapacitate him as swiftly as possible. Still as water, swift as a rabbit, I perfectly balanced both tactics, leaving Wang Wu utterly unprepared. Surely, he now regretted his choices, but alas, there is no remedy for regret. He could only swallow the bitter consequences, perhaps even at the cost of his life. Die? Wang Wu, who had tasted the blood of the unburied, straddled the line between living and dead. I dared not show any leniency and struck with lethal intent. There was no room for sympathy for such a wretch. The opportunity to end his life was one I could not let slip away. In close combat, I brought him down, one hand pressing against his neck while the other seized a pickaxe, aimed directly at his skull, and swung down decisively. The action was swift and unhesitating. Thud! Blood, tinged with a faint red hue and carrying a foul odor, spilled forth like water from a pierced sack. The scene was gruesome. At that moment, standing beside Wang Wu, I appeared quite terrifying. Ever since the massacre at the Three Sect, I had been tainted by an aura I had never possessed before, reminiscent of the scent left behind by congealed blood, a bitter aroma wafting in the air. I withdrew the pickaxe and struck again, mechanically repeating this grim process until Wang Wu ceased to resist. Is he dead? I discarded the pickaxe and staggered back a few steps, my legs giving way as I collapsed to the ground. My hands trembled, the skin broken to reveal bone. And I gazed down at Wang Wu, whose lifeless eyes refused to close. Using his clothing, I wiped the blood from my hands. I had long desired to crush that face. A search of Wang Wu's corpse yielded nothing of value. I then lifted Gu Tong Tong, examining her injuries. Already afflicted by corpse poison and having been throttled by Wang Wu like a mere toy, her condition was dire. This place was no longer safe. The unburied would ultimately be claimed by forces beyond my control. Leaving was the best choice for me. Feeling a sense of retreat, I turned back toward the pit and, through the dense miasma of corpse energy, witnessed the last two dragon beams snap under the weight of the suspended coffin. With a thunderous crash, the coffin hit the ground, and the energies of the dead and earth fused, intensifying tenfold, akin to a sea of ink. The 8 Immortals town coffin diagram had dimmed to the point of being indistinguishable. The suspended coffin shattered, and the lid of the inner coffin began to slowly open. The coffin is about to be opened. A swirl of complex emotions enveloped me, and suddenly, I recalled my wager with Taoist Wandao. I hurriedly retrieved my phone from my pocket. Taoist, are you still there? The suspended coffin is now open. How shall I find you when you arrive in Jiangxing? The camera panned across the chaotic scene, and soon, Taoist Wanyi's messages began to flood the live stream. Master Wan, you are indeed an oddity. Upon hearing you chant, even the 5 directions of pestilence were summoned. Thus, I concede my defeat without grievance. Yet, I find it peculiar that despite your apparent ignorance, you possess such extraordinary mastery of ghostly arts. Is this what one calls talent? Nevertheless, I accept my fate. In 3 days, gather herbs such as patchouli, angelica, atractalodes, perilla leaves, and rhubarb, and carry them with you. I shall find you by my own means. Upon receiving Master Wan's reply, I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I diligently noted down the names of the herbs. Thank you, Master. I may trouble you again in the coming days. Master One mentioned that he had consulted the almanac and found that the forthcoming days were fraught with peril, advising against travel. What misfortune befalls you that every connection with you seems to bring ill fortune? I exchanged a few more words with Master One until the corpse energy from the coffin began to seep outwards, prompting my departure. The untransformed bones are targeted by the will of heaven, hindered by an invisible force from emerging, yet their fate is sealed. It is only a matter of time before they break free. The spine of the untransformed bones is missing a crucial segment, creating a fatal vulnerability. Should I encounter it, I might still have a chance to resist. I lifted Gu Tong Tong, the sole surviving descendant of the Bai clan, who may very well serve as a countermeasure against the untransformed bones. Time was of the essence. I needed to return to Shiji Xinlin before dawn. My urgency was compounded by the fear of being discovered by those from the sects, leaving me with no path of retreat. Clutching the jade bone, I raced upstairs. The white worms on the corridor walls had lost control and burrowed into the ground. In the hallway, I spotted numerous white fiends and earth corpses, aimlessly wandering. Should these terrifying entities escape from the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, it would bring about a calamity. The emergence of the untransformed bones is significantly linked to me. After all, it was Gu Tong Tong whom I personally escorted to the coffin. The realization darkened my expression. If one were to consider the karmic burdens caused by the emergence of the untransformed bones, I would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. With the addition of the multitude of earth corpses and white fiends, the scale of massacre would send my merits plummeting into the negative territory of 2 million. With a bitter smile, I resigned myself to the fact that I may never cleanse this life of misfortune. If I wish to avoid the scrutiny of fate, I would have to don the mask of good and evil. Yet, this mask seems to affect one's mind and character, making it increasingly difficult to remove over time. Although I was acutely aware of everything, clarity did not grant me any solutions. I resolved to simply focus on surviving, not allowing myself to dwell on the overwhelming burdens. Emerging from the 9th underground level under the protection of the Jade Bone, I encountered no white fiends or earth corpses daring to challenge me. The entire process unfolded more smoothly than I had anticipated. Removing the wooden boards from the window, I escaped from the 3rd ward, heading toward the hospital's main entrance. The night breeze rustled the trees, casting shifting shadows. The hospital perimeter resembled a labyrinth. I could see the ajar main door, yet was unable to approach it. Could it be Mr. Xi's feng shui array? I recognized my inability to decipher it and retreated to the rehabilitation center to retrieve the clothing I had changed out of earlier. Upon arriving at the writer's quarters, I feared being recognized by Chen Jioga, so I borrowed some clothing from him and concealed my original garments within the tent. See Chapter 604. At the southernmost point of the rehabilitation center, there was an entrance to a water room. As I stuffed my clothes into a bag in preparation to leave, I felt an icy chill in my palm. Looking down, I saw that the red spots on Gu Tong Tong had worsened, transforming into a deathly gray. Can the little one hear my voice? I gently placed my hand beneath Gu Tong Tong's nose, listening intently to her faint heartbeat. The poison coursing through her veins was overwhelming. If this continued, she would likely succumb before I could even leave the hospital. In desperation, I took out my phone to inquire about any methods of detoxification. But the solutions offered by the Taoist required external substances that I currently had no access to. Watching Gu Tong Tong's breath grow ever weaker filled me with a sense of urgency. After all the effort it took to rescue her, it would be utterly disheartening for her to perish from the very poison that ensnared her. Wang Wu had once claimed to possess an antidote, and upon searching his belongings earlier, I found no trace of any medicinal substances. They must be hidden in his place of residence. As I surveyed the scene, my gaze fell upon the scattered beer cans, the tent, and the silicone doll I had dissected. Could the syringe I found within the doll's body possibly be the antidote to the corpse poison? I retrieved the meticulously wrapped syringe, and upon unwrapping it, I discovered that one of the 3 vials had already shattered. With only 2 remaining, I decided to take a chance. I had no better options at this point. It was a desperate gamble. I aimed for Gu Tong Tong's vein and administered the injection. Minutes later, the effects of the drug began to manifest. Although Gu Tong Tong did not awaken immediately, her skin's pallor began to normalize, the ghastly grayish-black mottling fading gradually. It was working. I carefully stowed the last intact syringe and, cradling Gu Tong Tong, made my way to the water room. The door stood ajar, and upon entering, I was astonished to find that the water pipes were still functional. Upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. The white fierce and the corpse needed to be maintained in the water tank, and the dilution of the medicinal liquid required water. Setting Gutong Tong aside, I was about to turn on the faucet to wash off the blood when my peripheral vision caught sight of someone standing silently behind the wooden door. Who are you? Clad in a black bodysuit, the figure was entirely shrouded, with not a hint of skin exposed to the air. He was of average height, his physique well-proportioned, and his face concealed behind a thin paper mask. Despite being right in front of me, I sensed no breath or presence. It was as if he were a specter. The room had suddenly become populated with another being, and while fear gripped me, a sliver of relief washed over me as I had just been about to remove my mask to cleanse away the blood. There was no response, and after a tense few seconds, the figure finally spoke. Why does your mask differ from ours? Mask? What do you mean? A thought struck me when I encountered little A in the depths of my dreams. She too wore a paper mask. It seemed that this mask was exclusive to those in the showcase. Are you a showcase host? My heart leapt into my throat. During this particular live broadcast, a host had gone to great lengths to conceal their identity, ruthlessly dragging innocents into the hospital. Such a person was merciless, willing to do anything for points. And the most terrifying aspect was that the showcase had specifically issued a kill order. Eliminate everyone in the hospital to earn 100 points. Would he be tempted by this? Chapter 650. Have you been here all night? Neither the figure in the black cloak nor I answered each other's questions, and the atmosphere in the water room grew increasingly tense. In this live broadcast, the number of participating show hosts remains a mystery to all. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that the individual before me is indeed the devil who lured the innocent into this game. What do you desire? Perhaps we could sit and engage in conversation. Prolonging this standoff serves no purpose, so I shall take the initiative to break the impasse. After a brief pause, a man clad in a black bodysuit spoke at the same pace, inquiring, why does your mask differ from ours? He posed the same question twice, causing me to furrow my brow. Does it truly matter? A mask merely conceals one's true visage. Why should one be so meticulous over a false facade? To an ordinary individual, a mask may hold the significance you describe. However, for show hosts, a mask possesses extraordinary meaning. The figure in the black robe caressed the paper mask on his face, his actions reminiscent of the paper-faced interviewer. Upon reflection, it seems that little A had exhibited similar gestures, contemplating the name of the show and the distinction between the paper figures and the living. If one does not grasp even these concepts, survival may prove elusive. The man in the black robe remained stationary. His voice betrayed no hint of malice, suggesting he was not inclined to attack me. In light of his lack of hostility, I chose not to escalate matters. My mask was a gift from the show's examiner after I successfully completed a task at the intersection of the dimly lit road, a mission to annihilate the entire lineage of the Three-Yin sect. This mask, the mask of good and evil, was bestowed upon me at that time. Given to you? The figure in black scrutinized my face for an extended period before suddenly nodding in recognition. So it is this face. I recalled, he has returned. His voice was eerie and unsettling, and the body beneath the black robe trembled slightly, whether from fear or excitement, I could not tell. This face. Is it not merely a mask? I was uncertain whom the black-robed man referred to, but his words had revealed numerous clues. For instance, the name of the paper-faced mask show is the Underworld Show, and paper figures are typically burned as offerings for the deceased. Call it a mask if you will. He asserted. The black-robed man stood enveloped in darkness, seemingly merging with the night. This face had saved my life years ago, one life for another. I cannot repay that debt, but I can choose not to kill you. He retreated, his voice gradually fading. If you are his successor, and if you wish to learn his story, come to Jinghai City. I shall provide you with an answer. As his voice dissipated, the black-robed man exited the water chamber, and by the time I pursued him, he had vanished without a trace. This enigmatic figure, who could he possibly be? According to the intelligence provided by little A, only two hosts could participate in this broadcast, one being the butcher, and the other possessing a profound aversion to usurpers. Could the black-robed man be one of them? I remain unaware of the true answer. Having been a show host for just over a month, I am but a novice compared to those ancient beings. He suggested I seek him out in Jinghai City, one of the direct-controlled municipalities in China, its population and land area vastly surpassing those of River City. Such a place is teeming with both good and ill, not to be ventured into lightly. A peculiar man indeed, yet he bore no animosity towards me. Perhaps an opportunity to explore awaits. I set Gu Tong Tong aside, ensuring that no one was around, before removing my mask and the human skin mask, beginning to cleanse the bloodstains from my body. Unbeknownst to me, I have slipped into the depths of autumn. The icy water from the tap jolting every nerve in my body, keeping me alert. First, I must escort Gu Tong Tong to find someone to oversee her, and then, under the veil of night, I will return to the Century New Garden. Should I be discovered absent from my room at this crucial moment following Chun Jyoga's demise, the consequences would be dire. I dry myself off, donning my own clothes. It is not yet time for exposure, and I must exercise caution. At present, I feel as though I am teetering on the edge of a precipice, where the slightest lapse could lead me to an unfathomable abyss. I retrieve my mobile phone, only to find there is no signal. After tidying up, I embrace Gu Tong Tong and exit through the window of the utility room. Wang Wu did not deceive, indeed. This is the entrance to the Feng Shui Grand Formation. I inquired with Taoist Master Wan Yi, who merely uttered 2 phrases of Feng Shui incantation: Gung greed for water, 5 houses defeat water, bend to bring fortune, go forth to meet calamity. Departing the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, dawn has yet to break. I locate a spot with signal and send a message to Uncle Xie, but he does not respond. I call out a few times in the live broadcast, yet he remains absent. Is he faltering at a crucial moment? Surely, I am not being disregarded by him. With a wry smile, I scroll through my contacts, my finger inadvertently landing on a name. As the busy tone resonates, I am suddenly jolted awake, just as I prepare to hang up. The line connects after only 2 rings. Gao Jian, you are seeking me? The voice on the other end is mature, succinct, tinged with a hint of concern and worry, exuding a sense of reliability. My finger hovers over the power button, pausing for a moment as I lick my parched lips. Senior, I have encountered a bit of trouble. I am currently in a desolate area between Jiangqing and Xinhou. I will send you the precise address shortly. What has transpired? Weren't you invited to the Century New Garden? Is someone seeking to harm you? It is difficult to articulate. Senior, please do not alert anyone else. Remember to keep this confidential. Once the call ends, I gaze at the night sky, uncertain if I have made the right decision. The dreams of the Despair District should be detached from reality, I suppose. Half an hour later, Tai Ningxiang arrives in her vehicle at the designated rendezvous point, just as the clock strikes 3:50 in the morning. Her police boots squelch in the mud as she steps out, uttering neither a word nor a question. Drive swiftly. Find a location near the Century New Garden without surveillance to drop me off. I slip into the back seat, placing Gu Tong Tong on the seat beside me. Please take good care of this child. Ensure no one harms her. I then hand over the last remaining syringe to Tai Ningxiang. Take 1/5 of the medication for testing, making sure to retain a sample. The remaining 4/5 should be injected into the girl should her condition continue to deteriorate. Tai Ningxiang, seated in the driver's seat, starts the car. She glances at the girl, nods slightly, as if wanting to speak, but suppresses the urge. She does not inquire, and I do not feel compelled to explain. Senior, please do not disclose your visit to me tonight to anyone. Promise me. Tai Ningxiang remains silent, rolling down the car window to let the night breeze flow in. Moments later, recalling the girl's injury and the risk of infection from the cold, she closes the window. From her repeated actions, I can discern that she is in a battle of inner conflicts. The car glides silently to the vicinity of the commercial street near the Century New Garden, where early rising cleaners can already be seen. This will suffice. I cautiously surveyed my surroundings, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras, before decisively opening the car door. Wait. The restrained voice of Tai Ningxiang finally halted my steps. Stepping out of the vehicle, I stood in the silent expanse of the deserted street, turning to glance at the female officer within. What is it? Tai Ningxiang inhaled deeply, her expression a tangle of emotions, a hint of something unnameable in her gaze. Did you kill someone? I met her eyes, my response caught in my throat, unable to utter the words. I do not wish to deceive you. Take care of that girl, Gu Tong Tong. Remember this. You did not see me tonight. With that, I turned on my heel, yet her voice trailed after me. Your shirt is stained with rust, and there are blood traces on your pants. Moreover, there is a noticeable bruise on the back of your neck. Be sure to tend to it. The car window rolled up, and the vehicle departed in the opposite direction. I touched the wound on my neck, watching the car fade away, then smiled wryly as I slipped into the shadows along the corner, heading towards the Century New Garden. As the sky began to lighten, I crawled back through the ventilation ducts, retracing my steps. The building was silent. No one was aware that just a few kilometers away, a harrowing battle for life and death had unfolded. Cautiously returning to the 15th floor, I entered the room of the Sichuan couple, dispelling the effects of hypnosis and restoring everything to its rightful place. I then opened the window and climbed back into my own room. What have you been doing all night? Do you know that someone passed by your door every hour last night? The mental pressure nearly frightened me to death. As I descended from the windowsill, I caught sight of Wang Shi lying on the bed, having followed my orders to remain there until now. You, a ghost, could be frightened to death? I drew the curtains and lifted the ghost ring. Everything is settled. You may return now. Wang Shi grumbled reluctantly for a while before transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and entering the ghost ring. Finally, I was back. I made my way to the bathroom, locking the door as I meticulously examined every inch of my body, ensuring that any evidence was dealt with, even scrubbing the soles of my shoes until they gleamed. A thorough search might reveal overlooked details. I needed to appear as natural as possible, leveraging the arrogance of the sect's practitioners to distance myself from suspicion. After all, I possessed a flawless alibi. Emerging from the bathroom, my phone chimed, signaling the conclusion of the live broadcast. I pulled it out, intending to check my earnings when the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Were they approaching me? Quickly shedding my shirt, I grabbed a blanket to cover myself, with little time for anything else as a rapid knocking resounded at the door. Open up. Hurry. I hastily disheveled my hair and feigned a sleepy demeanor as I approached the door, impatiently calling out, "What is the rush?" When I opened the door, I was met by Wei Wanming, the senior disciple of the Jinshan sect, along with Wei Jianming, who had always regarded me with suspicion. Our eyes locked, and the two scrutinized me in silence. Have you been here all night? Wei Wanming queried, his gaze laced with doubt. Of course. You locked me up here and still have the audacity to ask. Impatiently, I waved my hand, declaring that I would leave my shop today. I still had a dog at home that hadn't eaten for several days, and my concern for it weighed heavily on my mind. Concern for the dog? Perhaps you should first worry about yourself. Wei Jianming let out a cold snort, standing behind his senior brother, his left arm awkwardly tucked within his robe. He had once engaged in a battle of wits with me and had suffered an injury as a result. At this moment, I could discern a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Is this not Taoist Wei Jianming? I must apologize for only using 30% of my strength last night. Who would have known you were so fragile? It is indeed my fault for not gauging my force properly. You. Wei Jianming's face darkened like iron. His fists clenched as if he intended to rush at me, but was halted by Wei Wanming. Jianming, do not act recklessly. He glanced into the room, frowning deeply, and gestured with his hand. You should return to your rest. We will make our rounds and depart. Disturbing one's peaceful slumber so early, and without so much as an explanation? Is it customary for those of your ilk to be so discourteous? I leaned against the doorframe, clutching my blanket, and inquired, when do you intend to release me? Please provide a definitive answer. Wei Wanming, who had initially intended to accompany me into the room, halted at my words, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Why are you so eager to leave? Where do you intend to go? We have reviewed your dossier. You reside alone in Jiangqing, with no relatives or companions. Are you in such haste to return to relay information about certain matters? Do not misunderstand. My urgency stems from the fact that my dog has gone a day and a night without food. I fear it may starve. My tone was casual, revealing no hint of weakness. For the sake of feeding a dog? Is the life of a mere dog truly so significant? That depends on whom you compare it with. A smirk graced my lips as I fixed my gaze upon the two standing outside. Gentlemen, if you have no objections, I shall be departing this morning. Should you continue to obstruct my way, do not blame me for being impolite. Senior brother, show him what for. Wei Jianming, youthful and impetuous, tightly clenched his injured hand beneath his robe. Wei Wanming's expression soured, and after a prolonged silence, he ultimately said nothing, flicking his sleeve and turning to leave. Hey, when do you intend to let me go? Be patient. When the time comes, I will notify you. Wei Wanming's voice held a trace of anger, the inability to converse civilly. I stood at the door, watching their retreating figures, and it dawned on me why the more people I encountered, the more I cherished dogs. My voice, though soft, was perfectly audible to them. Wei Jianming stumbled, nearly tripping over the hem of his robe. Jianming, cease your prattle. We must attend to serious matters. As I watched them depart, I closed the door, casting aside the blanket that had shielded my lower half. I touched the wound at the nape of my neck, which had begun to seep blood. Had they lingered a moment longer, I feared the blood would have flowed freely. I tended to my wound with haste and sat on the edge of the bed. Earlier, Wei Wenming had reminded Wei Jiaming that serious matters were at hand. What did this serious matter pertain to? The search for the ghostly mother? Or had they already discovered that Chunjoga had met with misfortune? The dawn had not yet fully broken when the two had rushed in, their behavior suspicious, constantly glancing towards my room. Something was amiss. I donned my clothing anew and drew back the curtains, allowing a beam of sunlight to spill onto the windowsill. Morning had arrived. Gathering my resolve, I retrieved my phone and opened my inbox. Live broadcast task. Arrive at Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital by midnight and survive until dawn. Reward, 1 point. During the live broadcast, when the viewership exceeds 10,000, a reward of 10 points is granted. Additionally, receiving 3 yuan bao in donations during the stream earns 3 points. And completing a commission from the underworld yields an extra point. Optional task 1. At the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, 1 point is awarded for each individual eliminated. Data indicates that during this live broadcast, only 1 individual was killed, accumulating 1 point. Optional task 2. 10 points are awarded for each elimination of a show host. But the exemption for 2 live sessions was not achieved. Optional task 3. Identifying and eliminating a traitor would have granted an additional 10 points. Yet this task was also unsuccessful. Optional task 4. For every innocent person rescued, 10 points are awarded. The statistics reveal that during this broadcast, 2 innocent individuals were saved, yielding a reward of 20 points. Optional task 5. The task of eliminating everyone within the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, except for oneself, was not completed. In summary, this live broadcast yielded a total of 36 points, bringing the cumulative score to 113 points. Upon completing the 13th live session, a brand new product catalog was unlocked. Among the offerings are the Reincarnation Mirror Fragments, 100 points, and the 9 Realms Boundary Breaking Divine Talisman, which possesses the ability to dismantle numerous formations, 10 points. The Land God Talisman, which can invoke the mountain spirits, is a high-tier talisman usable only once, 6 points. The Deadly Doll, a creation of southern sorcery, can mislead those who attempt divination upon its activation. The Dragon Capturing Technique Volume 1, 100 points, and the 4 Meridian Spirit Fruit, which enhances physical health, 4 points, are also available. The Qi Exhaustion Pill allows one to enter a state of apparent death temporarily, 3 points. The Ghost Command can forcibly capture malevolent spirits for personal use, but it is a one-time item, 10 points. The Earth Store Bodhisattva's Fundamental Vow Sutra emphasizes that every action and thought of beings in this realm is entangled with karma, 30 points. Reflecting on the entirety of this live broadcast, certain aspects diverged from my expectations. For instance, in the first optional task, despite eliminating Chun Jyoga's physical form and subsequently killing Wang Wu, the statistics indicated that only 1 individual had been killed. Could it be that Chun Jyoga's consciousness lingered, thus not counting as a complete kill? Or perhaps Wang Wu, being half human and half corpse, was not classified among the living? The true answer remains elusive. This broadcast also brought me unexpected joy. Through optional task 4, I earned 20 points for rescuing innocent individuals. While I know one of them was Gu Tong Tong, the identity of the other remains a mystery. Was it Chen Mo or Zhang Hong? I still do not know which of the two was masquerading as a show host, but I have a premonition that one among them harbors a hidden agenda. After reviewing the point tally, I turn my attention to the newly unlocked product catalog. I have long suspected that these new offerings may be linked to the next live session, which is why I scrutinize them closely each time. The latest additions include 2 high-tier talismans and various tools for feigning death, from which I sense an unusual aura. In 3 days, a new broadcast will commence, and during this interval, I must find a suitable means of escape. My thoughts were crystal clear, each matter meticulously arranged in my mind according to its significance. I entrusted Tai Ningxiang to Gu Tongtong's care, reassured that the unyielding bones would remain unbroken for the time being, especially now that daylight had broken and the yang energy was flourishing. However, the wounds sustained by Yingzi in her dreamscape required urgent attention. Regrettably, I had departed hastily the previous night and had not had the opportunity to search Chinjoga's body, which I suspected contained elements related to the dream path. Should I return to the hospital once more? Yingzi's injuries necessitated treatment from a practitioner of the dream path, and only Chinjoga knew the whereabouts of Yi Bing's main consciousness. According to Wang Wu, Mr. Ji would soon arrive at the hospital. I hoped the unyielding bones could once again be subdued, for that would grant me the chance to exploit the situation. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks interrupted my reverie. I composed myself, adjusting my attire, and calmly approached the door. Upon opening it, I was met by a Taoist clad in azure, his visage akin to jade, exuding an elegant demeanor, none other than the mysterious Master Lung Qingxian from Maoshan. "What brings you here?" I inquired, somewhat exasperated, having just dismissed one batch of visitors only to be met by another. Was there some calamity afoot? Did they take me for a criminal, arriving so early for inspections? Lung Qingxian shook his head, his expression grave, clearly devoid of any inclination for jest. "There has been an incident. The foremost disciple of the Shaozhuang Temple, Chenzhouge, was reported dead last night." What? My astonishment was not entirely feigned. It stemmed not from the news of Chenzhouge's demise, but from the perplexing manner in which the sect had come to know of it. I was the sole living witness, the very perpetrator. How could they possibly be aware? What had gone awry? Had I inadvertently exposed myself? "Come inside to discuss," Lung Qingxian instructed, entering my room and surveying the surroundings. Once he ascertained there was no immediate threat, he exhaled, taking a seat upon a chair. Wasn't Chenzhouge alive and well just last night? How could he simply cease to exist? I asked, my voice tinged with caution. Lung Qingxian shook his head. He left the Shiji Xinyuan alone last night. No one knows his whereabouts or what he encountered. Then how can you ascertain that he is truly dead? His life lamp has extinguished, he replied, removing a wooden plaque from around his neck, inscribed with his name. The ghost mother has wrought havoc upon Jiangqing, yet it should not warrant the mobilization of the 5 major sections. This operation is led by Taoist Su Yin of Qingcheng, primarily to train the younger disciples in exorcism. To prevent any misfortune befalling them, each sect crafts a life lamp of sorts, entwining a strand of innate vitality around the wick, which can burn for 7 days and nights. This is what is meant by the life lamp. When a person dies, the lamp extinguishes. My anxiety gradually subsided. They remained blissfully unaware, cognizant only that Chenzhouge had encountered trouble, oblivious to the fact that the culprit resided amongst them. The Shaozhuang Temple is a particularly unique sect. Though not one of the 5 major sects, it is shrouded in mystery and transcendence. The death of one of their disciples in Jiangcheng would not be taken lightly. Lung Qingxian's gaze was serious. The police of Jiangcheng will be arriving shortly to assist us. They may wish to question you. During this time, it would be prudent for you to remain in your room and refrain from actions that might lead to misunderstandings. The Jiangcheng police are coming to assist? I narrowed my eyes, refraining from voicing my thoughts. Did that mean Tai Ningxiang would be arriving as well? Chapter 652. The Vanished Perpetrator in Any Case. Stay in your room and do not wander about. The other sects harbor biases against you. They may seize the opportunity to exploit any missteps. Lung Qingxian shook his robe and stood up from the chair, declaring that chaos was imminent in Jiangcheng. After giving me a few more instructions, he departed. As I escorted Lung Qingxian to the door, I gazed at the empty corridor, feeling a sense of unease. I was, after all, the one who had killed Chenzhouge. But as long as there was no evidence, this secret would remain forever concealed. My only vulnerability lay with Tai Ningxiang. I hoped that she would make the right choice between justice and myself this time. Having toiled throughout the night, I was exceedingly weary. Yet it was not yet time to rest, for the police could arrive at any moment. The bizarre death of the foremost disciple of the Shaozhuang sect would undoubtedly implicate all factions in Jiangcheng, whether it be the Jiang family or Qianing Pharmaceuticals. None could remain aloof. The more chaotic the situation became, the more advantageous it would be for me. Who would suspect that the true murderer was right under their noses? Habitually, I reached for a cigarette, only to discover, upon patting my pockets, that I had nothing on me. I needed to find a way to leave, to exchange my show points for goods. Additionally, I had made a promise to Taoist Wandao during a live stream. I needed to find the herbs he mentioned and keep them on my person. Taoist Wandao was a friend from the streaming community, his identity shrouded in mystery. Yet his words and demeanor suggested he possessed considerable knowledge that might assist me in navigating this perilous predicament. In an unpredictable world, caution was paramount. A crucial factor in my survival through multiple live broadcasts had been my reluctance to depend on others or external forces. I often found my own path to safety amidst impossible odds. At around 8 in the morning, police cars entered the Century New Garden, the most luxurious and secure 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, where a murder had taken place, an unexpected turn of events. I opened the window and stood on the 16th floor. overlooking the winding flow of traffic, a faint smile playing on my lips. Here I am. Can you capture me? The autumn morning breeze carried a hint of chill, and I realized it had been a long time since I had quietly observed the city below. It was only then that I noticed the ancient city had succumbed to decay, with fallen yellow leaves strewn about, permeating the air with a sense of desolation. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon for the third time. Unperturbed, I walked over to open it. As the wooden door swung wide, a face I found thoroughly distasteful came into view. Gao Jian, why is it that every murder case seems to involve you? Come with me. The police car is waiting downstairs. The man outside was Chen Feng, one of Tai Ningxiang's suitors. His father, Chen Zhangwo, was the captain of the armed police brigade, and they had been instrumental in my citywide manhunt. How is it that a detective from the municipal bureau is dressed in armed police attire? As far as I know, the two departments do not operate within the same system, I remarked, sizing up Chen Feng, hoping to extract some information from him. It was evident to me that this man, whose intelligence seemed to hover below the baseline, had advanced only due to his father's influence. Let's talk. Come out. Chen Feng's expression shifted dramatically, as if I had struck a nerve. Isn't it better to be an armed police officer? Or were you not promoted normally, but rather expelled by the municipal bureau? I observed Chen Feng pulling out handcuffs, grinning widely, and decided to follow him with a feigned ease. As we traversed the corridor, I noted that the rooms on either side were empty. The sect members had already vacated. Fortunately, I had returned early. Had I been a moment slower, I would have been caught red-handed. Upon ascending to the 7th-floor hall via the elevator, I observed that all members of the sect, with the exception of Chun Jiuge and Lu Chun, had gathered. The banquet hall, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals for dining, was currently filled to capacity with armed police and guests. On the elevated stage, several sect members wore grave expressions. Taoist Su Yan of Qingqing and Lu Jingxiu, the guardian of Lingbao sect, occupied the central seats, while the remaining disciples stood behind them. The outer positions were reserved for Jiang Chun and Huang Buiyuan, yet the head of the Jiang family, Jiang de Tao, was conspicuously absent. Why have you brought us here? What authority do you possess to do so? I have a business transaction to attend to today. Should my schedule be disrupted, you may as well consult my lawyer, exclaimed one individual. Such a throng of police. Someone remarked. I heard there was a murder at the hotel last night. A Taoist was killed. Killing a Taoist? Is the perpetrator deranged? Silence. I trust the police will soon uncover the truth, said another, as the assembled guests whispered among themselves. Each was escorted to a separate room for questioning, where their intentions and belongings were thoroughly scrutinized. The police conducted their inquiries meticulously. I sat beside the dining table, dozing off, observing that the sect members were resolute in their quest to uncover the perpetrator. The death of Chun Jiuge had severe repercussions, potentially endangering more lives. Out of the corner of my eye, I scanned the surroundings. All exits were sealed, and armed police officers patrolled the hall. The situation had indeed escalated significantly. After a full hour, it was finally my turn. Accompanied by an armed officer, I entered a temporary interrogation room repurposed from a VIP lounge. As the door closed behind me, I took my seat at a round table, facing 3 police officers and a Taoist, all of whom were familiar to me. Chen Zhangwo and Lu Chen sat in the center, flanked by Chen Feng and Wu Ming, the deputy chief of the Municipal Bureau's criminal investigation team. Has Wu arrived? I inquired. It has been quite some time since we last met. I find myself rather missing her. She is occupied with a family matter and has taken an hour's leave. She is expected to arrive later this afternoon, Wu Ming replied, clearing her throat and producing a notepad. The lead interrogator for this session was Chun Zhangwo, who would merely be taking notes. He rapped his fingers on the table, his countenance stern. Where were you between 8 last night and 4 this morning? What were you engaged in? I remained in my room the entire time, going nowhere, I replied, leaning back in my chair. I glanced at Chen Zhangwo, unimpressed. I had faced greater scrutiny before and remained unperturbed. Do you have any cigarettes? Let us skip the pleasantries. Be specific about your activities last evening. Even if you merely visited the restroom or watched television, detail it all, he demanded. With a calm demeanor, I recounted the fabricated narrative I had constructed. I was confined in a room by several Taoists who attempted to imprison me. Naturally, I resisted. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, I attempted to sneak out, but was caught by the building's security, after which I remained in my room. Chen Zhangwo raised an eyebrow. You claim you were in your room the entire time? Can anyone corroborate that? Feigning amusement at his inquiry, I responded, Captain Chun, if you wish to settle personal scores, feel free to be direct. I was indeed imprisoned in that room alone. How could I possibly find a witness? I can attest to that, Lu Chen interjected, who had remained silent until now. As Lu Chen spoke, Chen Jiangwo's demeanor shifted dramatically, his tone softening considerably. This Taoist has a criminal record and is a key suspect. After he finished, he bombarded me with numerous questions, all of which I deftly navigated. I excel in handling interrogation tactics. It is not merely a gift, but rather a skill honed through experience. Bearing countless secrets, I have found that deception has become instinctual. An hour later, Chen Jiangwo, losing his patience, produced a communicator and summoned 2 armed police officers. Pointing at me, he declared, "This person is a major suspect. Take him back to the station for thorough investigation." Chen Jiangwo had not ascertained whether I was the murderer. His intent was solely to settle personal scores. Does your badge of honor not weigh on your conscience? I retorted. I demand to speak with my lawyer. Just as I stood from my chair, the officers raised their weapons, aiming them directly at me. I am a police officer, responsible for the safety of this city, Chen Jiangwo sneered, gesturing for them to take me away. Wait. No one anticipated the arrival of an aged voice from outside. I turned to see Taoist Su Yin from Qingqing enter. Upon his arrival, Chen Jiangwo's demeanor softened further. This man is cunning and meticulous. He must be taken back for a thorough interrogation. No need, Su Yin replied, his voice grave and authoritative. He did not leave his room last night. Jiu Gu was murdered outside, so he cannot be the killer. His words carried an air of undeniable conviction. Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo's expression faltered, while I could hardly contain my delight. The talisman gifted by Su Yin contained a divine inscription, one he had personally nurtured, leading him to a critical misjudgment. Furthermore, I surmised that Su Yin intervened to prevent my detainment for another reason. He still hoped to track me in pursuit of the ghost mother. If I were imprisoned, I would be entirely beyond his control, thwarting his plans. At last, you have spoken a fair word, old Taoist, I mused. Reclining against the chair with a sense of relaxation, knowing I had surmounted my most challenging obstacle. If those from the sect failed to perceive the truth, the entire Jiangqing would be misled into searching for a non-existent murderer. Observing Su Yin's resolute stance, Chen Jiangwo dared not oppose him. Waving his hand to allow the officers to escort me out while they continued their inquiries with the next guest. As I exited the VIP room, I encountered a tall, poised figure descending the staircase. The female police uniform seemed custom-fitted, accentuating her poise exquisitely, with a distinct fragrance wafting from her. Our eyes met. Senior sister? I was just asking Captain Wu about you. He mentioned some issues at home. Are they serious? Many in the lobby were watching me closely. I could not afford to reveal any signs of weakness. It's nothing grave. A relative asked me to look after a child, I replied, ironing out her hair. She entered the VIP room without a backward glance. I stood there for a moment, observing her nape, concealed by her hair, before she strode away. Chapter 653. Diverting the calamity doubt is often safer than confidence, yet it simultaneously pricks at my mind like a needle. The events of the nightmare remain vivid in my memory, and to this day, I dare not lift the hair from ironing Xiang's nape. It is not mere fear, rather, it feels like a form of self-deception. If there truly exists a plum blossom mark upon Tai Ningxiang's nape, it would deliver a devastating blow to my trust in humanity, leaving me unable to believe in anyone ever again. This state of affairs is rather acceptable. Returning to the grand hall, I surveyed my surroundings. Among them was the couple from Sichuan residing beneath me. They had a restless night, and I stealthily approached to eavesdrop on their conversation, confirming the effectiveness of the hypnosis before stepping aside. The interrogation persisted until noon, ultimately exonerating all guests from suspicion. Several Taoist priests reassured me, Chen Jiangwo, that I would surely unearth the true culprit and provide a satisfactory resolution. The armed police and criminal investigators withdrew in 2 waves, embarking on a citywide manhunt that rivaled the previous rainy night's pursuit. In truth, both citywide searches targeted me. However, during the former, I was in plain sight, whereas now I remained concealed in the shadows. I commend Officer Chen for his efforts. Su Yin offered polite words, yet his gaze did not linger on Chen Jiangwo. A glimmer of clarity shone through the murkiness of his eyes, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. This falls within our duty. It is what we must do. Chen Jiangwo signaled for Chen Feng to approach, leaving his son with the Taoist priest, instructing that any discovered leads be conveyed directly to him. Despite Chen Jiangwo's questionable character, he was a devoted father, seizing this rare opportunity to connect Chen Feng with the esteemed practitioners of the sect. Should a fortunate bond form, and if he were to be taken on as a named disciple, it would be a significant gain. Yet, fate is often indifferent. The sect's practitioners were not in the mindset to accept disciples, having come with a mission, and now, before the pursuit had even begun, they had already suffered a loss. Strangely enough, there was no sign of the living or the dead. Had it not been for the fate lamp's warning, they would have remained oblivious to Chunjioga's demise. Practitioners of the Tao possess an acute spiritual awareness, likely sensing the undercurrents of malice directed towards them. Once Chen Jiangwo departed, Tai Ningxiang and Wu Ming emerged from the VIP room, followed by two detectives laden with laptops and hefty notebooks. Throughout the entire ordeal, Tai Ningxiang scarcely uttered a word to me. As I watched them leave, I stretched languidly in my chair and called out to Lung Qingxian, asking if I could now return home, given that the police had exonerated me from suspicion. It is not the police who have cleared you, but rather Taoist Su Yin and Master Lu Chun who have provided that assurance, Lung Qingxian replied, a headache brewing at my presence. He quietly lamented the folly of the other sects in provoking someone as unpredictable as me, inadvertently creating their own misfortune. He shook his head and approached me, saying, "You should remain here. Chaos is imminent in Jiangcheng, and it is unsafe outside. It is better to stay with us. Do not be absurd. Just yesterday someone was killed, and you claim safety here? No, I must leave at once." My resolve was firm. I yearned to depart in exchange for the exhibition goods. Staying with them posed the risk of being misidentified as an accomplice by the murderer, which would lead to my untimely demise. We still lacked clarity on the identity of the killer and the motive behind Chun Jioga's murder. To draw conclusions now would indeed be premature. Cold Qingxian gazed at me with a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he relayed the information that surveillance cameras had captured Chun Jioga leaving Century New Garden last night and not returning. This indicates that he must have met his demise outside the building. You remained inside, refraining from any reckless movements, thus ensuring your safety. Met his end outside the building? Why not pursue the surveillance further? I queried, testing whether the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital had been compromised. If we could trace it, we would have done so already. What need is there for idle chatter? Cold Qingxian, devoid of any defenses, laid bare the facts. The cameras only recorded Chun Jioga's departure from Century New Garden, after which he seemed to deliberately evade detection. The armed police had scrutinized the entire city's surveillance network, but found no trace of him. That elusive fellow must harbor sinister intentions. Do you suppose he could have been slain by the ghost mother? Jiangqing remarked that, although not insignificant, the city does not boast many capable of discreetly eliminating Chun Jioga. I was deliberately steering Cold Qingxuan's thoughts in a misleading direction. The ghost mother could indeed be the perpetrator. The more Cold Qingxian pondered this possibility, the more convinced he became, and he hastily departed to seek out Su Yin. Upon hearing this news, Su Yin promptly summoned me. Several disciples from various sects encircled me, creating an atmosphere that felt quite confrontational. You assert that the ghost mother was responsible for Chun Jioga's death? Matters concerning malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts ought not to be disclosed to ordinary mortals. Su Yin dismissed Jiang Chun and the others, instructing the disciples of the Jinshan sect to guard the hall's entrance. Perhaps it is so, or perhaps not. I feigned profundity, maintaining a calm demeanor as the sect members regarded me as the ghost mother's consort. Consequently, they instinctively believed that I would possess the most pertinent knowledge regarding her, hoping to extract significant information from my lips. They feared not my deceit, but rather my silence. After hearing my words, several of them frowned, and Wei Jianming, who was stationed at the door, muttered a remark about my utterances being mere nonsense. Pray elaborate, Su Yin urged, his murky eyes fixed on me, instilling an unsettling sensation as if he could perceive the very thoughts swirling within my mind. I posited that it was likely due to the fact that Taoist Master Chun was a descendant of your esteemed lineage, not a mere commoner. An ordinary person could hardly bring about his demise. In Jiangcheng, few possess the capability to do so. Why not conduct individual inquiries? My statement struck a chord, and expressions of intrigue flickered in their eyes. Taoist Su Yin nodded, urging me to continue. The ghost mother, capable of committing the act, lacks a motive for doing so. I procured a chair and seated myself among them, asserting that the ghost mother might still be unaware of your arrival, thus precluding any notion of preemptive action. Furthermore, there exists another point that could substantiate her innocence. I paused, gesturing towards cold Qingxian. Just moments ago, Brother Qingxian informed me that Chunjioga had voluntarily departed from Century New Garden. What could have compelled him to leave at such a late hour? Clarifying this matter is paramount to our quest for the true culprit. Here I was, the murderer, seated amidst a group of Taoists, articulating my analysis with remarkable clarity. Proceed. Su Yin beckoned, waving his hand for the others to bring forth chairs and take a seat. First and foremost, Chunjioga's departure was voluntary. Arriving alone in an unfamiliar city, yet choosing to leave his residence at such an hour, is decidedly peculiar. This suggests that the assailant likely knew him beforehand and had engaged him in some form of communication, prompting his departure at that specific time before striking with lethal intent. My demeanor is resolute and my expression tranquil. From this, one may deduce that the murder could potentially have been committed by an acquaintance. Acquaintance? This term may be foreign to several Taoist priests present, leaving them somewhat perplexed as to its implications. I offer a faint smile, my piercing gaze sweeping across their faces. The implication of an acquaintance being the perpetrator suggests that the assailant may indeed be among you, someone very close. Only you could have lured Chunjioga outside the Century New Garden in the dead of night. Such treacherous words. One exclaims, "Senior brother, seize him." Upon my utterance, the reactions of the sect practitioners varied. Their anger and skepticism, however, hold little significance for me. My aim is merely to plant a seed of doubt within their minds, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for my subsequent plans. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Do not become overly agitated. Such agitation may well be a veil for your inner trepidation. Unfazed, I recline against the chair and continue. Every act of murder is driven by motive. Why would the killer target Chunjioga? That indeed piques curiosity. I suggest you search through Chunjioga's belongings. Perhaps you may uncover something of interest. The body of Chunjioga still lies at the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. While I cannot ascertain if he left behind anything crucial at the Century New Garden, I am certain of one thing. He possesses dual identities as a live-streaming host and a pawn of the dual-faced Buddha. The exposure of either identity would be advantageous for me, diverting trouble to others. Whether by sending these sect practitioners to confront the underworld's live shows or to thwart the plans of the dual-faced Buddha, serves only to benefit me. The clam and the clam digger both lose in their struggle, while I stand to gain from their conflict. At this moment, I am in dire need of an opportunity to extricate myself. Luggage? Su Yan rises slowly, speaking in a grave tone. Everyone, follow me upstairs to inspect Chunjioga's belongings. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Chun and Wei Wanming, I am compelled to accompany them to Chunjioga's room. The space is immaculate. The others search diligently until they finally unearth a light-colored package. Su Yan, in front of the assembled crowd, unwraps the package, revealing 3 ancient scrolls and a set of clean Taoist robes. Chun Taoist hails from a humble temple, embodying simplicity and frugality. In this era of moral decline, he remains steadfast, an exemplar for our generation. Wei Wanming begins, but before he can finish, Su Yan has already shaken out 2 chargers and a retractable selfie stick from Chunjioga's robes. Who would have thought that you practitioners of the Tao, seemingly austere and traditional, harbor such diverse forms of entertainment? I jest. Wei Wanming, maintaining a stern expression, steps forward to redirect the conversation. Taoist Su, have you discovered anything else? Setting the robes aside, Su Yan gazes at the 3 ancient scrolls on the bed with a hint of surprise. One scroll is a Taoist classic, another a Buddhist scripture, and the third, astonishingly, a long-lost forbidden text. How could a mere disciple from a small temple possess such treasures? Chapter 654. Release amidst the gathered sect practitioners. I discreetly observe Su Yan as he examines the 3 ancient scrolls extracted from Chunjioga's package, now laid upon the bed. These scrolls, steeped in antiquity, exude a profound sense of historical gravitas, yet they remain remarkably well preserved. The first scroll from the left is a Taoist classic. Its yellowed paper bears 4 lines of archaic script. Life is but a dream. A dream is not a dream. How does life compare? It is but a dream of dreams. This should be the unspoken secret of the small temple. Taoist Su, cautious to avoid any hint of impropriety, refrains from opening it and returns it to its original place with utmost solemnity. The second volume from the left is a Buddhist scripture written in an intricate form of Sanskrit, one that neither I nor those around me within the sect could comprehend. It was, however, the unassuming guardian of the Lingbao sect, Lu Jingxiu, who, with a peculiar expression, parted his lips to utter a few words, the Sutra of Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Hadn't this scripture been incinerated by the esoteric sect years ago? At that time, the old Tathagata had yet to attain parinirva. Realizing his gaffe, he promptly sealed his lips, his countenance returning to its usual calm. Listening in secret, I found myself caught in a quandary, letting out a silent sigh of regret as I fixated on the ancient tome upon the bed, a yearning to claim it for myself blossoming within me. The Xiaozhuangguanzhen scriptures are related to dreams and possessing the dream Winggu. If I could master the secret arts of Xiaozhuangguanzhen, the profound dream realms would transform into my own private garden. Those boundless and vast dreamscapes, if I could traverse them at will, I could become the sovereign of dreams. Who could capture me under heaven? As for the Sanskrit text, the Sutra of Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, I had just observed it on the merchandise shelf in the showcase. Valued at 30 points, an undeniable treasure. Were it not for the multitude of Taoists surrounding me, I might have entertained the dark thought of killing to seize it. Suppressing my avarice, I adjusted my breath and continued to steal glances. Su Yin, well-versed and knowledgeable, seemed to recognize the Kitagarbha Sutra as well. He gingerly set it aside, as if it were a hot potato, and then reached for the third volume of ancient texts. All gazes converged upon this tome, which appeared the most antiquated. The inscription on the cover nearly illegible. Upon flipping through its pages, the first line read, "All is predestined, not a whit is in one's control. Every sip and every morsel, is it not preordained? The cause and effect of 3 lifetimes, the cycles of reincarnation." I had scarcely glimpsed the opening line when Su Yin closed the ancient text. He exchanged a glance with Lu Jingxiu, who stood at the forefront, and both discerned the shock etched on each other's faces. The path of fate? Su Yin slowly lowered the tome, addressing the surrounding practitioners with a tone of grave seriousness. This book must not be privately perused by anyone. It would be prudent for you to forget what you have seen. Do not contemplate, let alone ponder its meanings. Once he had spoken, still not at ease, he returned the 3 volumes to their rightful places, sealing them within his Taoist robe, upon which he affixed a gold talisman. Fellow Taoist, lend me your strength. Su Yin gestured to Lu Jingxiu, the modest guardian of the Lingbao sect, who produced 4 gold talismans, slightly smaller than the usual ones. Affixing them to the corners of the bed, he chanted an incantation, and to the astonishment of all present, the 4 talismans transformed into ash, scattering across the bed. Together, we shall seal this object. Should anyone approach, it will undoubtedly alert us, he instructed, calling forth the Qingcheng disciple Su Wugui. You shall guard the door. Permit no one to enter. The rest of you, go inform Xiaozhuangguanzhen. This matter pertains to the path of fate, and I cannot intervene, for after all, Shinjoga is a disciple of Xiaozhuangguanzhen. Su Yin, the Taoist, issued commands in succession, yet some practitioners found themselves puzzled, such as Wei Jiaming, who stood at the rear. He lowered his voice to inquire, Master Wei, I have heard of that scripture and the Buddhist text, but why does Su Taoist refer to this final volume on the path of fate as a forbidden book? And why must we forget the characters we just witnessed, and not even contemplate them? Life, fortune, and feng shui. Only fate must not be trifled with. To do so would be an act of utmost rebellion. Wei Wunming earnestly explained to his junior disciple his concerns regarding the potential transgressions of his younger companion. The mastery of fate lies in the hands of the heavens. Our practice emphasizes harmony with celestial order, yet the manipulation of fate diverges from this path, as it entails a struggle against divine will. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Is it truly impossible to alter one's fate? Wei Jiaming pondered, still somewhat bewildered. Just as Wei Wunming was about to elaborate, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Yin, whose voice was firm and laced with stern admonition. One must not speak lightly of such matters. Those who dare to contest fate are nothing but madmen. Should you encounter such individuals, eliminate them without hesitation. Do not be curious about their identities. Refrain from engaging with them, and do not touch anything they possess. It is best to incinerate their remnants to ensure no trace remains in this world. Su Yan's words sent a chill through me, as I had not anticipated such a grave attitude towards fate manipulation from our sect. While I was astonished, a sense of worry crept in. After all, there were practitioners among my audience, such as Taoist Wan Yi and Lu Banzian, who, while not intimately acquainted with me, were not strangers either. Would Taoist Wan Yi, during his visit to Jiangqing, take the opportunity to eliminate me, a burgeoning fate manipulator? This was not merely about altering fate, but defying heaven itself. Is it a blessing or a curse? I remained silent amidst the crowd, contemplating my fate. After assigning tasks to everyone, Taoist Su Yan's murky gaze fell upon me. Speak your mind, Taoist, I said, feeling uneasy. Though I practice ghost cultivation, I pride myself on my integrity, a quality that distinguishes me from you practitioners. My words were sharp, yet carried an undeniable weight. As Taoist Su Yan paced the room, a disciple of the Taoist sect, adorned with both Buddhist scriptures and forbidden teachings, exuded an aura of strangeness that warranted our utmost caution. Are you suggesting that we could become targets as well? Lu Chun inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. Surely, such a thing is improbable. Who would dare provoke so many sects at once? Given that Chun Yoga has already perished, what is truly impossible? Su Yan replied, his voice imbued with an unyielding presence. While ordinary folk revered the 5 major sects, there existed a faction that disregarded even the heavens. There is nothing they would shy away from. Are you referring to fate manipulators? Lu Chun realized his faux pas after speaking, understanding the weight of this term. Especially given his high standing in the Miaojin sect as the foremost disciple of the heavenly master, privy to many secrets. He knew well that in certain contexts, the term fate manipulator could not be uttered lightly. Su Yan regarded Lu Chun with a penetrating gaze and nodded. Indeed, I now suspect that Chun Yoga's demise is linked to them. Reports from 5 years ago indicated their presence in the southern regions of China. If they are indeed behind this, we must report this to the sect. It would be exceedingly difficult for just us to confront fate manipulators. Unbeknownst to me, Lu Jingxiu had silently approached my side. This elder was quite formidable, having approached so stealthily that even in my heightened state of awareness, I had failed to detect him. This young friend accompanying us might be drawn into peril. Although his ties to the ghost mother are evident, they are separate matters, Lu Jingxiu remarked. Casting a fleeting glance my way, his eyes seemingly harboring an ocean of inscrutable depth. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the cause of Chun Yoga's death. Matters concerning the ghost mother can be deferred. He remained in his guest room last night and is not connected to Chun Yoga's demise. It would be prudent to allow him to depart. Once we have apprehended the perpetrator behind Chun Yoga's murder, we can pursue him further. After Lu Jingxiu concluded his remarks, the surrounding sect cultivators were momentarily taken aback. I paused, pondering the unexpected benevolence he displayed. Could it be that this Taoist was truly so kind-hearted? We cannot let this fellow escape. He is well-versed in sinister arts, and should he prepare adequately, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to recapture him next time. Without heeding his senior brother's objections, Wei Jiaming spoke up assertively. Well-versed in sinister arts? Lu Jingxiu shook his head. His ghostly techniques are remarkably orthodox, blending yin and yang. He walks the path of the yin spirit's enlightenment. If he truly wishes to pursue this, you youthful disciples would be unable to hinder him. As for dealing with Chun Yoga, we 2 old fellows cannot monitor him constantly. Rather than escalate tensions, it would be wiser to let things unfold naturally. This individual possesses limited abilities but excels at stirring trouble, a talent that we cannot easily match. It would be for the best to let him go. Lu Chun was the first to voice his support, followed by Long Qingxian, who also spoke on my behalf. Ultimately, Su Yan nodded in agreement, remarking that it was a tumultuous season, and one could not ascertain whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. After much deliberation, the venerable Taoist gave a dismissive wave of his robe. Long Qingxian, please escort this young friend away. Are you truly letting me go? I stood rooted to the spot, observing the sect cultivators. Aside from Wei Jiaming, who seemed rather displeased, the others appeared to have altered their demeanor following Chun Yoga's demise. Quickly depart. How long do you intend to linger? Long Qingxian urged, pulling me from the guest room and guiding me into the elevator, leading me out of the Century New Garden. It was only then that I grasped the reality of my release. You truly wish for me to leave. Is there any doubt? Su Yan and Lu Jingxiu are esteemed elders. How could they deceive a junior like you? In truth, we cultivators value integrity above all else. You have held a bias against us all along. Upon finishing his words, Long Qingxian bid me farewell. Had I misjudged them? Do sect members truly uphold integrity? Once Long Qingxian had distanced himself, I donned a different expression, a cold smile gracing my lips as my fingers brushed the ghost ring. If they valued integrity, they would not have concealed talismans within the Zhu fruit. They must still be oblivious to the fact that they wish to rely on me to locate the ghost mother. I strode out of the Century New Garden, contemplating the talismans concealed within the Zhu fruit inside Wang Shi's body. The sect cultivators could always ascertain my location, which posed both a disadvantage and a pivotal opportunity for me. Should you have no intention to harm me, I shall not retaliate. However, if you dare to conspire against me, do not blame me for being ruthless and eliminating you all. The smile on my face gradually faded as I boarded a taxi, directing the driver to the central bank of Jiang City. En route, I retrieved my show phone, preparing to select items for exchange. The sect cultivators, numerous and formidable, excel in formations. The 9 houses breaking boundary divine talisman is certainly worth exchanging. Deep within the 3 insects veins lies the core of the 10 directions ghost refining formation, a black chess piece and a statue of a mountain deity. If I could exchange for this mountain deity talisman, it might prove advantageous in the future. Chapter 655, Tracking after the 13th live broadcast. The item catalog featured numerous props related to feigned death, which heightened my vigilance. What perils might I encounter in the future? Must I rely on feigned death to escape? The Qiju pill and feigned death doll were reasonably priced and would serve as prudent preparations. During the last broadcast, I rescued 2 innocent souls, earning an additional 20 points. With my total points exceeding 100, it could be said that I was quite affluent. Among the newly added items, there was also a ghost command token requiring 10 points for exchange. Priced comparably to superior talismans, this ghost token would complement my ghostly techniques splendidly. If I could acquire this item, it would undoubtedly enhance my powers. Although the ghost summoning order may be utilized but once, if wielded at the opportune moment, it could very well serve as my ultimate trump card. I took out my phone, deliberated extensively, and sent a message to the showcase in order to exchange for the Qiju Dan, the lifeless doll, the 9 houses of boundary breaking talisman, the land god talisman, and the ghost summoning order, all of which cost me a total of 35 points, leaving me with 78 remaining. After receiving the acknowledgement text from the showcase, I tucked my phone away and casually gazed out at the scenery beyond the car window. To save Sakura's life, I would inevitably have to venture into the depths of the dream realm. Thus, the secrets of the Xiaozhuang Temple are of paramount importance to me. While those from the sect plot against me, I too am scheming in return. With merely 3 days and 2 nights remaining until the next live broadcast begins, time is of the essence, and I must make a decision swiftly. Upon arriving at the lobby of the Jiangxing Central Bank, the manager had been awaiting my arrival for some time. I retrieved the black parcel and proceeded to withdraw all the funds from my bank card, creating the facade of preparing for a hasty departure. After leaving the bank, with the items exchanged from the showcase now in my possession, I felt a considerable weight lift from my shoulders. I purchased a plethora of snacks along the way and returned to Tingtang Road. The little shop's door was unlocked. I pushed it open and called out, "Bai Qi, dinner's ready." My voice echoed in the empty room, but there was no sign of anyone. Where could they have gone? I placed the food I was carrying on the table and retrieved a stun gun from the drawer, slowly ascending the stairs. Bai Qi. I pushed open the wooden door, only to find the room utterly vacant. The belongings within remained untouched, and the marks I had left behind were intact, indicating that no outsiders had entered last night. So where could Bai Qi have gone? It is far too spirited to have simply wandered off. Just as my anxiety began to mount, I suddenly heard a few barks. Bai Qi. I hurried down the stairs, following the direction of the sounds until I stood outside an adjacent restaurant. This small eatery had only recently opened. The couple who once resided here had fallen victim to the blood fox, their entire family of 3 perishing. I had encountered the new neighbors on the death train. Yet due to my relentless schedule stemming from the live broadcasts, I had scarcely paid attention to the fact that they had been operating for a week now. Standing outside, I called out Bai Qi's name. Perhaps hearing my voice, the wooden door of the restaurant was soon pushed open, and Bai Qi emerged, mischievously clutching half a roast chicken. "Have you been stealing from others?" I gazed at the greasy-faced Bai Qi as it trotted over, wagging its tail, and I sighed, nudging its large head aside. "Stay put. I will settle the bill for you." However, before I could step into the restaurant, the wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud. I was left standing outside, covered in dust, as I realized I had been denied entry. It seems Bai Qi truly had caused quite a ruckus. With a wry smile, I fished out 100 yuan and slipped it through the gap at the bottom of the door. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble my dog has caused you." There was no response from within the restaurant, and shaking my head, I led Bai Qi back to the adult shop. This new neighbor seemed to harbor some grievances against me. I examined Bai Qi's body for any signs of injury, but there were none, evidently. The proprietor had not been harsh with it. Yet, pondering further, it was puzzling that while they had not troubled Bai Qi and had even provided it with half a roast chicken, they had shut me out without uttering a word. I couldn't shake the feeling that this new neighbor might know me. Could it be that we had crossed paths before? Gazing out of the window at the restaurant next door, which remained shuttered even during daylight hours, I sensed something was amiss. However, this was not the time for such concerns. My immediate priority lay in evading those from the sect. Extracting my meal from the bag, I began to eat while dialing Secretary Zhang from Unyielding Pharmaceuticals. "Mr. Gao, is there something you require?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is a matter of urgency. I need you to procure several Chinese medicinal herbs and deliver them to Tingtang Road," I replied. "What do you need these herbs for? By the way, aren't you currently with Master Zhong?" Zhang added, his tone official. "Mr. Huang specifically instructed me to cease all communication with you, fearing he might disturb you." "Cease all communication with me?" I raised an eyebrow. The old fox, Huang Buiyuan, had sensed danger. He realized the discord between me and the sect's practitioners and, wary of potential repercussions, had advised Zhang to sever ties with me. The world, after all, is driven by profit. Merchants are, fundamentally, merchants. With a sigh, I continued. "The Taoist you mentioned has already dismissed me. At present, I require the following herbs: Huxiang, Baiji, Sangzhu, Sui, and Dahuang. I hope you can deliver them to Tingtang Road within the hour. Additionally, regarding the prescriptions and liquor formulas I sold to you, shouldn't we discuss the distribution of profits? Mr. Gao, both the liquor and medicine formulas are still in the experimental phase and will require considerable time before they can be marketed," Zhang replied. "That won't suffice. I am in dire need of funds. How about this? You advance me 1 million, and once profits materialize, you can deduct it from my share." 1 million. Secretary Zhang's voice faltered. "I cannot make that decision. Please hold while I consult with Director Huang." Moments later, the phone rang again, and Huang Buiyuan's voice emerged. "What do you need 1 million for?" he asked, getting straight to the point. "Is a reason necessary for spending money?" I retorted, pulling out 5 bills from my drawer. While training Bai Qi to assist me in purchasing cigarettes, with Zhang absent from the office, our conversation was shielded from prying ears. Huang's voice sounded hoarse, revealing a lack of sleep in recent days. "Chaos is brewing in Jiangqing. Have you heard any insider information from your associations with those Taoists?" "None. They regard me as a thief. Even if they had insider knowledge, they would not share it with me," I replied without hesitation. "Rubbish. If you haven't received any news, why are you asking for 1 million? Are you planning to flee?" Huang cursed, a rare display of emotion. "Provide me with information, and I will give you the money and the herbs. It's mutually beneficial. Truth be told, while many can muster 1 million, those specific herbs are only available through my Unyielding Pharmaceuticals in Jiangqing. Think carefully. These herbs are vital. If the Taoist seeks me, I must have them at hand." After a moment of contemplation, I remarked, "Jiangqing is on the brink of calamity. You should hang that painting your wife left behind in your home. Another piece of advice: do not venture out after dark." Ending the call, I tossed my phone aside and returned to my meal. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, a black sedan pulled up outside the restaurant. To my surprise, Huang Buiyuan's eldest daughter, Huang Lan, emerged from the vehicle. "My father, uneasy about entrusting others, sent me personally to deliver these items to you." The tall and curvaceous Huang Lan retrieved a silver case from the passenger seat. "All the herbal medicine you requested is inside. The old man has prepared 3 portions of each item for you," she stated. Afterward, she produced 2 bank cards from her tailored women's suit, both with the 6-digit password of 1. They were all from private banks, untraceable and devoid of any incriminating evidence. "Please extend my gratitude to Director Huang upon your return." As I was about to enter the house, Huang Lan called out to me, "Hey, the old man has a message for you." "What message?" I halted and turned back to see Huang Lan stepping out of the car. She leaned closer and whispered, "Those influential Taoists from Century New Garden sought to collaborate with him and Jiang de Tao to exert control over you." I nodded, already aware of this. Just as I was about to proceed, Huang Lan's arm suddenly grasped mine, her words tumbling out rapidly. "The old man did not agree, but Jiang de Tao did. It is said that last night, Jiang de Tao leveraged all his connections to locate Wang Yu in Jiangqing district." With that, she released my arm and returned to her vehicle, departing swiftly. Had they truly found Wang Yu last night? My expression fluctuated. If that were the case, my plans would need to be expedited. I caressed the ghost ring and entered the shop, locking the door behind me, then retrieved the herbal medicine from the case. The potent aromas of the herbs, when combined, exuded a unique scent, one that would undoubtedly entice certain guiding insects. I speculated that the Taoist Wandao might employ this method to track me down. After grinding the herbs and preparing them, I wrapped the mixture in paper, dividing it into 3 portions, all of which I placed into the embroidered bag that once held the ghostly eye. I hoped that Wandao would arrive soon, if he delayed too long. I feared I would only be left with my own remains. Inside the shop, I practiced the Miao Zhan Xinfa to restore my innate vital energy. By evening, I emerged from the shop with Bai Qi, aimlessly wandering along Ting Tang Road. The surveillance cameras had adjusted their angles, deliberately monitoring the vicinity of my shop, with pedestrians evincing unusual behavior. Surely, there were undercover agents among them. I settled at a bustling food stall, which had transformed from desolate to lively in a short span. While feigning indifference as I dined, my mind began to strategize. There were 2 places where one could ensnare sect cultivators: Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital and the 3 Sect Graveyard. Visiting the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital would explicitly link me to the deaths of Qinjioga, while going to the 3 Sect might expose my extermination of their sect, a difficult choice indeed. Chapter 656. Driving wolves and consuming tigers. Pedestrians rushed by in the chilly, solitary autumn night, a sense of desolation lingering that even the vibrant neon lights could not dispel. The food stall grew increasingly crowded, with patrons adorned in various attires. Yet a few fingers would instinctively graze their lower backs, an area where police typically conceal their firearms. Although many were present, the atmosphere felt devoid of warmth. I continued to eat casually, occasionally tossing Bai Qi a piece of meat and glancing at my watch. The surveillance and undercover presence left me pondering whether this was an edict from the sect or a personal decision by Chen Jiangwo. I ordered a bottle of beer and lit a cigarette, sitting alone in the corner, yet somehow feeling at the center of everyone's attention. As I indulged in drink and smoke, watching the curling tendrils of smoke rise, I found myself unable to reach a decision. If I were to lead the sect's disciples to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, I might encounter Mr. Paper and the Bone of Immortality. It would be splendid to drag the 2-faced Buddha into the fray, yet I feared he had already foreseen this and laid his plans, burying us both alive. My grasp of the 3 Sect's grand formation is limited to the gates of life and death, and there remain numerous treasures yet to be unearthed. I hesitate to reveal my position. How should I choose? With a sigh, I lifted the cap from the beer bottle on the table, one side leading to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, the other to the 3 Sect. With a flick of my thumb, I sent the cap spinning a few times before it settled back into my palm with the opposite side facing up. Is fate urging me towards the 3 Sect? I gazed up at the night sky, a vast curtain devoid of stars enveloping everything. Then, I resolved to head to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. With determination, I drained the last of the beer, wiped my lips, and sprang to my feet. In that instant, time seemed to freeze in the bustling food stall. No one uttered a word, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. I noticed at least 2 or 3 patrons change color, while others had their hands resting on their waists. Scanning the crowd, I gently placed the cap on the counter with a smirk. Another bottle, please. The stall erupted into its previous lively chatter, as if the brief silence had been a mere illusion. With 2 days and nights remaining until the next live broadcast, I finished my drink and, accompanied by Bai Qi, navigated through the crowd, tightening my collar as we headed towards the outskirts. First, I would shake off the plainclothes officers, then proceed to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. If the sect harbored ill intentions towards me, they would undoubtedly follow. I bore no intent to harm them. In truth, all my actions were in self-defense. If they had no plans to harm me, they would not fall into my traps. Should it come to it, I would be willing to risk everything. The missing piece from the Bone of Immortality was with me, and it would gladly exchange the lives of the sect's disciples for its own restoration. I cared not for the turmoil that releasing the Bone of Immortality might incite, nor for the weight of karmic retribution I might bear. My sole desire was to survive and to aid those who had suffered due to my actions. After switching taxis 3 times, I finally managed to shake off my pursuers in an alley of the old city. Their following me was of little consequence. I merely wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, or to put it another way, I did not wish to see them perish in vain. My undertaking was not one for ordinary mortals. It was a perilous game, wagering life and death with no retreat. Evasive of surveillance, I found a motorcycle taxi in the suburbs that whisked me to the border where Jiangxing meets Zhenheshi. The desolate land, a casualty of urban development, was devoid of life, save for a few dilapidated houses overtaken by trees and weeds. After paying the fare, I lit a cigarette and headed towards the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. They should be arriving soon, I thought. Diving into the dense forest, I powered down my phone and extinguished all lights, summoning Wang Shi through ghostly arts. Hidden within the ghostly ring, Wang Shi was oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Once called forth, he curiously roamed about. Gao Jian, where is this place? I sense knowing energy. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Do you not desire resurrection? I replied, I have prepared for you a body that is immortal and unchanging, a vessel for eternal life. I smiled broadly, casting my gaze over Wang Shi as the Yang talisman integrated seamlessly into his being, suspended at the location of his heart. Such a circumstance was likely unheard of by Su Yan. Immortality aside, I would find great satisfaction in merely extending my life by another decade or so. Wang Shi remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, standing beside me, incessantly chattering about how one only realizes the value of life upon becoming a ghost. Suddenly, I recalled the myriad of ambitions yet to be fulfilled and the countless places I had yet to explore. Enough of such musings. Tonight, I require your assistance. No sooner had I spoken than Wang Shi grew exceedingly wary. What do you want me to do now? My powers are feeble. Even a ray of sunlight could extinguish me. Please, do not send me on perilous errands. Rest assured, this task will be quite simple for you, I replied, gesturing towards the depths of darkness where the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital lay. I need you to enter that building and locate a corpse clad in a Taoist robe. I provided Wang Shi with a detailed description of Chunjioga's appearance and the location of the body. Upon hearing my words, his complexion paled. I can go, but you must inform me of any dangers lurking within that building. You know I am as defenseless as a newborn chick. Even the weakest of spirits could overpower me. Wang Shi, ever cunning, was reluctant to act without an incentive. Ultimately, he reluctantly agreed under my subtle coercion. Once I find the body, how shall I retrieve it? And where shall I seek you afterward? There is no need to extract the body. Simply strip it of all its belongings. Once you have succeeded, wait for me at the water room behind the hospital's rehabilitation center. That is the sole entrance and exit. As I and Wang Shi deliberated our plan, our conversation was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of 3 luxury sedans gliding along the desolate road. Their unmarked, jet-black exteriors set them apart from ordinary vehicles. These cars bore the air of official sedans, discreet yet high-performing, unattainable for mere wealth. Like specters in the night, the trio of vehicles halted where I had previously disembarked. Here we are. The doors swung open, revealing Chen Jiangwo, who emerged with a gaunt middle-aged man in tow. My discerning eye caught a troubling detail. The emaciated man was none other than the motorcycle taxi driver who had brought me here. Move swiftly and follow my instructions, otherwise, we shall both meet our demise here. I infused a wisp of my yin energy into Wang Shi's body, enabling me to sense his location through the yin-yang ghost technique, while simultaneously ensuring his protection. Nodding and understanding, Wang Shi slipped into the dense forest, quickly vanishing into the night. The chessboard was set. Now, I awaited to see who among you would engage in a match against me, and who would merely serve as pawns. I concealed my presence, retreating in the opposite direction while maintaining a vigilant watch over the road. Under Chen Jiangwo's relentless questioning, the motorcycle driver divulged everything, including the direction of my departure and the conversations we had along the way. Remain still. Your involvement is not required for the time being. Chen Jiangwo shoved the motorcycle driver aside, personally approaching the car door. As I had surmised, the sect disciples had indeed followed, their persistence evident as they sought to leverage me in locating the ghost Mother South hiding place. They had attempted to deceive me with the Zhu fruit, planning to conceal the Yang talisman within my body for a decisive strike against the ghost mother at a critical moment. Such a deep-seated scheme. It is unfortunate that from the very beginning, they had erred. I am not the ghost mother's husband. I silently observed as the occupants of the 3 cars gradually disembarked. Su Yan, Lu Jingxiu, Lu Chun, and the disciples from the Jinshan sect. With the exception of the cold Qing Xian and the younger disciple Su Wugui, all had arrived. Thank you, Officer Chun, for bringing us here, Su Yan remarked, holding a peculiar compass, its golden needle precisely pointing in the direction of Master Wang's departure. The celestial master is cunning and formidable. I shall accompany you all into the fray, Chen Jiangwo asserted, patting his sidearm. With this fellow for protection, I am certain I will not be a burden. Wei Jiaming, just stepping out of the car, scoffed at Chen's words. That hunk of metal may serve you against men, but it is as useless against malevolent spirits as a bowl of black dog-s blood. Mind your manners, Jianming, Wei Wenming quickly interjected, grasping his junior's robe. Tread carefully with your words. Haha, the young brother speaks wisely. Chen Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly. Officer Chun's integrity and righteousness are indeed a fortune for Jiangqing. However, it is preferable to address matters of the cultivation world through its own methodologies. Emerging from the group of practitioners, Su Yan held the compass aloft, articulating, Kong, Ong, Kuei, Lu, Nio, Gui, the stars converge. 3 years of weeping voices. The 7 northern constellations are ominously potent, and their malign influence is directly upon this place. This is dire. Very dire indeed. The area was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the sky, suggesting that great peril lay beneath. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Yan, Lu Jingxiu felt the oppressive bloodlust surge. I can hear the wailing of vengeful spirits. The Taoist practitioners exchanged fervent words, leaving Chun Jiangwo bewildered. He could not comprehend their discourse, yet the expressions upon their faces revealed the gravity of the situation. Shall I mobilize police forces to assist? He inquired. Focus your efforts on tracking down the murderer of Chun Jioga. We shall handle matters here. Return to your vehicles and be cautious of those malevolent entities that may latch onto you and steal your souls. Su Yan waved his hand, and Chun Jiangwo nodded in agreement, returning to the car with the motorcycle driver. After a few minutes, as the 3 cars drove away, the Taoists retrieved their respective talismans and artifacts, following the golden needle of the compass as they ventured slowly into the desolate land. A considerable number had gathered. From my hidden vantage point, I absorbed every detail. With the sex practitioners serving as my scouts, I anticipated delivering a grand surprise to the dual-faced Buddha. Reaching into my pocket, I retrieved the mask of good and evil, donning it upon my face. Chapter 657. Tailgating as the mantis captures the cicada. The yellow bird lies in wait. The practitioners of the sect could never fathom that their quarry was stealthily trailing them at the rear, sharpening its fangs in anticipation. Tracking and counter-surveillance have always been my forte. In the pitch-black forest, I moved with the grace of a specter, making no unnecessary sound as I followed closely behind them. We were nearing the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, and once we entered the treacherous terrain of the Broken Face and Literary Star, Mr. Paper's geomantic formation would surely detect our presence. A confrontation would likely ensue shortly thereafter. I eagerly anticipated the impending clash, hoping for the best outcome, mutual destruction, allowing me to reap a bountiful harvest. As I caressed the cold surface of the mask upon my face, I felt my mindset gradually shifting. Within this mask resided a malevolent spirit, subtly altering my character, stripping away the vestiges of humanity, and rendering me akin to other performers in the spotlight. With utmost caution, the disciples of the sect walked for half an hour before arriving at the entrance of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. The few of them gazed at the abandoned building shrouded in darkness, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and dread. This was indeed the sight illuminated by the ominous star. Su Yan held a compass in one hand, observing the golden needle pointing towards Gao Jian, who had already entered. Could it be that the malevolent star in the heavens pointed to the ghost mother? It was unwise to jump to conclusions, since nightfall. The tranquility of my decades-old Taoist heart had begun to ache, as though a great calamity was imminent. The mountain guardian of the Lingbao sect, Lu Jingxiu, stepped forward after speaking and affixed a vision-enhancing talisman to his temples. A flash of light revealed intricate divine patterns in his eyes. What is Taoist Lu doing? Wei Jiaming quietly tugged at his senior brother's sleeve. The Lingbao sect venerates the Northern Dipper and the 9 luminaries, possessing considerable knowledge of the celestial bodies, capable of foreseeing fortune and misfortune through the trajectories of the stars. Wei Wenming whispered that Gao Jian is proficient in ghostly arts, and with the ominous star's influence here, you must all remain vigilant. This is no ordinary trial, and a moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Is that so? With all of us present, no matter how great his abilities, he will only bow his head in defeat, retorted Wei Jiaming. Upon hearing Wei Jiaming's words, Wei Wenming shook his head and gestured for silence. Lu Jingxiu gazed skyward for a moment, stroking his beard with an unusual expression. The Southern Dipper governs birth, while the Northern Dipper governs death. Mortals begin their journey from the southern dipper to the northern dipper. Yet here, it is precisely the opposite. Death leads to life, and the northern dipper shines brightly. Is it the work of the malevolent star? Suyin queried. Brother, can you see clearly? The ghost mother is born of wandering souls and accumulated resentments, existing outside the realms of life and death. Yet this place exudes a thick atmosphere of death. It's incomprehensible. Lu Jingxiu removed the vision-enhancing talisman, clasped his hands behind his back, and hesitated for a long time before saying, I can't shake the feeling that there exists an even more malevolent entity here than the ghost mother. Fellow Taoists, it may be prudent to guard the surroundings and wait until dawn before we venture inside. Lu Chen clasped his hands and spoke. I have dealt with Gao Jian before. The last time we parted, his ghostly arts were still in their infancy. Yet, I witnessed yesterday that he can now command even the 5 directions plague ghosts. In just a few short days, even someone of extraordinary talent could not possibly progress so rapidly. There must be some hidden truth to this. Lu Chen, do not bolster another's strength while diminishing your own. We have yet to even enter the main gate, and you advise us to retreat? What are your true intentions? Wei Jianming, harboring a personal vendetta against me, was eager for revenge and certainly would not agree to leave. Lu Chen ignored Wei Jianming. He was the foremost disciple of the Miaojin Temple, and although they were of the same generation, their statuses were vastly different. I had once heeded the words of my junior brother, Lu Jin, and allied with the 3 sect to employ heart-piercing inquiries against him. At that time, our numbers were several times greater than his, and our realms far surpassed his. Yet the outcome was the arrival of the ghost mother, who swept through the scene, leaving only me to escape by sheer luck. Once again, history seemed poised to repeat itself. We had imprisoned him in the century-new garden last night, and although he remained unscathed, some among us were inexplicably killed. What exactly do you wish to convey, Lu Chen? Not only Wei Jianming, but several disciples from the Jinshan sect expressed dissatisfaction. It was hardly glorious to perish before achieving victory, and Lu Chen's repeated mention of it was unwelcome. Think twice. This individual cannot be understood through ordinary reasoning. He resembles a reincarnated disaster star, and anything linked to him tends to evolve unfavorably. I urge all fellow Taoists to exercise caution. I concealed myself not far away, listening intently to Lu Chen's words, which filled me with unease. This fellow had indeed grown shrewd. Before even crossing the threshold, several individuals began to argue. Suyin frowned slightly, sweeping his large sleeves. It is the duty of our cultivators to exorcise evil and uphold justice. What reason is there to retreat? He held the compass and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Jingxiu. The atmosphere here was thick with death, and the terrain was peculiar, not resembling a natural formation. Lu Jingxiu nodded, pointing towards the tall buildings within the hospital. These 3 structures bore significance, resembling interlocking dog teeth, akin to the disemboweled belly of a dead cow, reminiscent of the rumored broken-faced Wenxiu. A burial ground for corpses? Suyan's expression shifted slightly before quickly returning to normal. He had long known he should have brought that Taoist master from Maoshan. Their lineage excelled in dealing with corpse relocation, shadow walking, and wandering corpses. Lung Qingxian and Gao Jian were walking closely together, posing a potential risk of leaking information. It was better not to inform him. Lu Jingxiu crouched down, scooping a handful of soil. The layers of the earth were distinct. The feng shui here had been altered, suggesting the presence of a feng shui bureau around the hospital. Mastering feng shui takes years. Gao Jian, barely in his 20s, was not the one to set up this formation. Su Yan, holding the compass, approached the hospital's front entrance. The energy was disrupted, the flow uneven. This feng shui arrangement was riddled with flaws, its foundations seemingly compromised, posing no significant threat. The old Taoist took precisely 9 steps forward, no more, no less. Upon his final step, he halted in the center of the hospital's entrance. With a flourish of his robe, he raised his hand to produce a jade seal. The fierce stars, malevolent spirits, and ancient cave demons all gazed up in unison, bowing their heads to listen. By the decree of the Supreme One, I command you to act. The jade seal descended, striking the hospital's main entrance with force. Seal. As the seal fell, the tightly shut iron doors thunderously swung open, rust cascading down along with the vines that clung to them. The orthodox Taoist sect stood resolutely against the malevolent winds from all directions, remaining steadfast. The group swiftly entered the hospital, and only after they had distanced themselves did I emerge from my hiding place. I reached out to touch the rust on the ground, gazing at the iron door that seemed to have been shattered by an immense force, feeling a pang of astonishment. I had previously underestimated them. Wang Shi, following my orders, infiltrated the third ward, while the several Taoists, guided by the compass, made no stops and headed directly for the third ward. The foundation of Mr. Paper's feng shui array had been destroyed by me and remained unrepaired. From Su Yan, I gleaned valuable information. The feng shui grand array had yet to be restored. The fact that the array was neither repaired nor completely unraveled indicated that Mr. Paper had not fully grasped the situation. The disintegration of bones might not have succeeded in liberating him. He could still be suppressed underground. I calmed myself, refraining from blindly following the sex cultivators into the third ward. Within the body of the disintegration of bones resided two consciousnesses. One belonged to Gu Tongtong from 20 years ago, and the other to Qinjioga. If Mr. Paper had arrived in time, could he have assisted Qinjioga in refining Gu Tongtong's consciousness? Shaking my head at the thought, I realized that the disintegration of bones was intended for the dual-faced Buddha. Qinjioga's unauthorized manipulation of the Buddha's essence would be tantamount to betrayal. He must have been forced to ally with Gu Tongtong, together confronting Mr. Paper. The situation within the building remained a mystery. The simplest way to uncover it was to enter the edifice. The sex cultivators lingered at the periphery of the third ward, spaced apart, rendering their voices inaudible. I utilized my discerning vision to sneak a glance from the outside. Among them, a divergence seemed to arise. For junior disciples of the Jingshan sect formed a formation in opposition to Lu Chun, while Lu Jingxiu and Su Yin were also engaged in conversation. Ultimately, it appeared that Lu Chun yielded, prompting the cessation of their quarrel. I observed from a distance as they approached the entrance of the third medical ward, effortlessly shattering the glass door and dismantling the wooden boards behind it, unmasked and brazen as they entered through the front. Given the ruckus they created, Mr. Paper should have sensed their presence by now. Why did he not reveal himself? Or was it that he had already set a trap, awaiting the disciples of the sect to fall into his snare? My curiosity about Mr. Paper grew. I longed to witness the prowess of the foremost geomancer under the dual-faced Buddha. Hastening my steps, I gradually closed the distance between myself and the sect's disciples. When I could faintly discern their conversation, I slowed my pace to maintain a safe distance. The compass indicated that Gao Jian was lingering in some subterranean location. He had been there for quite some time. Had he discovered our presence? Lu Chen stood behind Su Yan, a cunning individual who might have already laid out traps. It would be prudent for us to split into two groups, providing mutual support to minimize risk. Su Yan shook his head, his demeanor gravely serious since entering the third ward. You youngsters are blissfully unaware of the dangers. Leaving you outside could easily lead to calamity. He ignited a talisman and brought it close to the walls, from which a wisp of faint black smoke rapidly emerged. Among practitioners, the act of severing the 3 corpses and eliminating the 9 worms is known. Yet here, someone was specifically nurturing the white worm. One of the 9, this was not the method of ghostly cultivators. Gao Jian must have allies. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Su Yan's murky eyes, a mere mortal. Yet he eluded my insights and calculations. Was it possible that the true harbinger of doom was not the ghost mother, but rather he? Su Yan's contemplative murmurs were not deliberately subdued. I heard them clearly from my concealed position. This Su Yan was no trifling adversary. The sect's disciples lingered at the entrance of the third ward, hesitating to descend further. Suddenly, the dim corridor echoed with the mournful wails of vengeful spirits. Witnessing this, a smile crept upon my lips. Was Mr. Paper finally ready to make his move? Chapter 658. The mantis catches the cicada. All the wronged spirits who perished within the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital resided in the depths of the third ward. They became Mr. Paper's tools, assisting him in luring the living to sustain the dead. It was not until Gu Tongtong's spirit escaped from the hanging coffin that they began to alter their facade, cooperating with Mr. Paper while secretly obeying Gu Tongtong's commands. The last time the spirits in the hospital did not target me was because Gu Tongtong sought to use me to open the coffin. Later, entangled with Qinjioga, she was too preoccupied to pay attention, allowing me to escape by a stroke of luck. Many patients died within the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. Mr. Paper manipulates the souls of the wrong to probe the sect's disciples, both to ascertain their strengths and to use the Tianshur's hand to eliminate those spirits that had once betrayed him. I remained at the back, watching the spectacle unfold. Amidst the cacophony of ghostly wails, I felt an exhilarating thrill. Was this the sensation that viewers experienced while watching my livestream? I focused intently, suppressing my own presence, observing the sect's disciples as they approached a precarious situation. Those who succumbed to terminal illnesses in hospitals often endured immense suffering during their final days, as disease ravaged their bodies, draining their vitality and leaving behind despair, death, and a profound sense of unwillingness. Such souls are most prone to lingering in the earthly realm, which is one of the reasons hospitals are often associated with ghostly tales. The cries at the end of the corridor gradually spread outward. Even though I have ascended to the realm of listening to breaths, I am unable to discern their precise location. To avoid exposure, I remain motionless, my body concealed in the shadows. A multitude of restless spirits, though numerous, cannot form a formidable presence. Su Yin walks alone through the pitch-black corridor, his footsteps unwavering. One hand cradles a compass while the other holds aloft a jade seal. The broken face Wenchang is a natural resting place for the dead. Had it not been for the influence of feng shui, this location could have easily transformed into a malevolent site. Lu Jingxiu catches up with Su Yin, reaching out to stop him. Do not be hasty. These spirits are devoid of wisdom and are compelled to act under the influence of others. Let us grant them a path to reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Su Yin lowers the jade seal and softly replies, "Brother, your compassion is commendable." After speaking, he retreats, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility that these vengeful spirits might pose a threat to Lu Jingxiu. Within the hospital's underground, where many have met their demise, the clothing of the deceased has piled into small hills, and these vengeful souls and malevolent spirits are not to be underestimated. I fix my gaze on Lu Jingxiu, sensing a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. The cries from all directions grow increasingly distinct, and the chilling wind rattles the wooden boards on the windows, plunging the building into deeper darkness. The wretched wails draw nearer, and in the shadows, indistinct figures sway uncertainly, their forms shifting like the white banners of graves. After receiving a certain command, they suddenly accelerate, surging forth like a roaring tide. As the wind howls, Lu Jingxiu remains unflustered, a trace of compassion gracing his features, akin to a benevolent healer casually scattering a handful of talismans. Many souls are bound by deep grievances that are difficult to unravel. Upon completing the incantation, the talismans drift in the air, sealing the passage before him and forming a miniature formation. Any vengeful spirit that enters the array finds itself ensnared. As if bound by an invisible force, Lu Jingxiu continues to chant incantations, his voice infused with a unique magic that compels hearts to open. In this lifetime, grievances are formed. In 3 lifetimes, they are repaid without rest. With a flourish, he casts the great formation, and talismans, shimmering with a faint light, illuminate the dark corridor like myriad sparks. Though surrounded by a throng of spirits, he remains untouched by their malevolence, akin to a lotus that rises untainted from the mud. His heart is pure and unblemished, his expression tranquil, his gaze gentle, imbued with a hint of compassion. Today, I impart my wondrous method to relieve all grievances and karmic debts. Listen and recite with intent, and the enemies will disperse and vanish. As he utters the final line of the incantation, the formation opens in the opposite direction, and the vengeful spirits seem to awaken to consciousness, their faces serene, bearing a smile of release as they dissolve into ashes. Hidden in the shadows, I witnessed this astonishing spectacle. Initially, I believed Su Yin to be the most formidable among the sect's practitioners, but I now realize that this guardian of the Lingbao sect is equally formidable. The hidden paths of the Taoist schools are indeed teeming with talent. It is no wonder that even the powerful, like the dual-faced Buddha of the underworld, must conceal themselves in the shadows. Feeling a stirring within, my gaze falls upon Lu Jingxiu as I watch him effortlessly weave a grand formation, liberating countless vengeful souls. His every gesture exudes an aura befitting a celestial being, and I cannot help but reflect that perhaps this is the essence of cultivation. As the formation descends, allowing the vengeful spirits to collide, Lu Jingxiu stands alone, presiding over the array. Initially unfazed, he begins to feel the weight of the increasing number of spirits, beads of sweat forming at his temples. "Brother, allow me to take over." Su Yin stepped into the formation, each footfall precisely landing upon its blind spots. He raised the jade seal, yet did not recite any incantations. Instead, he merely placed it gently upon the ground, causing the nearby vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts to be sent reeling, their souls scattering in disarray. Such formidable power. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a stream of light concealed within the jade seal, which dimmed with each use, suggesting a consumable nature. It was unlikely that Su Yin possessed many treasures of this sort. With the synergy of the jade seal and the formation, the multitude of wronged souls and earthbound spirits was largely dispelled within just half an hour. The remaining phantoms fled in all directions, and the once ominous corridor soon regained its normalcy. Su Yin retracted the jade seal, forming a gesture with his fingers. The ghost mother was the progenitor of infant spirits. Yet this place was rife with vengeful souls. How peculiar. These spirits, trapped within the edifice, were barred from reincarnation. Offering them salvation could be deemed a noble deed. Lu Jingxiu gazed into the distance, recalling the anguished cries of the spirits, some of whom had been imprisoned here for over 20 years. I pondered how Gao Jian, merely in his early 20s, could have set such a trap 2 decades prior. No matter. Once I locate him, I shall seek clarity. Su Yin strode confidently forward, with several sect cultivators trailing behind. Though this elder Taoist did not display any overtly formidable abilities, he radiated an air of assurance, as if no calamity could harm him in the slightest. Perhaps influenced by Su Yin, the other sect cultivators also exuded confidence, save for Lu Chun, who lingered at the rear, frequently glancing back, as if hesitating to voice a warning to the others. Could it be that they had noticed something? I had dealt with Lu Chun before. Technically, there was no deep-seated animosity between us. Following Lu Jin's death, the entanglements with the Miaojin sect had also been severed. I was reluctant to provoke them, yet an inscrutable force seemed to steer me towards opposition. Was this the karmic retribution for having surreptitiously learned their techniques in the underworld showcase? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Were those techniques truly secrets of the sect? Where did the showcase derive its knowledge? Did the underworld indeed exist in this world? Shaking my head, I dispelled the notion, focusing instead on my ghostly arts to sense the wisp of dark energy I had infused into Wang Shi's body. The sect cultivators were descending. Why was Wang Shi still lingering? I was uncertain what dangers Wang Shi faced underground. He seemed to be wandering in a particular spot, as if lost, pausing intermittently, which was quite perplexing. Should Wang Shi be discovered, I would have no choice but to intervene personally, guiding them to the deepest recesses below. Resolute in my decision, I ceased my ruminations and emerged silently from the shadows, following the sect cultivators into the secure passage. The subterranean structure of the 3rd hospital ward was exceedingly intricate, yet I retained the memories from the previous night, most pathways firmly etched in my mind. The sect cultivators proceeded with great caution, moving slowly and inspecting each room they passed. After approximately 10 minutes, sounds of a scuffle erupted from below, prompting me to quicken my pace and utilize my discerning gaze, crouching on the staircase to observe. Was that Bai Xiong? Last night, I had disrupted Mr. Paper's grand formation, preventing him from controlling Bai Xiong and the earth corpses. However, by that time, dawn was approaching. Even if those Bai Xiong and earth corpses were freed from control, they would not dare to escape from the underground, for they, unlike the bones that did not decay, were averse to sunlight. It is precisely due to my trepidation regarding these monstrous entities emerging from the depths to wreak havoc upon Jiang City that I initiated my plan at dusk, luring the sect's practitioners to this location. Mr. Ji is preoccupied with suppressing the indestructible bones and lacks the time to contend with these white fiends. Although I have time, my capabilities are limited, rendering me no match for the white fiends. Thus, the most suitable candidates for assistance are undoubtedly the sect's practitioners. They seek to accrue merit by vanquishing the white fiends and the undead guardians of Jiang City, thereby performing a noble deed. The strange noises ceased within mere seconds. Upon arriving at the source of the sound, I found several sect practitioners had already descended to the 2nd underground level. Gently pushing the door ajar, I discovered a collapsed white fiend on the ground. As I reached to touch the creature's nape, I found a 5 Emperor copper coin embedded in its spine, a clean and decisive blow. My esteem for the sect practitioners rose once more. They came prepared. Had it not been for my covert interference, the situation would have been dire for them. Separated by a mere floor from the practitioners, I dared not act carelessly. If discovered at this moment, all my efforts would be in vain. As they descended, the sounds of their encounters grew louder, punctuated by their chanting of incantations. I bent low, advancing down the staircase, my heart gradually racing with excitement. Mr. Ji surely remained oblivious to Su Yin and the others' arrival, while the sect practitioners were unaware they were about to confront the indestructible bones. An unprecedented clash was inevitable between the two factions, and I, caught between them, would have ample time to execute my plan. Just as I prepared to delve deeper underground, a faint sound emanated from the ghost ring on my wrist. Glancing down, I noticed a crack had appeared on the jade bead that once belonged to Master Wang. Chapter 659, gradually spiraling out of control. The ghost ring shattering? This is dire. Something must have happened to Master Wang. I concentrated, attempting to sense the wisp of Yin energy that had infiltrated his body, but it seemed obscured by some force, allowing me only to discern a general direction. Why was he still stationary? The sect practitioners had already reached the 3rd underground level, while my perception indicated that Master Wang lingered on the 4th underground level, the distance between them narrowing. If Master Wang were to be captured, the exposure of my plan would be a minor concern. My greater fear lay in them seizing Chunjioga's corpse. Furrowing my brow, I realized that as a livestream host, Chunjioga must have carried items related to the show. Should the show's phone fall into the hands of the sect practitioners, the consequences would be catastrophic. More critically, the items connected to the dream path were my only hope for saving Sakura and must not be compromised. The fighting sounds from below intensified as I pursued, only to be met with a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, the terrifying prowess of the sect practitioners laid bare. Each room they entered was thoroughly inspected. Upon encountering a white fiend or an undead corpse, they executed them without hesitation, sweeping through with ruthless efficiency. I followed behind, my heart racing with trepidation, and suddenly found myself concerned for the indestructible bones. Lu Jingxiu and Su Yin possessed unfathomable strength. I wondered if the indestructible bones could withstand their combined might. I lack a clear understanding of the untransformed bone, with most of my information derived from Master Wang. His tone was exceedingly grave at the time. That said, I have yet to behold the true form of the untransformed bone, rendering me incapable of accurately assessing its strength. With great caution, I descended to the 3rd underground level, taking care to navigate the bend of the safety corridor. The sect practitioners swiftly eradicated the white fiends on this level, and it seemed they too had sensed something amiss. As they gathered to discuss their concerns, Lu Chun repeatedly proposed a temporary withdrawal from the 3rd ward, but his suggestions were met with refusal from the other cultivators. Ultimately, they rearranged their formation, with Su Yin leading the way, for practitioners from the Gold Mountain sect positioned centrally, while Lu Jingxiu remained at the rear as their safeguard. Were they anticipating a surprise attack from behind? Both Su Yin and Lu Jingxiu had weathered many storms. Their formidable presence was founded on their strength, making it exceedingly difficult to ambush them. They were about to enter the 4th underground level. Fearful of being discovered, I refrained from summoning the Yin energy within me, unable to inform Wang Shi, leaving him to fend for himself. I had to adapt to the circumstances, just as I had given up on Wang Shi. The Yin energy within my spiritual aperture surged. I sensed the strand of Yin energy that had penetrated Wang Shi's body suddenly began to stir. It darted with astonishing speed deeper underground. What predicament had Wang Shi encountered? Was he fleeing for his life? No. The vengeful spirits had been nearly extinguished by Master Paper's probing of the sect's practitioners. The white fiends and earth corpses showed no interest in the Yin spirits. There should be no entity within this building capable of threatening him. Could an unforeseen event have occurred? I refrained from pondering further, though I did not voice it. I held a certain concern for this enigmatic novelist, as he had shared trials alongside me. Upon entering the 4th underground level, Su Yin also noticed Wang Shi's anomaly. He gazed at the compass for a considerable time before speaking. That lad must have grown fearful and is attempting to escape. The moving corpse and shadow walking, seemingly without control, were easily vanquished, which struck me as odd. This place served as a natural repository for corpses. Why would Gao Jian, a ghostly cultivator, seek refuge here alongside the ghost mother? After exorcising the earthbound spirits within the hospital, Lu Jingxiu had refrained from further action, his expression taut with concern. Brother Dao, you are overly apprehensive. When we first entered this building, hundreds of vengeful spirits charged at us haphazardly. Gao Jian's mastery of ghostly arts has reached a commendable level. Would he resort to such crude methods to command spirits to their demise? A flicker of clarity emerged in Su Yan's murky gaze, signifying he too was responding hastily, likely intending to use the vengeful spirits to buy time. No wonder you sought to assist me in subduing the vengeful spirits. Lu Jingxiu shook his head, sensing an underlying oddity, a deviation somewhere. No matter. It is our duty to eliminate evil and uphold righteousness. It is indeed time to cleanse the filth hidden beneath Jiang City. Holding the jade seal, Su Yin passed through a doorway when a white fiend, concealed within a cabinet, suddenly lunged at him. Be cautious, the onlookers exclaimed, yet Su Yin remained remarkably composed, stepping back a pace as he silently recited an incantation, gently touching his ring finger to the white fiend's forehead. The once ferocious creature became rigid in its movements. Su Yin withdrew his finger, leaving a vermilion mark on the center of the white fiend's forehead. Employing my discerning eye, I observed that it was, in fact, an ancient character for Dao. Su Yin continued forward without a glance back, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. The disciple of the Golden Mountain sect following closely behind immediately advanced, and Wei Wenming withdrew a talisman-woven rope to ensnare the neck of Bai Xiong. His second disciple, Wei Liangming, produced a string of copper coins. It was unclear what incantation he uttered, but with a single flourish of his hand, the coins transformed into the shape of a sword. Is this the famed copper coin sword? My eyes widened in astonishment. Today I have truly broadened my horizons. Wei Liangming pressed down on Bai Xiong's head and thrust the copper coin sword into the back of its neck. Bai Xiong struggled a few times before ceasing to resist, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. The number of malevolent corpses here is overwhelming. I fear my 5 emperor copper coins may not suffice. Wei Liangming shook his hand, and the copper coin sword reverted back into a string of coins, which now hung at his waist. Without the 5 emperor copper coins, we still possess the 5 emperor golden light array bestowed by our master. After numerous rehearsals within the sect, it finally finds its purpose in this moment. Wei Jiaming remarked that the others appeared unfazed, as if they still had many cards left to play. If they can be avoided, it is best to signify that we are in an era of peace. Lu Jingxiu leisurely commented that some of his thoughts and assertions bore a striking resemblance to those of the late Taoist Xianqing. Lu Jingxiu and Wei Jiaming belonged to different generations. Despite Wei Jiaming's inner dissatisfaction, he dared not express it and merely nodded in agreement. The Master Wang had long since fled the 4th level, and the sect's cultivators were not in a hurry to pursue, methodically clearing each level. In less than 20 minutes, they had thoroughly cleansed the underground 4th level. To my astonishment, they did not find Chun Jioga's corpse here. Something feels amiss. The number of Bai Xiong in the underground 4th level could not possibly be this sparse. Just last night, I fled from here, and the uncontrolled Bai Xiong instinctively began crawling towards the ground, their numbers rapidly multiplying. Had I not stealthily taken a piece of bone from the unmelting bone, devoid of its aura to deter the horde of corpses, I might not have escaped. Master Wang lingered in the underground 4th level, presumably searching for Chun Jioga's body. Yet why did he hastily retreat underground? Moreover, where has Chun Jioga's body vanished to? Is it in the hands of Mr. Paper? I cannot fathom what changes have transpired here since my departure from the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. After a relentless push, around midnight, the sect's cultivators completed the cleansing of the underground 7th level. Their methods were varied, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of each floor, exterminating all Bai Xiong and corpses. Following behind, I watched in trepidation, for the strength of these sect cultivators far exceeded my expectations. The path was obstructed. Wei Wenming, his Taoist robe stained with blood and appearing somewhat disheveled, retreated to Su Yan's side, clutching the talisman rope. During their time in the underground 6th level, Su Yan had exchanged positions with several disciples of the Golden Mountain sect. The joint effort to eradicate the Ghost Mother was intended to hone the skills of the younger generation. Su Yan felt confident in managing the situation, thus delegating the task of hunting Bai Xiong to the Golden Mountain disciples and Lu Chun, while he conserved his strength to confront the illusory enemy, the Ghost Mother. Understood. Su Yan approached the location described by Wei Wenming, where the passage to the underground 8th level was obstructed by corpses and debris, the air thick with a foul stench and the scent of medicinal liquids. Such a tragedy. The living and the dead are buried together here, neither human nor ghost, rendering even reincarnation impossible. Lu Jingxiu gazed at the obstruction of the passage and could not refrain from expressing his thoughts. The lives of these individuals should be accounted for against Gao Jian. Once we capture him, we shall ensure he meets a fitting end. Wei Jiaming, a narrow-minded individual, attempts to cast all blame upon me. It is inconceivable that he could accomplish such a colossal undertaking alone, even with the assistance of the ghostly matriarch. I now harbor suspicions that a malevolent sect may be backing him. Lu Jingxiu expressed a fair observation. In Jiangxing, the local sects capable of such feats are limited to the Sanyin sect. However, it is unlikely to be them. Lu Qin pondered for a moment. Recalling that when I first encountered the ghostly matriarch, the Sanyin sect's cultivators were present, and they were irreconcilable with Gao Jian, making any collusion impossible. If not them, then who could it be? Could it be that this concealed evil sect was responsible for the demise of Qinzhouge? From a distance, I overheard the conversations of several Taoists, realizing they had fallen into a cognitive trap. When confronted with an obstacle, one must meet it with strength. Once we encountered him, everything would become clear. Su Yin gestured with his sleeve, signaling a few individuals to assist in clearing the bodies and debris obstructing the path. After considerable effort, they finally revealed the wooden safety door behind the pile. Wei Jiaming was about to open the door when Su Yin suddenly restrained him. Hold on. There is something behind the door. We shall wait for it to emerge on its own. No sooner had Su Yin spoken than a viscous liquid began to seep through the door's crevice, resembling an ever-expanding shadow. Witnessing this, I concealed myself and held my breath. It wasn't long before the familiar ticking sound echoed in my ears. Not good. Fall back. Su Yin seemed to sense the impending danger for the first time. His expression changed. Grasping Wei Jiaming with one hand, he hurled the jade seal with the other. The seal struck the safety door, unleashing a radiant glow akin to a swimming dragon. Yet this only afforded him a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds of reprieve. With a thunderous crash, the safety door was violently breached, and a torrent of monstrous entities, resembling humanoid spiders, surged forth. Chapter 660. The 5 Emperor's Golden Light Talisman Junior Brother. Wei Wenming exclaimed. His usual reprimands for Wei Jiaming overshadowed by his genuine concern for this mischievous little disciple. He formed a talisman in his hand, intending to assist, but Su Yan, standing at the forefront, immediately waved him back. With a flick of his Taoist robe, Su Yan shielded Wei Jiaming behind him, his feet moving with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water, creating distance between himself and the safety door. Hiding around a corner, I observed the sect's cultivators retreat without hesitation. I sprinted several meters before realizing they were not in pursuit, allowing me to halt and resume my keen observation. Su Yin moved with remarkable agility, evading the humanoid monstrosity's assault while protecting Wei Jiaming. Do not panic. Lu Jingxiu, who had previously stood at the rear of the group, remained composed as he unleashed several talismans. His talismans were slightly smaller than the norm, swirling forth like a tempest of stars. Once released, the talismans formed a protective array, slowing the movements of the grotesque entities that passed through, their misshapen bodies exuding a thick, black mist. This talismanic magic contained the power of the stars, capable of subduing all malevolent spirits and cadavers. If the number of humanoid monsters were limited, Lu Jingxiu's hastily arranged formation could have vanquished them. Regrettably, it was evident that the paper man had long prepared for this moment, patiently biding his time for the opportune strike. The horde of corpses surged forth, their numbers overwhelming. As the movements of the initial humanoid entities began to slow, they were swiftly trampled by the relentless tide of creatures behind them. These terrifying beings forged a path through Lu Jingxiu's formation, and the air was filled with low, thunderous roars as the frenzied corpses caused the entire corridor to tremble. Lu Jingxiu took a deep breath, reciting incantations as he formed intricate hand seals, meticulously placing talismans into the star array in an attempt to reconstruct the formation. Allow me, Brother Dao, Su Yan said, pushing the pale-faced Wei Jiaming aside. Both he and Lu Jingxiu faced the oncoming humanoid monstrosities without flinching or retreating. Before Lu Jingxiu could speak, Wei Wenming, standing behind them, interjected, "This matter was instigated by my junior disciple, and it is only fitting that my Jinshan sect handle it." Wei Wenming, the senior brother of the Jinshan sect, though often disagreeable, exhibited a certain level of composure compared to his other junior brothers. Thus, I was taken aback by his remarks during such a perilous moment, which seemed rather impulsive. What left me utterly astonished was Su Yan's nod of agreement with Wei Wenming's statement. He concealed one hand within his Dao robe, seemingly grasping something, and with an air of indifference declared, "Very well, consider this a trial for you. I shall stand by and assist you. Do not push yourselves. If it becomes too much, retreat. We 2 old fellows are here," Lu Jingxiu remarked, casting the final talisman to conclude his efforts. He and Su Yin took positions to protect the 4 disciples of the Jinshan sect. Without the array to hinder them, the speed of the humanoid creatures surged. They crawled with grotesque bodies, their mouths contorted in terrifying and ghastly expressions. Disciples of Jinshan sect, heed my command. For the first time facing the horde of corpses, Wei Wenming felt a twinge of anxiety, but as his mental incantations flowed, he quickly regained his composure, his expression grave. Established the 5 Emperor Golden Light Formation. Upon hearing their senior brother's command, the usually taciturn second disciple, Wei Liangming, and the third disciple, Wei Gongming, adjusted their stances, aligning with some profound principle of the cosmos. Positioning themselves at Wei Wenming's Qian and Kuan positions, respectively. Jamming. Quickly return to your position. Wei Wenming's voice, now resonant and commanding, startled Wei Jianming back to awareness. His pallid face regained a hint of color as he swiftly rose from the ground to take his place at Wei Wenming's chin position. The 4 stood at the corners, each wielding different hand seals. The humanoid creatures were mere moments away, their loathsome visages congesting the passageway. The air thick with either medicinal fumes or the stench of fresh blood. As the first humanoid creature charged within 2 meters of Wei Wenming, he clasped a pre-prepared divine talisman between his fingers, commenced the formation. Wei Wenming, at the forefront, felt the chilling wind from the horde whip around him as he stood resolutely, his forehead pulsing with veins. Heaven and earth, the profound origin of myriad energies. Grant me your divine power. The talisman glimmered with an extraordinary golden light. Instead of casting it outward, he held it protectively at his heart, swiftly shifting positions. Wei Liangming took his place, slapping his belt to release copper coins that shimmered with golden brilliance. In the realms above and below, only the Tao reigned supreme. My body enveloped in golden light, he chanted. Upon concluding his incantation, the copper coins transformed into a sword, suspended in his grasp, their collective might exponentially magnified. As the formation shifted once more, the third disciple, Wei Gongming, approached slowly, retrieving a scroll of Tao scriptures woven with golden threads, encompassing the essence of the universe and nurturing all living beings. The 3 adjusted their formation, and Wei Jianming, who had been at the back, now found himself at the forefront, the horde of corpses nearing collision, their horrific visages enlarging in his view. Encountering true peril is utterly distinct from practicing within the mountain gates. Wei Jianming's calves felt weak, and his complexion was ashen. The last vestige of vitality had vanished. He tore a jade pendant, intricately carved with 9 dragons, from his neck and pressed it firmly against his chest. He, too, was cornered. And compared to several of his senior brothers, his condition was abysmal. There was no trace of the composure and steadiness characteristic of a cultivator on his face. Only sheer terror and a hint of trepidation. He nearly screamed out the incantation for which he was responsible. Ascend to the heavenly court, with radiance upon your being. As the incantation was recited, the symbols formed a formation, casting forth a brilliant golden light. The 4 of them repositioned themselves, but Wei Jianming had squandered too much time. By the moment Wei Wenming returned to his position, a monstrous figure was already poised to snap at his neck. Wei Wenming, in a flurry, waved his sleeve and unleashed a golden talisman directly at the humanoid creature. 3 realms guardians, 5 emperors division, heed my call. The talisman in his hand was undoubtedly a superior one, radiating a majestic golden light and exuding overwhelming authority. As the talisman was cast, it resembled the sacred edict of the Jade Emperor, with the faint, ethereal images of the 5 emperors shimmering above, pressing down upon the corpses that could not raise their heads. The monstrous creature at the forefront, unable to evade in time, was directly illuminated by the golden radiance. Its body erupted with black mist, oozing a foul, dark liquid, and it collapsed to the ground without a sound. Its face frozen in its previous expression. The talisman illuminated these humanoid monstrosities, which seemed to confront their greatest fear, frantically attempting to flee. Yet the passage was narrow. Where could they escape? The creatures behind continued to surge forward, their bodies piling up like autumn leaves, filling the corridor. This harrowing ordeal persisted for 12 breaths. And by the time the golden talisman dimmed, the area surrounding the safe exit had been cleared, with only a handful of humanoid creatures managing to escape. As he retrieved the golden talisman, Wei Wenming stumbled, nearly falling, but was steadied by Su Yin. The 5 Emperors' golden talisman is one of the prized protective symbols of your Golden Mountain sect. How could Taoist Yulong bear to let you use it for self-defense? Su Yin observed the cleared passage, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Taoist, you recognize my master? I am ashamed to bring disgrace upon him. The power of this talisman is immense. It took the combined efforts of my 3 senior brothers to barely wield it once. He glanced back at Wei Liangming and Wei Gongming, who appeared merely unsteady, their faces pallid as if made of gold leaf. However, Wei Jiaming's condition was far worse. He collapsed onto the ground, shaken, his robes soiled with dust, and his crown askew. Jiaming, are you unhurt? Wei Wenming wished to assist Wei Jiaming, yet he himself required Su Yan's support to remain upright, leaving him no strength to help others. Though I am aged, my eyes are still keen. Had it not been for your junior brother's momentary hesitation, causing the formation to falter, your 3 brothers would not have endured this tribulation, Su Yin remarked, shaking his head. Let Lu Chun help Wei Jiaming up. We 2 old fellows can manage the rest. This place is far too perilous for you, exceeding the bounds of mere training. After a brief respite, the group of sect cultivators continued onward, stepping into the safety door leading to the underground 8th level. It was only once they were assuredly distant that I dared to emerge from the corner, my eyes drawn to the battlefield littered with corpses, my eyelids twitching uncontrollably. No wonder Wei Jiaming maintained his arrogance upon learning I could command the 5 directions plague spirits. He possessed the means to be haughty. Had they truly needed such a grand display, even summoning their sect's talisman, merely to eliminate the ghost matriarch? I fear I may have underestimated the determination of the sect's cultivators in their quest to vanquish the ghost mother. The hidden strengths possessed by a few junior disciples of the Jinshan sect are truly astonishing. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of Su Yin and Lu Jingxiu. The world has enjoyed an extended period of peace, resulting in fewer avenues to accrue merit. Perhaps they are enticed by the rewards for slaying the ghost mother. Dispelling such thoughts, I traversed the field strewn with corpses and entered the safety gate. The 8th underground level lay desolate, with the walls on either side marred by claw marks and bite impressions. With the grand formation now compromised, these humanoid monstrosities acted solely on instinct, displaying astonishing destructive capability. Thankfully, they had not been unleashed, otherwise, Jiang City would have faced calamity. The majority of the humanoid creatures that had escaped from the water tank were now clustered in the safety passage, rendering this layer paradoxically the safest of all. The sect's cultivators vanished from sight in a short span, and I dared not pursue them too eagerly. I proceeded cautiously, attuned to the thread of Yin energy coursing through Wang Shi's body, as the distance between us steadily diminished. After approximately 5 minutes, I halted at the entrance to the 9th underground level, sensing that Wang Shi was stationed just beyond the passage. This was improbable. The sect's cultivators should also be positioned there. Had they crossed paths? I emerged at the entrance and delved into the 9th underground level. Before I could activate my discerning eye, a chilling, unfamiliar voice reached my ears. This path is impassable. Living beings must halt. The voice resonated as if whispered directly into my ear, causing me to immediately cease movement. After observing for some time and confirming the absence of anomalies in my surroundings, I exhaled in relief. The voice was ethereal, likely transmitted through a formation, suggesting that the speaker was not directly addressing me. Continuing forward, the 9th underground level lay in disarray, littered with the corpses of humanoid creatures, and by Xiong. It appeared that a more intense battle had erupted here since my departure the previous night. A shiver ran down my spine as I regarded the deep claw marks etched into the cave walls. Navigating through the only passage in the 9th underground level, I followed the guiding thread of Yin energy, gradually approaching Wang Shi's location. After traversing several meters, the scene before me opened up dramatically. 9 pitch-black openings loomed like the gaping maws of a 9-headed serpent emerging from the abyss. The underworld opens in 9 layers, neither dying nor transforming. I concealed myself in the shadows, employing my discerning eye to observe the sect's cultivators, who stood before the 9 openings, indecisive and seemingly deliberating their strategy. Su Yin, still leading the group, exchanged words with his companions. The compass was disrupted, and I could only ascertain that Gao Jian was concealed within these openings. Su Yin hoisted the compass, its needle oscillating erratically without finding stillness. Share your thoughts, he urged. I had perused the archives of the Miaojin Temple, but had never encountered mention of the broken face and literary star terrain yielding 9 veins. These openings were undoubtedly man-made, likely rigged with deadly traps. Lu Chun assisted Wei Jiaming to a side and addressed the group. This location is the very core of the Broken Face literary star. The adversary has excavated 9 tunnels without altering the overall terrain, a masterstroke of feng shui that surpasses our understanding. Lu Jingxiu spoke candidly, distinguishing himself from the other cultivators by not shying away from this truth. My esteemed fellow, you are too modest. After all, we are not geomancers. Su Yin gazed at the 9 openings, feeling somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the other party. Perhaps I should venture in first to scout the path, suggested Lu Jingxiu, fastening a talisman-woven rope around his waist. The air here was thick with the stench of corpses and the essence of the earth, which could potentially nurture a higher order of walking dead. Thus, one must proceed with caution. While Su Yin remained outside to oversee the situation, Lu Jingxiu solitary approached the nearest cave entrance. I shall return shortly. Just as he prepared to step into the cold, unfamiliar abyss, that chilling, eerie voice echoed once more from the depths below. This path is forbidden. The living must halt. This time, he clearly discerned that the voice emanated from within the cave, though he could not pinpoint which entrance it issued from. This voice was unfamiliar to me. It was neither Qinjiuge nor Wang Wu. At this moment, aside from them, the only other individual who could possibly manifest within the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital was Mr. Paper. I etched this voice into my memory, aware that my entanglement with the dual-faced Buddha was profound, and I may encounter him again in the future. The sex practitioners reacted differently upon hearing the voice, hiding behind veils and playing tricks, yet still lacking the courage to reveal yourself at this juncture. Su Yin remarked, hands clasped behind his back, maintaining an air of composure. Gao Jian, I know you are inside. Show yourself. The cold voice pierced through like a chilling hand, sending a shiver down Wei Jianming's spine as he broke free from Lu Chen's grasp and shouted. Standing at the cave entrance, Lu Jingxiu let out a cold snort, his previously amiable expression replaced by a grave demeanor. You have committed countless heinous acts. You cannot escape the multitude of vengeful spirits clamoring for your life. Do not provoke the righteous. Though they may seem patient, their wrath can bring dire consequences. In that moment, Lu Jingxiu was embodying this very principle. Without further ado, he secured the talisman rope around his waist and strode boldly into the cave. From my vantage point, I observed clearly that Lu Jingxiu did not choose the cave housing the untransformed bones. Of the 9 caves, save for that one, the remaining 8 were likely rigged with intricate traps. Given the treacherous nature of the dual-faced Buddha's disciples, these sect practitioners were in for a rough time. As I had anticipated, it was not long before the talisman rope in Wei Wunming's possession suddenly snapped, and the sounds of a struggle ensued within the passage. You all stay here. I will go in to assist him, declared Lu Chun, the chief disciple of the Miaozhen sect, renowned for his remarkable abilities to escape the clutches of the Ghost Mother. Understanding that Su Yin was overseeing the broader situation and that the Jinshan sect disciples were already injured, only he could venture forth to rescue Lu Jingxiu. Without waiting for Su Yin's approval, Lu Chun dashed into the cave entrance. What lies within that cave? I wondered as I concealed myself, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Moments later, footsteps echoed in the dark passage as Lu Jingxiu and Lu Chun emerged, one after the other, their robes torn. And Lu Jingxiu bore 5 deep claw marks on his back. Fellow Taoist, Su Yin approached Lu Jingxiu, presenting a jade vial about the thickness of a finger. Just a minor injury, Lu Jingxiu waved dismissively, but do come and observe this. He stepped aside, prompting the others to gaze at Lu Chun, who followed closely behind him. His robe stained with flecks of blood, Lu Chun dragged forth a corpse from the inky depths of the cave. This place is quite extraordinary. Observe this walking dead. It's entirely different from the white fiend we encountered previously. Lu Chun dragged the corpse out of the cave, and upon seeing it, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. Standing at around 2 meters tall, clad in a specially designed hospital gown, the creature was a terrifying sight. Covered in 3-inch-long white fur, resembling a wild man. Notice this, Lu Jingxiu said, parting the white fur on the creature's chest to reveal that the hair at the roots was not white but black, indicating a transformation into a black zombie. Once this metamorphosis is complete, these creatures would no longer fear sunlight and could survive indefinitely by consuming living beings. Black zombie. Wei Jianming approached, curiously gazing at the corpse. A mere difference in words signifies such a vast disparity in power. The world is peaceful now, and with the prohibition of earth burials, black zombies have not appeared for many years. Su Yin furrowed his brow slowly, Any corpse bears the potential for transformation. The growth of white fur is merely the initial manifestation of this change. At this stage, the corpse cannot yet be classified as a zombie. Only when the white fur envelopes the entire body, reaching a length of 1 inch, can it be termed a white zombie, also known as a white fiend. Out of 1,000 white zombies, only one may transform into a black zombie due to various circumstances. Taoist, I find myself perplexed. The ones with white fur are called white zombies, while those with black fur are black zombies. What then do we call this type? Wei Wenming pointed at a spider-like humanoid creature. They belong to the category of white zombies, Su Yan replied, shifting his gaze from the black zombie. For a corpse to become a zombie, it must absorb the energies of the earth, death, and resentment. Each is indispensable. These creatures, however, differ from ordinary zombies as they are artificially crafted. Su Yan's discerning gaze revealed the underlying issue. On our way here, we observed these creatures being housed in iron cages, cut off from the Earth's energies. They possess only death and resentment energies, lacking the vital essence of the Earth. The Earth is the mother of all things. Without the nurturing of the Earth's energies, they naturally cannot grow fur. Then why does Gao Jian create these beings? Without new fur growth, they hold no potential for advancement. These creatures are merely disposable commodities, forever confined underground. Wei Wenming questioned, puzzled. Creating them does not require the consumption of earth energy, but demands a vast amount of death energy. I too find it strange. Where could Gao Jian have procured such an abundance of death energy? Su Yan glanced back, noting the astonishing number of humanoid monster remains scattered about. This is also a point of my confusion, Lu Jingxiu interjected. Initially, I believed this place to be merely an ordinary corpse-rearing site until I beheld the black zombie and realized that beneath this abandoned hospital lies a mass grave, comparable to an ancient battlefield. Only under such circumstances could black zombies possibly arise. In such a terrifying terrain, the Earth's energies are naturally abundant. There would be no need to squander numerous death energies to manufacture these creatures with no potential for growth. He stroked his beard, recalling, many years ago, in Xiangxi, I encountered a practitioner of the dark arts who reared corpses. Not to mention black zombies, even slightly stronger white zombies were treated as treasures by him. In contrast, Gao Jian's actions appear exceedingly abnormal. He cannot be doing this merely for corpse rearing. It seems more like he is intentionally depleting death energy. Only corpses that have unjustly died for many years or those interred in special terrains can emit death energy, which is exceedingly precious to practitioners of corpse rearing. Why then would Gao Jian deliberately waste death energy? Lu Chen offered a different perspective. There is indeed a scenario that necessitates the consumption of death energy, when the reared corpse exceeds the owner's expectations and begins to become uncontrollable. Su Yan continued the conversation, revealing that the opponent's scheme was far too grand for ordinary tactics to remain unchallenged, unless this place had nurtured the legendary entities. Legendary entities? Several young cultivators gathered around, straining to listen. Su Yan, with a grave expression, uttered a few names. The minister, the drought demon, and the undying bones. Upon hearing the term undying bones, my heart began to tremble. These cultivators had already surmised the truth. Would they retreat in fear? At that very moment, the chilling voice reemerged. In this realm of the living and the dead, no matter who you are, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. The voice was ethereal, sinister, and domineering. After hearing these words, Su Yan gazed condescendingly, standing at the center of the 9 caves, daring the clown to speak so boldly. It seemed the 5 great sects had not entered the world for so long that people had forgotten their presence. 5 great sects? Why have you come here? The ethereal, cold voice expressed confusion, for it was virtually impossible for the hidden sect cultivators to find their way here without guidance. We have come here to eradicate demons and uphold justice, Su Yan declared, passing the compass to Lu Jingxiu and stepping forward himself. Chapter 662, The Great Malevolence Emerges, Part 1. I hid in the corner, watching Su Yan personally engage and enter the heart of the cave, my heart brimming with delight. Since time immemorial, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. The 5 great sects' arrogance and hubris led them to act without fully understanding the situation, missing the last opportunity to uncover the truth. Now, I could finally relax and watch the ensuing chaos unfold. Mr. Paper, bewildered by Su Yan's aggressive stance, was filled with a mix of rage and fear as his curses echoed through the 9 layers below. In truth, Mr. Paper had his own struggles. He had rushed to Shinho to establish a web of traps to capture me, only to find that the undying bones he guarded had encountered significant issues. After 20 arduous years of cultivating the feng shui formation, not only was it shattered, but his former ally, Shinjyoga, had also turned into an adversary, vying for control of the undying bones with the dual-faced Buddha. Just as he arrived, striving to remedy the situation, the sect cultivators unexpectedly barged in, acting unreasonable and engaging in combat at the slightest disagreement. The bitterness in Mr. Paper's heart could only be understood by me, the outsider. However, understanding aside, I had no intention of alleviating his troubles. It was a dog-eat-dog scenario, and I hoped for their mutual destruction. Similarly, the sect cultivators must have sensed something amiss. Yet they were caught in a dilemma, driven by the principles instilled in them. They felt compelled to continue, for eradicating demons and upholding justice was their duty, and they feared that evil would greatly impact their cultivation. As I reveled in this situation, the chilling voice echoed once more, stubborn and unyielding. What are the 5 great sects to me? You are merely seeking your own demise. Even I could detect the urgency and a hint of helplessness in that voice. Mr. Paper's suppression of the undying bones had likely reached a critical juncture, one that could not afford disruption. The timing was impeccable. Shortly thereafter, Su Yin emerged from the cave, his robe stained with blood, clutching a handful of white fur. Taoist Su, is the white malevolence still within? Lu Chun and Wei Wunming gathered around, eager to discover that Su Yin had entered and exited the cave within a mere half-minute. In that brief span, he had astonishingly dispatched the creatures within, demonstrating remarkable prowess that likely surpassed even Lu Jingxiu's capabilities. Between the white and black corpses, I am increasingly convinced that this place harbors something truly terrifying. Otherwise, it would not be accompanied by such a multitude of walking corpses. Su Yin discarded the white fur in his hand onto the ground. The roots of the fur had already turned black, and within a few months, it would undoubtedly transform entirely into black fur. The 9 curves of mystique. Among the 9 caves, only one is genuine. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, regardless of authenticity. I shall not overlook any of these caves. Should even a single walking corpse escape from this underground lair, chaos would ensue. Su Yan's expression was grave. The sect had been secluded for far too long. Had it not been for the matter concerning the ghost mother, I would have remained unaware of the rampant corruption spreading across various lands, resulting in such disorder. Jiangcheng, being an ancient city, is laden with numerous taboos and cannot be judged by the same standards as others. Lu Jingxiu also stepped forward, and the two of them alternated their search from right to left across the 8 caves, ultimately halting in front of the cave housing the untransformed bones. It seems that Gao Jian and his associates are concealed within this very location. The two entered the cave, engaging in fierce combat, and the fatigue from directly confronting the traps set by the paper master was beginning to show. Su Yin fared better, with only blood staining his Taoist robe, while Lu Jingxiu fared worse. He had been afflicted by corpse poison, his complexion wan, blood circulation hindered, and the wound on his back began to emit a foul odor. Having remained a mere observer throughout the night, I rubbed my eyes, for the main event was finally about to commence. I watched as all the sect's cultivators entered the final cave, prompting me to emerge from my hiding place. Wang Shi was likely inside that cave as well. Considering his previous unusual movements, it was highly probable that he had been captured by the paper master. I had not fully disclosed the architectural layout of the 3rd infirmary to Wang Shi, yet he had directly identified the critical path and escaped to the 9th underground level in one breath. This was highly abnormal. I proceeded cautiously, pausing outside the cave and tilting my head to peer inside. The air within was thick with the stench of corpses, and I could vaguely discern several disciples of the Jinshan sect at the tail end of the procession, each holding exquisite talismans that allowed them to navigate effortlessly through the miasma. These sect cultivators were of considerable worth. Even a single talisman capable of evading the corpse miasma was a fine example among minor talismans. The potential spoils from robbing them would be unimaginable. A glimmer of greed flickered in my eyes beneath my mask, and my left leg involuntarily stepped into the cave, just as the tip of my shoe touched the interior. The jade bone in my pocket suddenly vibrated, seemingly sensing its true form. At the same moment, a roar echoed from deep within the cave, raw, wild, and infused with a primal ferocity. The untransformed bone. I sensed impending danger and quickly grasped the jade bone, retreating hastily from the cave, narrowly avoiding a significant mishap. The others within the cave were equally startled by the roar. Both sect cultivators and the paper master furrowed their brows in response. Ordinary walking corpses could not possibly produce sound. Even decades-old black corpses were incapable of such. Su Yin stood steadfast, his brows furrowing in contemplation. The depths of this cave undoubtedly harbored something extraordinary. He turned to his companions, cautioning them to be wary, as he and Dao Xiong might not be able to look after them. As I drew closer to the end of the cavern, the roar echoed ever more distinctly. Several seconds had elapsed, yet the reverberations within the passage showed no signs of abating. 5 great sects. I bear you no enmity. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? The voice of Mr. Paper transformed from a chilling tone to one of madness. It seemed he had almost succeeded in sealing the untransformed bones. But my inadvertent entry into the cave, spurred by the call of the remnants, led to his efforts being in vain. He likely remained oblivious to the reasons behind his failure and would not attribute the blame to me. 5 great sects. Soon, you may find it difficult to muster even 5. Having destroyed the physical form of the Buddha, brace yourselves for a bloodbath. Mr. Paper's ominous words resonated throughout the 9 layers of the underground. His fury was palpable. What audacity! Su Yin waved his sleeves with an air of authority, unfazed by the threats. I was eager to witness what this malevolent entity could possibly claim while threatening the annihilation of the 5 great sects. Soon, the sounds of combat echoed within the cavern. I stood anxiously outside, my curiosity entwining my heart like a toxic vine. Carrying this fragment of bone inside would surely attract the attention of the untransformed bones, yet leaving it outside posed its own dangers. My hand brushed against Gu Bei's peachwood box. As I attempted to encase the jade bone within, the wooden lid stilled its vibrations, severing the connection between it and its essence. Fortunately, I had kept it with me. I could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. I proceeded with utmost caution, edging along the wall into the cave. At this moment, I was less than 10 meters from the sect practitioners. Although the cave was not a straight path, they could easily adjust their angles and spot me with a mere turn. I had to admit, this was a gamble. My heart raced. The thrill of observing the unfolding conflict was exhilarating, yet if I were to fall into their midst, I would be torn apart by 2 tigers simultaneously. As I ventured within 7 meters of them, Wei Jianming, positioned at the rear of the practitioner line, seemed to sense something and glanced back. Yet he had not cultivated the heavenly eye, and the dense corpse aura within the cave obscured his vision. His glance made me pause. Rooted in place as I employed my discerning eye to survey the cave's situation. Several disciples of the Golden Mountain sect lingered at the cave's periphery, with Lu Chun guarding their side. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, where the corpse aura was most potent, Su Yin and Lu Jingxiu were collaboratively arranging a formation to disperse the miasma. Directly ahead of the 2 Taoist practitioners lay the secret chamber I had previously entered. However, the room that once housed the suspended coffin had undergone a dramatic transformation. The internal area had expanded at least 2-fold, the walls marred by signs of battle. Most strikingly, the ground where the coffin had rested had entirely collapsed, forming a large pit. I could not discern the situation within the pit, only witnessing the ceaseless churn of corpse aura and earth vein energy surging forth like tides. At the very edge of the pit stood a man clad in a gray suit, his expression devoid of emotion, facing the sect practitioners from a distance. Was he Mr. Paper? Though I had never encountered him before, his coffin-like visage struck a chord of familiarity within me. How peculiar! His face appeared so rigid, reminiscent of the paper dolls burned for the deceased during funerals. The show host donned a paper mask, yet this individual lacked any such adornment. His face giving the impression that he was, in essence, a paper man. Could it be that this fellow had somehow transformed into a sentient paper being? I silently observed as Su Yin and Lu Jingxiu finally dispelled the malevolent aura and approached Mr. Paper within 3 steps. The ever-stoic Mr. Paper retrieved a blank sheet from his suit pocket. Unfolding it, I beheld a hazy depiction of a man. In that fleeting moment upon seeing the paper, my eyes widened. That wisp of dark energy was indeed captured within the artwork. The specter depicted was none other than Master Wang. Could this be Mr. Paper's method of sealing spirits? Mr. Paper, pinching the drawing between his fingers, addressed the advancing Su Yin, stating, "You pride yourselves on being the legitimate heirs, yet thrust the Yang talisman into the bodies of the living, forcibly extracting their souls. Such despicable tactics to probe the truth are beneath even the demonic arts. Ordinary spirits cannot withstand the power of the Yang talisman, such as lustful or gluttonous ghosts. Master Wang is exceptional, for he was brought back from the train of death, untouched by the underworld, belonging to the realm of the living. Yang talisman, in spirit? Su Yin was momentarily taken aback by his words, seemingly misunderstanding the implication. No wonder the compass could not guide them. It was sealed within the painting. This old Taoist still believed that the one afflicted by the talisman was merely a victim. And how could someone who was alive before be transformed into a Yin spirit upon capture? Clearly, it was you who murdered and sealed the soul. You, the fiend, would go so far as to harm your own disciples to absolve yourself. Chapter 663. The Emergence of Great Evil, Part 2. Am I the fiend? Have I ruthlessly turned against my own disciples? Mr. Paper, in a fit of rage, nearly tore the white sheet that sealed Master Wang, exclaiming, "A group of shameless hypocrites. With your silver tongues, it is no wonder you can deceive the masses into belief. The myriad beings of this world follow their true intentions. We have not deceived anyone. Mastery over power is the essence of cultivation. Allowing oneself to be governed by it will lead only to demonic transformation and a tragic end." At this moment, Su Yin had stepped within 3 paces of Mr. Paper, his demeanor grave. "Nonsense. What you practice is but a false path. You are mere puppets of divine will. Living pieces on a chessboard. Poor souls, you will never comprehend this even in death." Mr. Paper's voice rose, as his theories contradicted orthodoxy, bordering on heresy. Yet, upon reflection, one might discern a semblance of truth in his words, as they echoed my own experiences. There is no point in debating with a malevolent being. True cultivation relies on oneself. Relying on external factors to disrupt the inherent order will inevitably lead to failure. Lu Jingxiu interjected, his pallor ashen as the corpse poison within him spread. Disrupting the inherent order? You are irredeemably foolish. The Taoist is a great thief. Cultivation is not meant to render one a domesticated animal, but rather to seize fortune and transcend the chessboard. Mr. Paper's tone shifted. If only I could glimpse the world beyond the chessboard. What does it matter if I perish in the process? The truly terrifying individuals are not the wicked who act out of selfishness or greed, but those who, despite committing heinous acts, steadfastly believe they are in the right. To embrace slaughter as a creed, becoming a blood-soaked executioner for a noble cause, such individuals are the most fearsome. It is evident that all under the dual-faced Buddha are such madmen. True cultivation? Utter nonsense. The net of heaven is vast and all-encompassing. Eliminating you is my path to cultivation. Su Yin stepped forward, his robe billowing, dispelling the corpse aura as he brandished a colorful soul banner. Unlike ordinary soul banners, this one swayed in the underground crypt, billowing with the overwhelming aura of death, yet it fluttered like a war flag, creating a resonant sound. The banner was adorned with celestial bodies at its peak, while the body depicted mountains, rivers, and vast oceans. Further down were embroidered flowers, grasses, fish, and insects. This elongated banner seemed to encompass the entirety of heaven and earth. Suspended from it was a divine edict, protecting against the sins of the heavens and dispelling transgressions. Su Yin wielded the soul banner as if he were a reincarnated deity, surrounded by divine providence that repelled the malevolent energies of the crypt. Forcefully dispersing the thick miasma of death, the long banner swept through, drawing in any deathly essence that dared to touch it. In the blink of an eye, the oppressive aura in the crypt diminished significantly. This was troubling. As the miasma receded, my visibility improved, significantly increasing the risk of exposure if I remained stationary. Retreating would hinder my immediate grasp on the battle's progress within the cave, and I felt reluctant. The disciples of the sect were undoubtedly captivated by the fierce clash between Mr. Paper and Su Yin, and likely would not glance in my direction. Finding solace in this thought, I ultimately chose to remain still, continuing to observe discreetly. Su Yin's soul banner was undoubtedly a rare artifact, likely comparable to certain items I had come across in the marketplace. From the moment it emerged, it had turned the tide, dispersing the deathly aura and opening up vast spaces. However, what Su Yin did not anticipate was that Mr. Paper, witnessing this scene, not only refrained from intervening, but even displayed a hint of delight upon his otherwise lifeless visage. Su Yin, perplexed by this reaction, was unaware that I, hidden in the back, had discerned Mr. Paper's intent. He was contemplating a method to subdue the incorporeal bones, and the appearance of the soul banner, which absorbed the miasma emanating from the incorporeal bones, was akin to alleviating his burden. After a moment, Su Yan's initial confidence transformed into a sense of entrapment. The soul banner, having absorbed an excessive amount of deathly essence, began to exhibit chaotic patterns. The vast ocean withered, mountains crumbled, and the celestial bodies dimmed, portraying a scene of impending doom. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the crypt, startling everyone. Following the source of the noise, we beheld the base of the soul banner, decorated with birds, beasts, fish, and insects, had torn open a small fissure. The miasma was surging forth from this gap. What? Su Yan's expression darkened, realizing that the miasma capable of eroding the precious banner was no ordinary necromantic essence. The rifts on the soul banner multiplied, and the creatures depicted within it suffered grievous losses. Upon witnessing this, Su Yan quickly recited a spell, commanding the banner to return to the heavens. Adhering to the divine decree without delay, he manipulated the soul banner to release a portion of the miasma, but even this action inflicted irreparable damage upon the artifact. 2/3 of the miasma had been absorbed, yet to everyone's dismay, within just a minute or two, more of it surged up from the collapsed pit. Initially pleased by the absorption of the miasma, Mr. Paper was taken aback to discover the inadequacy of the sect members. He casually remarked, questioning whether the so-called 5 major sects possessed only such meager abilities. Unable to even contend with the miasma? It seemed to me that Mr. Paper intended to provoke Su Yan into exhausting the strength of the incorporeal bones. His strategy was astute, yet unfortunately, the reality diverged from his expectations. Several sect disciples perceived his remarks as malicious provocation, and they scolded him vehemently, while Su Yan's countenance fell to an extreme. He gazed at the precious banner in his hands, once vibrant and resplendent, now marred and tattered, resembling a funeral shroud. The treasured banner, one of the rare Taoist artifacts atop Qingqing Mountain, originally a mere 5-leaf spring banner, has, under divine mandate, blessed the villages and towns at the mountain's base with favorable weather for nearly 2 decades. Dao Zheng, having finally invited it into Qingqing, had hoped to dissipate the local corpse energy with the vitality and fortune of the spring banner, yet ultimately underestimated the situation. A flicker of severity crossed Su Yan's eyes. The undead lurking beneath the ground pit was likely on the verge of a critical transformation. Should it succeed, it would become a legendary entity. The destruction of the treasured banner led Su Yan to a grave misunderstanding. He believed that a critical transformation was underway beneath the pit, while in truth, it was a fully matured, indestructible corpse that lay suppressed there. One cannot blame Su Yan, after all. No one would have anticipated that as far back as 20 years ago, the dual-faced Buddha could nurture such a terrifying being as the indestructible bone. Listening to Su Yan, Lu Jingxiu pondered deeply, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate the flaw in the reasoning. He glanced at the paper gentleman blocking their path, and then at the increasingly thickening corpse energy surging forth, no longer hesitating. It was imperative to prevent this transformation from completing, otherwise, this undead would prove far more formidable than the Ghost Mother. With Su Yan's banner shattered, Lu Jingxiu stepped forward, advancing toward the ground pit before the malevolent energy could coalesce. He regarded the paper gentleman as inconsequential, his expression serene, even as the corpse energy lashed against his Taoist robe. At that moment, this somewhat gaunt elder resembled a rock steadfast against the crashing waves of the sea, impervious to any impediment. Having practiced feng shui for decades, I have encountered a myriad of individuals, many of whom were as obstinate and unyielding as you, the paper gentleman remarked. As he spoke, Lu Jingxiu had already approached him, standing face to face, yet neither deigned to meet the other's gaze. I have lived long enough. Today, I do not wish to engage in philosophical discourse with you. Should you refuse to yield, do not blame me for using my strength against yours. Lu Jingxiu quietly raised his hand, revealing a deep blue Taoist talisman. This talisman exuded an overwhelming aura of power, akin to holding the constellations of the heavens in one's grasp. Many have uttered similar words to me before, yet those words swiftly transformed into their final farewells. The paper gentleman's rigid face slowly cracked into a horrifying smile. This was the first time I had witnessed an expression so starkly different from a typical human smile, more reminiscent of a paper doll grinning. From the void emerges the ultimate, and beyond the ultimate lies the void. The cycle of heavenly principles births humanity, and after death, one returns to a handful of lusts. With a clear conscience, why should there be a need for final words? Lu Jingxiu said, maintaining a level gaze at the paper gentleman. My friend, you are obstructing my path. No sooner had he spoken than both men launched their attacks, almost simultaneously. The paper gentleman scattered a plethora of paper talismans inscribed with a unique ancient script. Observing from a distance, I was taken aback. The script bore an uncanny resemblance to the characters found in the funeral classic. The paper talismans fell to the ground, transforming into playful paper figures and spiritual steeds that danced within the corpse energy, encircling Lu Jingxiu. With the deep blue talisman in hand, Lu Jingxiu displayed no hint of panic, while Su Yan, upon seeing the talisman, made no move to assist, seemingly believing that this single talisman sufficed to quell the chaos. Arrogance shall be your downfall. Today, you desecrate the Buddha's corporeal form, and tomorrow, 100,000 vengeful spirits will cleanse the 5 great sects in blood. The paper gentleman declared, gesturing as the playful paper figures surged toward Lu Jingxiu. You have succumbed to darkness. You are beyond redemption. Lu Jingxiu shook his head gently, slowly raising his palm where the talisman was adorned with intricate star patterns. Had they not been situated deep underground, the talisman would likely have revealed even more extraordinary phenomena. The great sage of the Northern Dipper, the majestic purple ultimate star palace, shines upon the earth, serving as the heavenly oracle to determine the calamities and blessings of the mortal realm. 1,000 prayers for 1,000 responses. A myriad of wishes for a myriad of fulfillments. The radiance of the talisman illuminated Lu Jingxiu's face, rendering him almost divine, and the brilliance of the star patterns surged forth, instilling a sense of profound threat in both Mr. Paper and the unmelting bones beneath the earth. Old fellow, you wish to summon a deity? Lu Jingxiu's actions confirmed Mr. Paper's suspicions. He, a disciple of the Lingbao sect, invoked the name of the great sage and the 9 true lords of the Northern Dipper to beseech the Emperor Star of the 9 sovereigns. To know the talisman is to invoke fear in the spirits. To be ignorant of its power is to invite their laughter. Clearly, Lu Jingxiu's talisman had reached a level capable of alarming the spirits. He held the talisman aloft as if it were a small mountain, radiating an astonishing aura. Upon uttering the final incantation, he hurled the talisman into the pit below. Not good. Both Mr. Paper and I, hidden in the shadows, felt a jolt of apprehension. The unmelting bones, previously sealed within a coffin, would likely face dire consequences from Lu Jingxiu's strike. Chapter 664, Total Annihilation. The talisman Lu Jingxiu employed bore extraordinary star patterns, a rare sight even among superior talismans. Controlled by him, its power far exceeded that of the heavenly thunder talisman I had once used. The corpse aura erupted, and though we were 9 levels underground, it seemed as if infinite shadows were plummeting into the underworld. The aura emitted by the talisman was overwhelming, purging all malevolent forces. Under the illumination of the talisman, my discerning eye nearly went blind. Strangely enough, upon relinquishing my ill will towards the sect's practitioners, my vision became much clearer. When I opened my eyes again, the corpse aura in the cavern had been entirely swept away, and even without my discerning eye, everything was vividly visible. Lu Jingxiu, with his hair billowing and his robe shimmering with starlight, appeared as if the true lord of the Northern Dipper had descended upon us. He chanted the incantation, exhausting decades of cultivation to control the blue talisman that was hurled into the pit. The depth of the pit, crushed by the unmelting bones, remained unknown. After a few seconds, a thunderous roar echoed. Boom! The divine talisman struck the coffin like a celestial blade. The ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, as dust and debris fell from above, causing the onlookers to sway unsteadily. Only Su Yan, Lu Jingxiu, and Mr. Paper managed to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. You've caused a great disaster, old Taoist. You've unleashed an unimaginable calamity. Mr. Paper's furious roar pierced through the lingering tremors, directed at Lu Jingxiu. Manipulating the divine talisman, Lu Jingxiu sensed something unusual. The once invincible great sage's talisman had met its match. He could feel beneath the pit something enduring his assault. The talisman failing to obliterate it, merely inflicting severe injury. The expressions of those present varied greatly as the tremors returned, fissures the width of chopsticks appearing throughout the cavern. The meticulously constructed geomantic layout that Mr. Paper had spent over 20 years developing was crumbling before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the fissure spread beneath the feet of the sect's cultivators, the ground crumbling and the gaping pit expanding relentlessly. "Step back," Lu Jingxiu shouted, his voice having undergone a remarkable transformation. He and Mr. Paper stood at the edge of the pit, the only two able to witness the unsettling scene within. The other cultivators hurriedly retreated, and I followed suit. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the pit, morphing gradually into an eerie laughter. The disembodied voices, both male and female, sent chills down our spines. It wasn't just me. The remaining sect cultivators, still within the cave, felt the same dread, especially as the laughter shifted to a male voice, causing several faces to pale dramatically. How can this be Chun Daoyou's laughter? It's Chun Jioga. He is here. He isn't dead. Before the sect cultivators could fully grasp the situation, a surge of corpse energy erupted from the pit, carrying with it shattered dragon rods and broken wooden coffins. Upon seeing the coffins inscribed with ancient runes, Mr. Paper's pupils constricted. The seal has been broken. I confined it for 20 years, yet it has escaped. An overwhelming darkness pressed down upon the starlight, and Lu Jingxiu's complexion turned ashen. What manner of monster lies beneath? The bizarre laughter grew louder, yet it did not merge. Instead, it coexisted grotesquely. The torrent of corpse energy surged forth, and upon realizing the futility of resistance, Mr. Paper decisively withdrew, leaving Lu Jingxiu alone at the pit's edge. "Old Taoist, you've made a grave mistake. The heavens you worship will show you no mercy. And neither will I, nor the Buddha. You all deserve death." Mr. Paper hurried back, but was halted by Su Yan. "What is concealed down there? If you do not clarify, you shall not leave tonight." Though Su Yan's heart roiled with shock, his face remained impassive, his once cloudy eyes now clear, as if a slumbering dragon had awakened. "You think you can stop me?" Mr. Paper, unwilling to linger, unleashed a handful of paper figurines and attempted to force his way through. However, Su Yan, disregarding the figures, knew time was of the essence. He formed a hand seal and recited a spell aloud. "Heaven has 3 wonders, sun, moon, and stars, penetrating heaven and earth, gods and spirits, beware." Upon hearing the incantation's opening, Mr. Paper swiftly dodged. "The 3 wonders of Qingqing? You are from Qingqing Daojing." Su Yan did not respond. Instead, he waved his sleeve, revealing a talisman that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. "Radiant and resplendent, manifest my divine light. Wind, fire, and thunder, guard me. By the Emperor's decree, I shall vanquish the ominous." Holding the talisman, the symbols of wind, fire, and thunder flickered beneath his robe, a portion directed at Mr. Paper, while the majority surged toward the pit to assist Lu Jingxiu. "Old fellow, you're still alive. Very well. We shall settle new grudges and old debts together." Mr. Paper braced himself against several talismans. Though his clothing bore no marks, the exposed skin became wrinkled, akin to a sheet of white paper soaked in water. Strangely, an oily liquid seeped from beneath his skin, the nature of which was uncertain, but it certainly was not human blood. As deities clashed, the innocent suffered. Several sect cultivators were knocked about by the corpse energy while contending with Mr. Paper's unleashed paper figures. Though small, the figures harbored malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts, posing a significant challenge for ordinary cultivators. Injured by the talisman, the paper master did not falter. Instead, he quickened his pace, acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the unmelting bones, realizing that remaining here would only lead to a dead end. Su Yan could not fathom why the paper master would risk his injuries to charge forward. His confusion deepened, accompanied by an unsettling feeling within. "Stop. Tell me what is sealed here. What is it?" "You shall find out soon." The paper master's voice trailed off as a deafening explosion erupted from the pit, scattering fragments of the suspended coffin, amidst which a brilliant blue talisman was thrust forth, propelled by the ghastly energy. Lu Jingxiu instinctively formed a seal to retrieve the talisman, recognizing it as one of the prized treasures of the Lingbao sect. Just as he was about to reclaim it, a slender arm emerged from the dense corpse energy. It was as delicate as a lotus root, devoid of blemish, seemingly sculpted from precious jade, a vision of perfection. Its long, slender fingers bore an unsettling pallor, effortlessly seizing the blue talisman, a superior piece among high-grade talismans. With a firm grasp, it tore the talisman into shreds before Lu Jingxiu's very eyes. The destruction of the talisman severed the connection to his mind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, vitality waning as he felt decades older. As if a leg had already stepped into the coffin. The icy skin and jade-like flesh revealed an innate ability to break the law of nature. The nether opened 9 layers, neither dying nor decaying. I should have anticipated this. Lu Jingxiu's face turned ashen as he summoned the last of his strength to shout. Run. This is a fully formed unmelting bone. Unmelting bone. Su Yin understood the implications of those 3 words. His spirit jolted as a crack appeared in his control over the talismans. Seizing the opportunity, the paper master rushed forward, breaking through the encirclement of the sect's cultivators. I saw him sprinting towards my direction and quickly withdrew, hiding in the shadows outside the cave entrance. I suppressed my aura, still able to hear the paper master's fervent cries. The suffering I endure today shall be repaid tenfold. In a desperate flight, the paper master fled without a backward glance, passing right by my hiding spot, oblivious to my presence. After all, no one would expect another person to be concealed within the depths of the cavern. Realizing he had no strength left, he ran decisively. Once he was far enough, I emerged from my hiding place. The emergence of the unmelting bone had become inevitable. From the laughter I had just heard, it seemed that Gu Tongtong and Chun Jioga had not vanquished each other, but had chosen to coexist. With the unmelting bone now entangled with the sect's cultivators, my immediate priority was to locate Chun Jioga's remains. I cast a glance at the cave sealed by corpse energy, unwilling to tread further, and turned to pursue the paper master. Having engaged in battle and sustained severe injuries, the paper master was not necessarily weaker than Su Yan. He specialized in feng shui, and within a grand feng shui formation, even numerous sect cultivators would struggle against him. Yet, the core of the formation had been compromised, leaving the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital with only a remnant of the array. How could 5 major sects possibly find this place? Was it Chun Jioga who had given the signal, or was there another guiding them? Once I exited the cavern, free from the pressures of the sect cultivators and the unmelting bone, the paper master gradually regained his composure, pondering the unsettling discrepancies he sensed. This matter must certainly be reported to the Buddha. My current state is exceedingly poor, and I cannot linger here any longer. He withdrew a piece of paper money from his pocket and deftly folded it into a paper kite. I am uncertain what incantation the paper man uttered, but as he opened his palm, the paper kite soared away. The one sent to fetch me has yet to arrive, rendering this fragmented formation rather futile. He hurriedly ascended to the chamber where Chun Jioga had originally manipulated the grand array, only to find Chun Jioga's corpse still sprawled on the ground, albeit in a different position, as if it had been disturbed. The 5 great sects are certainly not to be underestimated, yet vigilance is paramount. The most prudent course of action would be to bury them all underground. The paper man spoke with a hint of madness as he approached the edge of the sand table, casually shedding his tattered suit to reveal his torso. This seemingly trivial gesture unveiled a bizarre sight. His body was adorned with deep, dark blue ancient characters, and I was further astonished to discover that these characters bore an uncanny resemblance, approximately 80 to 90%, to those found in the Book of Burial. As the paper man stood beside the sand table, the ancient characters etched upon him appeared to come alive. He inhaled deeply, and his aura began to shift, proclaiming, "All living beings are but ghosts, buried within. The cycle of life and death is eternal, bringing forth prosperity without calamity." In Chapter 665, Archrivals, the paper man recited the core tenets of the Book of Burial, yet his pronunciation diverged from the norm, fluctuating in tone, imbued with an indescribable essence. It was as though he had grasped the profound truth of life and death, holding all existence in contempt, even the heavens themselves. Initially, I could comprehend his words, but gradually, his incantations grew convoluted and esoteric, his pace quickening. I could scarcely grasp the meaning, forcing myself to memorize fragments of his utterances. The walls of the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital are inscribed with verses from the Book of Burial. And given that this locale is a feng shui formation meticulously arranged by the paper man, it is not difficult to surmise that he has perused the Book of Burial. His feng shui arrangement is likely derived from its pages. I stood quietly outside the corridor, my mind inundated with questions. If the Book of Burial has always resided within Qingta Temple, where then did the paper man acquire his version? I recall observing him carve the burial symbols on the wall, where some were conspicuously absent, indicating that his copy of the Book of Burial was merely a fragment. Can a mere incomplete version of the Book of Burial produce the foremost feng shui master under the dual-faced Buddha? I must safeguard this book, should it be exposed. I fear I would become prey to all sections. My heart swells with sentiment and regret. The contents of the Book of Burial are intricate, and I cannot even comprehend them, let alone master the art of feng shui contained within. What I desperately require now is time. The live broadcast occurs every 3 days. I cannot afford to squander the remaining moments on trivialities. I must urgently enhance my abilities. In a day or two, Taoist Zhang will arrive in Jiangqing, at which point I can clarify many questions regarding my cultivation and the sect. As I pondered, changes began to manifest on the sand table. What was once a coffin containing white worm larvae, now reduced to mere corpses after my fire had scorched them, astonished me. To my surprise, under the paperman's influence, the very larvae I believed to be dead miraculously revived. The charred shell cracked open, revealing insect eggs as delicate as silver sand within. Can fire not extinguish them? Although the elder had only informed me that the white worms were among the 3 corpses and 9 worms, he failed to mention that common flames posed no threat to them. As I continued to observe, I gradually sensed something amiss. It appeared that Mr. Paper had employed a unique method from the funerary scriptures to forcibly revive the feeble white worms. He swept the charred remains to the side, leaving only a thin layer of silver sand on the sand table. I have nurtured you. Now offer your final life for me. He forced a drop of blood from his fingertip, and this time I clearly discerned that Mr. Paper's blood differed from that of ordinary individuals. It was not the customary crimson, but a peculiar pale hue. Could it be that he had also undergone the transformation of bones and blood? Before I could delve deeper into my thoughts, the sand table suddenly emitted a brilliant light. It seemed that Mr. Paper's blood was the key to activating a grand formation. Hundreds of talismans flared to life momentarily, responding to the runes inscribed upon the walls. A complex array, akin to a myriad of celestial bodies, enveloped the entire Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. A flicker of sorrow crossed Mr. Paper's face. 2 decades of toil had been obliterated in an instant. I noted the enmity towards the 5 major sections. With swift motions, he deftly tapped several nodes, and then with a single hand, summoned the white worms, which had caught the scent of blood, into a silver sphere in his palm. I possessed the Ksitigarbha Sutra to bury all under heaven. His gaze was tinged with reluctance. Yet that fleeting sentiment was quickly supplanted by vengeful malice. You shall all be buried alive here forever. With a sudden exertion of force, he crushed the silver sphere in his palm. As the silver light dissipated, the runes on the walls dimmed one by one, and fissures rapidly spread from his position. The stones above began to plummet as the very earth trembled, the building seemingly on the brink of collapse. This man intended to entomb both the sect's cultivators and the unchangeable bones beneath the earth. I was astonished by his actions, yet simultaneously relieved I had followed him. The self-destructive backlash of the feng shui formation inflicted further injuries upon Mr. Paper. He bent over, clutching his chest, and abruptly overturned the sand table, glancing around before making his way toward the corpse of Chunjioga, with Chunjioga's consciousness occupying the unchangeable bones. Bringing back his flesh would suffice as an offering to the Buddha. He dragged Chunjioga's body, not disturbing the items above, and headed toward the staircase. The floor tiles shattered, and cracks spread across the walls. The edifice was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, I could no longer afford to alert those from the sects and hurriedly followed Mr. Paper down to the ground. He was gravely wounded and moving slowly while dragging Chunjioga's body. Mr. Paper was the foremost feng shui master under the dual-faced Buddha. Eliminating him would be akin to severing an arm from the dual-faced Buddha. A chill flickered in my eyes beneath the mask, and murderous intent began to stir. Throughout the journey, I prepared to strike multiple times, yet the enigmatic nature of Mr. Paper made me hesitant to act without certainty, for opportunities were fleeting. As I neared the exit of the 3rd ward, I finally stumbled upon a prime opportunity. Mr. Paper had left himself an escape route. He opened the locked equipment room at the corridor's end. The windows of this room were not sealed, and the wooden boards above were merely fitted together, not nailed down. To remove the boards, he cast Chunjioga's corpse to the ground and grasped the edges of the boards with both hands. At that moment, his back was turned toward me, and he was completely unguarded. I silently emerged from the shadows, neither employing my discerning gaze nor summoning my vital energy or dark essence. As if I were returning home, I entered the equipment room with a slow and tranquil demeanor. My fingers grasped a scattered surgical knife on the table, and without uttering a sound, I stealthily approached him. Step by step, I fixed my gaze on his vulnerable back, gradually raising the rusted blade and decisively plunging it towards Mr. Paper's heart. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 5 seconds. Only when the sound of the wind stirred did Mr. Paper, in sheer terror, realize that a figure stood behind him. Bang! He grasped the wooden panel of the window and hurriedly turned around. But my surgical knife had already penetrated 2 or 3 centimeters into his body before being thwarted by the wooden barrier. Who are you? The esteemed Mr. Paper, a master of strategy and geomancy in Jiangcheng, looked at me with a face full of shock. His mouth agape, his lips trembled, and his coffin-like visage twisted in horror. From Mr. Paper's perspective, this was indeed a chilling sight. In the desolate hospital room, an unfamiliar figure brandishing a surgical knife and wearing a mask had appeared behind him without warning. Speak. Who are you? Unfazed by the possibility of Mr. Paper recognizing me, I immediately engaged in close combat after my initial strike failed. While geomancers can harness the energy of the earth, they themselves are often frail. I was aware of his ability to seal souls within paper figures, so I denied him the chance to chant spells and resolved to destroy him in the most brutal manner. I remained silent, relentlessly striking with the knife, each blow aimed directly at vital points. Having been injured by Su Yin and just now suffering a backlash from manipulating the formation, Mr. Paper was at his weakest. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. Unable to wield the surgical knife effectively due to his defenses, I discarded it and resorted to close-quarters combat with my collapsing fist. A gravely wounded Mr. Paper was no match for me. He dared not confront me directly and, disregarding his pride, leapt out of the window, scrambling away towards the hospital exit, leaving behind Chun Jioga's corpse. Attempting to flee, I cast a glance at Chun Jioga's body and resolutely pursued him. We have no grievances. Why do you relentlessly pursue me? Mr. Paper, in a wretched state, continuously scattered paper figures, each concealing malevolent spirits, hoping to use them as obstacles to buy himself time to escape. Inyang Ghost Technique. I opened my Yin channels wide and commanded the remaining dark essence to release the lustful spirits within the ghost ring, joining me in the pursuit. You are a ghost cultivator? Upon witnessing my invocation of ghostly arts, Mr. Paper's expression darkened. After a moment of reflection, he drew forth a piece of white paper that sealed Master Wang and exclaimed, "This young talisman and the Yin spirit were conjured by you. You have led the sex cultivation to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital." A practitioner of the Tao, astute and gifted, Mr. Paper was exceptionally skilled in geomancy and deduced the truth from mere threads of evidence. I remained silent, not out of contempt, but rather to conceal my voice. Seeing my tacit acknowledgement, the fury within Mr. Paper threatened to explode. 2 decades of his hard work were being obliterated by my hand. Despicable and shameless. Mr. Paper's pace slowed, his injuries too grievous for him to muster even the strength to curse, as he stubbornly pressed onward. After a brief span of seconds, the paper kite he had previously dispatched returned. He barely glanced at it, seemingly comprehending the message it bore, and immediately altered his course, darting into the dense forest. Could it be that someone was coming to his aid? My heart is filled with urgency, yet the multitude of paper figures sealed by Mr. Paper obstructs my path. Whenever I seem close to catching up, new paper figures invariably block my way. At this moment, I find myself surrounded by a throng of giggling paper dolls. Get away. My talismans were entirely depleted last night, leaving me with no choice but to charge forward recklessly. Mr. Paper has reached a point of desperation, and to save his own life, he even cast aside the white paper that sealed Master Wang. I have no time to rescue Master Wang. I must pursue with all my might until I enter the woods surrounding the hospital. I understand the dangers of entering the forest as I slow my pace. A chilling light suddenly flashes before me, halting my steps abruptly. Indeed, there are ambushers here. I cease my pursuit, taking a moment to breathe and observe ahead. Mr. Paper, how have you come to look this way? A voice, insidious and frivolous, floats in from an unknown source, striking a familiar chord within me. I follow the sound, my gaze solidifying as I clench my fists, bones creaking ominously. A figure, of similar stature to mine, leisurely steps out from behind a tree. He shows no intention of aiding Mr. Paper, but instead turns his head, his eyes fixated on me like a serpent eyeing its prey. At that moment, I take in his face, one side handsome, the other marred by scars, and my teeth grind in resentment. Lu Xing. Chapter 666. How to face it? Since the first live broadcast at the Anshin Inn, Lu Xing has emerged as a pawn of the dual-faced Buddha, making him my sworn enemy. Memories of our clashes in the Misty Mountains, the fleeting confrontation in the Century Amusement Park, and the life-and-death struggle at the river dam flashed through my mind, causing my eyes beneath the mask to redden with fury. The irreconcilable conflict between Lu Xing and me breeds an insatiable desire for his demise. Clutching a ring blade, Lu Xing stands casually between me and Mr. Paper, exuding a nonchalance that belies the dark atmosphere. Perhaps due to the night's obscurity, he does not recognize me immediately. Observing the mask upon my face, he casually lifts his blade with 2 fingers and remarks, "You have quite the audacity to scheme against the Buddha." Since our last encounter, Lu Xing seems to have grown even more sinister and ruthless, radiating a dangerously sharp aura that repels those around him. I refrained from revealing myself, choosing instead to scrutinize him with my discerning eye. During our fall from the dam, I had inflicted a severe wound upon him. Yet, only a brief time has passed, and he shows no sign of injury. As I assess Lu Xing, he, too, scrutinizes me. Wearing a mask? What are you hiding? He grins, his tone peculiar. You feel strangely familiar. It's odd. Those I know are either disciples of the Buddha or have met their end at my hands. From where do you emerge? I remain silent, acutely aware that Lu Xing is attempting to extract information from me. The moment I speak, regardless of the words, I will inevitably reveal myself. Truthfully, I find myself hesitating. Killing Mr. Paper is not my foremost priority. My primary objective is to locate the show phone and the tome on dreams from the corpse of Chinjoga. Initially, my intention to eliminate Mr. Paper stemmed from the minimal cost associated with such an act. However, with the emergence of Luxing, my plans have been thwarted, making it increasingly arduous to confront Mr. Paper alone. I now must contend with both adversaries simultaneously. Sensing my hesitation, Mr. Paper hastily called out to Luxing and retreated into the depths of the dense forest, making a decisive escape. You are the first I have encountered who can compel Mr. Paper to such a degree. Luxing, brandishing his blade, stepped back with an unwavering smile, the scar on his face stretching ominously, rendering him quite terrifying. Until we meet again. There will come a day when I shall unmask you and cast your visage upon your gravestone. Darkness rushed forth, swiftly engulfing Luxing. As the 2 of us departed in succession, the night breeze rustled the branches, creating a soft murmur. I gradually unclenched my fists, vowing that one day I would slay you, not for myself, but to provide closure for Xiaofeng. The tremors beneath my feet grew increasingly pronounced. While the diagnostic building and rehabilitation center appeared relatively stable, the 3rd ward began to lean perilously. This structure had been hollowed out beneath, devoid of protective formations. And amidst the fierce clash between the Bone Immortal and the sect's practitioners, a collapse was merely a matter of time. I retrieved the white paper sealing Master Wang from the ground, glancing at it hastily before rushing into the equipment room to drag out Chinjoga's lifeless body. No sooner had I covered a few meters than a resounding roar erupted behind me. Turning back, I beheld the glass shattering layer by layer. As the entire building began to sink, it was collapsing. I sprinted into the woods with Chinjoga's body in tow, contemplating the imminent disaster. The sect's practitioners were engaged in battle with the Bone Immortal, and as the building crumbled, they were likely to be ensnared within its demise. With lives lost, what could I possibly use to hunt the Ghost Mother? I have never instigated conflict with the 5 great sects. All their troubles are of their own making. As the 3rd ward fell, the sect's practitioners faced dire consequences, yet the Bone Immortal might very well escape, for it is a legendary creature not easily understood by conventional reasoning. I still possess a vertebra of the Bone Immortal. If it seeks completeness, it will undoubtedly come looking for me. The combined might of numerous sect practitioners pales in comparison to that of the Bone Immortal, and I stand no chance alone. However, this does not imply that I am bereft of hope. Gu Tongtong, possessing the bloodline of the White Ancestor, may attract the Bone Immortal in its quest for healing. I could utilize Gu Tongtong as bait, collaborating with Taoist want to lay a trap. Moreover, Chinjoga's consciousness resides within the Bone Immortal. If I were to bring the plush bear, might it have some effect on him? After all, their game of hide and seek is yet to conclude. I shook my head to dispel these thoughts, crouching beside Chinjoga's corpse to lift his Taoist robe. Where's the show phone? I meticulously searched, only to find that all items related to the show had vanished. When I first beheld Chinjoga's lifeless form, it was not in its original position, and his robe had been unfastened, Someone had searched him beforehand. Who could this individual be? Perhaps it was Mr. Paper. Or possibly one of the other streamers who participated in the broadcast last night. The streamer donning the paper mask is particularly suspicious. To this day, I remain uncertain how many streamers were involved in the broadcast. Once I resolve these matters, I shall venture to Jinghai City. Perhaps I shall uncover something of significance. Tearing away the robe, I discovered that the inner side of Chun Jyoga's garment concealed a small pouch, which I ripped open to reveal several vials. Dream Rejuvenation Pill, Calmness Powder, Soul Nourishing Elixir. Each vial bore its corresponding Chinese characters. These potions appeared quite extraordinary, seemingly effective against spiritual injuries. In dreams, the wounds inflicted affect the mind and intent, ultimately damaging the very soul. The medicines I acquired from Chun Jyoga are precisely what I need to remedy the wounds of consciousness, and they should also prove beneficial to Sakura. It is likely that Chun Jyoga, who often ventured into dreams for training, left these remedies for his own use, having experienced injuries in the dream realm himself. I carefully stored these vials away and continued to search through Chun Jyoga's corpse, uncovering several blue talismans hidden within the robe. They looked familiar. During my time in the deeper layers of dreams, he had applied a similar talisman to Yi Bing's forehead. To cast the spells inscribed on these talismans, corresponding incantations are required, and with just these few talismans, I still cannot ascertain Yi Bing's whereabouts. I decided to set them aside for now. After clearing the place of all valuables, I hastily exited the hospital. The several scriptures in Chun Jyoga's room, crucial to the secrets of the Xiaozhuang Temple, could assist me in decoding the dreamscape. When combined with the dream wing goo, the deeper layers of dreams would transform into my personal garden. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original Vow Sutra is worth 30 points, while the final tome on the art of fate alteration is of paramount importance to me. I possess the potential to become a fate alterer, yet I remain ignorant of how to cultivate my fate. It is said that life ranks first, followed by luck and feng shui. Fate is paramount, and cultivating it is akin to opposing the heavens, which is why scriptures on fate cultivation are nearly extinct. Resolute in my decision, I swiftly made my way out of the dense forest and onto the road when my phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, I was astonished to see that the caller was Lung Qingxian. Why would he be calling me? The sex cultivators feared that he might inform me of their plans, which was why he had not been allowed to accompany them, thus narrowly escaping with his life. Holding the phone, I hesitated to answer. Although I was not responsible for the sect members being buried alive, I was directly implicated, as they had ostensibly come to track me. The phone rang numerous times without disconnecting, and I couldn't help but admire the resilience of this Mao Shanin master. When the 16th ring sounded, I finally pressed the answer button. Why did you take so long to pick up? Why was there no signal? Where have you been? As soon as I connected, Lung Qingxian spoke rapidly, clearly anxious. Enough. Don't say anything. Just stay at home tonight, he urged. Taoist Su Yin and the others are all looking for you. Please, do not do anything foolish. Hearing Lung Qingxuan's voice, a smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, and warmth blossomed within me. I had not anticipated that this seemingly cold-hearted Mao Shanin master would choose such a critical moment to alert me. Did you hear that? Do not run around. Your situation is perilous. After giving me a few more instructions, he abruptly ended the call, as if he were risking much. This man is worthy of deep friendship. But alas, it seems we are destined to remain mere acquaintances. The sect members were investigating me, and their eventual burial was linked to the 5 major sections. It would not be long before they dispatched more individuals to this area. Chaos had engulfed Jiangqing. I walked along the road for quite a distance before hailing a taxi back to the city. Without hesitation, I headed straight to the Century New Garden. The surroundings still bore witness to police vehicles and the unremoved caution tape, as the investigation by the authorities continued with fervor. The death of Chun Jyoga had stirred an uproar, indirectly implicating me in the demise of all those dispatched by the 5 major sects. This was a matter of considerable gravity. Upon entering the Shijixin garden, I coincidentally encountered Jiang Chen stationed in the lobby, and at that moment, he spotted me as well. What brings you back? His voice was laced with surprise, as if I ought to have been elsewhere at this hour. From his tone, I discerned that Jiang Chen was likely among the informed. I heard you've kidnapped a child, is that correct? I cast him a sidelong glance and murmured, Kidnap? Are you joking? Would our Jiang Jin group engage in such illegal activities? Jiang Chen appeared flustered, having developed an instinctive fear of me. The child's name is Wang Yu. I hope you refrain from inflicting any undue harm upon him, lest his mother seek vengeance upon you all. I was disinclined to engage in further banter with him and proceeded to the elevator, arriving at the threshold of Chunjoga's room. The sex cultivators had specifically mentioned that this location should be devoid of outsiders. I examined the electronic lock on the door, shook my head, retreated 2 steps, and delivered a forceful kick. Wait! Just as my foot was about to meet the door, the adjacent room's door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a robe. He held a phone in his left hand and a package in his right, his expression one of utter astonishment. Gao Jian, what are you doing here? Chapter 667. My apologies. Upon hearing that familiar voice, I momentarily froze before turning to face him, locking eyes with him. Lung Qingxian, aren't you supposed to be resting? How could I possibly sleep? Everyone has gone out searching for you. Lung Qingxian stepped out of the room, still wearing an incredulous expression. This makes no sense. How could you be here? After a moment, he glanced down the corridor, muttering uncertainly, You must have been captured by Master Su Yan, right? Master Su Yan? I raised an eyebrow, intentionally feigning confusion. What grievance could I possibly have with that old Taoist to warrant being captured? He even gifted me a red fruit once, and after consuming it, I felt invigorated. That was certainly no ordinary item. Of course, the Qingqing 1,000-year-old red fruit is not comparable to common fruits. But wait, don't stray from the topic. Lung Qingxian rubbed his temples. Did Master Su Yan truly not come looking for you? Not at all, I asserted with sincerity. Upon observing my demeanor, Lung Qingxian was taken aback. The situation was not as he had envisioned. Su Wugui, Master Su Yan's disciple, personally informed me of this. How could there be any error? He inadvertently revealed another piece of information. Besides Lung Qingxian, there was another surviving cultivator from the sect, Su Wugui, who had accompanied Su Yan to Jiang City. The Taoist appeared youthful, perhaps around 17 or 18, naive and lacking in guile. What else did Su Wugui tell you? He called me late at night, and I was frightened, thinking something had happened. I sought to extract information regarding Su Wugui, this young Taoist, having followed Su Yan down the mountain for training. Surely possessed remarkable qualities. I was always cautious regarding potential adversaries. With a wry smile, Lung Qingxian replied, During dinner tonight, the atmosphere felt peculiar. After finishing, I sought out Master Su Yan to inquire about the reason. Ultimately, it was revealed that none of them were present in the room, leaving only Su Wugui to guard the belongings of Qin Jiugao. At that moment, I harbored suspicions that they had acted against you behind my back. To substantiate this conjecture, I persistently coaxed Su Wugui until he divulged their plan. I then attempted to call you, but the signal was consistently out of service. You might have erred. They did not come looking for me. Gradually, I approached Lung Qingxian, my voice becoming increasingly composed, employing a hint of hypnotic technique. Where is Su Wugui now? He hurriedly left moments ago, even entrusting me with Qin Jiugao's Tao scriptures. Without much contemplation, Lung Qingxian casually responded, The Tao scriptures of Qin Jiugao are with you? I glanced at the parcel in Lung Qingshuan's hands, my throat tightening slightly, as one hand subtly concealed itself behind my back. Indeed, Su Wugui is still quite young, having only recently emerged from his sect, and is still lacking in experience and composure, claiming that his master faces a life-and-death crisis. Lung Qingxian shook his head, stating that Su Yan is the deputy leader of Qingqing. Who in this small Jiangqing could possibly harm him? Who would dare? That remains uncertain, I replied with a smile. Before the incident with Qin Jiugao, had you not also considered it improbable? Upon mentioning Qin Jiugao, Lung Qingshuan's expression fell momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. Tomorrow, the Tianshi from Shaozhuang Temple and reinforcements from the 5 major sects will arrive. The perpetrator shall not escape. Reinforcements? My heart raced as I followed his words, inquiring whether Su Yan and the others were insufficient to resolve this matter. Qin Jiugao shook his head, explaining that conspiring against a core disciple of the sect was tantamount to slapping the face of all current orthodox schools of the Xianmen. Even if it were to serve as a warning to deter the wicked, they would undoubtedly impose severe punishment on the assailant. If the commotion caused by the death of a single Qin Jiugao is so immense, what would happen if someone were to slaughter all those dispatched by the 5 major sects? Would it not trigger a great upheaval? I whispered, feeling a pang of guilt. That is impossible. Lung Qingxian confidently waved his hand. Taoist Su Yan is the contemporary Tianshi, and the mountain guardian of Lingbao sect, Lu Jingxiu, is exceedingly formidable. Both belong to the ranks of ancient masters. Even a fully matured ghost mother may not stand a chance against them. So, they are indeed that powerful? I nodded, Glancing at the time, 2 in the morning. When will your reinforcements arrive tomorrow? As I spoke, I moved toward the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. They are already en route. They should arrive by 7 or 8 in the morning. Lives are at stake. Every moment counts, Lung Qingxian remarked, noticing my distance with a hint of confusion. Where are you going? By the way, why are you at Shiji Xinyuan at this hour? Standing at the surveillance blind spot. I beckoned to Lung Qingxian, stating, your investigation is misguided. The true perpetrator behind Chun Zhougao's death is someone else. How do you know this? Lung Qingxian instinctively stepped closer. Watching him enter the blind spot, I finally relaxed. Remember what I am about to say. The one responsible for all the deaths is known as the dual-faced Buddha. I am unaware of his true name. Even the moniker dual-faced Buddha is one I have assigned him. Their emblem is a statue of a dual-faced Buddha, and their stronghold should be located in Zhenheshi. Ignoring Lung Qingxuan's astonished gaze, I continued. You recall the ancient text of fate cultivation found on Chun Zhougao? In fact, he was a member of that organization. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend it all. Chun Zhouga is undoubtedly a disciple of the Shaozhuang Temple. Do not interrupt. All you need to do is remember what I have said. I confided in Lung Qingxian merely to repay a favor. Those individuals are exceedingly dangerous. They are neither Buddhist nor Taoist, nor are they ordinary practitioners of evil. They are a group of usurpers attempting to defy fate and alter destiny. Usurpers. A mere 3 syllables rendered Lung Qingxuan's countenance rigid. He stood in a daze for 2 or 3 seconds, about to speak. But I interrupted him with a wave of my hand. An hour ago, your phone call took me by surprise, so I have no intention of deceiving you. In truth, I know who the murderer of Chun Zhouga is. I gestured towards a room behind him. The murderer resides in that very space. Instinctively, Lung Qingxian turned to look, only to realize that I was indicating the room where he had stayed the previous night. Is it you? A swift strike to the back of Lung Qingxuan's neck incapacitated him, rendering him unable to resist, his mind reeling and ears ringing. I had tempered my force. Otherwise, that blow could have proven fatal. I retrieved the package from his grasp and passed by him, catching a glimpse of the complexity of his expression in that fleeting moment. I am sorry. I hastened away, as I had no more time to spare for apologies, exiting the Shiji Xinyuan with the package in hand. I did not make a concerted effort to evade surveillance. Once I chose to be candid with Lung Qingxian, everything was laid bare. Jiang Chun remained in the lobby, and as the heir of Jiangjin real estate, he found himself bowing and scraping before the sect's practitioners. Upon seeing me emerge, he picked up his phone to exchange a few words with someone before retreating, lacking even the courage to meet my gaze. Finally, he has learned prudence. I ignored him, pulled out my phone, and dialed Guishu Lingxiang. Upon ascertaining that they were still at the Blue Jazz Bar, I hailed a taxi and made my way there directly. The streets of late autumn had grown considerably desolate. As I reached the end of the street, the once vibrant Blue Jazz Bar now bore a sign announcing its closure for renovations. The night breeze carried advertisements and plastic debris fluttering up the steps. Is anyone there? After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a weary Guishu Lingxiang who beckoned me inside. Why didn't you take Sakura to the hospital? Inside, all the chairs were overturned on the tables. The establishment had evidently been closed for quite some time. I visited several hospitals, yet each provided differing diagnoses. When I pressed them for a specific treatment plan, they insisted on a period of observation. Leaning against the bar, Guishu Lingxiang shed her alluring facade, revealing herself as an ordinary woman. I glanced around. All the bottles on the bar had been sealed and were coated in dust. Have you given up alcohol? I suddenly found it bitter. I no longer wished to drink. May I see Sakura? Yes. Guided by Guishu Lingxiang, I entered the back bedroom of the bar, where I saw Sakura, her eyes tightly shut, her expression contorted in pain. The little girl lay flat on the bed, covered by thick blankets, seemingly cold, her body quivering slightly. I knelt by her side and gently grasped her small hand. I will awaken you, I promise. She appeared to be deeply traumatized, trapped in an endless cycle of nightmares. Guishu Lingxiang knelt beside me, her bare face exuding a different kind of beauty, elegant and sorrowful. I retrieved all the vials of medicine I found in Chun Zhouga's robe. These remedies, capable of soothing the mind and nurturing the soul, should prove beneficial for Sakura. Guishu Lingxiang nodded thoughtfully, carefully stowing away the vials. As for the specific method of consumption, you may inquire with this individual, who will elucidate the details for you. I handed over Lu Xiaoji's contact information to Guishu Lingxiang. offering a few more words of caution before I rose to depart. Is something weighing on your mind? Gui Shu Lingxiang looked up at me, a look I had never before witnessed on her face. It's nothing. However, I may have to leave Jiangqing for a while. Tonight serves as my farewell to you all. I forced a smile, waved goodbye to her, and turned to leave the Blue Note bar. Taking a taxi back to Tingtang Road, it was now 3 in the morning, and the streets were nearly deserted. The door isn't locked? Bai Qi. I had instructed Bai Qi to return while I took a longer route, evading any tails and making my way alone to Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital. After calling out a few times inside, only silence greeted me. I instinctively glanced at the newly opened small restaurant beside me. At this hour, the entirety of Tingtang Road was illuminated solely by this establishment. Has Bai Qi wandered in there? I pushed open the door, and beneath the warm, dim light, several small tables were set, with a large yellow dog lazily wagging its tail beneath one of them. Chapter 668. The Escape Route. Seeing Bai Qi's languid demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle, realizing my worries had been unfounded. While I endured hardships outside, it seemed he was living quite comfortably. I crouched down to ruffle his fluffy head, yet my curiosity deepened. All the shops along the street were closed, save for this little restaurant, which was evidently waiting for me, or rather, waiting for me to take Bai Qi away. Bai Qi, possessing a keen sense of awareness, would not easily approach strangers, yet, in his current state, he lay beneath the table without a trace of caution, as if he understood that the owner of the restaurant would never harm him. Perhaps Bai Qi had previously known the restaurant owner. Was it possible that this establishment belonged to Bai Qi's former master? I quickly dismissed that thought. Bai Qi's previous owner was free-spirited and reckless, even engaging in the absurdity of trading a dog for liquor. How could someone like that settle down to run a restaurant? If it wasn't Bai Qi's former master, then it must be someone intimately connected to me. I racked my brain, but could not identify anyone fitting that description. Oh well, I might as well check the kitchen. Ignoring Bai Qi lounging beneath the table, I approached the bar. Excuse me, is the owner here? The restaurant's decor was cozy, easing my tense nerves and bestowing upon me a sense of homecoming. Is anyone here? I lifted the curtain to the kitchen, revealing a clean and orderly space. As I stepped inside, an enticing aroma wafted towards me. Following the scent, I spotted a steaming bowl of egg noodles beside the chopping board. The golden eggs were fried to a perfect crisp outside, while remaining tender within, adorned with vibrant green scallions, releasing an irresistible fragrance. After a night of running about, I was famished, and I swallowed my saliva stealthily. Owner, are you here? The noodles were hot, and the broth in the pot beside it was still steaming, indicating that the owner had only recently been present. Is this for me? But why is she hiding from me? I cast a fleeting glance at the back door of the kitchen, but ultimately refrained from approaching. The other party likely had their reasons for not wishing to see me. Moistening my parched lips, I eagerly devoured my meal, consuming a large bowl of noodles in mere minutes, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Thank you for your hospitality, I said to the owner. Setting down my bowl, I glanced toward the back door, where I noticed a sliver ajar, as if someone outside were eavesdropping. Before I could move closer, the door was swiftly closed from the outside. Such a furtive retreat, I thought, shaking my head. If the other party did not wish to see me, there was no need to force it. I placed the payment for the meal on the counter. After exiting the kitchen, I crouched beside Bai Qi, my loyal Changbai mountain guard dog, and informed him that I needed to step out of the courtyard, and he should temporarily remain with the owner. Entrusting a stranger with Bai Qi felt somewhat perilous, yet I had no better alternatives at this moment. Tomorrow, the sect cultivators would arrive in Jiangcheng, and I had to depart before dawn. Since you seem to get along with the owner, stay here for now. Do remember to behave and refrain from causing harm. I felt an involuntary shiver run through me, perhaps a result of the myriad experiences I had endured, which had inevitably altered my mindset. Finally, I affectionately ruffled Bai Qi's head and retrieved paper and pen from the counter to leave a note for the owner, hoping she would look after Bai Qi in my absence. Capping the pen, I pulled out 3,000 yuan from my pocket and placed it beneath the note. The noodles were fragrant, the taste oddly familiar. How should I put it? It evoked a sense of homecoming. I was uncertain if the owner had heard me as I turned to leave the restaurant. Having walked only a short distance, I heard the sound of chairs and tables scraping behind me. Turning back, I was met with the sight of Bai Qi wagging his tail, having followed me. I had to leave Jiangcheng for the time being. He should stay here and await my return. I was unsure of what tomorrow might bring, and bringing Bai Qi along could jeopardize his safety. I continued forward, Yet that pale yellow figure remained steadfastly by my side, observing Bai Qi closely. It seemed he could sense that this departure was unlike the others. His tail hung low, swaying gently, and his dark eyes reflected my silhouette. Whenever I paused, he did too. When I moved, he promptly followed. Did you hear me? I found my tone had inadvertently turned stern. Bai Qi halted, seemingly perplexed. I quickened my pace, but he remained right behind me, as if fearing that distance would lead to separation. I must leave Jiangqing. You cannot come with me, do you understand? Bai Qi followed silently, neither barking nor making a fuss. I entered the adult shop and located the black leather case used for the underworld show's surveillance equipment, stuffing all my belongings into it, including various items previously exchanged from the drawers, talismans, and Taoist scriptures. Once prepared, I descended the stairs with the case in hand, and Bai Qi continued to shadow me closely. I will return for you one day, but not now. I locked the shop door, and the look of utter confusion in Bai Qi's eyes tugged painfully at my heart. Go back, I urged. I had no friends left by my side. I did not wish for him to suffer any further harm. Turning my head, I endeavored to avoid his gaze, steeling my resolve. Do not follow me. I have left a note for the restaurant owner. She will take care of you. Did you hear me? Do not follow me. Go. On the desolate Tingtang Road. My voice echoed far before being dispersed by the night breeze. Bai Qi halted at the entrance of my small shop, remaining utterly still. Wrapping my coat tighter around me, I dragged my black suitcase away, walking several dozen meters before glancing back. That figure remained rooted in place. I stifled the impulse to turn around and continued toward the darker, more profound highway. The disciples of the sect could foresee the fate of Su Yin and his companions through the fate lanterns, if they had truly met their demise. I could hardly fathom the uproar it would incite. The young elite from the 5 great sects would be systematically investigated. Should I be apprehended, they would undoubtedly employ every means to extract the secrets I harbored, and at that juncture, survival would be uncertain, let alone continuing my broadcast. Thus, I chose to retreat from the spotlight and leave Jiang City. Time was of the essence. Even sentimentality had become an extraneous emotion. I walked for quite some time before hailing a taxi, instructing the driver to leave Jiang City. Halfway through our journey, I realized that all main thoroughfares had been barricaded, with police scrutinizing every vehicle that passed. Business had grown perilous. In the dead of night, there was little work to be had, and yet encounters with the sinister were frequent. The driver grumbled, preparing to slow down, but I quickly urged him to turn around and take a different route. The driver, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued unperturbed while I sat in the back, increasingly anxious. When I departed from Century New Garden, it seemed Jiang Chun had called someone. In retrospect, he must have been alerting the armed police. Furthermore, I had not dealt a lethal blow to Lung Qingxian. My strike had only rendered him momentarily dazed. I had been somewhat indecisive. Had it been Lu Xing, he would have lured Jiang Chun to a secluded spot, eliminated him, and then disposed of Lung Qingxian. By the time the bodies were discovered, it would be at least the following morning. I had to concede that Lu Xing operated with remarkable efficiency. What transpired at Century New Garden after my departure was now beyond my foresight and unalterable. The taxis circled Jiang City for a considerable duration, with all routes leading out of the city blocked. Over time, the driver began to harbor suspicions about my intentions. After all, it was unusual to be aimlessly wandering in a taxi at such an hour. Having dealt with many taxi drivers, I recognized the subtle signs of his growing unease. I instructed him to stop near the outskirts, settled the fare, and decisively exited the vehicle. The driver was unreliable and might very well choose to alert the police, betraying my presence. Dragging my suitcase, a cumbersome burden, rendered me vulnerable. However, the contents within were of utmost importance and could not be discarded. Walking away from Jiang City would be painfully slow. By dawn, a notice would likely circulate throughout the province, and I had stirred a significant calamity. With the sect's disciples fanning the flames, all neighboring counties could potentially mobilize. Given the unusual identity of the deceased, time was scarce, and what I needed most was to find a secure refuge. Xinhu High School had already been compromised, and the police would likely set a trap there. I considered circumventing the police checkpoints to head toward the outskirts, yet this approach had 2 drawbacks. First, by the time I reached the suburbs, dawn would be approaching, and with ill fortune, I could easily be apprehended by patrolling officers. Second, even if I managed to reach another city, I might not find a way to leave, as my knowledge was woefully insufficient. An unprepared escape was tantamount to a death sentence. How can one escape from Jiang City? The map of Jiang City lingers in my mind. Traversing the waterways is certainly not an option, thus I must resort to the mountain paths. With my eyes narrowed, a bold plan begins to form. I shall first venture to the Three sect, whose stronghold is nestled within the depths of the Hate Mountain. Within, I have the formidable 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array for offense and retreat, while the vast expanse of Hate Mountain provides ample cover. The Three sect was, after all, my intended destination. During my last hurried visit, I was unable to retrieve the treasures hidden within their domain. Thus, I resolved to proceed, hoping events do not spiral towards the worst possible outcome. My days ahead will be fraught with challenges, yet the two-faced Buddha will not find it easy either. When parting from Lung Qingxian, I divulged everything about the two-faced Buddha. This should alleviate some of the burdens I carry. I hailed a taxi and personally directed it along secluded paths, choosing to alight when I reached a surveillance-free area on the outskirts of Jiang City. After settling the fare, I plunged into the darkness. With dawn fast approaching, the night was at its most profound. The Three sect's temple lies behind the upscale cemetery area on the western outskirts of Jiang City, adjacent to Hate Mountain. If I can seamlessly blend into this realm, I stand a considerable chance of escaping Jiang City. Chapter 669. The depths of the Three sect. By the time I arrived at the cemetery, it was already past 3 in the morning, and the Hate Mountain loomed darkly ahead. Navigating past the patrolling security guards was not overly challenging. The real concern lay in determining my escape route once inside the Three sect. The vastness of Hate Mountain complicates any police search. Yet I cannot remain hidden in the mountains indefinitely. 2 days hence, I must return to the spotlight of live broadcasts. According to my original plan, I intended to rest within the Three sect, ensuring all matters were in order before donning a human skin mask. Utilizing the knowledge I had gleaned from ancient disguise techniques, I would reinvent myself and return to the city under an entirely new identity. Whether I would return to Jiang City to evade the sect's cultivators or seek another broadcaster in Jinghai City remains undecided. Seeking the two-faced Buddha in Xinhou could also prove advantageous. I could operate from the shadows, conducting a slow investigation. In a critical moment, I might even emerge to assist the sect's cultivators, leveraging their strength to eliminate the menace posed by the two-faced Buddha. While my plans are sound, their execution is fraught with difficulty. In their pursuit of the perpetrator, the sect's cultivators will undoubtedly turn Jiang City upside down, potentially exposing the underworld broadcast. My concern is not merely for the broadcast, but rather the fear of being entangled in their web, should my next live task be linked to the sect's cultivators. It could spell disaster. For now, I must lay low. I possess an anonymous bank card gifted by Director Huang, containing 500,000, an amount I secured from Huang Buiyuan when I sensed trouble brewing. After years of running an adult shop, I had amassed less than 50,000. My broadcasting expenditures had swiftly depleted my savings. Were it not for my collaboration with Qianding Pharmaceutical, I would scarcely have the fare for transportation at this moment. While money is not omnipotent, its absence complicates even the simplest of matters. Charging my phone also poses a significant issue. Staring at the winding, majestic mountains, I racked my brain for a means of escape. At 4 in the morning, I finally entered the cemetery grounds. Carrying a black leather suitcase proved cumbersome, compelling me to slow my pace to avoid detection. The lengthy nights of late autumn are, for me, the only piece of good news. After exerting tremendous effort to traverse the cemetery, as I approached the pine forest on the rear mountain, I felt a gentle tremor in my left hand. Faint characters beginning to materialize. Glancing down, I recalled how I had once grasped a chess piece within the ley lines with my left hand, thereby commanding the death gate of the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation. At this moment, as I neared the grand array, my left hand resonated in harmony with it. The statue of the mountain deity symbolizes the life gate, while the black chess piece represents the death gate. On that fateful day, I had pressed both items, leaving subtle sigils imprinted on each hand. These serve as the credentials for manipulating the formation. The rear mountain of the cemetery is perpetually shrouded in thick fog, which is not mere water vapor, but rather a confluence of yin energy and the grievances of the deceased. For ordinary mortals, inhaling too much of this miasma could disrupt their fortune, leading to illness and misfortune. However, for ghost cultivators and spectral beings, it poses no threat whatsoever. I activated the 18 yin apertures, simultaneously absorbing the yin energy while summoning forth the desires of the spirits. Observing the three somewhat exhilarated ghostly entities, I suddenly froze. Realizing I had overlooked a crucial detail, the Master Wang. I retrieved the white paper that sealed Master Wang. He remained trapped within the drawing, yet to emerge. This is dire. Master Wang is bound by the celestial symbols of the Qingxing sect, and their practitioners may pursue him as a result. Drawing a deep breath to maintain my composure, I recalled that Su Yin had once traced the celestial symbols using a special compass. At this moment, both the compass and Su Yin himself should be buried beneath the third ward, rendering the sect's members incapable of tracking Master Wang. The new sect practitioners are oblivious to the celestial symbols, but I fear Su Wugui and Lung Qingxian might speak out. Gazing at the figure obscured within the white paper, I hesitated. The most prudent course of action would be to destroy the white paper along with Master Wang contained within it. This would be the most secure and straightforward solution. Should the sect practitioners possess a means to sense the celestial symbols, discarding the paper would only delay their eventual discovery. If Master Wang were to fall into the hands of these practitioners, many of my secrets would inevitably be revealed. The live broadcast of the true death game. The Death Train stream. If we consider the Jianghu Cancer Research live stream, all three broadcasts are intertwined with Master Wang and me. Those who know my secrets must either remain by my side or be silenced forever. Looking at the indistinct silhouette within the white paper, a hint of crimson flickered in my eyes. If I were to kill Master Wang, what difference would there be between myself and Lu Xing? Shaking my head, I recognize that in recent times, my character has been subtly shifting. Perhaps it is the immense pressure from the external environment, or perhaps the internal influence of the good and evil Azura mask. In any case, an unfamiliar and seemingly fateful force seeks to transform me into another version of myself. I shall not become the kind of person I despise, absolutely not. I tucked the white paper away and quickened my pace, traversing the pine forest to stand at the highest point of the rear mountain. In the distance, the horizon began to glow with a faint light, and I employed my discerning vision to peer through the fog, overlooking the three Yin sect nestled in the valley. This location is strategically significant, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only the northern expanse revealing a gap through which the great river flows. Without a compass or a positioning system, venturing recklessly into the Hate Mountain could lead to disorientation in the depths of Hate Mountain harbor peculiarities, such as the enigmatic Lock Dragon Village. The Hate Mountain forms an integral part of the ancient feng shui formation of Jiangxing, giving rise to various supernatural phenomena. It is no wonder, yet it brings me sorrow as I prepare to venture into the mountains. If I wish to reach Xinhou, I can simply follow the path along Hate Mountain. However, to arrive at Jinghai City, I must traverse the mighty river. Glancing at the northern gap of the Sanyin sect, I sighed, realizing how arduous it would be to cross the river. Descending from the mountaintop, I entered the gates of the Sanyin sect for the second time. This place had indeed transformed into a true ghost sect. The main entrance of the temple remained unbarred, and the various furnishings within had not changed significantly, retaining the semblance of my last departure. No one had returned. The sect's leader of the ghost infant lineage had fled heavily wounded, while the current Mengpu of the Mengpu lineage was still abroad receiving treatment. The Sanyin sect had effectively become a mere name. As I surveyed the temple, I found no traces of blood or signs of struggle. Upon my previous departure, I had taken care of everything, disposing of the bodies into the shadowy veins of Hate Mountain. This location is the source of the shadowy veins, an essential component of Jiangxing's feng shui. Upon entering, I recalled the teachings of the Taoist master, who instructed me to observe the atmosphere. Having experienced numerous live broadcasts alongside them, I had absorbed considerable knowledge. Once I became familiar with my surroundings, I made my way directly to the main hall. In my previous haste, I had left behind the treasures within. The Sanyin sect, in its disregard for the three pure ones, displayed 3 altars in the main hall, all draped in thick cloth. My curiosity had piqued during my first visit, and now I finally had the opportunity to uncover their contents. Lifting the cloth from the first altar, I discovered a clay figurine of the Earth Mother, seemingly crafted from the ubiquitous earth, yet astonishingly lifelike, exuding a serene demeanor. Why was the Earth Mother venerated here? She is the goddess of the earth in Chinese mythology, governing yin and yang, nurturing all living things. There is nothing inherently wrong with the figurine, yet it stood in stark contrast to the principles of the Sanyin sect. Before the figurine lay an incense burner, with 2 unlit sticks of incense inserted within. There should have been 3. One had been stolen by Shiqian. This incense, known as Soul's Rest, is said to allow souls to sleep peacefully. The Earth Mother governs mountains and rivers. The crafting of this figurine and the offering of Soul's Rest incense likely serve a purpose beyond faith, aimed merely at suppressing the Earth's veins. I bowed thrice before the figurine before removing the Soul's Rest incense. Had it not been for the inexplicable weight of the incense burner, I would have considered taking it as well. Approaching the second altar, I found the central altar the most opulently constructed. As I lifted the black cloth, I revealed a spacious interior housing 3 extinguished oil lamps. I had encountered similar lamps before. They symbolized the sect's fortune. When Taoist Qing had illuminated one during the exorcism of the fox spirit's corpse in Xinhou, it represented the enduring fate of the sect. The extinguishing of a lamp signifies death, while its continuity signifies the survival of the sect's fortune. Shi Qian had borrowed fire from the oil lamp to ignite the Soul's Rest incense, dimming the light and foreshadowing the sect's demise. Now, as the new master of the Sannin sect, I wondered what would happen if I reignited the lamp. Could the sect's fortune return? Or would the renewed fortune flow into me instead? I retrieved my lighter, attempting to ignite the flames several times, but to no avail. With a wry smile, I abandoned the endeavor and gazed into the depths of the altar. Behind the oil lamp were 3 peculiar artifacts: a shed serpent skin from a colossal python, the desiccated remains of a child with 3 eyes, and a white soup bowl. While the first 2 items did not evoke surprise in me, the white soup bowl caught my attention. How familiar it was, akin to the bowl I had received from the steward during the live broadcast on the Train of Death. Furrowing my brows, I contemplated the 3 oddities, each corresponding to the serpent deity, the ghostly infant, and Mengpo. Could this bowl be the vessel for Mengpo's soup? Do such beings as Mengpo truly exist? Is there an underworld? The items enshrined in the altar symbolize the doctrines of the sect, and disciples are strictly forbidden from approaching the altar under ordinary circumstances. The treasure I seek may well be concealed within this very place. I carefully removed the offerings and began to tap and probe, soon discovering a hidden compartment. Pulling aside a wooden panel, I reached inside and retrieved a palm-sized jade tablet. A talisman? Had I not witnessed Taoist Su Yin utilizing a talisman at the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, I might not have recognized this object. Su Yan seemed to be called the 3 Wonders Talisman, a fundamental essence of Qingqing, cold to the touch and seamlessly crafted. I held the jade tablet before my eyes and finally discerned 2 exceedingly powerful ancient inscriptions, 10 directions. I am convinced that the jade tablet in my hand is indeed a talisman, akin to Su Yan's 3 Wonders Talisman, though the ancient characters engraved upon it differ. This talisman is likely named 10 Directions. Based on Su Yan's previous actions, I surmise that the talisman's purpose is to command a multitude of talismans. In the underground of Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, Su Yan, while combating the corpse energy emitted by the bone dissolution powder, also suppressed Mr. Paper, managing to multitask largely due to the presence of the talisman. The talisman possesses an innate control over the talismans it governs, negating the need to recite incantations individually to activate them. The 10 Directions talisman should be related to the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array, undoubtedly one of the most vital foundations of the 3 Yin sect. Utilizing my discerning eye, I observed the talisman within the jade tablet interwoven with complex divine patterns, which, if gazed upon for too long, could ensnare one's very soul. Holding the talisman, it resonated with the runes left by the black chess piece in my hand. Although I am unaware of the methods to manipulate the talisman, I sensed no resistance from this jade tablet. It seemed to yearn for a fusion with me. Indeed, it was a most peculiar sensation. Having previously encountered the 3 Wonders Talisman, I could discern many similarities between the 2. Their structures and appearances were fundamentally alike, and the materials appeared strikingly similar. The tablet felt as cold as a millennium of ice, yet it did not pierce my palm. Rather, it invigorated my meridians and activated the true energy within me. The materials used to craft the talisman were undoubtedly not of mundane origin. If only Taoist one were here, I could inquire for clarity, as this was my first encounter with jade imbued with divine patterns. I emulated Su Yan's method of channeling energy into the talisman, attempting to infuse it with both negative energy and innate true energy, yet the results were negligible. Once true energy and negative energy entered the jade tablet, they vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Was my method flawed, or was the jade tablet simply too discerning? Did it disdain ordinary true energy? My experience, having only practiced diligently for a little over a month on my own, surely pales in comparison to that of a master like Su Yin. Relying solely on my own strength to activate the talisman proves to be an insurmountable challenge. As I retract my vital and yin energies, preparing to relinquish hope, a voice, ancient yet imbued with authority, resonates in my mind. The talisman of the 10 directions. How unexpected to encounter this once more. The voice emanates from my spiritual abode, and I swiftly realize it is the remnant soul of the blood fox communicating with me. Elder, is there a method to manipulate this talisman? I, a junior, find myself besieged by my sect, standing at the brink of despair, and I implore your guidance. I am at a loss concerning the remnant soul of the blood fox residing within my spiritual domain. Initially, I had summoned it through divine invocation. Little did I know this fox spirit would cling to me indefinitely. After extensive inquiries and discussions with Taoist Wandao, I learned that this is known as a remnant soul of blood pollution, a formidable taboo existence. Nevertheless, possessing numerous secrets. I thought little of one more and chose to ignore it. Now, its sudden communication from my spiritual abode astonishes me, and a thought strikes me. This may be an opportunity. The blood pollution remnant soul seldom initiates dialogue, but each time it does, it heralds a moment of life or death. After all, I am its vessel. And should I perish, it too would dissipate into oblivion. The talismans are classified into commands, edicts, and pardons, representing the divine decrees of the 3 pure ones. Mastery over the talismans allows one to control all talismans bound by them. Thus it is also referred to as the imperial command. The voice from my spiritual abode is intermittent and unstable. The remnant soul of blood pollution seems to have only recently gathered a modicum of power, barely capable of communicating with me. To manipulate the talismans, one need not infuse them with yin or vital energy. Merely obtaining the talisman's acknowledgement suffices. And with a will of iron, it should pose no great difficulty. Well, before I can inquire further, the voice resumes. My body has undergone a transformation into a corpse, and my soul is gravely wounded, rendering me unable to converse for long. Were it not for your current predicament mirroring my own past, I would not divulge this knowledge. Perhaps our shared suffering binds our fates. The aged voice shifts, tinged with pain and defiance. In my past life, I fell back into the hell of Azura, with no hope of redemption. In this life, I implore you, do not repeat my mistakes. I beseech you for guidance. Spare no mercy, eradicate them. Let the heavens run red with blood. Enshroud the city in mourning. The frenzied, rebellious voice echoes within my spiritual abode. It takes a moment for me to regain my composure, my gaze still marred by traces of blood. Eradicate them? I let out a bitter laugh, initially believing the blood remnant soul could aid me. To my surprise, upon mentioning the sect's practitioners, it devolves into a frenzy, its murderous intent overwhelming, even affecting me. What is happening? The mask of good and evil seeks to extinguish my humanity, rendering me ruthless. While this blood pollution ancestor continuously fuels my bloodlust, something feels profoundly amiss. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon me. The mask of good and evil was not something I consciously exchanged from the showcase, but rather a gift bestowed upon me through a task by the showcase. As for the origin of that summoning talisman, it is even more peculiar. It occurred during my 3rd live broadcast when I randomly exchanged 5 minor talismans from the showcase, one of which was related to the blood pollution remnant soul. Surely, this is an extraordinary coincidence. Could it be that the showcase orchestrated this intentionally? Do they wish to transform me into the embodiment of their expectations? After enduring numerous live broadcasts, I have encountered a plethora of other streamers. Save for the traders, it appears that the remainder regard show points as their paramount objective, relegating human nature and moral principles to a secondary status. Is this not another insidious method by which the show orchestrates its puppets? Such thoughts send a chill down my spine and evoke a profound fear of the platform within me. The dual-faced Buddha is formidable, yet I harbor no dread towards him, for I am acutely aware of his desires and ambitions. Conversely, the show remains shrouded in mystery. Its purpose and the rationale behind its actions elude understanding. The inability to perceive or comprehend is, indeed, the most terrifying aspect. Presently, I find myself ensnared in this game, struggling desperately. Once I escape Jiang City, I shall embark on a quest for the truth. In truth, even in the absence of sect practitioners pursuing me, I had already contemplated departing Jiang City. I must clarify certain matters to validate my conjectures regarding the underworld showcase. After a considerable interval, tranquility returned to the spiritual platform, and the blood-stained remnants of souls vanished as though they had never existed. Though the bloodstain was lethal, it has saved me on more than one occasion. Should the opportunity arise, I would attempt to restore it to corporeal form. As I ponder this, I realize it is somewhat distant, focusing on the present. I affixed the 10 Directions talisman to my forehead, akin to the hypnosis I performed on that couple from afar, projecting my thoughts into the jade plate. What is this? The divine patterns within the talisman are not chaotic. Rather, they are meticulously arranged to replicate the positions of the 10 Directions ghost refining formation. There are 1,777 luminous points representing the talismans employed to construct this formidable array. By merely sensing these points, I can adeptly manipulate that segment of the formation. So, this is how the talisman is utilized? I have consumed the dream flower, and my spiritual consciousness is not markedly inferior to Su Yan's. However, even so, it would be futile to attempt to control the 10 Directions ghost refining formation single-handedly. It is worth noting that the San-In sect required the presence of 3 sect masters to activate the formation, underscoring its vastness. My left and right hands bear the imprints of the mountain deity statue and the black chess piece, allowing me to freely manipulate the entrance and exit of the formation. While the other 8 directions necessitate the aid of the talisman, I shall test my limits, as I strive to perceive as many luminous points as possible. Once I surpass half, the divine patterns on the jade plate undergo a sudden transformation, reconfiguring into 10 colossal ghostly visages. What does this signify? The 10 directions of ghost refining? Each direction is guarded by a ghostly face. Reaching the threshold of perceiving half the points is my utmost limit. Any further would induce excruciating pain in my head, as if it might burst. Hastily, I cease my efforts and gaze at the talisman in my hand, perplexed. Could it be that the true secret of the 10 Directions ghost refining formation lies within the sealed, ghostly visages at each position? Clutching the talisman, I continue to search within the central shrine and soon make another discovery. Beneath a hidden compartment lies a sutra, besides detailing the malevolent arts of the San-In sect. The final page offers a comprehensive introduction to the 10 Directions ghost refining formation. It encompasses the heavens, the earth, the east, the west, the south, the north, the life gate, the death position, the past, and the future, gathering souls to forge the king of hell. I discern that the 10 ghostly faces I observed in the talisman are also significant, each named after the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a person. The 3 souls are named Fetal Light, Clear Spirit, and Ethereal Essence. The 7 souls manifest as a spectral hound, poised to strike, while the shadowy swallow devours the malevolent intruder, purging the noxious filth from the lungs. The day when the 3 souls and 7 spirits return to their rightful places marks the emergence of Yama in this realm, revealing the true terror of the grand array of ghost refinement. This formidable formation requires the convergence of all directions to unleash its full potential. My own will, combined with the runes of my hands, can only summon 7 ghostly visages. To harness the complete power of the array is a daunting task indeed. Upon inspecting the central shrine, I unveiled the final altar, shrouded in dark fabric. Behind it lay a hidden passage, leading underground directly into the earth's veins, while in front of the shrine stood a flag of unknown purpose. Other chambers likely harbor treasures and tomes of arcane knowledge, yet my time is limited, and I cannot afford to search each one meticulously. Dawn approaches, and before the sect's practitioners arrive in Jiang City, I have a critical matter to resolve. I cast aside the black leather case and retrieve the white paper that sealed Master Wang. Chapter 671. The method of unsealing the Yang talisman resides within Master Wang's body, presenting a significant risk that must be addressed. I studied the white paper in my grasp, attempting to infuse it with Yin energy, yet to no avail. The paper appeared ordinary. I could easily tear it asunder, but I could not guarantee Master Wang's safety. To imprison a soul within this paper is indeed an enigmatic method. Truth be told, I have no desire to slay Master Wang. He has been of immense assistance to me, and taking his life now would be an act of ingratitude. Moreover, he possesses the soul of resurrection, retaining memories and wisdom, making him exceptionally unique. He is not counted among the living and can accompany me in the live broadcast, which is crucial. Had it not been for the pressing circumstances, I would never entertain the thought of killing him. However, sparing him would mean exposing my own vulnerabilities. Should he fall into the hands of the sect's practitioners, my secrets would no longer remain hidden. After a moment of contemplation, I took out my phone. The only person who could assist me in making a decision was Lou the Blind. Is the lack of signal in the mountains due to the grand array of ghost refinement? I exited the main hall and glanced at the sky above. It was just past 5 in the morning, and, due to late autumn, the day was still shrouded in darkness. It would likely be at least half an hour before dawn broke. Placing the black leather case beside the shrine, I ventured towards the perimeter of the array, phone in hand. On my way here, I noticed security personnel in the advanced tomb area listening to the radio, suggesting that there might be a signal beyond the pine woods. Climbing the treacherous mountain and traversing the forest concealing the hanged specters, I emerged from the mist just as my phone began to vibrate. A signal? Upon opening it, I found a dozen unread messages in my inbox. Most were from Lung Qing Xian, with a few from Lou the Blind and Tai Ningxiang. It seemed they were all searching for me. I first opened Lou the Blind's message, which contained only a few words, called back immediately. This old priest, with his austere demeanor, rarely used a smartphone, and these few words must have taken him considerable time to compose. I shook my head. Once I left Jiang City, I intended to abandon this phone number. I pressed the call button, and it rang once before being answered. Old Lou, Gao Jian, did you kill those people? Before I could speak, Lou the Blind's voice came through the receiver, strained and filled with a hint of anger, as though he had been deceived and toyed with by a close friend. The deaths of those individuals have no bearing on me whatsoever. You have wronged me this time. Nonsense. How could you presume to know what I was about to say before I even mentioned the identities of the deceased? Their affairs have nothing to do with you, nor would they be seeking you out across the globe. Lou, you are genuinely enraged. I can discern it. Calm yourself for a moment and tell me what the situation is in Jiangxing. Calm. Nonsense. You've already appeared on television. Do you dare to slay even the Daojing of the hidden sects? Have you lost your mind? You've offended a significant portion of the 5 major sects. The Jinshan sect is a formidable presence in central and southern China, and you audaciously annihilated their entire generation of disciples. Truly deranged. Simply insane. Old Lou, you know well my abilities. Even if I exerted my utmost, I could only contend with 1 or 2 disciples from the sects. Let alone the Daojing of the hidden sections I have been framed. The true culprit lies elsewhere. Explaining the entire situation is quite intricate, but to assuage Lou's anger, I could only say this. Someone else. On the other end of the line, Lou paused, seemingly contemplating my words, finding some merit in my argument. Who is the true culprit then? Do you recall Lu Xing? The true perpetrator is the force behind him. It is the fate manipulator. The fate manipulator? Lou's speech gradually slowed. Let us not delve into the true culprit just yet. How did you come by this knowledge? It has only been 3 or 4 hours since I was pursued. Last night, at 3:30, the police locked down the hospital. I was perplexed, preparing to witness the spectacle, only to find them all crowded at my hospital room door, restricting my freedom and interrogating me about my relationship with you, posing numerous absurd questions, such as why my hospital fees were paid using your bank card and how I ended up injured and hospitalized. Eventually, even going to the restroom required the presence of 3 or 4 individuals. I, a simple man, have lived an honest life for half my years. This is the first time I've encountered such absurdity. Please, do not become agitated. How did you dare to call me while under their watch? After they questioned me, they hastily departed, mentioning a significant discovery, leaving only 2 individuals to guard the door. Eavesdropping. No wonder I heard Lou's voice subdued and heavy. Old Lou, listen to me. I am innocent. I cannot divulge the specific circumstances at this moment, but I require your assistance to clear my name and prove my innocence. Lou's demeanor softened somewhat upon my plea. How can I assist you? Let us avoid anything too outrageous. My old bones truly cannot withstand much more. A trivial matter. Have you heard of a dark art that can seal a soul within a piece of white paper, creating a moving paper figure? I hastily inquired. Soul sealing? Lou, well-read as he is, has indeed heard of such sorcery and provided me with a method to counter it. The soul-sealing technique is rare. It typically involves imprisoning homeless wandering souls within puppets or tablets. As for sealing them within paper, this is my first encounter with such a concept, but the general method should be similar. Paper is thin. You merely need to place it in an environment of extreme yin or extreme yang, and it 1 TB long before the seal is broken. Is it truly that simple? The core of the formation in the depths of the earth simultaneously fulfills both extreme yin and extreme yang conditions. According to Lou, One only needs to acquire one of these conditions to break the seal. If I possess both, wouldn't that guarantee success? To seek the ultimate balance of yin and yang is exceedingly challenging. Without an extreme environment, one must rely on painstaking effort to gradually attain it. Old Lu, await my return to Jiangqing. We shall converse then. As I prepared to end the call, I asked, are you even listening to me? You have committed a grave mistake. If you are indeed innocent, I advise you to return and assist them in uncovering the true culprit. Alone, you cannot withstand their might. You can never fathom the extent of the power wielded by those sects, nor the vastness of their networks, nor the multitude of talismans and magical artifacts they possess. Though I do not fully comprehend their formidable strength, I am confident that I am not inferior to them. You must consider this carefully. You are making enemies of all. The world may not be entirely against you, for you are still aiding me, are you not? A sudden silence fell on the other end, followed by a long, deep sigh. My ancestors once proclaimed that those who capture dragons must possess lofty aspirations. The Lu family has been confined to Jiangsheng for generations, and I fear I may be the last of my line. I truly do not know if I am making the right choices. Time will reveal all truths. I cannot offer any promises to Lu the blind. As I ended the call and prepared to venture into the pine forest, my phone vibrated once more. I assumed it was Lu the blind calling again, but upon answering, I sensed something was amiss. The line was eerily quiet, save for the sound of steady breathing. Gao Jian, the girl's condition has stabilized. You need not worry about her. The voice on the other end was reassuring, allowing the tension in my heart to subside. Senior sister, you startled me. I shall not pry into your affairs, but should I capture you, I will not show leniency. There was a peculiar tone in Tai Ningxiang's voice. I could not discern what had transpired with her. Senior sister, are you all right? I'm fine, but take care. Can you tell me what connection you have with this girl? She is merely an innocent bystander caught in the turmoil. See to her well-being. After ending the call, I perused the messages sent by Tai Ningxiang, ultimately deleting them all. By the time I finished, only the messages from Lung Qingxian remained. A casual glance revealed that he bore no malice towards me. Rather, he urged my return to Jiangqing, assuring me of my safety. Lung Qingxian must have believed my words. If he were the sole party involved, I would certainly return to clarify matters with him. Alas, the sect's decisions are not solely his to make. Subsequent messages confirmed my suspicions. Lung Qingxian conveyed that the death of Qinjioga had ignited a chain of events. First, the Xiaozhuang sect emerged, followed by Su Wugui's contact with the Qingqing sect's leader. After observing the fate lanterns, it became evident that, aside from Lung Qingxian and Su Wugui, all other cultivators had their life fires flickering precariously, at risk of extinguishment at any moment. This was a grave situation. The 5 major sects were in an uproar, particularly the Jinshan sect, whose second-generation disciples were dispatched en masse. Should the cultivators in Jiangqing perish, their sects would be irrevocably severed from their roots. To rescue these cultivators, the 5 major sects and their allies mobilized, hastily converging on Jiangqing. Reports indicated that more than 10 confirmed Tianshi cultivators were on their way. In the face of such overwhelming power, Lung Qingxian persistently urged me, asserting that fleeing would be futile, and expressed hope that I would voluntarily return to cooperate with the sect's investigation. Ah, the whims of fate. Upon perusing these messages, I discerned that Lung Qingxian is both unwilling and hesitant to believe that I am the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the sect's cultivators. Although I am not the murderer, their deaths were indeed orchestrated by my design. Among everyone involved, it is Lung Qingxian who evokes a sense of guilt within me, as this Maoshan Yin master continued to consider my well-being until the very end. With my phone stowed away, I returned to the main hall of the Sanyin sect. Following the secret passage behind the shrine to delve into the depths of the earth's veins, as instructed by Lu the Blind. The atmosphere here is saturated with Yin energy, prompting me to release the lustful ghosts, allowing them to rapidly regain their strength. These 3 specters possess great potential. The seductive ghost and the filthy ghost each possess unique abilities, while the lustful ghost exhibits a terrifying combat prowess, making it the most ferocious among all spirits I have encountered. Should they evolve further, their assistance will be invaluable. Chapter 672, 90%. As I ventured deeper into the Earth's veins, the dense Yin energy surged like a tidal wave, invigorating the spirits trailing behind me. Absorb as much as you can. Such opportunities may not present themselves again. I refrained from using ghostly techniques to control them. instead allowing them the liberty to absorb the Yin energy freely. My previous experiences with the Ming ghost have taught me that malevolent spirits can indeed be trustworthy, often proving to be more dependable than the living. Beneath the San Yin sect lies the source of the Henshan Yin veins. Guided by the memories etched in my mind, I traversed the sheer cliffs until I beheld the stone bridge leading to the array's core. Each visit here leaves me in awe of nature's grandeur. If this is indeed the power of the heavens, how can humanity ever hope to surpass it? What immense courage and strength must a fate manipulator possess to oppose the divine? Crossing the stone bridge, I arrived at the altar resembling a scholar's inkstone. The Yin energy transformed into an icy liquid, flowing between the statue of the mountain deity and the black chess pieces, exuding a chilling force that instilled fear. On my last visit, the Yin energy had manifested as a roaring Yin dragon, tumultuous and seemingly yearning to ascend to the skies. This time, however, it was notably subdued, likely due to my simultaneous acceptance by the mountain deity's statue and the black chess pieces. Standing at the edge of the stone platform, beside an unfathomable precipice, I exhaled softly and retrieved the white paper that sealed Wang Shi. Old Lu had mentioned that the ultimate balance of Yin and Yang could break the seal. Although Wang Shi is a being of resurrection, he remains an essence of Yin, thus it would be prudent to stimulate him with Yin energy. With that thought, I placed the white paper into the viscous, ink-like liquid formed from the condensed Yin energy, which emanated a dangerously alluring aura that instinctively urged me to withdraw. I hope that Wang Shi can successfully break free from his confinement. The paper, light as a feather, floated atop the inky liquid, showing no inclination to sink. As the paper gradually became saturated, a remarkable scene unfolded before my eyes. The previously indistinct patterns on the paper grew clearer, revealing even the expressions of the figure depicted within. Wang Shi's silhouette on the paper retained the state of being sealed, exuding an aura of confusion and anxiety. Once the entire sheet was drenched, an even more extraordinary event transpired. The illustration began to animate. I could distinctly see Wang Shi's arm twitch, reminiscent of a patient awakening from a deep stupor. His hands, feet, and torso stirred, his gaze gradually regaining its luster. Eventually, he was seen running within the confines of the paper. Is this sheet truly a world unto itself? In Buddhism, it is said, one leaf, one bodhi, one flower, one world. This profound truth necessitates an elevated state of enlightenment that I have evidently underestimated in Mr. Xi. Reflecting on this, I find myself regretting not having taken drastic measures to eliminate him at all costs. At this moment, Wang Shi, trapped within the paper, appears to be in a state of sheer terror, akin to a person ensnared in a burning room with no escape, helplessly watching the frigid, chilling liquid engulf the pristine white paper and his own being. This situation diverges significantly from the scenario described by Lu, the blind man. I am uncertain of the precise extremity of Yin and Yang he referred to, but I sense that my exertion has manifested a liquid of Yin energy that surpasses conventional limits. Old Lu has never traversed the earth's veins. His thoughts must differ from mine. I ponder the potential consequences for Wang Shi. The inky liquid soon overwhelms the white paper, which begins to crumble and dissolve into the abyss. The paper diminishes, and Wang Shi, confined in the center, resembles a solitary figure aboard a sinking vessel, his initial fear gradually yielding to despair. Should I intervene? The liquid, composed of condensed Yin energy, is far too potent for absorption by any ordinary means. Even as a ghostly cultivator, I hesitate to engage, for if this substance were to invade my body, it could corrupt the innate true qi I have painstakingly cultivated, potentially leading to the obliteration of my meridians and rendering me incapable of further practice. If I choose not to act, Wang Shi is undoubtedly doomed, conveniently burying my secrets and allowing the sun talisman to be obliterated in the process. A voice deep within me incessantly tempts me, as I behold Wang Shi on the verge of being consumed by the inky liquid, leaving me in a state of profound conflict. The paper continues to shrink, and Wang Shi's expression shifts from despair to tranquility. Having weathered numerous storms in life, he has gained clarity in middle age, and his visage now bears a hint of liberation. Perhaps he recalls his first wife or the unfinished manuscript he once aspired to complete. He gradually squats down at the center of the paper, gazing into the distance as if making eye contact with me beyond the white canvas. His gaze is one I find difficult to meet, imbued with a sense of release that stirs a twinge of guilt within me. I retrieve my phone, intending to extract the paper fragment. Upon contact with the liquid surface, nothing seems amiss, yet within mere seconds, my left hand stiffens, becoming numb as if the very sinews of flesh have frozen solid. Is this liquid only effective against the living? My hand trembles, causing my phone and the paper fragment to plunge into the inky depths, albeit slightly misaligned, landing precisely at the center of the yin-yang symbol, where the two forces converge. This is disastrous. Before I can devise a remedy, the delicate paper disintegrates entirely, the seal broken, and the Wang Shi within the artwork is mercilessly torn apart by the extreme forces of yin and yang, his soul dwindling amidst the pain, akin to the tortures of the mortal realm. As the paper shatters, Wang Shi meets my gaze, yet he lacks the strength to communicate, unable even to blink. A flicker of guilt stirs within me, and I prepare to speak, only to realize that the situation is not as I had anticipated. Wang Shi's soul has not been entirely obliterated. Rather, it appears to be undergoing a form of refinement within the extremities of yin and yang. Both the mountain deity's statue and the black chess piece vie for him, seemingly intent on assimilating him into their own essence. Wang Shi, originally the soul of a deceased, found himself in a peculiar predicament, as both the yang talisman of Qingqing and the yin essence coexisted within him, rendering him neither human nor ghost. Confounded and bereft of knowledge, I realized my phone had fallen into the stone platform, leaving me unable to consult Lu Xiezi. Positioned at the very heart of the Shifang Lianguijun, Wang Shi, under the extreme refinement of yin and yang, began to experience a remarkable transformation after enduring the initial turmoil. His soul gradually grew resilient, as if it were evolving. I suppressed my astonishment and observed the unfolding events. Minutes passed, and Wang Shi, at the center of the stone platform, appeared bewildered as the forces of yin and yang restored balance within him. His soul had approached a tangible state. To the naked eye, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being. "Have I attained a corporeal form?" he murmured, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of authenticity, akin to being reborn. His physique had diminished to half its former size, appearing lean and diminutive, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Faced with this unexpected transformation, I found myself at a loss for words. My prepared remarks seemed futile. I resorted to improvisation, congratulating him on his rebirth, emphasizing that through the trials of yin and yang, he had drawn closer to true resurrection. Upon hearing my voice, Wang Shi looked up, his expression momentarily hesitant, as he had just brushed against the brink of death. "You are mistaken. You were never truly alive. Thus, how could you have died?" I carefully crafted my words, attempting to lend sincerity to my deception. To experience a second life, one must endure suffering, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Wang Shi nodded in partial understanding, and as tranquility enveloped him, memories surged within his mind. "Where am I?" he inquired. "At the core of a sect's grand formation in Jiangxing," I replied. Having just escaped from the confines of the white paper, Wang Shi bombarded me with questions, to which I provided evasive yet satisfactory answers. While also explaining our current predicament, I was under siege by the sect, facing a perilous situation, and he was inextricably linked to my fate. If I perished, so would he. After elucidating the stakes, Wang Shi expressed his determination to assist me wholeheartedly, his sincerity palpable, at least on the surface. This old fox, shrouded in depth and cunning, would not be easily deceived. His pretense of normalcy amidst the chaos was the clearest indication of his inscrutable thoughts. Those who participate in the game of true death are never simple beings. I was uncertain if Wang Shi, sealed within the paper, could perceive the external world. However, his demeanor alleviated my concerns, demonstrating his discernment and social acumen. During our exchange, I received encouraging news. The yang talisman within Wang Shi was undergoing refinement through the extreme forces of yin and yang. The divine markings upon it had begun to blur, suggesting that within a few hours, it would be entirely transformed. At that juncture, the talisman would bear no connection to the Taoist of Qingqing, rendering it undetectable, regardless of their celestial capabilities. With the talisman purified, the necessity to eliminate Wang Shi diminished. The only caveat was that he could not step away from the stone platform during the refinement process. Thus, I would need to remain at the Sanyin sect for at least a morning. The sect's cultivators had only just arrived in Jiangxing that very morning, and I could afford to bide my time. Moreover, the Shifang Lianguijun was available for my utilization. Upon contemplating this, I inquired of Master Wang whether, Having undergone the baptism of the dual extremes of yin and yang, he had thus gained the acknowledgement of the mountain god statue and the black chess piece. Master Wang shook his head, leaving me uncertain whether he was intentionally concealing his capabilities or genuinely lacked understanding. Observing his reaction, I proceeded to impart the fundamentals of the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation, while also presenting him with the 10 Directions Talisman to experiment with. To my astonishment, Master Wang's willpower far exceeded that of an ordinary individual, allowing him to barely perceive a mere 20% of the talisman points. With his 20% manipulation combined with my 70%, we could potentially unleash 90% of the formation's might, provided we achieved harmonious cooperation. Only 1% remained. Should we find a substitute for the 3 souls and 7 spirits return, it might indeed be possible to summon a living Yama. Chapter 673, The Doll of Feigned Death. The presence of the Yang talisman within Master Wang, which could be refined, was an unexpected boon for me. Without the constraint of the Yang talisman, there was no longer a necessity to eliminate him. Familiarize yourself with the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation and refine that talisman within you. I will secure sufficient time for you. I instructed him briefly before departing from the stone platform, leaving behind the desires of the ghosts, and returning alone to the main hall of the 3 sect. I am meticulous in my endeavors, aware that 2 items, the Yang talismans and my mobile phone, could expose my location. Now, with my phone submerged in the waters condensed by the Earth's malevolent energy, it would be impossible for the outside world to trace me. Once I dispose of the Yang talismans, I shall have no further concerns. Emerging from the secret passage, I beheld the dawn sky beginning to lighten and inhaled deeply. According to the information revealed by Long Qingxian, the sect's cultivators might have already arrived in Jiangqing. If I could remain here for half a day, I could lead Master Wang into the depths of Hate Mountain, where we would be free as birds in the sky. I opened the black leather case to organize my belongings. Only by fully utilizing every resource could I hope to endure this half-day. The filming equipment occupied a significant portion of the case, leaving only a few talismans and auxiliary tools such as the dragon carving brush for drawing talismans and the Chuguang plate for surveying feng shui, alongside shards of a mirror obtained from the deep dream realm. These items were primarily intended for dealing with malevolent beings, and utilizing them against sect cultivators would be akin to flaunting a sword before Guan Yu, an act of folly. I tucked the talismans into the bottom of the case, fully aware of my current capabilities. After rummaging for some time, I arranged all the items I deemed valuable upon the altar. Within the peachwood box lay remnants of unmelting bones. If I were to open the lid, I wondered if that ancient entity could sense it. Should it come and stir the waters, my chances of slipping away amid the chaos would surely increase. Though the idea was promising, the unpredictability surrounding the unmelting bones made it difficult to control, so I shifted my focus to other items. Behind the peachwood box were several objects that I had exchanged after my 13th live broadcast. From left to right, they included the 9 Realms Breaking Boundary Talisman, the Earth God Talisman, the Ghost Capturing Order, the Qi Absorption Pill, and the Doll of Feigned Death. The sect's cultivators excelled in formations, employing the art of arrangement to overpower foes. This boundary-breaking talisman was precisely capable of dismantling most formations, serving as one of my trump cards. This high-grade talisman had cost me 10 points, yet it was undoubtedly a life-saving treasure in critical moments. The second land deity talisman I exchanged was merely due to its relative affordability compared to other superior talismans. Additionally, at the focal point of the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array stands a mysterious statue of a mountain god. Should this land deity talisman be capable of harnessing even a fraction of the statue's power, it would indeed be a tremendous boon. As for the third item, the Ghost Capturing Order, there is little to elaborate upon. It is but a weathered wooden plaque, reminiscent of something severed from a spirit tablet. One side blank while the other bears a sinister, blood-red character, Capture. Moreover, the Qi Ju Dan is encased within a jade box, exuding a foreboding aura of darkness. Consuming the Qi Ju Dan allows one to enter a state of simulated death for a short duration, yet in my current predicament, it seems somewhat superfluous. Even if I were to ingest the elixir and feign death, my body would inevitably be reclaimed by the sect's cultivators, stripped of all possessions, rendering any subsequent revival utterly futile. Conversely, the faux death doll has prompted much contemplation, leading me to devise a clever ruse akin to a cat-switching prince scheme. This doll, crafted through the nefarious arts of dark sorcery, allows one to plant their hair upon its head. Upon slaying the doll, a false impression of one's own demise is created, thereby misleading divination and calculations. This technique is one favored by dark sorcerers to evade capture. The inexplicable disappearance of Chun's Yoga's phone leaves the sect's cultivators unaware of the existence of the underworld showcase, making it improbable for them to surmise that I could acquire a faux death doll, an artifact typically reserved for dark sorcerers, through the showcase. This disparity in intelligence has granted me a significant advantage, and I have already formulated a preliminary plan for utilizing the doll. Much like a magician performing an escape trick, who enters a confined space before an audience while shackling themselves, I must create a convincing illusion of being trapped in a desperate situation. It is essential that the audience perceives me as having succumbed to death. Only then can I extricate myself from this predicament entirely. I remain uncertain as to whether the Taoists beneath the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital have truly met their demise. Should they, including Su Yan, have all been ensnared, the enmity between myself and the sect would be irreconcilable. Of course, I had prepared for such a scenario when I lured Su Yan and the others to the hospital. Yet the sect's reaction was unexpectedly vehement, leaving me with numerous matters unresolved as I hastily fled Jiangqing. If my plan succeeds, albeit through feigned death, I will relinquish all ties to Jiangqing. Businesses and friendships alike must be temporarily set aside. It is indeed a situation I had not foreseen, being driven to such extremes by the sect. However, abandoning everything is not an end. It is merely a strategic retreat. One day, I shall return, standing proudly beneath the sun, at which point the sect will be nothing more than a jest. As a showcase host endowed with vast resources and secrets, given time, nothing is impossible. As I stepped out of the main hall of the Sanine sect, I beheld the dawn's gentle light. A new day was beginning. The wait was interminable and tedious. I held the 10 Directions talisman and patrolled the 3 sect, traversing the locations where the 10 ghostly visages had been sealed. On the surface, everything appeared entirely unremarkable, mere ordinary chambers. It was only upon closer inspection that I discerned the doors and windows of these rooms were plastered with talismans, their construction meticulously aligned with the principles of feng shui and the flow of yin energy. For the moment, I had no intention of disturbing these dwellings. After familiarizing myself with their locations, I returned to the depths of the earth, seated beside the stone bridge, absorbing the most refined essence of yin energy from the source of the hateful mountains, yin vein. In the span of a mere morning, my mastery of ghostly arts had stabilized, with the 18 yin orifices brimming with the earth's yin essence. At this juncture, should I summon the 5 Directions plague ghosts, the strength of those entities would increase by 30%. Aside from myself, the other spirits within the ghostly circle also experienced enhancements. The Enchantress King, Yu Chun, became even more beguiling, her gaze shimmering with allure, her ethereal form solidifying considerably. The foul ghost, transformed from Tian Tong, had doubled in size, resembling a small mountain, though its countenance remained foolishly vacant, devoid of the ferocity typically associated with malevolent spirits. Among the 3, the one exhibiting the most significant enhancement was the lustful ghost. This entity, marked by its brutality, was the antithesis of the foul ghost. Each time it was unleashed for combat, the aftermath was a scene of dismembered bodies. It reveled in torment and was the strongest of the trio, daring to engage even spirits one level above itself. For instance, during my initial encounter with the ghost mother at Xinhu High School, most spirits either fled or bowed in submission, while this particular one, with blood-red eyes, continuously shrieked at her. Upon entering the earth's veins, I had allowed the 3 ghosts to freely absorb the yin energy. The closer they were to the core, the higher the quality of the energy, and thus the stricter the absorption requirements. I distinctly recall the first time I entered the earth's veins when the lustful ghost could only linger in the passageway, drawing from the dissipating yin energy. Just moments ago, I opened my eyes to find the lustful ghost right behind me, its mouth agape, voraciously consuming the yin essence, its form becoming leaner, fingers elongated, and nails sharp as blades, with ghostly flames flickering in its eyes, embodying various earthly desires. The lustful ghost seemed to have undergone significant enhancement. Yet I pondered how it compared to the life ghost from the past. Reflecting on this, I focused inwardly, contemplating the kidney orifice where the newly born life ghost had yet to awaken. The life ghost, capable of replacing life at the cost of death, was indeed a challenge to resurrect. Rising from my seat, I crossed the stone bridge and observed Master Wang, his eyes tightly shut as he continued refining the Yang talisman. So I refrained from disturbing him. The inscriptions on the Qing Qing talisman had vanished, leaving only the intricate intertwining of divine symbols. It was imperative to eliminate all these remnants to ensure that sect practitioners could not track us through them. Chapter 674. Sealing the mountain. It appeared that there was a deviation from my expectations. It would take additional time. I regarded Master Wang with a deep gaze, uncertain whether he was deliberately stalling or seeking to fully leverage the powers of the mountain god statue and the black chess piece. Regardless, his pace of refinement was considerably slower than I had anticipated. Master Wang was no ordinary individual. Upon reflection, he had participated in the real death game and nearly reached the end, boarding the train to the underworld, ultimately uniting with others for an escape. He became the sole survivor from his carriage to return to life. He always managed to make the most prudent decisions at critical junctures, displaying remarkable decisiveness. However, his character bore a flaw, an extreme self-centeredness. This was evident during his time on the train when pursued by attendants. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of his companions to buy himself time. When one determines their own safety, they may lock the compartment door, thereby severing the escape route for those behind them, while simultaneously enhancing their own chances of evasion. He displays a rational yet cold demeanor in many instances. I have contemplated that Wang Shi may be more suited to be a live-streaming host than I am. In the absence of the ability to turn the tide, he would serve as the finest ally. However, if given even the slightest opportunity to reverse his fortunes, he could very well transform into a reckless gambler. I implore you not to regard your life as a mere wager. My voice is low as I maintain a respectful distance from Wang Shi. I cannot fully trust him, yet I cannot entirely distrust him either. I summon the foul spirit to sit beside the stone bridge, blocking the entrance to ensure Wang Shi remains undisturbed and to prevent any unseemly actions on his part. Holding the 10 Directions talisman, I retracted the lustful and alluring spirits back into the ghost ring before departing from the earth vein. The morning passed in a state of anticipation. Yet the sect's cultivators had not arrived as I had anticipated. Where could the unforeseen circumstance have arisen? The mobile phone can pinpoint location. The Yang talismans should also be detectable. Logically, the sect's cultivators should have reached this place by now. Could it be that they first went to the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital? Upon reflection, this seems plausible. After all, rescuing Su Yin and the others is of utmost importance, which also conveniently avoids a direct confrontation. Once the Yang talismans within Wang Shi have completely refined, I shall don a human skin mask to assume a different identity and depart. With favorable fortune, I might even find passage across the river to the opposite shore. Jinghai City lies beyond the Great River. To seek another live-streaming host, one must go to Jinghai. I am a person of great caution. I do not let my guard down until I am certain of my safety. Holding the 10 Directions talisman, I directed my will into the token, sensing the fluctuations of the light points within. Before long, my expression shifted as I detected an anomaly. The light points within the talisman had dimmed considerably, and an invisible force sought to diminish their potency. Anxious, I immediately ascended the southern mountain of the Three Sect. This location, being the highest, allows a panoramic view of the entire valley. Today's weather is exceptionally clear, with the sun shining brightly. Yet its rays failed to penetrate the thick fog enveloping the Three Sect. Utilizing my discerning eye, I scanned the surroundings and was startled to see a flagpole planted at the foot of the southern mountain. The divine patterns interwoven in vibrant colors starkly contrasted with the dark hues of the Hate Mountain, and I was certain I had never seen such a thing before. Turning my gaze westward toward the temple, I noticed a similar flagpole atop the eastern mountain, a flag imbued with the essence of Tao. The Three Sect would surely not possess such an item, nor would the 10 Directions ghost refining array require an artifact infused with divine light to function. This realization led me to the obvious conclusion. The sect's cultivators had arrived unbeknownst to me. My caution had once again saved my life. Hidden within the mist, I gazed toward the true north of the Three Sect. The layout of the sect's temple aligns with the feng shui of the dragon's grave pit. Between the two great mountains to the north lies a gap that offers a view of the great river, guiding a tributary into the valley, thus revitalizing stagnant waters and creating a situation of a trapped dragon emerging from the depths. Now, as I observe, I see that a sacrificial altar has been placed within the gap between the two mountains. Even more astonishing, a ceremonial platform has been constructed behind the altar, seemingly erected without my knowledge. The 6 Ding and the 6 Jia deities perform rites on the ground to my right and left, respectively. In the detailed exposition of the Miaojin Dao, I have encountered the 6 Ding and 6 Jia altar, which is typically erected only during celestial sacrifices to respond to the myriad laws of the world and to eradicate all evils therein. The act of opening the altar for rituals? My countenance darkened slightly. It is indeed rare for a true celestial master to convene such a gathering, as the world is relatively peaceful. Even when malevolent spirits occasionally stir, they merely cause minor disturbances, hardly warranting the attention of a celestial master. For instance, Su Yan's talismanic commands alone are sufficient to sweep away such nuisances. Yet, astonishingly, these sect practitioners have assembled a grand altar to confront me, an endeavor that exceeds my imagination. What are their intentions? Have they perhaps discerned the presence of the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array? Are they preparing to establish an even grander formation beyond this one? The 5 great sects possess profound heritage, making it plausible that some could recognize the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array. What truly astonishes me, however, is their demeanor. It is crucial to acknowledge that the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array demands the expenditure of 1,777 talismans, meticulously refined through generations of disciples of the Sanyin sect, evolving into its current scale. For these sect practitioners to construct a formation capable of countering the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array is exceedingly challenging, necessitating vast resources and the guidance of multiple celestial masters for its operation. They appear intent on engaging me in a prolonged battle, resolutely determined to capture me. I licked my parched lips, perplexed. Could it be that they have received news of Su Yin and the other disciples' demise? The notion of being culpable for the extermination of an entire generation of sect disciples is terrifying to contemplate. Did Lung Qingxian disclose the matter of the dual-faced Buddha to them? I cannot shake the feeling that this band of ruffians has converged solely to confront me. Are they selecting the softest fruit to pick? Do they plan to capture me before annihilating the dual-faced Buddha? I had severely underestimated the resolve of the sect practitioners in their pursuit of me, believing that by retreating to the Hate Mountain and relying on the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array, I would be safe. Now, I realize how egregiously mistaken I was. Around noon, as the sun reached its zenith, the divine patterns on the 4 Directions command flag shimmered, dispersing the dense fog surrounding them. The mist was confined within a specific perimeter, and only then did I observe that beyond these 4 command flags, numerous smaller flags and talismans were also planted, resembling a golden coiling dragon that enclosed the entire fog-laden area. A mountain closure? I was taken aback by the audacity and strength of the sect practitioners. Previously, I had speculated that they might enter the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array to directly dismantle its formation. Yet, who could have anticipated that these individuals would be so formidable, constructing an even larger and more imposing formation outside the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array, effectively trapping me within? Had I not previously exchanged for a boundary-breaking talisman at the showcase, I would have been utterly defeated by now. Such grand undertakings and majestic ambitions are why they dare to proclaim themselves as the 5 great sects of this era. I underestimated both their determination to capture me and their capabilities. According to Lung Qingxian, the disciples of Xiao Zhuangguan arrived in Jiangxing at dawn. They have likely already visited the Jianghu Cancer Research Hospital, though I am uncertain what they might have discovered there to incite such fervor. Concealed within the thick fog, I observed the golden talismanic dragons encircling the 4 mountains, my gaze gradually calming. I still possess an opportunity. The 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array is merely one of my trump cards, which I can relinquish at any moment. The crux now lies in when Wang Shi will successfully refine the Yang talismans. I must keep Wang Shi firmly in my grasp, if wielded wisely. Future broadcasts will become significantly more effortless. The sunlight pierced through the dense fog, which was forced into the valley, with the pine forest atop the mountain serving as a clear boundary between the two. I held the advantage of terrain, while the sect's cultivators possessed the advantage of time. The outcome remained uncertain. In a direct confrontation, I saw no glimmer of victory, but I was confident in my ability to buy time. As I slowly descended the mountain, I remained vigilant, observing the changes around me. My discerning gaze swept across the northern side of the Taoist temple, where cultivators began to appear, though they did not venture into the fog's embrace. Here I stand. Can you seize me? I returned to the earth's veins, awakening Wang Shi, and we agreed that upon my activation of the talisman, he would immediately channel the forces of yin and yang from the array's center to assist me. With the plan set, I clutched the talisman and made my way towards the northern side of the temple, eager to observe the schemes of these sect cultivators up close. Chapter 675. Is it really him? The temple of the San'in sect was nestled within the dragon's grave pit, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a narrow opening to the north allowing the river to flow into the valley, invigorating the terrain. Among the sect's cultivators, there were indeed formidable figures. They constructed a ritual platform in the north, sealing the sole exit with banners and mystical formations. The ancient art of feng shui emphasizes the movement of wind and water. By blocking the vital flow, they were clearly intent on denying me any chance of escape. This situation seemed precarious. Holding the Shifeng talisman, I cautiously approached the northern mountain. The closer I got, the more uncertain I felt. The crux of this confrontation did not lie with me, but rather with when Wang Shi would be able to refine the Yang talisman. Within the array's core, he could wield the power of the Shifeng ghost refining array at its full strength. Even if I wished to eliminate him, I would have to weigh my options carefully. The refinement of the Yang talisman was progressing slower than I had anticipated, which led to a flicker of doubt regarding Wang Shi. However, it was merely doubt, as he had no reason to betray me. He required time, and I would grant him that time. I ascended the northern mountain, concealing myself among the scattered rocks, using my discerning eye to observe the ritual platform situated at the fracture point through the fog. Approximately half an hour passed before figures began to emerge around the mountain's periphery. They were clad in various attire. Some wore suits, others donned Taoist robes, while some resembled ascetic monks in coarse cloth. Upon raising my gaze, I counted at least 6 or 7 figures at the forefront, engaged in serious conversation, their expressions mostly solemn and furrowed. Could these few individuals truly establish a mountain-ceiling formation within the span of a single morning? As this thought crossed my mind, I noticed more cultivators in light-colored robes further in the distance, numbering around 20. Were these all disciples of the 5 great sects? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the cultivators in lighter robes bore a significantly lower status than the few at the front. They carried various magical tools and banners, some even cradling statues of the 3 pure ones, and collectively lifting an offering table. The cultivators at the back generally possessed low realms. Their gazes were murky, and while their physiques appeared robust, they lacked the lightness characteristic of true practitioners, presenting little cause for concern. I focused my attention on the frontrunners. Their attire varied, but the most striking was a middle-aged Taoist walking along the left edge, clad in a golden threaded robe that exuded opulence. His countenance was dark and foreboding, fingers tightly clenched as if containing a simmering fury ready to erupt at any moment. The attire of this middle-aged Taoist priest closely resembles that of the younger disciples from the Golden Mountain sect. Could he possibly be Dao Zheng, the master of Wei Jianming and his peers? As I observed the demeanor of the middle-aged priest, my suspicion grew stronger. The massacre of all second-generation disciples would undoubtedly provoke my wrath, yet this old Taoist displayed remarkable composure. I dared to jest within the confines of the grand formation, but should I step outside, I feared he would not afford me the opportunity for conversation and would simply apprehend me. Continuing to observe the 7 cultivators ahead, aside from the one who seemed to be Dao Zheng, a few others stood out as particularly noteworthy. Beside the middle-aged priest stood a frail old man, appearing even older than Su Yan. He was clad not in a Taoist robe but in coarse hemp garments, with 2 strings of golden bells hanging from his waist, jingling incessantly as he walked. My attention was drawn to him not merely due to his age, but because each time the bells chimed, I felt a disorienting sensation, as if my soul might escape my body upon closing my eyes. This old man was enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. To the right of the old man stood a Taoist in a blue robe, wielding a celestial measuring rod. An aura of yin energy surrounded him, and I could faintly hear the cries of small ghosts emanating from his sleeves, lending him an eerie presence. A ghost practitioner? A Mao Mountain master, perhaps? I reached this conclusion because a young man followed closely behind him, his head bowed as if he had committed a grave error. Yet, from the corner of his brow, I could barely discern that this young man was indeed Lung Qingxian. Was this his master wielding the celestial measuring rod, including Dao Zheng? It seemed all present were of the same caliber as Su Yan. I was well aware of the strengths of Su Yin and Lu Jingxiu, and this led me to conclude that my chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Standing alongside Lung Qingshuan's master was a Tianshi dressed in a dark green robe, a garment I recognized as identical to Su Yan's, indicating he hailed from Qingqing. The two individuals on the far right, maintaining their distance from the five, piqued my curiosity as neither wore a Taoist robe. One was dressed in a suit, resembling an ordinary office worker. Honestly, his demeanor paled in comparison to the Tianshi, and had it not been for the peculiar circumstances, I might have mistaken him for a salesperson promoting some product. The final figure left me utterly perplexed, to my astonishment. It was an old acquaintance of mine, tall and imposing, his countenance serene. He appeared unaffected by time despite having surpassed 50 years. I had encountered this man on multiple occasions. While I did not know his full name, many addressed him as Elder Chun. What brought him here? The moment I laid eyes on him, I was rendered speechless. This was entirely beyond my expectations. Something was amiss. There must have been some unforeseen upheaval in Jiangqing. Through the thick fog, I gazed at Elder Chun, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow. Before the deep dream broadcast commenced, he had approached me, seeking my assistance to save Yi Bing. It could be said that my eventual decision to enter Yi Bing's dream was partly inspired by him. Why was Elder Chun present here? Which faction did he represent? My mind was awash with questions. Elder Chun, the founder of the Heavenly Gate, a renowned philanthropist, and a retired university professor. Though I was unaware of his field of expertise, his multitude of identities seemed rather excessive. I cannot help but recall the dream of the plush bear, where the true Chun Jiugong appears as a faceless entity. At that moment, my speculation was that he represented an omnipotent deity in Chun Jiugong's heart, thus adopting a formless guise. Upon reflection, I am suddenly struck by the realization that my previous thoughts may have been flawed. The enigma surrounding Chun is indeed profound. During that live broadcast, a notion lingered in the depths of my mind. Could it be that Chun is akin to the dual-faced Buddha? Or perhaps he is affiliated with one side of this dual-faced deity, given the unique destinies that are exceedingly difficult to discern. It is noteworthy that all of the dual-faced Buddha's subordinates possess extraordinary fates. It is hard to fathom where one might find and secretly cultivate individuals with such special destinies, aside from orphanages. Furthermore, my experiences within the deeper realms of dreams present another layer of complexity. The betrayers have forged certain agreements with the dual-faced Buddha, seeking my allegiance. However, they find it challenging to venture forth in dreams, unable to locate me, thus compelling me to seek them out within my own dreamscape. At this juncture, Chen's actions appear exceedingly suspicious. He appeals to my emotions and reasons with me, persistently persuading me to enter the dream realm. In hindsight, this may not have been mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated plan from the outset. I squint my eyes, feeling the string of prayer beads that Chun gifted me now adorning my wrist. These beads harbor merit, capable of subtly altering my fortunes, proving to be quite advantageous for me. It is precarious, for once I depart, I cannot retain these beads. Rousing from my initial shock, I swiftly devise a strategy. I have long suspected that Chun is not an ordinary individual, yet I never anticipated the depths of his influence. In an effort to uncover Chen's identity, I ventured a few dozen meters closer to the edge of the mist, despite the risk of exposure. By regulating my breath, I could barely hear the conversations of several individuals at this distance. The 7 foremost cultivators congregated at the altar, instructing the disciples trailing behind to disperse outward. Forming a perimeter around the grand formation, every few dozen meters, a disciple stood guard, wielding a command flag. If they truly intended to seal the mountain, why expend such resources targeting me? Did I not inform Lung Qingxian that the true culprit was the dual-faced Buddha? Observing Lung Qingxian, who trailed behind the Yinshu of Maoshan with his head bowed and spirit waning, it became evident that he is not one to understand scheming. He has no reason to conceal my words from the sect, suggesting that someone is indeed meddling behind the scenes. This has led the sect's cultivators not to pursue new endeavors, but to concentrate their efforts against me. Raising my brows, I fix my gaze upon Chun amidst the crowd. What capabilities does this old fellow possess that allow him to sway the judgments of the 5 major sects? As I ponder this, a Taoist clad in a brocade robe emerges from the mountains surrounding the Shifeng Liangui formation to the north, exuding an air of scholarly elegance reminiscent of ancient literati. The cultivators surrounding the altar show no surprise at his arrival, as if they had anticipated this development. Among them, a middle-aged Taoist, presumably from the Jinshan sect, greets him with admiration, exclaiming, The marvelous duality of the Miaozhen talisman array is indeed impressive. To construct such a vast formation in merely 2 hours is commendable. Oh, my esteemed friend, you flatter me, the Taoist replies. The terrain here is extraordinary, and Jiangsheng is an ancient city with remnants of an 18-mile feng shui formation. I merely made some subtle modifications to this array to showcase my humble skills. The scholar-like Taoist clad in a splendid robe appeared modest. Yet his speech was imbued with a subtle strength. Had he harnessed the ancient feng shui formations surrounding Jiangsheng? Were these individuals courting death? Concealed within the grand array of the ghost refining formation, I eavesdropped on their conversation through the mist produced by the formation, gradually discerning the identities of several among them. The scholar-like Taoist was none other than Lu Qin's master uncle, adept in both setting and dismantling formations, known as Yi Qingxiu. The middle-aged man in golden robes was Su Yinglong, a practitioner of the Jingshan sect. As for the remaining individuals, my conjectures were largely accurate, save for 2 whose identities remained uncertain. One was a man in a suit who had not uttered a single word, making it impossible to ascertain his identity. The other was Elder Chen, who spoke little but seemed to have connections with the Xiaozhuang temple, as gleaned from the other's discussions. Chapter 676. Qi Ying. Elder Chen's unexpected appearance exceeded my expectations. This enigmatic figure, seemingly a dual-faced Buddha, was far more complex than he appeared. Chen Zhoga was a disciple of Xiaozhuang Temple, and Elder Chen's ties to this temple piqued my suspicion. Xiaozhuang Temple existed beyond the 5 major sects, and even the likes of Lung Qingxian and Lu Xiezi had limited knowledge of them. The origins of this sect were dubious, likely entangled in clandestine dealings with the dual-faced Buddha. Upon realizing this, I withdrew my gaze from Elder Chen and turned my attention to the others. The sun had passed its zenith, and Su Yinglong eagerly urged, "Taoist Qingxiu, you may commence." He cast a fierce gaze through the dense mist, declaring his intent to capture the little thief without fail. The fog generated by the ghost refining formation obscured visibility, should it dissipate. This agitated Taoist would discover that the very little thief he spoke of was in close proximity. Clutching my token, I remained hidden among the rocks, listening intently to their every word. At noon, when the Earth's yang energy was at its peak, balance was vital in feng shui formations. Thus, patience was prudent. Yi Qingxiu exhibited no haste, unlike Su Yin and Mr. Paper, whom I had encountered previously. He was unencumbered by tools such as compasses and instead measured the terrain with his own steps, suggesting he possessed a secretive method of dragon seeking. Exercising caution, I retreated a few steps, yet had not moved far when I heard the voice of Master Lung Qingxian. "Taoist Yinglong, do not be anxious. Gao Jian has already been confirmed to be hiding here. He cannot escape. Taoist Mei, naturally, is not in a hurry. Your precious disciple remains unharmed. Why exert yourself in demon slaying alongside us?" Under normal circumstances, Su Yinglong would not provoke the Yin masters of Maoshan, yet he was now driven to the brink. "What is the meaning of your words?" Lung Qingshuan's master was about to retort when Su Yinglong, undeterred, continued, "The disciples of my Jingshan sect uphold both loyalty and righteousness, unlike certain timid disciples who cower in the face of adversity." His words were a direct slap to the faces of Lung Qingxian and his master. Taoist Mei, unwilling to further engage with Su Yinglong, waved his robe dismissively, while Lung Qingxian, with unspoken grievances, occasionally raised his gaze towards the obscured Sanin sect, his expression betraying inner turmoil. "Why the urgency? We have united to vanquish demons. Internal discord at the mountain's base would only provide amusement for those wicked entities." The one who began to counsel was a frail old man, dressed simply, his gold bells jingling incessantly. The real person Lingbao spoke, and naturally, Su Yinglong complied. Su Yinglong displayed great respect in the presence of this emaciated elder, as if he held a much higher status than him. I took note that titles such as Real Person and Heavenly Master in the realm of cultivation are not casually bestowed. They require both experience and power. This unkempt old Taoist would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle to my escape. The group remained stationary until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Yi Qingxiu of the Miaozhen sect finally halted. Standing under the blazing sun, he resembled the needle of a compass, poised between the thick, malevolent fog on one side and the bright sunlight on the other. The dragon burial pit, chosen by the Sanin sect, was indeed an excellent location. The sect thrived here, and with the momentum of the dragon, It was reasonable to assume that as long as Jiang City existed, they could not be eradicated. Yi Qingqiu's position was quite peculiar. Although he stood in sunlight, his shadow fell within the 10 directions ghost refining array, creating a rather eerie spectacle. Taoist Qingqiu, are you suggesting that Gao Jian has allied with the Sanyin sect's practitioners? Or is the true culprit behind the slaughter of our disciples the Sanyin sect? Not at all, Yi Qingqiu replied with a faint smile. I am merely curious. Curious about what? Su Yinglong inquired, perplexed. If the Sanyin sect cannot be destroyed, then Gao Jian hiding within their sect, with the practitioners not only failing to intervene, but also sheltering him with the Grand Array. Doesn't that sufficiently indicate their connection? The Sanyin sect did not protect Gao Jian, Yi Qingqiu remarked, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes gleaming in tandem with the blazing sun. At present, Gao Jian is the only individual within the Sanyin sect, which he has thoroughly bloodied. What? The group gasped in unison. Even Lung Qingxian appeared taken aback. Impossible. How could he single-handedly annihilate the entire Sanyin sect? Exactly. Moreover, to operate the sect's Grand Array with the strength of one person is utterly unfeasible. Their discussions were rife with disbelief. Yi Qingqiu offered no explanation, but instead removed a black cloth pouch from his waist. I was equally astonished when I first learned of this news. My understanding of feng shui allows me to discern that once the momentum of the dragon is established, it is exceedingly difficult to impede. Gao Jian's actions are far beyond what an ordinary person could conceive. He tossed the pouch before them, and shortly thereafter, it began to move of its own accord. A strange insect crawled out, exuding a pervasive aura of death. While they were observing, Yi Qingqiu gestured toward the mountain, and 2 disciples brought forth a living person. The reason for carrying was that this individual was bereft of hands and feet, resembling a human stick. As soon as he was thrown to the ground, he began to hurl insults at Yi Qingqiu, who remained unfazed. With a mere flick of his hand, he cast a grain of sand upon the insect, and the man instantly fell silent, writhing in agony on the ground. You may inquire about the specifics from this man, Yi Qingqiu said casually, gesturing toward the man resembling a human stick. This individual was disheveled and bore numerous wounds. Who is he? Lung Qingshuan's master approached, feeling a sense of familiarity upon seeing the man on the ground. This man is Qi Ying, the leader of the ghost infant lineage within the Sanyin sect. As Yi Qingqiu's words fell, not only did the sect's practitioners feel a tightening in their chests, but I too felt a sudden pang of anxiety. I never anticipated that the master of the ghost infant lineage, who had escaped, would end up in the hands of the Miaojin Dao. This ghost infant master is aware of my potential as a life-replacing master. Indeed, he appeared familiar several years ago. During the challenge at the Maoshan by the ghost infant lineage of the 3 Yin sect, he was among them. Cold Qingshuan's master approached the ghost infant master, revealing a hint of sympathy in his gaze. Although this individual has committed numerous atrocities and harbors ill intentions, does he truly deserve such cruel punishment? It was not our Miao Zhengguan that transformed him into this state, but rather Gao Jian. The relaxed expression on Yi Qingqiu's face gradually faded. A few days prior, this person had sought out our Miao Zhen's mundane enterprises in a severely injured state. Had I not intervened to heal him, he would have already departed from this realm. On the ground, the ghost infant master glared at Yi Qingqiu, seething with rage, wishing he could devour him alive. Anyone witnessing this scene would discern that Yi Qingqiu was lying. I, hidden at a distance, felt equally astonished. When the ghost infant master left, though he bore injuries and had lost his arm, his legs were still intact. Otherwise, he could not have escaped alone. It was evident that Yi Qingqiu had resorted to torture to extract information from the ghost infant master. Those present were acutely aware of this, but chose not to confront it. Yi Qingqiu seemed to grasp this as well, offering a faint smile while maintaining his previously elegant demeanor. To treat Dao friend Qi Ying, I have expended considerable elixirs. However, Dao friend Qi has been quite uncooperative, refusing to divulge information regarding the 3 Yin sect and Gao Jian. Out of necessity, I employed our sect's secret method of heart-cleansing interrogation to pry open his lips. Upon hearing this, I gazed at the mother bug on the ground and recalled that this creature was indeed one of the products of the heart-cleansing interrogation. As long as it existed, it could manipulate the heart and mind of the afflicted, unless a person of the same bloodline were to be sacrificed to barely ensure survival. May I inquire, Dao friend Yi, what clues you have gleaned from him? The most eager among the crowd was Su Yinglong of the Jinshan sect. consumed by a desire for vengeance against me. Let him speak for himself, Yi Qingqiu said, standing beside the bug, seemingly poised to crush it underfoot. The small insect, trembling with fear, curled into a ball, resembling the current state of the ghost infant lineage's master. Hearing Yi Qingqiu's command, Qi Ying laboriously lifted his head. His eyes filled with resentment, yet under the threat of the bug, he was compelled to comply with Yi Qingqiu's orders. Explaining the protective formation of the 3-yin sect, the 10 directions refining ghost formation. Only then did the gathered sect cultivators realize why Yi Qingqiu could so aptly arrange a corresponding feng shui formation. It was due to the existence of an insider. From Qi Ying's revelations, these sect cultivators learned of my past transgressions against them, including how I had wronged them and infiltrated their sect to enact a bloodbath. These matters were far from honorable, and by the end, Qi Ying's voice grew increasingly faint. Hiding within the Great Formation, I heard what Qi Ying had to say, and I was puzzled that he did not disclose my potential as a life-replacing master. It seemed he was intentionally concealing this. Initially, I could not comprehend Qi Ying's motives until I caught sight of the deep resentment in his eyes, realizing that he likely sought to use me as a means for his own revenge. Once Qi Ying finished, the expressions of several sect cultivators changed. Yet only Yi Qingqiu remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze tranquil. Every word spoken by Qi Ying is the truth, should he utter even a half-truth. The heart-cleansing bug would ensure his demise. However, there is one matter I wish to bring to your attention. He lifted his foot, stepping over the worm, and approached Qi Ying, a smile gracing his features as he scrutinized the other. This individual harbored ulterior motives, though he refrained from speaking recklessly. He concealed certain truths from us. Yi Qingqiu grasped Qi Ying's shoulders and hoisted him up, expressing his desire to enlist the aid of the Taoist friends from the Xiaozhuang Temple. Your esteemed sect, capable of comprehending the Tao in dreams, should possess the means to uncover the secrets hidden within his heart. Ye Taoist, you overpraise me. The dream Tao is not omnipotent. Elder Chen cast a glance at Qi Ying, seemingly reluctant. Release him, and allow me to attempt something. Chapter 677. All things annihilated amidst the thick fog. I found myself intrigued by Elder Chen's methods. The allure of the dream Tao for me was second only to the Tao of fate. Observing it could greatly aid my future self-study. After all, I possessed the dream wing gu, allowing me to traverse between reality and the depths of dreams. Mastering the dream Tao would equate to acquiring the resources of the entire profound dream realm. Yi Qingqiu placed Qi Ying before Elder Chen. The leader of the ghost infant lineage instinctively recoiled upon seeing Elder Chen, attempting to evade, but with his limbs severed, he had no escape. The dream Tao is not as mysterious as you all imagine. It is merely a minor path, Elder Chen stated, his fingers lightly tapping atop the ghost infant leader's head and several important acupoints on his torso. He did not even employ talismanic seals, yet Qi Ying became markedly subdued, his gaze growing increasingly vacant, eyelids heavy until he ultimately closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Please wait a moment. Elder Chen pressed a hand against Qi Ying's forehead, closing his own eyes. After 5 or 6 minutes, during which everyone remained in confusion, Elder Chen opened his eyes once more. This individual is filled with resentment, his will resolute. The dreams are shrouded in darkness, making entry exceedingly difficult. He rose and continued. To delve into his memories within the dream will require a day and night of preparation. With great adversaries looming, I believe capturing Gao Jian is of greater importance. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, Yi Qingqiu laughed heartily. Not to worry. Once Gao Jian is apprehended, I hope you will exert considerable effort, Taoist Chen. The group continued to discuss the plan for capturing me, unaware that Elder Chen's hand had not relinquished its hold on Qi Ying since exploring his dream. Seemingly having made a startling discovery, the participants are often blind to the truth, while bystanders see clearly. Standing at a distance, I observed everything, feeling a deep unease at Elder Chen's contrasting demeanor. He likely had uncovered my potential as a fate manipulator. Yet, for reasons unknown, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Elder Chen was surely entangled with the dual-faced Buddha. His attitude towards the fate manipulator diverged significantly from that of the sect's practitioners. I pondered, unable to decipher Elder Chen's intentions. The noon hour had passed. The sun still hung high in the sky, yet its glare had softened, yielding a gentle warmth. Yi Qingqiu instructed his disciples to rouse Qi Ying and adjust his robe, his expression solemn. The time has come, I must prepare the formation. However, before we proceed, there is one matter I must clarify with everyone. He scanned the faces before him. I have established the all things annihilated formation based on the feng shui of Jiangcheng, utilizing 999 Xian yellow flags for immense power. However, as this is a temporary construct, unforeseen circumstances may arise during its activation. Hence, I require several Taoist friends to assist. Since we have arrived here, we shall certainly lend our strength. The Taoist of the Mei surname continued to fix his gaze upon Qi Ying, whose leg wounds had yet to fully heal, with some areas merely receiving rudimentary bandaging. To an astute observer, it was evident that the true assailants were the disciples of the Miaozhen sect. Before Mei Taoist could grasp my implication, Yi Qingqiu waved his hand dismissively. I had arrived in Jiangcheng a day prior, intending to accompany my junior disciple in vanquishing the ghost mother, but upon my arrival, I stumbled upon a most terrifying revelation. He raised his hand, pointing towards the gap between two towering mountains to the north. Following his finger, one could see the ancient river flowing endlessly alongside the millennium-old city that stood upon its banks. This city was, in fact, the focal point of a grand formation. The focal point? The entire ancient city? Indeed, at first, I too found it hard to believe until I had traversed and measured every inch of the old town, revealing the underlying issue. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yi Qingqiu's eyes as he continued. This city was constructed in harmony with the celestial and terrestrial forces. Subsequently, I examined the maps of the surrounding counties. He produced a hand-drawn map from his sleeve, unfurling it for the others to peruse. If you connect the celestial markers I've indicated, you will discover that Jiangcheng serves as the nexus, enveloping 36 towns and counties, collectively forming an immensely expansive chessboard. His voice rose slightly. The principles of geomancy and topography, from the grandest dragon veins to the minutest homesteads. I have never encountered a feng shui layout constructed with a city as its focal point. This is a masterpiece of heavenly design, unprecedented and unparalleled. A city as the focal point? Could such a vast feng shui layout be intentionally arranged? The master of Lung Qingxian posed a critical question. But why would anyone establish a feng shui formation in Jiangcheng? Typically, geomancy pertains to life and death. Does this place conceal a grave? He ceased further explanation, instead glancing upwards at the sky above. Indeed, your concerns mirror my own, Yi Qingqiu replied, his pace of speech slowing. The Shifang refinement of ghost formation of the San Yin sect serves as the protective array of this sect, originating from the Yin vein of Henshan, perfected over nearly a century by their disciples, rendering it almost flawless. Even with Qi Ying's assistance, it would be arduous to breach it in a short span. Thus, I resorted to utilizing the local feng shui of Jiangcheng, invoking the dragon vein and the river's essence, which granted me the opportunity to engage in battle. However, this course of action carries significant risks. He shifted his tone. Artificially constructing a feng shui layout is often intended to seal away certain malevolent entities. Given the extraordinary nature of Jiangcheng's feng shui, my reckless interference could potentially unleash some calamity. Therefore, I require assistance from several fellow Taoists to safeguard the perimeter. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you will lend your support. Following Yi Qingqiu's declaration, the cultivators present did not respond immediately, and I, shrouded in the distant mist, felt a surge of trepidation. The audacity of Yi Qingqiu was astonishing. To capture me, he dared to manipulate Jiangcheng's feng shui. Instinctively, I took several steps back. Long ago, I had heard from Lu the Blind that his ancestors had suffered dire consequences after disturbing Jiangcheng's feng shui to suppress a dragon, resulting in their family being unable to leave for generations. The present scene bore a striking resemblance to that past. Yi Qingqiu, in his efforts to confront me, had similarly tampered with Jiangcheng's feng shui. Would he, too, encounter misfortune? Compared to these foreign cultivators, I possessed a far more dreadful revelation. Whether it was the necromancer I met during the live broadcast at Henshan Psychiatric Hospital or Lu the Blind, both had, knowingly or unknowingly, hinted at the truth that Jiangcheng was, in fact, a vast grave. As the celestial signs converged and the auspicious energies surged, I found myself beneath the Jiangcheng city, witnessing a figure bound by chains, presumably the master of the great tomb. I quietly retreated, dispelling the tumultuous thoughts in my mind. The foremost priority was to escape Jiangcheng. As Yi Qingqiu spoke, only Chun Lao maintained a placid demeanor, seemingly already aware of the unfolding events. The history of Jiangsheng is profound, its builders lost to the annals of time, and the calamities once suppressed by its geomantic formations may have long since dissipated into the ether. Su Yinglong, a disciple of the Jingshan sect, attempted to ease the tension, acknowledging that the situation was irreversible and that our immediate concern was to capture the petty thief. Thus, I resolved to protect my fellow cultivator, Qingqiu. The master of Lung Qingxian and the Taoist from the Qingchang sect both expressed their agreement, while Su Lao and the man in the suit merely nodded in silence. It was instead the gaunt elder, who often played the peacemaker, who smiled and plucked a leaf, remarking upon Yi Qingqiu's name. Today, I have truly learned from you, old Taoist. With no objections from those present, Yi Qingqiu declared his intent to commence the ritual. His expression grave, he gestured towards the mountainside. And soon a disciple of Miaozhen approached, cradling a bronze basin. He meticulously cleansed his hands within the basin, allowing them to dry under the sun before proceeding to the offering table. There, he lifted a jade brush and, with solemnity, inscribed the edicts of heaven and earth, intoning, "With this stroke, I summon the myriad spirits to conceal themselves." From my vantage point, I could not discern the precise nature of his script, but the incantations echoed in grand segments, spells I had encountered in the exegesis of Miaozhen's teachings, allowing me to surmise his intentions. After inscribing the talismans, Yi Qingqiu placed them upon the offering table and incinerated them, the smoke swirling like ethereal clouds, enveloping the deity's effigy with a pristine aura. To the 3 pure ones above, I now chant in accordance with the 5 mountains and 8 seas. He ignited incense with the talismans and ascended the altar, positioning himself between 2 towering mountains, effectively sealing the sole entrance to the San Yin sect's temple. The celestial sovereign proclaimed, "I now establish the sacred ground of the 10 saints." The first tier of transmutation grants insight into the weights and measures of all things. The second tier reveals the fortunes and misfortunes of the world. The third tier discerns the good and evil of all interactions and their consequences. Once on the altar, Yi Qingqiu appeared transformed, reciting incantations as golden light enveloped him. With each verse, a golden dragon encircling the San Yin sect seemed to awaken, the banners flapping in the wind, their runes glowing with an indescribable pressure. The sinister fog generated by the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array was gradually repelled by the flags, the shroud of mist receding. At last, he was ready to act. I did not return directly to the San Yin sect, but instead retreated slowly with the dissipating fog, maintaining a prudent distance from the sect's practitioners. This ensured I remained undetected while utilizing my discerning eye to monitor their movements. The 4th tier of transmutation allows one to foresee calamities and blessings. As Yi Qingqiu recited the 4th incantation, the pressure emanating from the flags began to multiply, infused with a power not belonging to the flags themselves. Had he begun to harness the geomantic forces of Jiangsheng? In merely 4 lines of incantation, a quarter of the fog had been dispelled, and Yi Qingqiu acted alone. It was becoming increasingly difficult to hold our ground. Where was Wang Shi? How long would he delay? The rate of fog dispersion quickened, and while the sect's practitioners remained still, their sudden movements were astonishing. I had to concede that I had underestimated their capabilities. It could no longer be allowed to continue unchecked. As I fled, I delved my thoughts into the 10 Directions talisman, hoping for a delightful surprise from the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement formation. With my hands deftly manipulating the symbols of life and death within the formation, I raised the talisman high. At the moment Yi Qingqiu uttered the 5th incantation, I activated the formation. In an instant, a thought blossomed across the myriad realms. All beings transform into demons, venerating the spirits. Chapter 678. Illuminating the 10 Directions. The moment I recited the spell, nearly half of the light points within the 10 Directions talisman materialized into pulsating ghost symbols. Simultaneously, a dense aura of malevolence surged forth from the main hall of the San Yin sect, melding into the thick fog that enveloped the entire Taoist temple. Yi Qingqiu's assault faltered. His expression shifted, for the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement formation could only be activated by the 3 leaders of the San Yin sect. Had Qing deceived me? He was unprepared for resistance, grappling with confusion as he recited the incantation to open the heavenly eye, his gaze piercing through the fog like a sword. The eye of judgment I cultivated was inherently linked to the Miaozhen Dao, sharing roots with Yi Qingqiu. At that moment, I sensed something unusual and lifted my head, finding myself face to face with him through the thick mist. "It's you," Yi Qingqiu's voice carried a hint of doubt. He hadn't anticipated that I too had studied the heavenly eye, nor that I had the audacity to stand so close to them. Alone in my control of the formation, I dared not let my focus waver, dedicating most of my attention to the talisman, while observing Yi Qingqiu's demeanor, which seemed dismissive, even if he realized I had secretly learned the Miaojin talisman arts. So what? Our relationship was already one of life and death. I made a gesture across my throat, revealing my unwillingness to yield. The foundation of the 10 Directions annihilation formation laid by Yi Qingqiu was unstable, and its formidable power primarily stemmed from the millennium feng shui of Jiangqing. I merely needed to bide my time. As the tides of fortune shifted, the backlash of Jiangqing's feng shui formation would inevitably affect him. Lu Xiezhi's ancestors could seal the dragon with feng shui techniques far superior to Yi Qingqiu's. Yet the final outcome still led to their descendants remaining in Jiangqing to repay debts. This illustrates that the backlash power is indeed extraordinary. I regarded Yi Qingqiu coldly. Meddling with Jiangqing's feng shui was his gravest error. For now, let him bask in his fleeting glory. I allowed my hands to shimmer, representing the symbols of life and death within the formation, integrating them into my flesh. In that moment, my will sensed that nearly 70% of the light points were within the talisman. I commanded the 10 Directions formation with mastery over 7 positions, disregarding all else to exert my full power. Within the fog-enshrouded Sand-Yin sect temple, a cacophony of wailing spirits erupted. The hanged ghosts at the forest's edge and the specters buried in the surrounding earth emerged, mindlessly launching an assault against the sect's practitioners. Did the flickering fireflies dare to contend with the radiant sun? An elder clad in coarse linen approached the fog, standing at its periphery, murmuring incantations while gently shaking the golden bell at his waist. In an instant, those malevolent souls fled in panic, as if confronted by a true deity. The foolish jesters were no match for a single strike. Su Yinglong of the Jinshan sect, initially poised to intervene, hesitated upon witnessing this scene, retreating his steps. The 10 Directions ghost refinement formation was merely this. No wonder it succumbed to the 36 caves of Maoshan. Su Daoyu, do you imply something? Mei Daoyu cautioned against overthinking. I merely felt it unjust for my disciples. Su Yinglong feigned a sigh, lamenting that they could have survived, had they not been so stubborn and lacking in wisdom. The master of Lung Qingxian furrowed his brow, finding himself inadvertently entangled with Su Yinglong. However, Su's obstinate refusal to let go of the fact that he allowed the culprit to escape was truly exasperating and utterly unreasonable. With a wave of his robe, he seemed to sense that Lung Qingxian would be uncomfortable in this situation and gestured for him to leave. The death of all second-generation disciples had severely clouded Jinshan sect's Daojing's judgment, causing him to lose his rationality. Hidden in the thick fog, I observed everything clearly. Hatred obscured Su Yinglong's vision, and he might become a breakthrough for me. Initially, when the ghost at the fog's edge was casually dispersed by the emaciated old Taoist, I felt a twinge of regret, knowing that I could only barely activate the array, unable to divert my attention to the vengeful spirits. Otherwise, these captive specters under my control would not exhibit such dreadful behavior. This was merely the beginning. The true ace of the 10 Directions ghost refining array lay in summoning the King of Hell. The strange phenomena manifesting now were merely trivial skirmishes. The influx of Yin energy from the Sand-Yin sect's temple was steadily increasing. With the He Mountain sealed, these malevolent energies pooled in the valley like a dark cloud descended upon the earth. As the Yin energy gathered, Yi Qingqiu's expression gradually soured. He sensed an increasing strain. Yet, this array was not without its merits. Standing on the altar, Yi Qingqiu formed hand seals and continued chanting incantations, invoking the profound knowledge of the universe. Devoid of barriers in understanding the myriad of fates, he pointed directly at my location. Having practiced the judgment eye, I could not evade detection even within the fog. As he proceeded, hundreds of command flags rustled ominously, reminiscent of a dragon awakening, opening its colossal maw towards me. The fog's coverage shrank once more, heightening the sense of impending crisis. With the sun high in the sky, radiating vibrant yang energy, these sect practitioners had the advantage of time, and I could not confront them head-on. I maneuvered the array, attempting to contract it while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Noticing my tactical retreat, Yi Qingqiu accelerated his incantation, embodying the 8th rank of transcendence, as if he had become one with the divine light, illuminating all. As his voice resonated, Sunlight spilled onto the altar's periphery, casting him as a celestial being. His eyes, imbued with divine patterns, perceived everything at that moment. It appeared as though Yi Qingqiu had fused with the 10 Directions obliteration array, transforming into a colossal dragon coiling around the Sanyin sect. The golden radiance daunted the gaze, and his voice echoed along the edges of He Mountain, stirring reverberations as if it were the only sound in the universe. Was this the power harnessed from the feng shui of Jiangcheng? I felt as though I were facing not merely a man, but the towering He Mountain, the surging Yangtze River. Such sensations were profoundly peculiar, easily instilling fear and resignation. Fortunately, I had endured the trials of the stage and possessed the potential of a fate-altering master. Whenever fear gripped my heart, a voice would arise within me. If heaven decrees my death, I can still live. What is Yi Qingqiu compared to the heavens? Clenching my teeth, I retreated into the temple, resolutely maintaining the array while hastening toward the main hall's shrine. Prior to the arrival of the sect practitioners, I had made an agreement with Master Wang. Once I activated the array, he would lend me his utmost assistance. Yet, the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array still only exhibited 70% of its power, indicating that Master Wang had not followed my instructions. What was he doing? Entering the main hall and delving into the depths of the earth, the malevolent aura here became even more pronounced. Stepping inside, without the need to cultivate, the pure essence of that dark energy surged into my yin orifices. I dashed towards the heart of the grand formation, where the foul spirit remained motionless beside the stone bridge, seemingly oblivious. The aura of the lustful spirit was gradually undergoing a transformation, reaching a critical juncture, an unexpected delight. I chose to ignore the changes in the lustful spirit and approached the Master Wang directly, urging the foul spirit aside. His body oscillated between the forces of yin and yang. In just a single morning, he had become solid and full of substance. In dim light, one might easily mistake him for a living being. How much longer will it take for you to refine the Yang talisman? I inquired bluntly. Master Wang seemed taken aback by my presence, as if awakening from a dream, gazing at me in confusion. Soon, just give me a little more time. A little more time? I have already granted you an entire morning. How much longer do you intend to dawdle? The 5 great sects have gathered outside, sealing the mountains and locking the forests. We stand on the precipice of calamity. My tone was devoid of warmth, calm and collected, a trait I valued, rarely succumbing to anger. Has it truly been an entire morning? Master Wang appeared astonished, and his expression did not suggest pretense. How much longer do you need? Give me a definitive answer. I was no longer concerned with whether he was feigning. I only sought a response. Soon, it is indeed close, he reassured, gesturing to the Yang talisman embedded in his chest, having replaced the divine pattern that once resided there, taking on a new, ring-like symbol. This is interwoven with my soul and cannot be extracted. I am merely a passive vessel, unable to provide you with a precise timeline. His reasoning was compelling, leaving me without grounds for rebuttal. The sect members have arrived. We must unite our efforts. I held up the talisman in my palm. Upon seeing it, Master Wang suddenly recalled something. I sensed a shift in the formation. The yin energy within the vein has surged. It was you who instigated it. His expression turned grave as he delivered unsettling news. If I utilize this black piece in conjunction with the mountain deity statue while you operate the formation, my refining speed will inevitably slow. Are you negotiating with me? I raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. I am merely stating the facts. We are 2 grasshoppers on the same rope. How could I intentionally harm you? His demeanor offered no indication of deceit, and he had no reason to betray me. If I were to have Master Wang assist me in activating the grand formation, his refining speed would indeed diminish. What should have taken 2 hours might extend until dusk. Could the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation endure such a delay? Before I could reach a decision, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fine crack suddenly appeared in the 10 Directions talisman I held. I looked down to see the crack manifesting at the position representing the north, aligned with the geomantic features surrounding the Sanyin sect's temple. The rift in the formation pointed directly towards the altar of Yi Qingqiu. Not good. Grasping the talisman, I hurriedly ascended, but before I could exit the earth's depths, a voice echoed throughout the valley. The 9 grades of transcendence can illuminate all, spreading light to the 10 directions. The 10 Directions Annihilation Formation, orchestrated by Yi Qingqiu, had reached its final moment. The 9th transformation nearly complete. Just a final turn remained for total obliteration. Time was of the essence. I turned and shouted towards the earth vein, Wang Shi, slow down the refining speed and activate the formation. Chapter 679, Rebirth. I needed Wang Shi to divert his focus and assist in controlling the 10 directions ghost refining formation. I was acutely aware that I was in a precarious position. Without a significant change in the situation, I was likely facing a slow demise. The formation sealed off the Sanyin sect, surrounded by the 5 major sects cultivators. Under the blazing sun, even if someone wore a mask, escaping would not be guaranteed. My options were dwindling, and all I could do was strive to buy time. Deep within the earth vein, Wang Shi responded to my call. The previously dim light within the talisman began to shine brightly, and with my prior activation, a staggering 90% of the talisman's symbols lit up. I emerged from the earth vein, standing just outside the main hall, with only a final 10% remaining. I focused my will into the talisman, desperately urging the luminous points that represented the talismans, hoping they could unleash their power. Yet, despite my relentless efforts, a portion of the light points remained dormant. Overexerting my mental faculties, a piercing headache ensued, yet the situation continued to unfold unfavorably for me. Yi Qingxiu, leveraging the advantageous geomantic energies of Jiang City, made opposing him akin to resisting the essence of the ancient city itself. Within the 10 directions ghost refining formation, the malevolent energy's reach was rapidly diminishing. The outermost flora of the Taoist temple was now exposed to sunlight. The withered trees, which had not seen the sun for decades, emitted sounds resembling a child's wails as their bark cracked, revealing tiny wormholes beneath. Such apocalyptic scenes unfolded incessantly around the Sanyin sect, as the golden light swept away all malevolence, forcing them into retreat. The formations laid by the 5 major sects were fearsome. In contrast, the 10 directions ghost refining formation, capable of only exerting 90% of its power, appeared somewhat diminished. Sunlight pierced through the outer layers of the ghostly entities, most disintegrating into ash. The sheer number of venomous snakes fleeing the mountains was staggering, even causing me, the de facto ruler of the Sanyin sect, to feel a shiver down my spine. These cold-blooded serpents thrived in damp and shadowy places, hence the Sanyin sect resembled a vast serpent's den. Ordinary spirits posed no threat to the sect's cultivators. Yet this frenzied snake swarm provided an unexpected boon. Yi Qingxiu's formation could obliterate numerous vengeful spirits. Yet it had little effect on the venomous snakes dwelling around the Hen Mountain. At this moment, the startled snakes burst forth from their hiding spots, fleeing in a panic. The celestial masters of the major sects frowned at this development, but it was the disciples encircling Hen Mountain who bore the brunt of the situation. These younger disciples, being mere mortals, would perish if bitten by the venomous serpents. The snake swarm surged forward, leaving many disciples unable to evade, resulting in numerous injuries. The snakes surrounding the Sanyin sect were not ordinary. They were bred and nurtured by the disciples of the serpent clan, some possessing lethal venom that could prove fatal with even the slightest scratch. This sudden influx of serpents had caught everyone off guard. Many disciples stationed at the periphery of Hen Mountain fell victim in an instant. However, as they were merely guarding the formation flags and had not participated in the 10 directions annihilation formation, their plight did not significantly impact the formation. The golden light continued to radiate across the 10 directions, unparalleled and unyielding. The venomous snakes pose a grave threat to the lives of these junior disciples, and I shall descend to rescue them. Old Chun, for reasons unknown, fabricated a pretext and prepared to depart. With several fellow Taoists present, there ought to be no concern. I shall accompany you. The lean elder grinned, disregarding Old Chin's consent, and followed him out. Indeed, the Dream Tao places great emphasis on cultivation, which proves less effective against these venomous serpents. Old Chun naturally remarked as they descended the mountain, aiding the injured disciples of the sect. The lean elder jingled the bell in his hand, assisting by causing the lurking venomous snakes and malevolent spirits to retreat at the sound of its chime. Together, they led the injured disciples down the mountain, ultimately deciding, due to the overwhelming number of snakes, to withdraw all sect disciples to prevent casualties. Do they truly believe I can be easily subdued? In the eyes of the several celestial masters, as long as the 10 directions annihilation formation remains unbreached, my escape is implausible, thus rendering it unnecessary for the junior disciples to risk their lives in defense. The 10 directions ghost refining formation, exerting 90% of its power, remains suppressed by Yi Qingxiu's array, its golden light relentlessly devouring the sinister energy, forcing it to retreat step by step, ultimately managing only to barely protect the edges of the Taoist temple. Above, dark clouds gather, the sinister energy accumulating here without a pathway to unleash its force. I am merely a step away from fully controlling the 10 directions ghost refining formation, yet that one step delineates a vast chasm of disparity. I require but one individual to assist me, and with their aid, I could unleash the full potential of the formation. During my inspection of the 3 sect, I encountered those chambers sealed with talismans. On the surface, they resembled ordinary rooms, yet in a sect of ghostly cultivators such as the 3 sect, the seals serve to suppress what lies within, assuring that those chambers house exceedingly terrifying entities. The most critical aspect of the 10 directions ghost refining formation is intrinsically linked to them. I exerted every effort to control more talismans, my head throbbing with pain. Yet I still fell short. You little thief, Gao Jian. You challenge the 5 great sects, slay disciples of the sect, and show utter disregard for the law. Surrender at once. Dao Zheng of the Golden Mountain sect, perceiving my fatigue and the continued suppression of the 10 directions ghost refining formation, attempted to suppress his ire, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Beside him, the Taoist surnamed Mei shook his head at Su Yinglong's words. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Yinglong, and called into the temple, Gao Jian, my disciple once advocated for your innocence, claiming you were not the murderer. However, your ambiguous words are difficult to believe. If you are indeed wronged, I hope you will come forth. We can discuss this. Indeed, we can negotiate. However, in Su Yinglong's mouth, this sentiment twisted into a threat, as if he intended to settle the score, likely seeking to flay my skin and draw out my tendons to quell his deep-seated rage. Negotiate? I find that unnecessary. With a cold laugh, I disregarded the celestial masters, concentrating on channeling the talismans. In truth, my ability to endure this long had surpassed everyone's expectations, including my own. I had initially planned to escape to Hate Mountain by noon once Master Wang refined the Yang talisman, yet now it was already afternoon. Stubbornly obstinate. It seems you will not relent until you reach the Yellow River. Yi Qingqiu stood atop the altar, surveying from an elevated position, and began reciting the final incantation. As the true words were spoken, a tempest arose within 18 miles of the 3 sect temple, the yang energy surging fervently. Even more terrifying is the tumultuous river and the howling mountain winds, which, aided by the feng shui of the river city, have nearly breached the grand protective formation of the 3 sect before its full power could be unleashed. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I felt the immense pressure. The malevolent aura had already been forced into the temple. What should I do? I needed someone to share the burden. Just a fraction more was required. Gritting my teeth, I stood resolutely at the entrance of the main hall, dark clouds looming overhead, urgency mounting, yet no one was there to lend a hand. Looking up, I was met with adversaries at every turn, and even those beside me seemed incredulous. An odd thought struck me. Why? My path seemed perpetually solitary. I recalled the shards of the mirror I had brought from my dreams, a mirror that reflected all people and landscapes, yet could not reveal my own image. The bitterness in my heart surged forth, the might of the sect instilling a sense of powerlessness within me. This emotion resembled a droplet falling into a tranquil lake. The ineffable loneliness and pain buried deep within me slowly surfacing. Yi Qingqiu's incantation was nearing its conclusion. It appeared that all I could do was grit my teeth and endure, awaiting the collapse of the formation. Rationality informed me that the hope of escape was increasingly dim. My thoughts were in disarray, and no one could assist me. Curiously, at that moment, a peculiar sensation emanated from somewhere within my body. It felt as if someone had gently brushed against my back, offering a modicum of comfort at this critical juncture. Surely, this could not be an illusion? All my focus was fixed on the 10 directions talisman, unable to divert my attention, yet I sensed something awakening within me. The innate true energy nourished my organs, and as it coursed through the kidney orifice, I finally detected an anomaly. Kidney orifice? Before I could finish my thought, the black cloth draped over the shrine in the main hall of the 3 sect fell away without warning. When I turned to look, the three-eyed infant corpse that had been centrally positioned on the altar disintegrated into ash, as its remnants drifted past the oil lamp, which I had previously been unable to ignite with mortal flame. A flickering ghostly fire ignited within it. The lamp was lit. Was the fortune of the 3 sect's ghostly infants returning? No, That couldn't be right. A sudden realization struck me. Had the construction of the Maternal and Child Health Center and the plot against Yi Bing been orchestrated to acquire a Shura ghost infant, akin to the dry corpse they had worshipped in the shrine? Now, with the corpse inexplicably turning to ash, did this signify the emergence of a new Shura ghost infant in the world? As this thought arose, an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy surged forth, its source residing within my kidney orifice. Could it be? From within, a piercing wail erupted, as if I had broken some form of confinement. Boundless black hair surged forth, drawing in all the malevolent energy accumulated by the 10 Directions ghost refining formation. Moments later, as the sinister aura began to dissipate, I hastily turned my attention inward to discover my kidney orifice completely empty. It was the life ghost. I suddenly pivoted, and a gaunt boy emerged from my shadow, his long black hair cascading to the ground, radiating an aura of pure malevolence. To my astonishment, the resurrected life ghost bore a tightly shut vertical eye on his forehead, strikingly similar to that of the three-eyed ghost infant. Holding the talisman, I gazed at the spectral figure of the death ghost standing within my shadow, momentarily seized by a sense of confusion. After a prolonged silence, it finally uttered, "You have returned at last." Chapter 680, Reversal? What constitutes a human? What defines a ghost? When I first became a live-streaming host, I approached everything with skepticism and an inherent aversion to those vile entities. Yet, as the broadcasts progressed and I fulfilled numerous commissions, my perspective was subtly transformed. The spirits, lingering in the mortal realm for various reasons, proved to be far from terrifying. Whether it be the death ghost, the ghost mother, or even the celestial figure of Guojunjia, they all harbored a sliver of tenderness deep within, obscured by their grotesque and fearsome exteriors, which instilled dread in others. With my hair cascading behind me, the death ghost appeared to have grown slightly taller compared to before. It stood motionless within my shadow, its expression vacant, akin to a child yet to awaken from slumber. I yearned to place my hand upon its shoulder, but my fingertips merely passed through its dark tresses. The death ghost lifted its head, its pallid skin shimmering with a malevolent aura, and its flowing locks seemed to gently support my hand, as if greeting me in this manner. The familiar sensation in my palm brought me a sense of reassurance. Indeed, the death ghost had returned, just as before. Justice ultimately prevails. You perished for my sake and were reborn through me. Whether by fate or destiny remains uncertain. As the malevolent energy was fully absorbed by the death ghost, its gaze sparkled with a newfound vitality, a phenomenon previously unseen. I attempted to communicate with it. This time, no black embroidered cloth bag containing eyes was necessary. A mere glance sufficed for the death ghost to comprehend my intent. Perhaps having resided within my being for so long, it had now forged a deep connection with my thoughts. Since you have awakened, allow you to command this final talisman. The formation will unleash its full power. A beacon of hope in dire straits, granting me the confidence to confront the sect's practitioners. At this moment, the exterior of the Three-Een sect was enveloped in golden light. The death ghost's absorption of malevolent energy had resulted in the entire perimeter of the 10 Directions ghost refining formation being consumed by this radiant glow. The Taoist temple, which had not basked in sunlight for over a decade, was now exposed to the blaring rays, the banners coalescing into a sea of talismans, carrying the might of Jiangqing's millennial-old geomantic energies. If I failed to take action, the 10 Directions ghost refining formation would be utterly obliterated before Yi Qingqiu could recite the final incantation. There was no time for nostalgia. I raised the talisman, intending to collaborate with the death ghost to activate the formation. The death ghost understood my intention but did not accept the talisman. Instead, it sought to influence the formation in a different manner. The dark hair coiling around the death ghost's frail body erupted with an intensely sinister aura as it advanced step by step toward the altar of the main hall. What are you planning to do? Before I could finish my inquiry, the death ghost seized the oil lamp, a symbol of the ghost infant lineage's fortune. It extended its hand into the ghostly flames, and to my astonishment, the flickering fire ignited within its palm. The death ghost appeared intent on absorbing this flame into its being. However, within the fire, a ghostly infant struggled, resisting its impending assimilation. This spectral infant bore a resemblance to the three-eyed infant corpse from earlier, likely a manifestation of the lingering spiritual resonance from years of reverence paid to the ghost infant lineage. If one had ample time in the ordinary course of life to extinguish the specter, Every fleeting moment now is immensely precious and must not be squandered. The Shura ghost infant is indeed a type of infant spirit. I invoke the Yin-Yang ghost technique, commanding with a resonant voice. Infant spirit, unknown by name. Heed the command of the specter. Those who follow my will shall find fortune, while those who oppose shall meet misfortune. The ghostly flames enveloping the infant specter flickered with reluctance before dissipating, as the specter consumed the ghostly fire resting in my palm. Have you consumed the fortune of the 3 insects ghost infants? The oil lamp in the main hall extinguished once more. Yet a mysterious aura began to emanate from the specter. Though the lamp, symbolizing the sect's fortune, was snuffed out, the 10 directions ghost refining formation did not collapse. Rather, it was infused with a new vitality. As I controlled the talismans, I sensed a change. The once dormant sigils within the formation began to emit a faint glow. To my astonishment, a fresh will soon took residence within the array. Having manipulated the formation for an extended period, my nerves were frayed. And this sudden emergence of will was a much-needed relief. Gradually, 1.5 sigils were governed by this will, while I retained control over 5 sigils, leaving 3.5 entirely in the specter's grasp. The malevolent energy of the Yin Sha surged forth from the depths of the Henshan Yin veins, clashing with the radiant golden light, resulting in a standoff once again. As night fell, the balance of Yin and Yang began to shift favorably for me. The pressure eased as part of the sigils I had controlled was now shared with the specter, allowing my thoughts to flourish. The precarious changes in life and death felt like a thrilling roller coaster, leaving me both fearful and contemplative. The timing of the specter's awakening was fortuitous, and upon its emergence, it ignited the fortune of the 3 insects ghost infants, indicating a perfect fusion between the original specter and the ghost infant. Had it not seamlessly merged with the 3 Yin ghost infant, it could not have so swiftly commanded the 10 directions ghost refining formation, nor could it have consumed the sect's fortune for its own benefit. Tracing back through these threads, the specter originated from the sorcerer in Henshan Psychiatric Hospital, a sinister practitioner with a unique fate closely tied to the dual-faced Buddha. The 3-eyed ghost infant devoured by the specter came from Yi Bing. Upon reflection, Yi Bing was raised by Elder Chun, suggesting a possible connection between Elder Chun and the dual-faced Buddha, which might indirectly imply that Yi Bing is a pawn left by the dual-faced Buddha. Of course, she may remain unaware of this fact. Yi Bing's fate harbors the essence of the mourning guest and the death door. Only such individuals can give rise to the Shura ghost infant. This very fate led Jiang Chun to implant the 3-eyed ghost infant within her. Had I not intervened, the 3-eyed ghost infant, cultivated over several years by the ghost cultivators of the 3 Yin sect, would likely have fallen into the hands of the dual-faced Buddha when the time was ripe. The San Yin sect stands as the sole underground faction in Jiangqing, and the dual-faced Buddha's maneuver is tantamount to seizing the San Yin sect's ghostly infant lineage without a drop of bloodshed. Is this the strategy of the fate usurper? I took a deep breath, acknowledging that the dual-faced Buddha is indeed a formidable adversary. The fusion of the fate and the ghost, along with the 3-eyed ghost infant, effortlessly activated the 10 directions ghost refining array after consuming the San Yin sect's fortune more effortlessly than I could with the aid of talismans. Gradually, it became the central formation among the 3 of us, and under its control, new changes began to unfold. From the sealed chambers emerged suppressed howls, and from these chambers, the sinister energy of the mountain's Yin lineage surged forth, showing signs of a counterattack. The golden light momentarily waned, and the responses of the sect's heavenly masters in the north varied greatly. This crafty thief has hidden yet another hand. Indeed, cunning. Su Yinglong's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. This person harbors deep schemes and speaks with a weight of deceit, rendering his words untrustworthy. In my view, it would be better to eliminate him directly. This individual conceals secrets, and I would not lie about significant matters. I hope fellow Taoist Yi Qingxiu can spare him a path to survival. Cold Qingxuan's master disregarded Su Yinglong and spoke directly to Yi Qingxiu. I too wish to grant him a chance at life, but with the formation operating at this level, I can no longer hold back. Yi Qingxiu gazed into the distance. He had also practiced the judgment eye, observing the myriad changes within the 10 directions ghost refining array, recognizing its capabilities, but it seems this is where it ends. His voice rose sharply as he recited the final incantation. Tenfold transformation, illumination and enlightenment. Devoid of the spectral and the obscure, comprehending the annihilation of heaven and earth, all directions. As he uttered the final word, a tremendous sound erupted from several miles away in the old district of Jiangqing. It resembled a dragon's roar, akin to the sound of a chain snapping. The heavenly masters furrowed their brows, instinctively sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. I, trapped within the grand array, heard the deafening sound as well. The feng shui of Jiangqing has encountered a crisis. These heavenly masters remain unaware of the impending calamity. The thunderous noise is familiar to many old residents of Jiangqing. I recall a conversation with the bus company manager after the live broadcast of Route 14. The rampant destruction of the ancient city by real estate developers had echoed such sounds throughout Jiangqing's underground. It was from that moment that the city began to witness a series of bizarre occurrences. Now, with the resurgence of this sound, it may very well herald a new upheaval. In these tumultuous times, departing Jiangqing might be a prudent choice. I surveyed the encroaching golden light, connecting with the fate and the ghost, preparing for a full-scale effort to unleash the true power of the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array. With hand seals and incantations, I, along with Wang Shi and the Fate Ghost, synchronized our actions, gathering the heavens and the earth, east, west, south, north, life, death, past, future. 10 directions converge, gathering the fetal light, refreshing spirit, ghostly essence, corpse dogs, hidden arrows, avian shadows, devouring thieves, non-poisonous, purging filth, stinking lungs, 10 deities. Each time I invoked a name, a sealed chamber within the Sanyin sect would have its talisman drop, unleashing an astonishing surge of sinister energy that shot towards the heavens. Upon completing the names of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, 10 malevolent energies manifested within the grand array, corresponding to the positions of the human soul's 3 souls and 7 spirits. The swirling malevolence left the sect's celestial master astounded. No one could have anticipated that I still possessed the capacity to retaliate at this very moment. The golden light was suppressed, and for the first time, Yi Qingqiu's countenance changed as he stood upon the ritual platform. The unfolding events had gradually exceeded his expectations. Chapter 681, The Living Yama. What transpired within the 3 Yin sect? The 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation had seemed on the verge of collapse. Why, then, did an unexpected turn of events arise? Yi Qingqiu found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. At this critical moment of presiding over the formation, he could not help but glance back at Jiang Cheng, pondering the source of that previous thunderous sound, which had unsettled his Tao heart and filled him with foreboding. The multitude of unforeseen occurrences had caused this proud and lofty celestial master to waver. Do you require my assistance, fellow Taoists? Su Yinglong, aside from Yi Qingqiu, exhibited the most intense reaction. Harboring resentment towards me, he grew anxious upon seeing the stalemate, exclaiming that it would be better for us to enter the formation together and capture that little thief. His fervor was palpable, yet no one responded to his call. Yi Qingqiu was deep in thought. The master of Ling Qingxian had never been on good terms with him, and that peculiar figure in a suit had remained silent throughout. Only a cultivator from Qingcheng could no longer tolerate the situation, stepping forward to say, "Fellow Taoist Yinglong, do not disrupt our formation. The great array has encircled Gao Jian. He cannot escape. Prolonged vigilance will surely yield results. We must await the opportune moment. What else is there to wait for? That audacious little thief is cunning and resourceful. Who knows what schemes he is concocting in the shadows? I feel an unshakable unease, the origins of which are elusive, and it may ultimately befall him," Su Yinglong retorted, tossing aside his golden silk robe, his voice tinged with anger. "We are here to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. The situation is abundantly clear. I do not comprehend what you are still hesitating over. Do you genuinely believe that the disciple from Maoshan speaks the truth? That the culprit lies elsewhere? Fellow Taoist, Su Yin possesses skills surpassing yours and mine. Gao Jian is merely in his 20s. Can he truly injure Taoist Su Yin solely with ghostly arts?" The Qingqing Taoist shook his head. "I understand that all the life lamps of your second-generation disciples from the Jinshan sect extinguished overnight, and I empathize with your feelings. However, I hope you do not allow your mind to become unsteady. This matter is rife with anomalies. Gao Jian is one of the pivotal figures. The more he reveals himself now, the greater our opportunity to discern his true nature. Spare me your lectures," Su Yinglong snapped, gazing at the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation that stood in defiance of the celestial yang energy, his expression darkening. He was reluctant to enter the formation alone, yet was equally unwilling to prolong the stalemate. What do you propose we do? Do not rush, fellow Taoist, Yi Qingqiu, now composed, spoke from the altar. At this moment, I have regained my usual demeanor. Only through the profound mysteries can we extinguish all in the 10 directions. The term 10 directions encompasses all, including the formation itself. As the mountain winds rustled his Tao robe, Yi Qingqiu's voice resonated with an ethereal quality, yet his words were ruthlessly candid. I wished to capture Gao Jin alive, which is why I have held back. I now admit I underestimated him. He possesses the qualifications to compel me to manifest the final transformation of the Great Array. The final transformation? The obliteration of all in the 10 directions. He cast a faint smile towards the celestial masters, suggesting a mutual destruction. Since the inception of my mountain seal and the array, Gao Jin has had no chance of victory. Gazing ahead, Yi Qingqiu's voice carried a hint of chill. I had once offered him a path to life. Yet he chose the road to demise. This final transformation could not be halted, as it guided the ancient city's dragon veins and the great river's currents. As long as the feng shui of Jiang City remained intact, an unceasing flow of yang energy would surge forth, overwhelming all that lacked life. Hence, I named this formation the annihilation of all directions. His eyes gleamed, evidently utilizing a discerning gaze to clearly perceive the scenes surrounding the main hall of the 3 sect. Prior to setting the formation, I had surveyed the feng shui of this place. Beneath the 3 sect lay the ominous veins of Hate Mountain, where yin and yang were in stark opposition. Ensuring certain death, no celestial being could save him. It seemed that my companion, Yi Qingqiu, had been prepared all along, and I had acted rashly. Upon hearing Yi Qingqiu's words, Su Yinglong finally relaxed his brow. Not long after their conversation, Yi Qingqiu's predictions came to fruition. The yang energy between heaven and earth surged into the valley like boiling water. Yet, an unsettling feeling loomed. Every bit of yang energy that gathered on the side of the 3 sect dimmed the skies over Jiang City. Dark clouds inexplicably gathered in the sky, where moments ago the sun had shone brilliantly. Now it seemed to turn ominous. Yi Qingqiu could see all my movements within the 3 sect, and I was equally aware of his arrangements atop the altar. With a subtle manipulation of the 10 directions talisman, I sensed a delicate connection forming with the 10 directions ghost refining formation. Even though the sect's disciples were 100 meters away and not consciously eavesdropping, I could still grasp a general sense of their words. So, this was the true meaning of the annihilation of all directions. I looked up at the ocean of yang energy and the golden talismans. Sighing inwardly, they had never intended to leave me a path to survival. The feng shui of Jiang City was being disturbed, with each bit of yang energy I consumed. The vulnerabilities of Jiang City's feng shui grew. I knew all too well that the feng shui of Jiang City was not to be trifled with. Yet I had no choice but to deplete the strength of its dragon veins. The hour was still early, and remnants of the sect's disciples lingered nearby. Moreover, the yang talismans within Wang Shi had yet to be refined. I had no avenue for escape and could only withstand the pressure. By a twist of fate, I found myself perpetually entangled with the grand array of Jiang City's feng shui. Some claimed that Jiang City was a vast grave, yet they knew not whom it housed. Should anything be unleashed, I could only hope it would remember my kindness. Communicating with the spirits and fervently urging the 10 directions ghost refining formation. Oppressive howls echoed within the 3 sect. Seals disintegrated into ashes amidst the clash of yin and yang energies. And the chambers sealed by the 3 sect were entirely unbound. It was uncertain which room initiated the turmoil, but without a soul to touch the wooden door. It opened silently, unleashing a tempest of malevolent energy from within. The symbols within the 10 directions talisman began to shift, coalescing into 10 enormous ghostly visages. Simultaneously, 10 formless specters materialized within the 3 sect's observatory. The mere appearance of these entities sent a chill through me. Despite my familiarity with the art of yin and yang, it felt as though a blade was poised at my throat, ready to pierce. What terrifying apparitions! I gasped, recalling the information I had perused in the 3 sect scriptures regarding the 10 directions ghost refining formation. True to its name, the fundamental purpose of this formation was indeed to refine ghosts. The 3 sect, with its long-standing history, had amassed countless vengeful souls and malevolent spirits through the tumult of war and upheaval. Upon acquiring these spectral entities, The most common course of action has been to cast them into the grand array for refinement. For decades, even the successive leaders of the Sanine sect remain oblivious to the sheer number of phantoms absorbed by this formation. The culmination of so many wandering souls has manifested as 10 faceless specters now present in the Taoist temple. Their formidable and terrifying presence sends shivers down one's spine, transcending the typical definitions of ghostly beings. Were it not for the protection of the 10 directions ghost refining array, my instinct would undoubtedly be to flee from them at a distance. These 10 entities, devoid of features yet encapsulated within symbolic faces, prompt the question of how to manipulate them. As I venture to probe into the ghostly visages formed by the symbols, I am immediately inundated by a cacophony of piercing shrieks and wails. Had my resolve not been unwavering, I might have succumbed to the allure of these symbols forever. Gazing at the 10 ghastly faces within the talisman, I feel a surge of dread. The absence of features suggests that these faces indeed belong to the specters. Why then, can I not exert control over them? Upon reflection, I realize that the Sanine sect's texts provide no detailed exposition on the 10 ghosts. This is, after all, a trump card that the sect would never deploy unless faced with existential peril. Such confidential knowledge is likely passed down orally through generations of sect leaders. What am I to do? The yang energy continues to coalesce, and although the skies have darkened slightly, the larger situation remains unchanged. I watch as the 10 faceless entities, standing resolutely within the Sanine sect, extend their hands, seemingly groping for their lost visages. What is the means to control them? These 10 ghosts represent the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the underworld. How might I unite them? The doors of the main hall stand ajar as the 10 faceless entities, replete with a chilling aura, approach. What do you seek from me? The enemy lurks beyond the mountain gate. No matter how I plead, I cannot halt their advance. And gradually, I discern that what draws them closer is the talisman in my grasp. The 10 Directions talisman is the key to commanding the 10 Directions ghost refining array. I cannot simply discard it, leaving me with no choice but to watch as the specters draw nearer. Their forms morph continuously, and upon entering the main hall, the 10 ghosts gradually shift into human silhouettes, their height and build increasingly mirroring my own. My heart races with uncertainty. I sense that these faceless phantoms are rife with malice and resentment. The foremost specter draws near, now within mere meters of me, and I observe with clarity as its previously smooth visage begins to alter, revealing distinct features that, upon closer inspection, bear an uncanny resemblance to my own. They seek to become me. With no time to ponder, the leading ghost stands merely a foot away, its face identical to mine. Intertwined with a tempest of negative emotions, madness, resentment, and hatred, striking terror into my heart, I begin to grasp the significance of the 3 souls and 7 spirits returning to their rightful place, conjuring forth the living Yama. A bittersweet smile crosses my face as I realize that the 3 souls and 7 spirits refer to these 10 formidable, faceless entities refined by the Sanine sect. And the living Yama is likely the orchestrator of the array. With a mortal body, they merge with the 10 souls of the 10 Directions refining array, enduring relentless calamities and enmities day and night, commanding the spectral beings of the earthly realm as the living Yama. This is truly a mutual destruction. No wonder the scriptures of the 3 sect lack detailed records. I sighed for a long while before regaining my composure. There was no escaping the inevitable. Without taking this final step, the formation would shatter, leading to a catastrophic demise. Perhaps, after fusion, there might still remain a glimmer of hope. Just as I had mustered the resolve to step forward, strands of black hair surged forth from the shadow behind me. Chapter 682. United forces of the sect. The hair of the Bingori obstructed my path, flowing like water through my body and standing resolutely before me. Before I could utter a word, it had already moved towards the faceless specter. The black hair danced, each step taken with unwavering determination. Come back. I reached out, wishing to hinder its advance, driven by an innate reluctance to let it endure this suffering. It had already borne enough pain. My fingers brushed against the icy, dark strands, yet I could not grasp them. As I lifted my gaze, I watched helplessly as the Mingori collided with the first faceless entity. It was as if boiling oil had been poured into scalding water, a piercing shriek resonating throughout the main hall of the 3 sect. The black hair spread like an unstoppable tide, coiling around the Bingei, resembling ancient vines that fiercely constricted against the stone altar. Chains of malevolent energy entwined around the Bingorit's frail shoulders, causing them to tremble gently. I yearned to approach and alleviate even a fraction of its agony, but before I could draw near, a strand of black hair gently pushed me aside. Although the black hair nearly obliterated the main hall, it exhibited an inexplicable tenderness and reliance upon me. After a few moments, the Bingri ceased trembling, turning to gaze at me. Its eyes, pure and innocent, evoked memories of our first encounter at the Hate Mountain Mental Institution. Back then, it had cowered in the depths of its dark pupils, lonely, tormented, and utterly devoid of security, reminiscent of my own feelings when I first began to stream. Perhaps it was that shared resonance that led me to choose to keep it and to place my trust in it for the first time. Cautious individuals tend to be suspicious, yet with the Bingori, I unconditionally chose to believe, though I cannot pinpoint when this began. Perhaps it was when it sacrificed itself for me, or when it guided me through the mirror maze at the Century Amusement Park. It could even have been during our very first meeting. The same gaze had never wavered. Endless karmic burdens and resentments scorched the Bingorit's form as it looked up at me, unaware that its visage was continuously morphing. Faces not belonging to it emerged, expressing terror, anguish, and fury. Yet, regardless of their struggles, they were swiftly subdued by the Bingori. We exchanged glances, one human and one specter, ensnared in identical predicaments, relying solely upon each other. Soon, the expressions of others faded from its face. It tilted its head towards me, seemingly more astute, laboriously crafting a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. After merging with the three-eyed ghost infant and absorbing the fortunes of the Three-Een sect, while resisting countless ghostly karmic obstacles, the Bingorit's intellect had significantly enhanced. Once merely a mechanical entity that understood only obedience, it now possessed a semblance of emotion, transcending simple dependence and compliance. It had begun to comprehend how to articulate its thoughts. Upon the complete refinement of the first faceless ghost, a complex visage, akin to a brand, emerged upon its gaunt form, intricately etched upon its pallid skin. I could sense that from the very moment the ghostly visage was imprinted, the aura emanating from the spirit of fate grew increasingly formidable and malevolent. With a retraction of its smile, it turned and strode forth from the grand hall. The remaining 9 faceless ghosts stood at the entrance, yet the spirit of fate regarded them as inconsequential, proceeding without pause. With each few steps taken, a faceless ghost would merge with the spirit, their fiery essence surging skyward, as if to cleave the heavens above with a blade-like ferocity. The hall echoed with the anguished cries and wails of lost souls, and the spirit of fate seemed to tread upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Each ghostly visage was imprinted upon its form, and no amount of suffering could impede its relentless advance. Upon the complete consumption of the last faceless ghost, the imprints on the spirit of fate underwent a new transformation, intertwining and ultimately evolving into a totemic tapestry. A closer inspection revealed a ripple reminiscent of the yellow springs within the artwork. Straining to listen, one could discern the roars of myriad spirits, as if returning to an ancient battlefield. As the final stroke of the tapestry was completed, the spirit of fate became the very heart of the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Array, with a continuous influx of energy surging into its being, its dark hair unfurling endlessly like serpents. Upon exiting the main hall, all vitality vanished in the wake of the spirit of fate, which coldly observed the northern sect of the Three-Een clan, its black hair beckoning the command flag from the 3rd shrine into its grasp. Without the invocation of spells or incantations, it merely waved the flag, and from the swirling energy emerged a legion of spectral soldiers. I stood in the hall, utterly transfixed by this maneuver, recalling how the Serpent Master had employed a similar tactic to besiege me, forcing my hand to utilize the Yellow Springs decree to escape calamity. The Serpent Master had labored for an extended period, chanting and preparing to summon but a single battalion of spectral soldiers. Now, the spirit of fate simply waved the command flag, revealing countless ghostly forms amidst the thick fog. Truly remarkable. The changes within the Three-Een clan were evident to all its practitioners, aside from the master of Lung Qingxian and the man in a suit. The expressions of the remaining few grew increasingly grim, particularly that of Su Yinglong, who trembled with fury as he clutched his Taoist robe. Following the spirit of fate's consumption of the 10 faceless ghosts, the 10 Directions talisman also underwent transformations, with all its symbols scattering and ultimately reassembling into the likeness of the spirit of fate. It seemed like an entirely new world within the talisman, with the spirit of fate reigning supreme over the realms. I had never anticipated that the spirit of fate, once feared by even humans, would grow to such an extent. The ironclad law of spectral soldiers borrowing the path of the living was now in effect, as the spirit of fate commanded the spectral soldiers to advance northward. Its intentions were unmistakable. Yi Qingqiu's altar was erected in the north, blocking the source of living water. Breaching the northern altar would open the situation wide. The spectral soldiers could not venture beyond the 10 directions ghost refinement array, yet under the spirit of fate's urging, the scope of the array expanded. An overwhelming tide of Yin energy spreading outward with ferocity. Yi Qingqiu's 10 directions annihilation array, leveraging the feng shui of Jiang City, grew stronger against adversity, constantly siphoning the yang energy from Jiang City to combat the encroaching darkness. Over time, the skies above Jiang City became shrouded in ominous clouds. This bodes ill. In the midst of an ominous gathering of dark clouds, which had swiftly eclipsed the previously clear skies over Jiangqing, only the master of Long Qingxian remained vigilant. Clutching his talismans, he sensed that an ill omen was upon them, for the very feng shui of the city had shifted, potentially endangering its inhabitants. Worry less about others. Focus on your own well-being, he warned, advising caution against the malevolent spirits that could ensnare one's soul if one were not careful. Without turning his head, Su Yinglong abruptly interrupted the words of the Taoist from the Mei clan. The calamity befalling Jiangqing is rooted in the existence of the demon Gao Jian. Until he is vanquished, peace will remain elusive. It was Yi Qingqiu who had orchestrated the arrangement of the city's feng shui. Yet now he sought to shift the blame onto Su. His once gallant demeanor had faded, replaced by a somber expression. Gao Jian was the source of all misfortune. Eliminate him, and all calamities would cease. Unbeknownst to him, Yi was oblivious to the true terror of the city's feng shui, uttering self-deceiving words in a futile attempt to absolve himself. On the altar, Yi Qingqiu did not cease his actions. Rather, he withdrew several talismans from his robe, infusing them into the formation, hastening the extraction of yang energy at an alarming rate. With no other recourse, the time had come to eradicate Gao Jian, the arch-villain. Stepping forward, Su Yinglong, the Taoist from the Jinshan sect, gazed intently at the expanding 10 directions ghost refining formation, where spectral soldiers flickered in and out of sight. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he beckoned a junior disciple from the mountains. Soon, a young acolyte, merely 11 or 12 years of age and clad in a gold-threaded robe, arrived, cradling an ancient sword. What brings you, Su Yinglong? With the Sanhuang sword bestowed by the Jinshan sect, came a voice from the northern mountains, as the aged Ma Yi and Elder Chun descended the slope. The Sanhuang represents the pinnacle of humanity's virtues. Though our Jinshan sect may lack the foundation of the 5 great sects, we comprehend the weight of righteousness. Today, as evil flourishes, if none shall act, then let it be I who slays the demons. A hint of fierce determination laced his voice as he stood firmly, sword in hand. The swords wielded by the Jinshan sect were no mere ornamentation. They diverged significantly from other reclusive sections. In the days of yore, when foreign foes besieged Huaxia, the sect's leader had led his disciples down the mountains to defend the nation. The disciples of this sect were masters of martial arts, their spirits as fiery as their tempers. However, that was a tale from years past. The long era of peace had dulled their legacy, and the current practitioners of the Jinshan sect lacked the once cherished qualities of valor. With his sword drawn, Su Yinglong wore a grave expression, embodying the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. By my essence, I unite with the essence of the universe. For instance, myriad waters coalesce into one. By my spirit, I merge with the spirits of all beings, akin to countless fires becoming one. By my soul, akin to gold, I can amalgamate diverse metals into a singular form. As the sword sheath fell, revealing the chilling blade, Su Yinglong charged toward the 10 directions ghost refining formation. In the depths of stillness, the essence transformed into energy, the energy into spirit, and with the sword in hand, fate was forged by his will. From within the 3 Yin sect's temple, I too witnessed this unfolding scene. It was undeniable that Su Yinglong's ascendancy to the position of Taoist of the Jinshan sect was well-earned, as he possessed considerable strength. The formation's expansion was directed primarily towards the north, where Su Yinglong stood guard before the altar, ready to slay any spectral soldier that dared to cross the boundary. As the formation's expansion slowed, the other celestial masters, observing Su Yinglong's fervent efforts, could no longer remain idle, each demonstrating their unique abilities. Taoist Yinglong, I shall aid you, called out a Taoist from the Qingqing sect, stepping forth to join Su Yinglong in confronting the spectral soldiers. Though Ling Qingshuan's master was reluctant to intervene, he could not afford to be too conspicuous at this moment. With a deep sigh, he cast protective talismans for Su Yinglong and the Qingqing Taoist, invoking the power of the great supreme star to dispel malevolence and safeguard their lives. May wisdom prevail, and may the spirit remain tranquil, ensuring the eternal preservation of the three souls and the integrity of the spirit. The old Taoist had not witnessed such an intriguing spectacle in a long time. Let us unite our efforts to subdue this individual. The old man from the Ma-Yi sect let out a hearty laugh and retrieved a golden bell from his waist, preparing to take action. Chapter 683. The song. The disciples of the sect displayed their extraordinary abilities, causing the expansion of the ghost refining array to slow. Malevolent energy surged, and the spectral soldiers clashed, yet they were thwarted by several celestial masters. Each of these masters held considerable influence. Merely summoning one could quell an entire region, let alone their combined efforts. The golden bell chimed, emitting a soul-capturing resonance as the old man approached Su Yinglong, muttering incantations under his breath. As he gazed skyward, he invoked the presence of his revered master, summoning the figures of the Qingyi monk, the Qi elder, the Huangyi Taoist, and the three masters of myriad arts. Should the malevolent sorcerer attempt to disrupt the incantation, his left hand would falter and his right hand would tremble. He would chant spells while spewing blood, invoking the wrath of the three souls and the seven spirits, imprisoning them in a bottomless abyss to hasten their demise. I beseech the Southern Dipper and the Northern Dipper to heed my call, as I serve the great Supreme Lord, urgently and in accordance with the law. The incantation he recited resonated with a unique melody, distinct from those of the Qingcheng, Jinshan, and Miaozhen sects, simple yet evocative, reminiscent of an old farmer humming a tune while toiling in the fields. Yet, this seemingly crude melody posed significant challenges for me. Initially, I dismissed his voice, believing myself secure within the ghost refining array, shielded by the life spirits and countless spectral soldiers, convinced that no harm could befall me. However, it was not long before I paid dearly for my complacency. The old man's song, transcending distance, pierced the array, rendering even the malevolent aura powerless against it. This song bore no effect on the spectral soldiers or life spirits, targeting only me, the living. As the melody ceased, I sensed something amiss. My thoughts felt as though pricked by needles, and the deafening roar in my ears rendered me incapable of focus. My vision began to blur, and soon, an agonizing pain erupted in my pupils. Just as the peculiar tune had foretold, tears streamed from my left eye while my right eye grew dim. Upon touching it, I discovered that blood was seeping from my right eye. In shock, I shook my head. Since mastering the art of discerning the eye, this was the first time my vision had been injured. With one hand clutching my eye, I attempted to speak, but my throat felt as if it had swallowed flames, leaving it scorched and my vocal cords in agony. What manner of sorcery is this? I was astonished, taking a faltering step forward, my legs weakening as I nearly collapsed. Supporting myself against the offering table, I found myself too weak to even grasp the talisman. He was meddling with my will. This song could directly affect the caster. I was uncertain how the old man from the Ma-Yi sect was performing this magic. Gritting my teeth, a singular thought consumed my mind. The ghost refining array required my intent to sustain it. I alone held dominion over 50% of the talisman points. If I were to fall, everything would be lost. Unbeknownst to me, my lip had been bitten and was now bleeding. I paid no heed to wipe it away, focusing instead on the offering table as I gripped its edge, forcing myself to stand upright. A drop of blood trickled from my eye socket down my cheek, and my expression was one of sheer ferocity. I had to endure. I must endure. Weakened in body, my skin inexplicably adorned with crimson rashes, I felt as if I were being scorched by an unrelenting fire, caught in a torment of both itch and pain, urging me to claw at my own arm. Yet, in the midst of such extremity, my resolve remained unyielded, sustaining half of the sigils within the grand array of ghostly refinement. My will, akin to a steel blade cleaving through enemies on the battlefield, shone with boundless brilliance as long as the banner remained aloft. Once I endure this tribulation, I shall ensure that you all pay with your lives. My garments soaked in blood, I had long since grown accustomed to injury. The vitality emanating from my kidney and liver continuously replenished my depleting blood essence. Outside the array, the old sage clad in coarse linen possessed a similar power akin to the heavenly eye, observing all that transpired within the main hall of the Three sect. Can he still stand? This young man's will is truly formidable. In my lifetime, I have never encountered anyone capable of withstanding my evil-slaying and heart-confounding incantation. The old sage, seasoned and wise, had reached a state of tranquility, yet this time, he found himself somewhat moved. Alas, if only our paths had crossed sooner. How cruelly fate plays its hand. All efforts shall bear fruit. My ability to withstand the old sage's spell is owed to the trials endured in the underworld showcase, where my will was honed to a diamond-like resilience. The crucible of life and death has inadvertently transformed me, enabling me to see the depths of my own heart and solidifying my convictions. No matter how arduous the journey, I must press forward, for it is only in the moment of surrender that one truly loses. In the grand hall, I gritted my teeth, my will instigating the sigils to quiver gently as the ghostly manifestation of Yama soon detected the anomaly. It turned to behold my bloodied mouth and eyes, letting out a piercing wail as my hair erupted skyward, recklessly expanding the array and commanding the spectral soldiers to launch a full-scale assault against the old sage. The wailing spirits surged forth, the array thrumming with waves of sinister energy. The old sage and Su Yinglong, positioned at the forefront, were rendered speechless, taken aback by the array's newfound potency. This is disastrous. That spirit is targeting me. The old sage shrieked, decisively retreating as the array expanded too rapidly, almost enveloping the altar in an instant. Quick, stop them. In a desperate bid, Cold Qingxuan's master joined forces with the Qingxing Taoist, while only Elder Chun and the suited man remained passive observers, whether waiting for an opportune moment or simply choosing not to intervene. This impudent brat does not regard me at all. The old sage, disheveled and in disarray, exuded an increasingly potent aura. He abandoned Su Yinglong, hastening to the edge of the offering table, lighting an incense stick before a certain deity, bowing thrice with utmost reverence. Then, with one hand pointing towards the heavens and the other towards the idol, he intoned, "Transform my form, change my essence. Let my master metamorphose me into the true ancestor of Zhenwu. With my hair disheveled, I shall sit in the hall, and the formidable demons and spirits of the mortal realm shall wail at my presence, while the little ghosts shed tears, and the malevolent beings quail in fear, turning to dust at the sight of me. Where shall the first soul reside within the azure clouds, and the second be concealed in the 9 heavens? Only the third soul has no refuge, seeking shelter in the cave of the old lord. I transform, I change, my being ascends to the clouds. I beseech the southern dipper's 6 stars and the northern dipper's 7 stars. I serve the supreme old lord, swiftly as commanded." The tone remained peculiar, yet it was imbued with a unique power. This old sage, despite his unorthodox skills, proved to be exceedingly challenging to confront. As the incantation concluded, the incense stick he had lit slowly ignited amidst the clash of malevolent energy. When the smoke enveloped the deity's statue, the old man in the linen garments stood motionless, resembling a statue himself, while the idol on the offering table began to transform. A hint of spiritual essence emerged from the clay figure, and for reasons unknown, the spectral soldiers seemed to harbor an extraordinary fear of the statue, daring not to approach within 10 meters of it. From my position in the grand hall of the Three sect, I observed with my remaining eye as the 3 souls of the old man appeared to merge with the statue, instilling a divine authority that intimidated the phantoms. Without the old man's control, the agony within my body subsided significantly, my mind cleared, and the red rashes on my skin faded, though I still felt a lingering weakness. Indeed, the sect's celestial masters were formidable. Even a seemingly random old man nearly cost me my life. Maintaining my composure, I remained astonishingly calm, aware that Chun Lao and the suited stranger had yet to make a move. Their abilities, capable of standing alongside the sect's celestial masters, were surely not to be underestimated. I needed to tread carefully and avoid repeating my previous mistakes. Just moments ago, my carelessness had nearly led me into the old man's trap. Experience is the best teacher. As I steeled myself, attentively observing the situation outside the formation, I noted the spectral soldier's hesitance. At that moment, the incarnation of Yama, the Soul Reaper, revealed a wholly different aspect of itself. roaring like a tyrant and compelling the spectral soldiers to charge forth. The 10-directional ghost-refining formation expanded once more, and Su Yinglong, unable to retreat, found himself besieged by the multitude of spectral soldiers, the three sovereigns' sword unable to shield him entirely. "Save me!" The spectral soldiers surged forth, tearing at Su Yinglong's 3 souls and 7 spirits, causing him to abandon all pretense and cry out for assistance. Observing my fellow cultivators in distress, the Qingqing Taoist and the Mei surnamed Taoist both sought to intervene. However, one excelled in nurturing spirits while the other was adept at cultivating righteous energy, leaving them ill-equipped for soul retrieval. "Help me!" Su Yinglong's voice began to alter, infused with a stranger's timbre, indicating that a spectral entity had infiltrated his body, seeking to usurp it. For the spectral souls, the flesh of the living was akin to a vessel traversing the river of forgetfulness, a bridge to the realm of the living, and they would naturally vie for it. I too felt a surge of anxiety. If I could extract Su Yinglong's soul, using him as leverage, I might gain more time. "Fear not, fellow cultivator. I shall assist you." Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the voice seemed to emanate from the statue on the offering table. Wiping the blood from the corner of my eye, I employed my discerning vision. The old man in the linen garments had his eyes tightly shut, rapidly reciting the incantation: "Golden bells, azure skies, purple clouds part, the 2 immortals, Zhu and Li, come to escort the souls back. 3 souls return to the body, 7 spirits return to defend the self. The Green Emperor guards the soul. The White Emperor serves the spirit. The Red Emperor nurtures the energy. The Black Emperor communes with blood. The Yellow Emperor governs all. All deities and spirits, living souls, hasten here. Departed souls, swiftly depart." I summoned the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper and the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. I beseeched the Supreme Laozi, urgent as the law commands. Once the incantation was complete, the spectral soldiers surrounding the statue fled in haste, and Su Yinglong's soul, on the verge of being extracted from his body, returned to its flesh. "This old Taoist is thwarting my efforts." I furrowed my brow. The Soul Reaper and I were in sync without the need for communication, and we simultaneously urged the formation, causing more spectral soldiers to emerge from the mist, charging recklessly at the altar. With their assault, the statue on the offering table began to crack, and as the incense before it burned out, the clay idol exploded. At the same time, the old man in the linen garments, with his eyes still shut, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He took a considerable moment before finally opening his eyes, his face as pale as gold paper, gasping for breath. Su Yinglong, whom he had rescued, quickly adjusted the Taoist crown on his head and rushed over, saying, "Thank you, brother." The old man in the coarse robe spoke in a fragmented manner, waving his hand while coughing up blood, appearing quite disheveled. "It's merely a minor injury. Thank you for your timely rescue," Su Yinglong replied, gripping the Sanwang sword, his face etched with guilt and resentment. "It is all due to that treacherous Gao Jian, who pretends to be harmless while plotting against us." "Skill may not be sufficient to explain our plight," the old man remarked, picking up the golden bell that had fallen in the mud and reattaching it to his waist. "We have underestimated Gao Jian. He possesses an uncanny malevolence." After catching his breath, the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. "I advise you all to hold nothing back. This individual is far from ordinary. Be cautious, lest you find yourselves caught unawares." The master of Lung Qingxian approached to support the old man. "What do you mean by that, brother?" The elder pondered for a moment. "Since we sealed the mountain, nothing has gone smoothly. Logically, with the heavens on our side, success should have come easily. Yet we have consistently found ourselves at a disadvantage. This is undeniable. It is our own underestimation. This person excels at concealing his true capabilities, with a profoundly intricate mind." On the altar, Yi Qingqiu was frantically manipulating the array of the 10 directions annihilation, casting talismans one after another. "It is not merely his skill in concealment. I sense something is amiss." The old man chuckled bitterly. The array was just established, its foundation unstable and thus easily disrupted. Gao Jian, who can command the 10 directions and the ghostly array, must surely be aware of these vulnerabilities. The commotion caused by your array was significant. Had he summoned the ghostly soldiers at that moment, your 10 directions annihilation would have been impossible to complete. Are you suggesting he is toying with us? Intentionally engaging us in a direct confrontation to determine the victor? Su Yinglong, perhaps still recovering from his recent ordeal, struggled to grasp the situation. If he could flee, why did he not? Could he possibly intend to turn the tables and eliminate us all? Such audacity. You misunderstand my intent. The elder shook his head. He is evidently stalling for time, slowly reinforcing his array to create an illusion of balance. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yi Qingqiu grew displeased, his pride flaring. Old sir, do not bolster others' ambitions while undermining your own. As the array's master, I can distinctly sense that he is merely a spent force, teetering on the brink of collapse. This is no act. Whether it is an act or not has become irrelevant. What matters is understanding his motives for lingering here and the purpose behind his delay. The elder sighed. He did not flee when he could. Perhaps he is indifferent to our array. Be wary. This young man may possess hidden paths leading to the outside world. Do not worry, brother. The words came from a Taoist of the Qingcheng sect, who, with a flick of his hand, produced a small compass. The needle was currently pointing directly at the location of the San Yin sect's Grand Hall. Zhang Dao Long has implanted a Qingqing talisman within him. As long as this talisman exists, he cannot escape. After hearing this, the old man nodded, but soon his expression changed dramatically. This is bad. I now understand why he is stalling for time. This young man likely intends to use the San Yin sect's array to refine the talisman within him. Only in this way can his reckless gamble of remaining here make sense. The elder in the coarse robe did not deliberately lower his voice to shake off the enchantment that clouded my mind. Utilizing the technique of listening to the breath, I could barely discern his words. Indeed, this old Taoist was not to be underestimated. Before the elder could finish speaking, the Qingqing Taoist chuckled softly and reassured, "Do not worry, my friend. The talisman embedded within Gao Jian's body, originally intended to counter the ghostly mother, once integrated, is nearly impossible to extract. It must be simultaneously countered by the opposing forces of yin and yang. Observe, within this grand formation, there is only yin energy. Outside, the yang energy is abundant. Yet, does Gao Jian dare to emerge?" Seemingly aware that the elder still harbored concerns, Master Lung Qingxian approached, stating, "Rest assured, Gao Jian cannot escape." As he spoke, he retrieved a small effigy made of straw from his sleeve, measuring 3 inches tall. Intriguingly, the straw was bound not with string, but with exceedingly fine strands of hair. I once collected strands of Gao Jian's hair, and now they reside within this effigy, he continued. The hair, a remnant of blood and vitality, can be utilized through our Maoshan secret arts to ascertain his approximate location and even determine his life or death. However, this technique cannot be sustained for long. If the hair is severed from its source for 3 days, and if the effigy disintegrates without cause, it indicates that the owner of the hair has perished. After 3 days, the connection between the hair and its original flesh will be severed, rendering this technique ineffective. Upon hearing Master Lung Qingxian's explanation, the disciples of the sect displayed little reaction. However, I, ensconced within the grand formation, felt beads of cold sweat forming upon my brow. The effigy could sustain itself for 3 days? When did Lung Qingxian acquire my hair? Had I not just recovered sufficiently to utilize my listening technique and faintly hear the voice of the May surnamed Taoist, the consequences could have been dire. The myriad of methods wielded by the sect's practitioners was indeed overwhelming. I steeled myself, multitasking to manipulate the 10 Directions talisman while keenly observing the movements of the sect's disciples. Since you have all made preparations, I shall refrain from excessive commentary. The elder in the coarse robe wiped the dirt from the golden bell and shook it, yet it failed to emit the soul-stirring sound it once did. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the bell's clapper had gone missing. Everything seemed to be going awry. Had we erred in some way? Misfortune loomed, and even the heavens no longer offered their support. After voicing his concerns, the elder glanced at Elder Chun and the man in the suit. The two had shown no inclination to intervene. His expression darkened slightly as he said, "Surely, you two did not journey from afar merely to spectate? Do not jest." "My friend," Elder Chun replied, bowing slightly. Tall and imposing, his eloquence carried an air of conviction. "I do not intend to merely observe. Rather, my heart is unsettled, as I sense impending misfortune. Surely, you share a similar intuition? Can you discern the source of this unease?" The elder in the coarse robe regarded Elder Chun, for his words effectively acknowledged Chen's sentiments, and he too felt an ominous foreboding. "Each of you possesses extraordinary insight. Why deceive yourselves?" Elder Chun pointed towards the center of the 10 Directions ghost refining formation. "All transformations revolve around Gao Jian. He is the progenitor of this calamity. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that this ominous sensation originated from Jiangqing. Master Lung Qingxian, clutching the straw effigy, summoned the spirits he had nurtured to fend off the Yin soldiers. Together with the Qingqing Taoist, they managed to stabilize the situation. Gao Jian was indeed the cause of the calamity in Jiangqing. Without the impetus to encircle and slay him, the ensuing catastrophe would not have arisen. As soon as Elder Chen finished speaking, Su Yinglong coldly scoffed, "Do you wish to persuade us to relinquish our claims? Who shall repay the blood debt of the second-generation disciples of the Jingshan sect? And what of the lives of Taoists Su and Lu from the 5 great sects? Blood debts need not always be repaid in blood. The demise of my fellow disciples from the Xiaozhuang Temple is intricately tied to this individual. Nevertheless, we must prioritize the greater good." Elder Chen spoke with an unhurried calmness, seemingly unfazed by Su Yinglong's words. His nonchalant demeanor only fueled Su Yinglong's ire, causing him to grip the Sanhuang sword tightly, the bone handle creaking under the pressure. "Dear Taoist, your Xiaozhuang Temple's reclusive nature and inherent coldness may lead you to disregard the lives of your disciples, but we of the 5 great sects are different." Yi Qingxiu from the law platform interjected, "The 5 great sects represent the banner of the Xinmin Taoism. We embody not merely our own dignity, but the righteous spirit of heaven and earth. We cannot afford to lose, let alone be defeated." Upon concluding his statement, both the master of Lung Qingxian and the Qingqing Taoist nodded in agreement. The authority of the 5 great sects was absolute and not to be trifled with. "I understand." Elder Chen sighed, casting a glance at the man in the suit beside him, as if wishing to speak, but ultimately refrained. Given the differing stances, further dialogue would be futile. "Are you 2 Taoists not ready to take action?" Su Yinglong spoke coldly, charging forward with his sword as soon as his soul had returned to its rightful place. "Those who cultivate the Tao are attuned to the heavenly heart. Yet you are currently acting against the heavens. You are swayed by the obsessions within your hearts, leading you astray on your path." Based on Elder Chen's usual discourse, it was inconceivable to associate him with a usurper of destiny. Each word he uttered upheld the will of heaven, and among all present, I alone comprehended his true foundation. "The Tao resides within the heart. I seek only to act with a clear conscience." The elder in the hemp robe shifted his gaze from Elder Chen, brushing off the dust from his garments, retrieving a golden bell, and advancing towards the ghostly soldiers. Upon hearing the elder's final words, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Elder Chen's eyes, though he quickly masked it with an air of resignation, ultimately deciding to act. At this moment, I too grew tense within the grand formation. Elder Chen was connected to the two-faced Buddha, and our futures were destined to be adversaries. Now was the opportune moment to gauge his capabilities. Unlike Su Yinglong and the elder in the hemp robe, who charged recklessly forward, Elder Chen symbolically stepped a few paces towards the Sanyin sect, stopping just a few meters from the 10 Directions ghost refining formation. What was he scheming? I furrowed my brow at Elder Chen's actions. For a spell to manifest its power, it must be accompanied by the appropriate hand seals and incantations. Yet, Elder Chen made no such gestures. He merely moved his lips, silently reciting something. Immediately, the ghostly soldiers within a 10-meter radius began to flee in panic. Reminiscent of the earlier scene where the hemp-robed Taoist's 3 souls entered the statue, leveraging divine might to intimidate the spirits. How did he accomplish this? I was astounded. The elder in the hemp robe had expended considerable effort with incantations and offerings. Yet here, Elder Chen merely whispered a few lines, and the ghostly soldiers began to retreat. Unbelievable. This man is rather formidable. My eyelids twitched incessantly, and soon, a more dire situation emerged. The demon of destiny transmitted a fragment of information, indicating that deep within the earth veins, someone appeared to be contesting for control over the ghostly soldiers. Chapter 685. The mountain god statue, the Shifang refining ghost array, serves as the critical line of defense against the sect's practitioners, and any slightest error is utterly intolerable. Thus, upon hearing that someone was contending with the fate ghost for control over the array's spectral soldiers, I was taken aback, immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation. After a thorough exchange with the fate ghost, I learned that the individual vying for control sought to withdraw the spectral soldiers. Should they succeed, the sect's practitioners would undoubtedly retaliate with full force, rendering my defense utterly untenable. Who, in the shadows, could be aiding the sect's practitioners? Could it be Wang Shi? Yet, he had no motive to betray me. Grasping the talisman, I dashed towards the ground. The Shifang refining ghost array was fully activated, unleashing the Yin energy within the entire undercurrent, which had long been dormant. The malevolent energy, accumulated over countless years, coiled together like spectral dragons, roaring forth from the depths below. Yin and Yang, heed my command. The Yin energy was overwhelmingly dense, compelling me to employ ghostly techniques to suppress the 18 Yin apertures while simultaneously opening them to fervently absorb the purest malevolent essence surging from beneath. As I delved deeper, my visage grew increasingly pallid, devoid of blood. The bluish-black veins beneath my skin were unmistakable, an indication that I had ingested too much Yin energy. The human body thrives on the balance of Yin and Yang, and as one who cultivates both paths, I needed to be particularly vigilant. Although I routinely absorbed Yin energy, I always took the time to refine it afterwards, locking it within the Yin apertures to prevent it from clashing with my innate true Qi. However, this time was different. In my haste to reach the Earth's veins, I transgressed and inhaled an excess of malevolent energy. Coupled with my previous injuries and weakened state, I inadvertently lost control over the Yin energy within. The dispersed malevolent essence surged chaotically within me. While an ordinary ghost practitioner might take some time to suppress it, my situation was entirely distinct. Aside from the Yin energy, I also possessed the innate true Qi generated from cultivating the Miao Zhen heart method. The conflict between these two forces could very well rupture my meridians. Amidst the Earth's veins, a transformation was occurring, one that could determine life or death. I had no time to sit and cultivate my energy. For the moment, I was not on the brink of death. I examined my body. The veins beneath my skin bulged like serpents, presenting a rather alarming sight. My eyes reddened as I bore the pain and plunged into the Earth's veins. The transformation of the lustful ghost remained incomplete, yet it had already undergone noticeable changes. Its skin had grown even paler, and its hands and feet appeared elongated, as though its body were being stretched. Seeing the lustful ghost still in the throes of transformation, I refrained from disturbing it, focusing intently on the other side of the stone bridge. At the heart of the Shifang refining ghost array, Wang Shi's form had solidified, though remnants of Yin and Yang still entwined him, marking his distinction from the living. Upon my sudden arrival, Wang Shi was momentarily stunned before he trembled and uttered, "Save me, save me." "Save you?" I furrowed my brow, hesitating to approach. Wang Shi was cunning. This could very well be a trap he had set. There was something within the statue. He sought to occupy my body. "Save me." Wang Shi gasped heavily, exhibiting behavior indistinguishable from that of a living being, as he summoned every ounce of strength to call out those words. As I turned my gaze towards the statue, I noticed that the delicate balance of Yin and Yang atop the stone platform had long been shattered. A staggering 3/4 of the area had succumbed to a pitch-black, malevolent liquid, and with the continuous activation of the 10 Directions ghost refining array, this dark essence was relentlessly encroaching upon the vital Yang energy. At this rate, it would not require the intervention of the sect's cultivators for the array to collapse under its own weight. The 10 Directions ghost refining array, capable of summoning living Yama, commands the allegiance of the 10 realms of ghostly soldiers, even compelling the sect's heavenly masters to retreat. Such a formidable array is inevitably subject to divine scrutiny. In retrospect, the fragile focal point constituted by the interplay of Yin and Yang represented the array's weakest link. Yin and Yang, though opposing forces, also coexist in harmony. This tenuous equilibrium forms the foundation of the grand array. I understood that nothing is absolute. Although the 10 Directions ghost refining array requires an immense quantity of Yin energy for its establishment, it must also have a sliver of true Yang to guide Yama into the realm of the living. That precious essence of true Yang resides at the core of the array. Should the Yang energy be entirely devoured by the encroaching Yin, the array would inevitably collapse. For this is the principle of decline following prosperity. I resolved to intervene. As I stepped forward, I recalled the words of Master Wang, who had mentioned that the mountain deity's statue sought to possess his body. This notion struck me as utterly implausible. How could a statue, resting in the earth's veins for countless ages, suddenly awaken sentience? Could it be that the statue sensed an impending doom and yearned to escape this place? I shook my head, dismissing my own thoughts as fanciful. Time was of the essence, and I could not afford to squander it. Using my discerning eye, I scanned Master Wang's condition. Although 3/4 of the stone platform was engulfed by the liquid formed from the malevolent essence, Master Wang remained within the solitary quadrant suffused with yang energy. He sat adjacent to the mountain deity's statue, unable to move, his expression one of sheer terror. Someone was contesting my control over the 10 Directions ghost refining array, attempting to dispel the ghostly soldiers. Before I could finish my thought, Master Wang exclaimed, "No, it's not me. It's the statue. Be cautious, that statue is alive. I have even heard it speak. I am not lying." His expression did not betray deceit. It would serve him no advantage to lie. He was a soul of restoration, having clandestinely crossed over from the train to the underworld, defying the will of heaven. No righteous sect would ever accept him. "You claim that the statue is alive?" I squinted my eyes and traversed the stone bridge, approaching closer, only to discover that the mountain deity's statue was riddled with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. In stark contrast, the black chess piece had grown even darker. A mere glance at it evoked a suffocating sensation, akin to being dragged into the depths of the ocean. At this juncture, I found myself believing Master Wang's words to an extent. If the mountain deity's statue indeed sought to thwart my efforts, everything began to make sense. It aimed to restore balance to the array, which was on the verge of collapse under the strain of its own activation. As a vital component of the array's core, the mountain deity's statue instinctively sought to mitigate the array's impending disintegration. While I comprehended the statue's motivations, this did not equate to my acquiescence. The sect's cultivators were poised to strike, and a moment's miscalculation could lead to catastrophe. I dared not gamble. I would rather see the array perish and take the sect's cultivators with it than allow myself to be captured alive. Gazing at the mountain deity's statue upon the stone platform, my expression hardened. There would be no room for resistance now. An overwhelming aura of malevolence permeated my being, threatening to rupture my very form. My gaze was bloodshot as I extracted from my pocket a talisman of the land deity, acquired from the underworld showcase. I had perused the shop's description, which stated that the incantation could invoke the mountain deity. Although this was merely a fragment of a talisman, its efficacy was invaluable to me. Upon first encountering this talisman, my mind immediately conjured images of the mountain deity's statue within the Three sect. The precise application of this talisman eluded me. I knew only a fragment of the chant. Desperate measures were warranted. I must retain control over the grand formation. With a single hand, I lifted the talisman and recited the incantation. "O, spirit of the land, ascend to the heavens, traverse the earth, emerge from the shadows into the light." As I uttered the incantation, I was initially oblivious to the fact that each syllable resonated with a unique cadence. Upon completing the chant, the already fractured talisman manifested further cracks, beneath which faint ancient characters began to materialize. Was that all? I had invested 6 points into this superior talisman, and it was on the verge of shattering before I could even utilize it? My heart trembled, for this talisman was my sole reliance at that moment. Witnessing its imminent destruction, I gritted my teeth and resolutely affixed it to the statue of the mountain deity. Strangely enough, as soon as the cracked talisman touched the statue, I received a message from the realm of spirits indicating that the power contesting control of the grand formation was gradually waning. With a sense of mental communion, I prepared to respond, urging it to ease its offensive tempo when suddenly, a voice echoed in my ears. "It is fated that you cannot escape. How tragic and laughable. I have evaded you my entire life, yet here I am, found at last." The voice was somewhat muffled, tinged with a sense of resignation, as if it had witnessed the ebb and flow of time and the vicissitudes of life. Who was speaking to me? I spun around abruptly, and apart from Wang Shi, there was no one else present, yet I discerned clearly that the voice did not emanate from him. Could it be you? I gazed at the statue, which was on the verge of disintegration under the weight of malevolence. The land talisman affixed to its crown had completely shattered, yet the ancient characters within it had imprinted themselves upon the statue. The statue's opening was indeed peculiar. Summoning my courage, I approached it. The statue, radiating a vibrant warmth, resembled a solitary star amidst the dark veins of malevolence, akin to a guiding beacon. After employing the land deity talisman, the statue no longer felt frigid. It was as if it were a living entity before me. Squatting at the edge of the stone pedestal, I drew closer to the mountain deity statue, and the chaotic energy within me began to subside, allowing a long-forgotten warmth to envelop my body. Seizing this moment, I hastily redirected the energy back into the orifice and focused intently on the statue. It seemed as though something resided within the mountain deity's statue. After scrutinizing it with discerning eyes for an extended period, I realized that the warmth emanating from the statue originated from its heart. The stone surface cracked, and faint glimmers of light began to emerge. Why did this subtle radiance evoke a sense of familiarity, as if it were somehow connected to me? I restrained the impulse to touch the statue, separating a sliver of intention from the talismans to probe its essence. As the outer layer of the mountain deity's statue continued to shed, the concealed object within its chest gradually revealed itself before my eyes. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a shrunken heart. A faint glow pulsed within the statue, and I could not ascertain its nature as the stone skin continued to flake away, gradually releasing a delicate fragrance of medicine. Chapter 686. Struggling in despair, the oppressive aura washed over my body, yet at this moment, I felt no trace of the bone-chilling coldness concealed within the malevolent energy. My gaze was fixed upon the chest of the mountain deity statue, where a faint glimmer shone brilliantly amidst the darkness of the earth's veins, resembling the morning star. The outer stone skin had not entirely shed, and I could not discern what lay hidden within the statue's chest. The emitted light, while not blinding, seemed to encapsulate a certain order, coalescing an unimaginable vitality that even my discerning gaze could not penetrate. To unveil the secrets buried beneath the surface, I would have to wait for the complete shedding of the statue's stone skin. I gradually composed myself, momentarily diverting my attention from the mountain deity's statue to Wang Shi, who was pressed beside it. His voice carried a hint of chill. This statue should not pose any further challenges for you now. I hope you do not falter again. I do not wish to, Wang Shi replied with a bitter smile. But what can I do? Your actions are your own concern, I retorted. Moreover, I offer you another piece of advice. The balance of yin and yang at the core of this grand formation has been shattered and is on the brink of collapse. If, by that time, you have not refined the yang talisman, be prepared to be engulfed by the malevolent energy and buried deep in the abyss. Concerning matters of life and death, a sense of urgency finally dawned upon Wang Shi. Rest assured, I will not treat my life lightly, he affirmed. In a moment, transfer a portion of the talismans you control to me, and I will grant you 3 hours. If you have not completed your refinement by then, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I adhere to my own principles and boundaries, which will not waver for any individual, I declared. Understood, Wang Shi responded. Perhaps intimidated by my presence or feeling guilty, he instinctively lifted a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to realize afterwards that he still existed as a ghost without a corporeal form. It is commendable that you still retain the habits of the living, I remarked coolly. But I hope you remember that you no longer possess the right to interfere with the affairs of the living. Wang Shi's expression remained unchanged as he casually nodded, saying, I understand your point. Conversing with an intelligent individual requires no explicit clarification. Even threats and warnings can be veiled in subtlety. I chose to ignore Wang Shi and cast another glance at the mountain deity statue. After utilizing the land deity talisman, the clay effigy of the mountain deity seemed to acquiesce, refraining from further interference as the ghostly soldiers resumed control of the grand formation. I discreetly communicated with the spirit commanding the ghostly soldiers to temper their offensive pace. However, even this could not prevent the core of the formation from collapsing. It merely delayed the inevitable demise. At this rate, in approximately 3 or 4 hours, the malevolent energy would envelop the entire stone platform, causing the balance of yin and yang to falter. By then, a massive collapse was likely to occur, and this hidden realm might be forever entombed underground. I turned to gaze into the dark and profound earth's veins before departing. As I passed by the lustful ghost, I attempted to awaken it with ghostly arts, but it did not respond, seemingly undergoing a crucial transformation. For malevolent spirits, the best way to handle those that cannot be controlled by ghost cultivators is to let them dissipate into nothingness. The lustful ghost, savage and bloodthirsty, would instill fear in ordinary ghost cultivators who would hesitate to allow such a being to grow unchecked, given the common occurrence of backlash from malevolent spirits. My concerns are non-existent, for the reasoning is simple. The spirit of command must return, and should any defiance arise, it shall be suppressed until compliance is achieved. Emerging from the earth's veins, I returned to the main hall of the Three-Yin sect, closely observing every action of the sect's practitioners. They exerted immense pressure upon me, rendering me incapable of distraction. To avert the collapse of the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Formation, the spirit of command eased the frequency of the Yin soldiers' attacks. granting the sect's practitioners a brief respite. They swiftly rotated their efforts to safeguard the altar, stabilizing the situation. As time progressed, in a bid to decelerate the disintegration of the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Formation, the spirit of command reluctantly began to consolidate the Yin soldiers, whose malevolent energy was soon subdued by the overwhelming Yang energy, causing the formation to constrict. The way of heaven is predicated on the principle of balancing excess and deficiency, adhering to order and equilibrium. The emergence of Yin soldiers in the realm of Yang fundamentally disrupts the celestial regulations, thus inviting divine retribution. Yi Qingqiu's eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled. Though her appearance was disheveled, her tone retained the pride of a celestial master from the upper sect. I had long surmised that this formation could not sustain itself indefinitely. Now, its fatigue was evident, and there was assuredly a problem with its operation. Continuing the siege and capturing Gao Jian should pose no challenge. His tone was resolute, and Su Yinglong beside him echoed in agreement. While Lung Qingxuan's master and the Taoist from the Qingsheng sect nodded in apparent concurrence with Yi Qingqiu's assertions, only the elder in tattered garments felt a sense of unease. He glanced up at the heavens, observing the abundant Yang energy enveloping the 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Formation. However, all this Yang energy emanated from the dragon vein of Jiangqing. A closer inspection revealed that the sun above was presently obscured by a thin veil of black clouds. It was merely 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Yet the surroundings appeared dim, as if rain were imminent. Who, then, is truly targeted by the divine will? Gao Jian or us? Who has committed the grave error? The elder in tattered garments sensed something amiss, his gaze sweeping across the individuals present, ultimately resting upon the figure of Elder Chun. A peculiar feeling stirred within him, as if he were being manipulated for another's purposes. His character was forthright, and given his seniority, he paid no heed to Yi Qingqiu's demeanor. Turning to her, he remarked, "Look at the sky over Jiangcheng. It has turned completely overcast, a dire omen. I suggest you temporarily halt your efforts so we may thoroughly examine the sequence of events. What worries you, fellow cultivator? The momentum is undeniably in our favor. Even if Gao Jian possesses remarkable abilities, he cannot contend with the 5 great upper sections. Often, it is not momentary shrewdness that determines success or failure, but rather the depth of one's foundation." After Yi Qingqiu spoke, she continued to replenish the formation with talismans, eager to launch a counterattack. What constitutes true momentum? The elder in tattered garments sighed. The divine will is the genuine force at play. Defying it will surely lead to disastrous outcomes. He remained steadfast in his perspective, insisting on debating with Yi Qingqiu. Gao Jian's 10 Directions Ghost Refinement Formation is contracting. We might seize this opportunity to engage him in earnest conversation. There may be unexpected gains to be had. I concur, declared Lung Qingxuan's master, stepping forward. My disciple has encountered Gao Jian. The one responsible for the deaths of our sect's disciples does not appear to be him. It is said that the true culprit is concealed in Zhenhuching. Cease your misleading words. What you assert is merely an attempt to exonerate your disciple. All individuals dispatched by the 5 great upper sects, including my Jinshan sect and the Xiaozhuang temple, have been ruthlessly slain. Save for your disciple and that young one from Qingsheng, who escaped by mere chance. There must be some hidden scheme at play. Su Yinglong, unwilling to offend the elder in tattered garments, nonetheless spoke brusquely to the Taoist of the Mei surname, his demeanor unyielding. Refrain from casting baseless accusations. I am well aware of who my disciple is. The voice of Lung Qingxuan's master gradually grew louder as he observed the 2 individuals on the verge of confrontation. Chen Lao, standing at the forefront of the grand formation, slowly interjected, "Gentlemen, let us not harm our camaraderie. Instead, why not take advantage of the current retreat of the Yin soldiers and share our thoughts? We can then let the majority prevail." For a moment, the celestial masters from various sects remained silent, and Chen Lao perceived their silence as tacit agreement. With a smile, he turned his gaze toward the man in a suit standing behind him. "Since you have remained silent since your arrival, why not begin with you?" At this, all eyes turned to the man in the suit. Me? He seemed momentarily dazed, and upon realizing he was the focus, he slightly shook his head. "I have no thoughts." After uttering this, he fell silent, appearing disinterested in everything around him. Chen Lao encountered a setback, his gaze lingering on the suited man for a brief moment before shifting to the others. "What about you?" "I demand the life of Gao Jian for the injustice he has done to my Golden Mountain sect," Su Yinglong stated resolutely, refusing to yield. The formation of the 10 directions obliteration array has consumed vast resources. Once activated, it is challenging to halt. Gao Jian is not someone who can be measured with common sense, a truth that I believe you all have come to realize. Therefore, I suggest we forego excessive discourse and capture him directly. Yi Qingqiu interjected, an ominous glint flashing in her eyes. We will have 100 ways to make him speak. Considering the safety of Taoist Su Yan, I hope Taoist can show some leniency, the Qingqing sect's priest remarked politely. Yet he did not choose to align himself with Lung Qingshuan's master. The outcome had become evident. Taoist Mei and the elder in the tattered robe wished to pause. But Su Yinglong and his 2 companions were resolutely opposed. Furthermore, with the man in the suit abstaining, all attention returned to Chun Lao, whose decision would shape the direction of events. What is your perspective, Taoist Chen? The elder in tattered robes asked, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly harboring an inexplicable disdain for Chun Lao. Chen Zhougao is the sole disciple of my Shaozhuang temple, and his demise is shrouded in mystery. The only lead rests with Gao Jian, and to be frank, I find myself in a quandary. From Chun Lao's expression, no anomaly was discernible. Among all present, only I, concealed within the main hall of the Sanyin sect, understood Chun Lao's true nature. He was utterly indifferent to Chen Zhougao's fate. In his eyes, Chen Zhougao was merely a piece on the chessboard with potential utility. His demise would elicit not sorrow, but merely regret. I desired to converse with Gao Jian. Yet this individual was far too cunning. 8 out of 10 words he uttered were likely deceitful. Chen Lao sighed. I do not wish to put him in a difficult position. However, rather than gleaning information from him, I prefer to seek answers within his dreams. I, Chun, hereby pledge that if Gao Jian can be captured alive, I will utilize the secret arts of my Shaozhuang temple to delve into his memories and restore the true events for all to see. Upon delivering his final statement, a subtle arc appeared at the corner of Chun Lao's mouth. Chapter 687. The bloodstained dragon vein. Chun Lao had finally revealed his true intentions. The sect's practitioners had yet to react, but I, standing far away in the main hall of the Sanyin sect, already felt a chilling sensation. He sought to steal my memories. My attention was predominantly fixated on the elderly man, observing the peculiar smile that played at the corners of his mouth, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. If I were to be captured by the sect's practitioners, there might still be a glimmer of hope for escape, as they pride themselves on righteousness and, with the guidance of cold Qingxian, would likely afford me the opportunity to defend myself. However, if I were to fall into the hands of Elder Chun, the consequences would be dire beyond imagination. This man is connected to the dual-faced Buddha, and the enmity between us has escalated to a point of no return. Should Elder Chun lead me into a dream, I would probably not even realize how I met my demise. He would undoubtedly conceal all memories related to the dual-faced Buddha and fabricate fictitious narratives to mislead the sect's practitioners, diverting their attention and exonerating the dual-faced Buddha. As I expelled the foul air from my lungs, a chilling thought occurred to me. Elder Chin's presence here was solely to eliminate me, for he would not allow the plans of the dual-faced Buddha to be disrupted by the sect's practitioners. Reflecting on this, I wondered if Elder Chin truly was the authentic celestial master of the Shaozhuang temple. Perhaps he is unconcerned with the repercussions and simply intent on my destruction. Among all present, it seemed that Elder Chun harbored a greater murderous intent towards me than Su Yinglong, though he had kept this hidden, silently orchestrating events from the shadows. I had previously left a message for cold Qingxian, indicating that the true culprit would undoubtedly investigate the location where the sect's practitioners apprehended me, thus exposing the plans of the dual-faced Buddha. The 5 great sect representatives, particularly the Xianmin righteous path, have always maintained a ruthless stance against those who usurp lives, and Elder Chun was evidently well aware of this. Setting aside the question of whether he truly is the celestial master of Shaozhuang Temple, his earlier words revealed a profound desire to delve into my memories, instilling a sense of urgency within me. Ostensibly, he represents Shaozhuang Temple, adept in the art of dreams and skilled in manipulating hearts and stealing memories. Should I be captured for interrogation, there is an 80% likelihood that he would be the one to question me. With this realization, my gaze towards Elder Chun darkened. It became clear that among all, he was the one most eager for my demise. The celestial masters from the sect had been deceived by Elder Chun. Su Yinglong and Yi Qingqiu expressed admiration for his decisions, while the Taoist of the Mei surname and the elder in the cloth remained silent, including Elder Chun, for individuals advocated for a forceful assault on the array. The spectral soldiers began to retreat as Yin weakened and Yang surged, presenting us with a prime opportunity to secure victory. Su Yinglong gestured respectfully to Yi Qingqiu, urging her not to hold back. Rest assured, she replied. Yi Qingqiu swallowed a pill, her pallid face flushing with a hint of color. Chanting a spell, she waved her hand, unleashing a flurry of talismans that hastened the operation of the 10 Directions Annihilation Array. The surging Yang energy rushed forth like a river, colliding with the Yin energy generated by the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Array, akin to 2 dragons engaged in a fierce battle. I pondered why the sect's practitioners had abandoned their investigation into the whereabouts of Su Yin and others, opting instead to pursue me at Hate Mountain. The answer lay in Elder Chen's interference. Renowned as a philanthropist in Jiangxing and the central China region, he was universally lauded, yet who truly comprehended his true nature? It is indeed laughable that he cloaks himself in the garb of morality and benevolence while committing the most despicable acts, and such a person is exalted to the altar? If I had previously harbored suspicions about Elder Chen based on intuition, I am now convinced that this elderly man is far from the great figure he pretends to be. In the pursuit of altering fate, the man who could sacrifice an entire city's inhabitants is undoubtedly the most selfish individual in the world. From afar, I gazed at Elder Chen through the grand formation, and many questions that had previously eluded my understanding began to find resolution. Under the fervent provocation of Yi Qingqiu, the 10 Directions Obliteration Formation underwent tremendous transformation. The overwhelming vitality surged forth, resonating with the terrain and geomancy of the 18-mile expanse. Gao Jian, you cannot escape. With a fierce cry, Yi Qingqiu bit his tongue, producing a decree of pardon from the 3 Pure Ones, one of the foundational treasures of the Miaozhen Temple, enabling the practitioner to merge profoundly with the heavenly Tao, intertwining with the landscapes and geomantic energies. Upon invoking the decree, Yi Qingqiu chanted incantations anew, and the winds and clouds shifted, imparting an impression of command over the elements. The geomancy of this land shall be mine to command, he declared, directing the decree towards Jiangxing. Mere moments later, a tremendous roar resonated from beneath Jiangxing, followed by an even more potent surge of vitality emanating from the dragon vein. The sky darkened ominously, as if the calm before an impending storm, the air thickening to a stifling degree, making it difficult to breathe. Upon hearing the thunderous sound from beneath Jiangxing, even the usually composed Elder Chen's eyelids twitched, while others were overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Yi Qingqiu, you are fully aware of the colossal geomantic setup surrounding Jiangxing, yet you dare disturb the ancient city's dragon vein. This is an act of rebellion. Are you intent on dragging Miaozhen Temple into an abyss of ruin? While others hesitated to voice their concerns, the elder clad in coarse robes held nothing back, nearly pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Qingqiu. Why resort to such harsh words, my fellow Taoist? I am aware of my actions. After utilizing the decree, Yi Qingqiu's complexion turned quite abnormal, as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. Are you truly aware? Can you not see the ominous sky above? The elder's anger made his beard quiver. The layout of the ancient city must not be recklessly disturbed. Disregarding ancient laws will surely invoke great calamity. To hesitate in decisive moments is to invite chaos. We must first break the formation and capture Gao Jian. Seeing the elder's vehement words, Su Yinglong hurriedly intervened to mediate. Yet no one responded to his attempts at placation. Despite his deteriorating condition, Yi Qingqiu persisted in employing the 3 Pure Ones decree to draw forth Jiangxing's dragon vein, a task laden with immense pressure, as the path of geomancy is the most esoteric, allowing no room for error. Meanwhile, the elder's attention shifted toward Jiangxing, his expression hinting at a desire to depart. The dark clouds loomed, shrouding not only Jiangxing but also the surrounding counties. Yi Qingqiu, you have stirred great trouble. The elder lamented softly, a sense of powerlessness permeating his tone. The thunderous roar from Jiangxing had startled me as well. It seemed to me that this group was courting disaster, attempting to drag me into their perilous fate. A band of foolish pawns, destined to be used as mere instruments. The vitality within the dragon vein exhibited subtle differences from its original essence, tinged with an imperceptible hue of crimson. I could not discern the nature of this sanguine tinge or why it mingled with the vitality, but I observed that whenever the spectral soldiers encountered this blood-tinged vitality, they would flee in terror, and those unable to escape were engulfed and vanished without a trace. This trace of blood seemed to emanate from the dragon vein. Why had the dragon vein of Jiangxing been stained with blood? Whose blood was it that had been shed? I found myself concealed within the grand formation, too fearful to reveal myself. The vitality of the sun surged, extinguishing all around me. This grand array intertwined with the 18-mile feng shui formation of Jiang City, encompassing several surrounding peaks. The sanguine vitality proved far more potent than the malevolent energy. Yi Qingqiu unveiled her ultimate skills, shattering the delicate balance once more. The 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation was on the brink of self-destruction. When it collapsed, the overwhelming solar energy would inevitably doom me. With both internal and external threats looming, a sense of urgency gripped my heart. At the core of the formation, the Fate Ghost situation was equally dire, as it conveyed feelings of fear to me. This was the first instance after its rebirth that the Fate Ghost transmitted its emotional fluctuations, and I had not anticipated it would occur under such perilous circumstances. I longed to command the Fate Ghost to retreat, yet without its control over the spectral soldiers, the grand formation would be utterly inadequate to thwart the sect's cultivators. Allowing them to easily infiltrate the array would only exacerbate my plight. Having already summoned the living Yama, I realized this was my final card. Yi Qingqiu had spoken the truth. In comparison to these sects, my foundation was indeed shallow, and a fleeting precision could not rival centuries of accumulation. Among the sect's celestial masters, one donned in a suit had yet to act, while the others had forced me to the brink. They likely retained hidden means yet to be unleashed. I would never underestimate my adversaries. After a moment's contemplation, a thought of escape began to take root in my mind. Seizing the opportunity before the 10 Directions Ghost Refining Formation was fully dismantled, I sought a secluded corner to surreptitiously employ the dimensional breaking talisman. I approached the black leather trunk, intending to carry the essentials, for its bulk rendered it cumbersome. Upon opening the trunk, a potent scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted forth, causing my nostrils to twitch and my brow to furrow. This pungent aroma was precisely the agreement I had made with Taoist Wandao, who planned to use the keen sense of the insect spirits to locate me by tracing this medicinal fragrance. Under normal circumstances, it would not have mattered, but I was now being pursued by the sect, and the situation was dire. I feared that Taoist Wandao might be swayed by the sect's cultivators and utilize the scent of the medicine to track me down. Life is singular and should not be gambled so lightly. Uncertain whether Taoist Wandao would indeed come to my aid, I discarded the medicinal package behind the altar. Before I could complete this action, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Yin Mountain, shaking the very earth beneath me, as tiles and plaster from the main hall of the 3 Yin sect crumbled. This was disastrous. The formation was reaching its limits. I cast the trunk aside and dashed toward the depths of the earth, where the Yin energy had become utterly volatile, as if provoked by some unseen force. Emerging from the earth, I caught sight of a blurred shadow near the edge of the stone platform, and soon recognized it as a fully transformed lust ghost. Its physique towered over that of a normal person, with arms dangling down to its knees, hair withered, and skin pale, marred by black fissures. At that moment, it knelt beside the stone platform, its eyes bloodshot and its visage contorted, as it ravenously gulped down the black liquid within.